Welcome to Blast Premier 2023. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group state. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that failed to qualify for the season final will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format, where they will be met by 10 teams from open qualifiers from around the world. Each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle in the Americas and rest of the world bracket. Winners of each showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by exceptional skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO majors, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams that topped the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be open to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2023 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
The first day of the Blast Premier Spring Finals saw us dominate from start to finish in many different ways. Vitality were the only ones to slip up, while everyone else pushed on forward to what would have been expected throughout these games. Certainly a tough fight on the hand for many teams in position right now, but Maniac, it was a good opening first day. It was a little bit of surprises thrown in one way, but most importantly, we had a lot of fun doing it.
We had a lot of fun. I would say that Counter-Strike was very entertaining to watch, quite honestly. I guess one game didn't really follow logic, the rest was a little bit more in the realm of normality, but let's just say I had a really good first day, and I think it paved the way for an exciting event.
It does make it more exciting, right? It does throw us into a bit of a loop on who will be able to do what and how they'll be able to get it done. And I think we should start by just looking at where it comes to being in the spring final. We spoke about this before, a team's coming in many different ways, right? Vitality off the back of the major, looking so good, thinking like, oh yeah, we've done what we need to do. Other teams still trying to redeem themselves for many failures.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The goals are not exactly the same for everybody. We have the results from yesterday on our screen, and we're first of all only 2 O's, which in itself is kind of a rare commodity in Counter-Strike to have only 8 maps and a day of 4 best of 3s. But we talked about logic. What really changed the course is Imperial beating Vitality, and I'm saying beating. Maybe beating isn't exactly the word. Battering would probably be a bit more fitted. The first map was so one-sided. We have the bracket right here, and that's where we're sitting at today, James. Imperial G2 and then Vitality Cloud9 to stay alive.
Yeah, a crazy set of games on our hands now, and this is it, right? Fair enough to Imperial, because they did roll over Vitality, especially in the first map there, and they just had their number in so many unique ways for sure. Then we look at the G2 game. G2 versus Cloud9 is probably one we expect to be like most even, right? And then still went 2-0.
I think it was relatively how we expected it to be, in a sense that once a team got control, they didn't let go of it. There was just this comeback of Cloud9 in the second map that I didn't really see coming, that I didn't anticipate on that of Inferno, but G2 showed more emotions and more grit and more will than we had seen before, and we've had a couple of words. We had Monacy with us on the desk as well. He was talking about how, you know, we didn't like what we did in Dallas. Everybody wants to go in the break of a good event. We want to feel better vibe. We want to do better for ourselves. And I would say they kickstarted their campaign the best of way. Now they're fighting for a semi-final spot versus Imperial.
And he didn't just say, right, a good event. He said the trophy. He's got his mind and his eyes set back on that prize, but it certainly isn't going to be easy for them to do or achieve here. Then, though, we do also need to touch on the likes of FaZe going up against Astralis, because my expectations for Astralis, I went higher, Maniac, and I was disappointed.
Well, I'm right there with you. I was on the hype train for Astralis in Dallas.
Yeah.
Very interesting what they were showing us. Device had a, I don't even know, like a Mona Lisa of an event, like absolutely ridiculous. And somehow...
So what do you call this? Yeah, what do you call this one then? If the first one was a Mona Lisa?
I'm going to have to find what's the actual artistic counterpart to the Mona Lisa. It's probably if I was drawing a horse. Oh. That's what it was yesterday from Device. He was very, very underwhelming. I think he had, if I'm not mistaken, the worst overpass of his entire career recorded ever on LAN.
Wow.
This was a shadow of his, and I want to say former self. No, it was worse than that. It was a shadow of who he's never been. I have never seen Device in that position, but I think it'd be a little too easy for us to just tackle Device. Like, we know he's had a bad game. There's no way to kind of sugarcoat it, but the rest of his squad also didn't show up. Buzz was nowhere to be seen, had a outrageous series. Blamef was decent on Mirage, never to be seen on the first map as well. So this was a crash from Astralis and a very dominant showing from FaZe. We have the scores right there.
Oh my God! Look at this for Device and Buzz.
12 kills.
I know. And this, by the way, this is across 2 maps. To be clear, this is exactly what you're looking at here. And we talk about FaZe, right, having some struggles more recently. Well, they had no struggles in this one. This was the FaZe we expect to know and love. But I want to see it now against tougher opposition.
Yeah, and listen, I don't expect FaZe to slow down. In fact, if FaZe shows weakness at an event, it's usually day 1. It's usually day 1 and day 2. That's where they... I don't want to say they take it easy. I don't think the wording is correct, but they're not going in 300% in. And against Astralis, they made no prisoners. Like, it was so strong. And then we had this good old FaZe formula where there is always one guy for a couple of rounds that's just taken over. It was Twist at the very beginning on Overpass. He had a couple of defenses on the B side, 4Ks, 3Ks. And then when he calmed down a little, Rain picked up, of course. It was doing Rain antics on Overpass. And then it was Robs as well. So you can just basically choose whichever is going to pop off. And that was the case yesterday.
And we also had Heroic just demolish Complexity, but there's not much point of talking about that. What we are going to talk about, though, is our CS Money Player of the Day. What have we got?
Well, with that Technat play and bringing up the AWP towards the very end. That was a 4K from Vini, and this was a complete turnaround for the side of Imperial.
And then we get our little baby goat in here, and it was a beautiful 1v3. Maniac, you spoke about us wanting to see more from him in order to pull them out of rounds in games where it might be looking bad. Well, it was looking bad, and this moment when it could have all fallen apart and been a turning point, he closes it out in a lovely 1v3.
That was a huge 1v3, but the winner today is going to be Chilla, who's had a blinder of a series against Vitality, and that round is no exception. The work with the AK-47 as he stops on the push is absolutely stunning. Here you can see that great headshot onto the boosted Sphinx, who had no idea what was coming. Whoa, that was so damn fast. And one of the main reasons why Imperial is now sitting in the winner bracket final.
And that means they're guaranteed to be in the playoff stage.
I know,
right?
they are.
Crazy to see. Well, let's have a look at what matches we've got coming your way today. Let's see how this day is going to pan out. 4 more best of 3s coming your way. We've got later on today G2 taking on Imperial, Astralis Complexity, FaZe versus Heroic. Oh, that's going to be so good. But before we get there, Maniac, after the break, bring you Cloud9 versus Vitality. Elimination time now for our first 2 teams of the day. Vitality going up against Cloud9, and quite a big match to roll it out with here in Washington. Certainly not easy on either side here though, Maniac, because we got very different looking teams finding themselves on a high, others find themselves on a low, but both of them didn't deliver yesterday.
You're right, and both teams have a lot on the line in this very game, James. You have to imagine, if you're Vitality, how does it look if you win the major in Paris with people, you know, maybe undermining a little bit the run that you had to lift that trophy, and then your answer is the next tournament you bow down after 2 series? Unacceptable. If you're Cloud9, you're trying to stay alive with this roster, you do exactly the same once again in Washington, changes won't be avoided.
No, those changes aren't going to be avoided, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes after this game. What I do want to take a look at though is some details on Vitality and how they've been getting themselves ready, how important this major was, and also how they can sometimes lose to lesser teams. Let's have a look at this.
When we were talking to you guys in interviews at, let's say, Katowice or the Pro League this year, that you guys were just saying we're full focus on the major. When that major rolled around, how did you know that that was going to be the time that you would be in the best form possible?
I think it comes down to the fact that whenever we started our season this January, we made a plan. And we made a plan as a team that each tournament we're going to play, we're going to obviously have prioritized and non-prioritized tournaments. And that does mean whenever we are playing a non-prioritized tournament that we're not going to give everything. yes, we are. We're gonna spend a lot of time playing the game and still doing these things, but there is obviously more room for people relaxing, taking a step back and going to their rooms and focus a bit more on themselves and, you know, conserving energy. So I think that the whole thing about us trying to peak at the right moment comes from the fact that one tournament, okay, we want to work on this, and when we go home, okay, you know, we lost in Katowice, big comeback from Liquid in third map. One of the biggest disappointment you can have as a team is that when you are so close to something, you know, we felt like we were like 1% off being able to go maybe even all the way to the grand finals. But no, we don't have time to, you know, cry about this. We need to go back and look, why did we lose? And we spend a lot of energy finding out that our mental against lesser good opponents is probably one of the biggest weaknesses. And we needed to work on that, and we needed to find out what is it that makes us not as focused whenever we are playing a less good team compared to when we play FaZe, G2, because we always feel like whenever we're playing the best of the best teams, we are there, we're not tilting, we're full focus, going into the next round, all these kind of things. But when we played lesser good teams, we had a problem of being a bit more tilted and, you know, spending our energy in the game a bit wrong. So, you know, that was one of the first lessons as a team we learned in the season, that we have something we need to really work on. And that's something we really spend a lot of time working on.
And now they need to show it, because, okay, yesterday you can say they definitely lost to a team they should not have lost to on paper.
True.
But during the major, they beat all the teams they should have beaten.
Yeah, well, the counter argument to that is obviously the prestige and the importance of the moment in Paris, I think, overtook them. But I'm going to send you back to IEM Rio, which is a trophy that they did lift. How did they start? By losing to OG. A comeback on Overpass, a map that they had all rights to win in their first best of one. They let it slip through, and OG punished them on Overpass. So for Vitality, we are still in known path and territories in the sense that this shouldn't have been a loss in the first day, but they have the cards now to answer back.
How do you think they view Cloud9 right now? Because we obviously talk about the woes of Cloud9, but do you think they still see them as like, oh yeah, this is a top team that can compete against us?
Yeah, listen, I know Cloud9 has had their struggles, right? And I know they're not trophy lifters per se, but I think if you're a professional player in the circuit, you know the quality and the value there is in that team, right? When you go up against Shiro and Axel and Hobbit, it's very complicated to underestimate or not respect these guys. So I'm hoping that just because of that, and also because we're now in an elimination game, which means a loss literally sends you back to Europe, then I'm hoping that this will help them, put them in the right zone. As Magis was talking about, when they go up against great teams, then they answer back.
And another fact here for Vitality, I'm not even going to say like a jet lag excuse, but they are one of the teams that weren't over here before, right?
True.
So coming and leaving so early, that is just terrible.
I mean, of course, it is a little bit of a challenge, and teams coming over from Dallas have a bit more of a rhythm that they have found already, and maybe their day is organized a little bit better as well. Remember, yesterday we played the first game as well.
Yeah.
So, but what I don't like about it is that I feel like this opens the door for like the whole excuse environment, and I really don't want to, you know, jump into this. Vitality made mistakes against Imperial. We probably even have a couple of rounds that we can show you at home, guys. But I'm talking about the rounds that Vitality should not have lost. Let's jump straight into this. Round number 12 against Imperial. How does it start? Spinks doing God's work with the 2-for-1 trade, and then a 3v4 situation with Apex giving his life to Vini. Zywo getting completely punished. Complete desynchrony between the two. Magisk is trying his best to turn things around, but Vini brought the AWP from Zywo and he closes it. Now, round 26, when Vitality is actually making a comeback, Fallen with the Deagle, completely dismantling them. And look at the plays he's making. How is a man allowed with the Deagle to make so much work? That's not even the end. He's going to add another one to the tally right there. Boom, that's another shot onto Dupree. And just like that, Vitality lose these rounds. So, yes, we can talk about jet lag. Yes, we can talk about organizations and all. I agree with you. But these are not rounds Vitality should have lost. And when you lose a game to Counter-Strike, I guarantee you go back, you watch some of these, and you understand why. So I don't care about jet lag. Like, these rounds aren't supposed to happen. They were sort of crumbles on the side of Vitality, and they'll have to clean that up today.
And you can have a look at the scoreboard here, right, and how it went. We're looking at maybe saying, okay, you want to see a bit more output from a Spinks or a Zywo. The numbers were not bad in there, right? They were fighting, but it was the slow starts that we saw from him multiple times. Look at how the overpass went, right? Spinks couldn't really open up the rounds. He was getting beaten out every single time by a Cello or a Jota coming at him.
I mean, the numbers are skewed because Vitality got their ass handed to them on overpass. It's just how it was. Like a 16-3 loss with absolutely no... I mean, Zywo did put sort of an effort and sort of a fight back on overpass, but it was very timid. It was very lukewarm. Spinks was being put first to fight, as you mentioned, but he was shut down. So nobody truly answered. It took them a map and a half to wake up, but now they go up against Cloud9, who are also a little bit warmed up.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Cloud9, they come off the back of Dallas. We weren't maybe so happy with what they showed there. We talk about the energy that was lacking for these guys and maybe the motivation that was kind of dropped off for them. But here now, they have a golden opportunity to find themselves some form. But yesterday, again, they kind of had a game in their hand. They had a way to come back into games, but they still weren't able to pick up a map.
No, they weren't. And it's the defense that is starting to be problematic for Cloud9, and that in itself is a new problem, James.
Yeah.
As if we need a new problem for Cloud9, as if we didn't have enough problems in the past. Now, listen, since Buster joined, I haven't seen a drastic improvement in any shape or form. Not at all. And the results don't exactly speak for it. We see the line here is relatively linear and stable. But yesterday against G2, it was the CT side that was an issue, right?
Yeah.
You look at Vertigo, and they're only capable of posting 2 rounds on the board in the entire map. You look at Inferno, that's 5 rounds on the defense. So that's 7 combined defensive rounds that they found in that best of 3 against G2. And that to me is the issue, because they're a little too stable and lack mobility and lack going for information. It's pretty much the antithesis of Heroic. Maybe Heroic push it a little too far, but you need to have some sort of that movement and looking for information, and they don't do that.
No, it's very, you know what you're going to get with Cloud9, and you can kind of predict and work around that, right, the whole time, and that becomes a problem for them. But also, I want to see these guys have more energy in the game. I want to see them be more hyped up around each other. They get so down on each other, and you can see it, even Shiro now showing it.
And it's hard for them to stay in the game once this happens. We have the Vito coming over, and we'll see if any surprises await us. Overpass being picked by Cloud9, I believe it might be a conclusion, or rather a result of that demise that Vitality found against Imperial, maybe thinking, there could be something to be done. Vitality going for Nubis, that is interesting. It's a map that they've worked on a lot. They have a very decent win rate in the last 3 months, but I haven't really seen them pick it successfully against high caliber teams. So that's going to be a great test for the map pool, and we have Vertigo if we end up here. Quick note as well, interesting on Overpass, when these two teams faced in IM Rio in the semi-final, Overpass went heavily in the favor of Vitality. We're talking 12-3 CT side for them. So if you're an Anthony right now, you're moving into this T side that's coming, you need to remember how you lost in Rio and how you can do differently.
Interestingly enough, right, you said about the overpass and maybe what they saw happen yesterday against Imperial. Cloud9 don't play like that.
No, I agree.
They cannot mimic that.
The only issue that I have, and why I cannot just do like a one-to-one comparison, is that you're right. Imperial had moments where they were just picking up the pace. Like they were just taking map control as if they were riding on a Harley Davidson and just going all the way, taking that long area. And once they had this map control, then they were able to slow down. Sometimes Cloud9, they jump straight to the moment where they just slow down. And I'm like, yeah, that works if you've taken map control and you've found kills. It does work to slow it down. You just cannot always do it. You have to have moments where you just puncture into the defense a little bit with a 1-2 punch, which sometimes Cloud9 struggles. Now the question is, how is Vitality's mentality on Overpass now that they've been completely rumbled against Imperial?
Well, behind us, right, if we look compare both teams, we've got a bit of the hype up coming out from Cloud9, but we've seen laughter and smiles on the faces of Vitality.
That's good, and it has to be. Like, they have to know that they've been here in the past, and they have been here in the past even when the issue of the tournament was successful, and again, trophy-like. They've done it in Rio. They started really poorly in Rio. They went on to lift the trophy. They could still be on that path today, James.
Well, let's see if they are. Let's see what's going to happen. It's elimination game in the first one here in the spring finals, and we're in with Maui and Anders.
Yes, what a game we've got coming up. I can't believe that this is an elimination for both these teams, or at least one of them. How do you feel today?
I feel pretty good. I think the air quality in DC is affecting a lot of people. I think it's getting a lot of ZywOo fans a little bit nervous because it's getting even worse here. But we did expect Imperial to be in the position that Vitality find themselves in. And after a disastrous performance from the reigning major champions, we're able to see the lifeblood of some other major champion in Fallen actually deliver and send Vitality into this lower game, this lower bracket matchup. And they are facing a strong opponent in Cloud9, one you can never count out.
Yeah, you really can't. Obviously, they didn't show up the way that we wanted yesterday, but the same could be said for Vitality. So I'm just excited for this. We got some great Counter-Strike coming up, and we are starting on Overpass with Cloud9. They're going to be on the T side and Vitality on the CT side. And should be real interesting. Got one set of dualies in play, and a little bit of utility on the Cloud9 side, but probably mostly going to be trying to use this P250 on Buster to defeat the USP at range. It makes sense. Bear out long, and they're still quite nervous about someone pushing out either in middle or outside of the B-bomb side. So they got a couple of people scattered around the map, and maybe they'll connect with them later on.
A handful of contingency plans here for the side of Cloud9. Could see them ending either towards B or towards A, now that Shiro's inserted himself towards Divider. Nafany has quite a few options, and Apex just going for the jump spot there. Does seem like this door is soon to be opened. There it is, Flash as well, and Cloud9, they've taken some space.
Oh, there's a good setup down here. 4 people, including the boost back there. I mean, you don't have all the utility to burn this out. You just have a little bit, and then you have to try and go for it. Oh, but that's a great way to begin. Buster taking down Magus. That's what you want to see. You're walking into a stack. You need that first kill, and they might get a second as well. Sight just not getting any shots off with the dualies. That's a rare sight. They're going to be picking those right up. 3 versus 5. And now with the flank coming in from Shiro, surely it's just a matter of time. The bomb is not even committed to this yet. They're waiting for it still. Here comes the jump through. Dupree going to get a kill on Spinks. Cloud9, don't tell me they waited too long. Good shot from Buster. He's absolutely digging them back out of this. 18 seconds left, and they're going to go straight back to the A-bomb side, but Spinks is here.
It's all on Spinks. If he's able to find something here, if he's able to get onto the bomb site, there is a chance for Vitality. Hobbit not going to overlook him, though. And yeah, Spinks just down to 7 points of health. This seems incredibly unlikely. Dupree not aware of Shiro's position. This should be a pistol round for Cloud9 unless Spinks puts something miraculous together. Not going to happen. Outplayed, outmaneuvered, and even though Vitality were pushing onto that B bomb site, finding a way back into the round, Cloud9 had everything under control.
I mean, Buster getting their last kill down at the B bomb site before they really pull the brakes and go back to A. This is a huge one because otherwise Vitality have a really good crack even at retaking the A bomb site. So pretty well played that one as well on Apex. It's so sick. Buster, he was doing really well last time. So they probably need him to continue, and so far he's delivering.
Yeah, Buster was probably the best player for Cloud9 in yesterday's series in terms of impact. I think rating he was actually, but no, he was winning some rounds single-handedly for them, and really just not the player you've wanted for Cloud9, but one that we know has more to give in terms of what he was producing when he was playing for Virtus Pro back in their heyday. And so for a team that's having quite a few difficulties, if he's just going to have this resurgence, a little bit of a throwback performance, that could be the difference maker for a C9 team that doesn't have much else to work with.
Yeah, they really look injured at the moment. The desk were talking about it too, how you can tell some of the frustration that's really boiling up at certain moments. So hopefully that's not going to be a feature of the game too much for them today. We both said yesterday we thought Vitality were going to bounce right back and sort of show that championship mentality. So very curious to see how that's going to be playing out. Obviously, that's what you would expect out of a team that just came off of winning the major, but they did not look like themselves yesterday at all. And Imperial, I mean, they looked way better than I was expecting. I'm actually so excited for that storyline. I hope that continues today. We'll see them a little bit later on. So far, good couple of return kills coming out. Axile did go down, but looks like they're going to be all right with it here. Apex, good 1D on Nafany. That's a start at least, but he's very low on health and getting attacked from 3 different angles. And now it's just Saibu, smoked off. Waiting, trying, hoping for maybe one more scout headshot here if he can, but doesn't even look like that's going to be an option.
Oh, just going to back on up. Cloud9 with a pretty simple conversion. B split from both short and monster. And that will be a second on the board for them. Yeah, Cloud9 here, they play a very different style than Imperial when it comes to overpass, but one that I think they can probably sense a little bit of weakness in Vitality's overpass, given what happened, what transpired yesterday. And they probably even think to themselves, if Imperial could win 16-3, why couldn't we? So not a bad pick in the veto. Bit of a punish pick, and it's really one of the maps that Cloud9 should feel strongest on. In fact, just circling back to the veto, you would think that with Cloud9 getting both Overpass and Vertigo, those are their 2 favorite maps.
Yeah, it's not looking bad. Assuming they can get there at all, right? There's also Anubis in the mix, which is real interesting. But so far they're looking decent on this one. For CS2 on this map, Maui, what do you think about this idea? You know there's a fire extinguisher in the connector?
Yeah.
What if you could shoot that and sort of have it be like a smoke that's available to both sides? Oh, hold the phone a little bit. Dupree Getting the first one. Buster, still good for a kill there, but Magus is here with the deagle as well. So that's Apex. He's gonna actually go down without much of anything. They're trying to assemble the boost back here, doing a lot of damage for it. That could have been scary. Nafity down to 12 health, but looks like they've stabilized the situation just enough that they could get the bomb plant at least.
Yeah, still behind that smoke. Hobbit, you gotta get these digits punched in at some point. There we go. This is gonna be really difficult. Magisk is going for a big flank. He wants to actually approach from connector. So this is all on ZywOo to try to find some kill to equalize things. Actually, no, he's going all the way into T-spawn. I guess he's gonna try to get an exit out there. That more or less means that this round is over. No real chance for ZywOo to win this one, but at least Magisk is going to be able to find another kill. Okay, wait a second. It's getting a little bit interesting. He's able to find another tag, but that should be it. All right. Hobbit with the headshot onto ZywOo, and Cloud9 will be up 3-0. If Magisk even recovers a gun, that would be pretty fortunate, but not the case.
No, and probably maybe could have been a slight bit more expensive there at the end. 2 people surviving, I think, for the Vitality side of things. Going to be the first buy round that's coming up now. I don't know, Vitality making some of these rounds close at least, which is probably good news. They look so flat at the start of their match against Imperial that you want to see them just kind of do anything here. Just get warmed up, get some people thrown into it. Make sure you feel like you are competitive right at the start. Oh, Molotov completely fails. That's supposed to go towards the L-bend to slow down any kind of an approach, but look at how quick they are. Just rushing the bomb site with the Mac-10. Nafity shooting hotline, and he still wins the fight. He ran over Magus. That's incredible. Hobbit's going to get traded. It's still a 3-on-3, but a lot of pressure applied to the bomb site.
Yeah, Apex dancing around the water right now, trying to play around this smoke, trying to find something. Axile sitting right there at that barrel smoke, and Vitality, they vacate the premises. Move on back. Looks like they're going to try to take this fight towards Heaven. And there we go. Axile right on cue takes that Heaven player down. And ZywOo still just left trying to find something. And oh no, a miss. That could have been the kill right there to get them back into this one. Now it's going to be so difficult. No utility between ZywOo and Spinks. Spinks probably going to try to test his luck here. Just see if he can find a quick pick. But it's very hard to find any way back into this one. But no, even with that, they're still sorely out of position.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the kit, but it's on ZywOo, right? So how does he even get into the bomb site? I think they've already called it. They said, that's it, not really worth it. A 4th round for Cloud9. I'm curious about that jump from Apex as he goes into Heaven. That looked like a big mistake. Obviously, if you jump, you elevate your own angle, you can look a little bit deeper in there, but it's so risky. It doesn't seem like that was ever going to be worth it, so nicely done. Quick call for Cloud9, which, I mean, they're a team that usually is pretty comfortable slowing things down and playing late into the round, so might even be a little bit of a shock to Vitality that they get rushed in the first rifle round.
They definitely did not expect that. Yeah, we've got a replay of the Molly right there. We can see it sails past just a little bit far, and Cloud9 can easily avoid that. And yeah, that's that kill you're talking about, Anders. The one where Apex just goes for the jump spot there. If he had peak barrels with intent to actually kill, who knows? Could have been able to find that frag onto Axile. Never an easy target to take down, so might have still died anyways, but you're still trying to give yourself every opportunity in every engagement you take. So I like that you bring that up, though. The fact that in some ways it was a pace change. It's the first gun round, so it's kind of hard to say, oh, they're switching it up, they're playing way faster, but it's based off of the information that we have gathered from Cloud9's usual style. Usually, first gun round, they're going to go with a 3-1-1 heavy A default, slow it down, take their time, exercise their style. But yeah, fast play out the gates, that got Vitality spooked.
It did a little bit, and it's put them in a weird position, right? AWP on ZywOo, Spinks on the M4. That's 2 rifles that they saved from the previous round. And then pistols on the rest. ZywOo yet to get a kill in the game, which again, I mean, he does not have many games where he's not showing up, and it's still too early to really say anything about it. I'd be really surprised if he doesn't do a little bit here. In their game yesterday, it was really ZywOo was doing almost whatever work was happening on the Vitality side, it was ZywOo at least manufacturing most of it. Spink's going to be going down, so M4 is dropped and gone. And ZywOo trying to get back into position, might get there just in time. As they are running the corner, Nafany goes down. Now they know where the AWP is. Do they want to keep going? You don't really have to. Oh, find him. Axal. Just that long flank coming through. Apex. He's had a couple of good deagle shots so far, but it'll stay at the one. They definitely need at least a double there. Dupree on a flank and Axal, he's here and listening.
I think he might have heard something. Oh, okay, yeah, actually, I think they might have. Okay, it felt like he was positioning himself. No, but he just turns away. Okay, they definitely didn't hear him, but moving all together, very likely that Cloud9 will just clean this one up. Bomb's already being planted towards B, and at this point, if Dupree's even able to find a kill, that'd be nice for him and Vitality, but...
Especially because you get the orb out here, right? That would be the really big deal if he finds this one. Axal probably going to be a free kill. Oh, scary stuff there, missing the first shot, but fair enough. And there's the AWP, so see how much they want to hunt for him. Either way, this is great news. Cloud9 with a 5-0 lead. That's going to be quite the momentum that they're building at the start of it. And Vitality left struggling for the economy all the time. He actually has a kit. It'd be funny if he just ran there, but don't think he can.
This is actually a really welcome sight for Cloud9. The first gun round there, they went for the fast B rush. This round, Mahone actually broke this kind of round down before on a Mahone zone. I remember it so vividly. It was he called it, I think he called it like the Furia crawl, where the reason you crouch right here is just so that you can just kind of keep your crosshair there. You can stay focused on that angle. And unfortunately for Spinks, he actually made noise on the stairs earlier when his teammates flashed. And I think that really keyed Cloud9 onto his angle and for his repeak. So they were just so ready for that fight, able to find that opening kill. And a 5-0 start. This is a worrying sight for Vitality. They got to get back into this one.
Well, they're going to have an opportunity to do that right now. They've picked up some rifles. 4 of them, in fact, all M4A1s. And because Dupree was a bit of a hero in the last round, saving the AWP, they have that to work with as well. More of a lean towards the B bomb site. Just a couple of people out on the playground to make sure that nobody from Vitality is locking them in, which can definitely happen if you give up that part of the map on the T side. You don't want to be too trusting in that. Ooh, flash out. That's... You know the AWP is in play, right? So the flash out into that kind of a peak is a little bit scary, but good job so far. Double setup in the restrooms.
This looks to be like a more typical Cloud9 round, slowly creeping around. They do have those 3 players outside of Monster, though, that are going to be ready to strike if Buster's able to win this fight. That's huge. And oh, okay, there's one. Dupree right there around the corner. That might actually speed Cloud9 up towards B, though. They know that there's at least 1 more player on that A side, maximum 3B, and we can see Axal already creeping out.
Molotov down. Hobbit just standing in it for a minute, and he's ready, waiting for the flashbang. It's great communication coming out. He stood in the fire to make sure that that flashbang was going to set him up nicely. Saiwu missing a couple of shots here as Dupree goes down on the other side, and he's practically dead already. 1 bullet to touch him, and he's going to be gone. Hobbit landing a headshot on Apex, and the bomb's being brought the other way. It doesn't really matter what Saiwu does here. He just has to try and stay alive, and the Molotov almost landing on top of him. I'm shocked that he's still living. Wow, this is working out so well. But that little moment where he just stood in the fire and waited for the flashbang, that is absolutely cool to see.
Saiwu still going to poke and prod here. Really would have thought he was going to go for the save, but didn't feel safe going back into where Hobbit was, and Nafany takes him down. 6-0 start for Cloud9. Commanding presence on Overpass. Vitality, they're still searching for answers here.
Searching and not finding. What was the term that we brought up yesterday? You know, major hangover. It's
yeah.
You don't want to see it happen, but it does look very, very flat at the moment. It really does.
What's your hangover cure, Anders?
I mean, the classic is just drinking plenty of water, really, right? I feel like, but you have to do it before you go to bed. I feel like
get Vitality some water.
Yeah,
right now they need it.
More than you think. I think that's it, you know. Or just, I don't know, eating the most disgusting cheeseburger you can find. Like, you know.
Mine was always Gatorade and pizza, to be
there
honest.
We go.
That was just, that was.
Yeah. Makes you feel alive again. I like that answer. It's not bad.
Yeah, letting my America show with that one, though.
Well, listen, we are in America, so.
Yeah, true.
You're allowed. Axal gets brought down a little bit. What a world we would be living in if Vitality just get knocked out on the second day after winning the major. It's so surreal.
Isn't this similar to what happened to Outsiders after Rio at the World Finals, where they just came in last place at the World Final?
Yeah.
Okay.
And disappeared forever.
Is it the curse, the major hangover curse into the first blast event after?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Oh, wow. ZywOo.
You know, he is playing like he normally is, right? It's just that when you don't hit the shots, the whole perception is a bit different. But normally we're like, wow, he's so confident. That's what, you know. And normally he will hit shots like those. So it's not crazy that he's doing it. It's just right now he's not hitting the kills that you'd want to see. Spinks, though, bringing it back with a double kill, even if he's low, leaving Shiro with an AWP scoped up. 20 seconds, Shiro. If you want to win a round, you can't be walking like this.
You gotta hurry up.
He's no.
You can't win. You can't win. That's impossible. Yeah. Even with that kill, you just simply don't have enough time to get to the bomb site. Nafany had to carve out a path for him there in that 2v2, but instead just goes for the face against Spinks, wanted to create a safe passage. So can't really blame Nafany for trying to take that engagement, even though maybe you would have wanted to see him do it a little bit differently than sitting in the smoke. So that's the first round on the board. Vitality, they're able to fight back right there. This felt a little bit chaotic. Fights being taken on multiple fronts simultaneously, and it's actually Cloud9 that come out worse for wear. Spinks doing very well in the connector there, killing the player beneath him and then taking down Nafany on top. So timeout there. I think that Groove wants to tell Cloud9 that we shouldn't let this game become a mud fight. We don't want things to get too scrappy. We're the ones that are actually in control when we're playing as a unit, and maybe they'll get back to that, but
it almost serves a dual purpose, right? Like, obviously, you can, if you notice something, if you're the coach and you notice something, you can bring it up, but also doesn't really allow Vitality to roll into the next round. Like, they also have to take it a little, you know, you see them being excited that they win the first round, everyone's real hyped up, and then you'd have to take a little bit of a break and you have to slow it down. So just cooling off the opponent's celebration there could also be kind of an added bonus. Shiro 10-1, by the way. I mean, obviously saving the gun in that last round, but that's a great start.
For a guy that has had some difficulties lately, it's a welcome sight. I think a lot of people were really quick on the trigger to name him best offer in the world, and it was like, wow, whoa, really? Like, ZywOo's still there. Simple's still around too, you know? There's a lot of great guys, but yeah, he's having a nice bounce back after missing out on the major and really having a disappointing Dallas too.
Yeah, you're right. There was a moment in time where people were really, really selling Shiro hard, but yeah, maybe a little bit of a bounce back here would be a nice welcome sort of middle of the year moment here for him.
This is already shaping up like a really standard Cloud9 round. This is kind of what we expected more from. That they would just go for these slow crawls, wait for the re-aggresses, and this is usually where they're actually strongest. This is their bread and butter on this map.
Flash to take a peek, then a smoke to slow them down a little bit. Apex calling it in, saying, I feel a little bit of pressure coming in from the long position here. And when you said a slower round, I mean, we're at 30 seconds, and they're still not really aggressing. And there's already 3 people at the A bomb site. The potential for a rotate coming in pretty quick as well. Apex is going to get 1 kill, but he gets traded almost immediately. And that puts some pressure on Megas now. He's feeling it. Alone at the bomb site, nowhere to really stand. He was locked in from either side. ZywOo showing up, and he misses the shot. Pistols out, but he's going to hit the second one. And dupreeh on a good flank with a double will give another round here to Vitality. Only surviving with 2 people, which is really critical, but they did win the round.
Huge flank from dupreeh. If that didn't come into play, that was going to be so difficult. If he and ZywOo were both coming from the CT jump-up position, I think Cloud9 are easily able to play out the 2v2 in a standard fashion, and then it's anybody's game. But because dupreeh was so quick there to take down Hobbit and Axile, made things very awkward for C9. Took away so many of the angles that they could be approaching from. And all right, feels like Vitality are in this one, and so Cloud9, they speed things up.
Yeah, they want to go for it. Tech9 and Mac10 to rush the bomb site. dupreeh with a good early kill, and actually Apex comes back out of the smoke at the Elp end to take down Axile. Normally, if you go for this kind of rush, it is all on the entries, right? You have to get at least that first kill. And when you lose both the early fights, chances are you're not going to make any more progress. The bomb is now lost. All right, good kill from Shiro. And there's still some sort of victory to be had here for Cloud9, even if winning the round is very tricky. You look at the economy there on the Vitality side, it's completely broken. So if you get 2 more kills in this round, you're still doing a pretty good job.
Right, but I think Vitality know that too, and so it wouldn't be in their best interest to go for any sort of push. They know that the bomb is right there at the mouth of the monster tunnel. So ZywOo just playing the sliver angle will be able to catch the approach of anybody moving in from A, which in this case is Shiro.
Yeah, if he doesn't swing this, but he just keeps walking, which is what he wants to do. Oh, he's thinking about it. Oh my God, that's well played. Think about how many angles he could have decided to take that peek in. There are like 10 different ways he could have been shot down on that bomb site. Now he's walking up behind them. 28 seconds, goes for a bit of a fight. He misses that one. Kind of almost wish he would have picked up the AWP instead, but trusting in that AK. Still, they've done some damage. Taken away the AWP, but I think Dupree's running back to pick it up right now, so they should be able to keep that alive. Yeah, there we go. Good job. And Hobbit can't do anything in this one.
I feel like the old Shiro doesn't do that. He would just pick up the op and run away. I'm kind of liking the new Shiro, though. I'm kind of liking that he does go for the fight. Even though, in this case, if you're just going with results-oriented thinking, it was wrong because he lost, but he's actually giving his team a chance. He's trying to sometimes will his team into rounds.
We're talking about this earlier today before the show went live about how when Cloud9, when they were sort of for a while, they're the second best team in the world. Even then, it just felt like they were so restricted and like they were trying to figure out the system. It would be fun to see Shiro and Exile let off the hook a little bit more and just kind of go for it. Just, you know, feel some freedom to go for some bigger plays, because we know mechanically they could be really, really strong players. But they are playing inside of this tight system, which back then was definitely giving results to Cloud9, even though they never really progressed beyond that second place. But still, the whole meta has changed quite a bit anyway, so maybe now is the time to give it a shot. And it's not like what they're doing anyway seems to be working all that much.
No.
I'd love to see them just try and say, okay, you know what? Things are kind of in a weird position. Let's just try and go for this. Let's see if we can use this a little bit more.
The times have simply passed Cloud9 in terms of style. Playing a style that everybody's already examined, broken down, and picked apart. And I would say that on this overpass, we're seeing some different flares. The fast B plays, for example, not something that they usually have in their playbook. So it seems like they're testing a couple things out. And I think this kill is really the difference maker. If Spinks is able to multi-frag, this round is done and dusted. But okay, well that opens things up. 3v3 after the ZywOo nade. And ZywOo, he's already posted on the angle, but he will be challenged.
Okay. Getting that AWP a little bit warmed up. The other problem here, wow, there we go. That's what you like to see. And he's up to 7 kills, by the way. You know, earlier he was like 0 and 4, I think, at one point. So just watching him step it up is probably great news to any Vitality fans that are out there watching. And this time they survive again with 3 people alive, so they're slowly walking in the right direction. If you're Vitality, you just got to be thinking, man, don't let it be a replay of yesterday where we never really get into it. They got bodied on overpass.
Yeah, it's hard to say really who are the standout players for Vitality right now. A few people are still shaking off those cobwebs after the major victory, but I'd say yesterday it was a lot of ZywOo, a bit of Magisk starting to pop off on the second map, but some of the other players who have been big stars, like Spinks, for example. Okay, he's trying to find his form. He's trying to find it. That might be part of it.
You see how ZywOo just turns for both those grenades, and he's just like, you can throw all the nades you want at me, but eventually you're gonna have to fight me. And he just takes the kill. That's pretty sick. And he played with that same confidence even when he was losing the fights. He just, I mean, that's also kind of like if you have to be the best player in the world, that's probably what it takes, right? Like, even if it's not working, you're not just going to be like, oh, I'm having a bad day, I'll try and change my stuff. Like, no, that bad day is going to last a couple of minutes and I'm right back in it. It's pretty sick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's usually a cold streak of just a couple rounds for ZywOo. Almost never even a map.
Up to 9.
This is becoming a little worrying for Cloud9 when ZywOo is just picking up form like this, though.
Yeah.
It's going to start saying to C9 that, A is more or less off limits unless we're going to expend all of our utility to flash him off of every angle and post up for the repeak every time. And even then, he's going to repeak you sometimes and just kill you.
I mean, if you had to take a lesson from Imperial, right, one of the things that worked really well was Fallen's flashbangs that were just everywhere.
That's true.
But that's kind of hard to do from one day to the next. Like, I don't know what kind of research Fallen's been doing, but those were landing all over the place.
Yeah.
I think he had like 11 flash assists in the first half.
I think someone posted on Reddit it was 12.
12?
Yeah.
Damn.
Shouts out to them. Upvotes to the left.
Yeah, that stuff should be recognized, right? I mean, obviously, Cello had a really great game as well, but it's nice to get some shout outs for the people who make the work in the background as well.
Yeah.
Time's running out on this one. They couldn't really do anything.
No. That's and this is where we're starting to see, I mean, there's been an ongoing conversation with Overpass and how fun it is to watch, but when we see teams like, you know, like FaZe play it, it can be really exciting. But when we see people like Cloud9 that just kind of go for one pick here or there and then just save, I get the flaws, but it also happens with a lot of maps.
Yeah, it does. I don't think it's necessarily the map. It's more about, like you said, the style of team that we're watching.
It's the style. It is the style.
We're blaming Cloud9.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Second time out. That replay with Cyber dodging the nades and then shooting Buster is so ridiculous. Like, if you're Buster, he's not even challenging. He's throwing the nades just to escape, and it doesn't even matter. He's still getting blown up.
He's just trying to get across, man. He's just trying to take the most minimal amount of space. It really feels like Vitality have warmed up into this one. We were waiting for this moment where we could say, all right, they've turned the corner against Imperial yesterday. We never got it. Today, it feels like it's happened around round 8. And so this is really scary. In fact, we can look right there on the round history that it happened on round 7. It's been all Vitality, 5 in a row for them. All 5 of their rounds consecutive.
Yeah, they've really built into this one. Economy is still not super amazing, and that's because they keep surviving with, well, last one was 4 members, but usually about 3. So it's a really, really slow build with the way that it's going. Which has got to be all that really Cloud9 have to be thinking about right now. 6 rounds is still, it's okay. You can make the second half work with just having 6 rounds on the T side. It's not that bad, but obviously it will feel different if you end up losing 8 or 9 rounds in a row to end the half with. You just won't feel the same way quite. Spinks playing close to this restrooms position, so we're a little bit further back. He doesn't have any more flashbangs. Well, he has one there that he set it up for. It's a good kill. Didn't have any more, though. Oh, and Axal's hunting him down. Dupree slowed from the damage and just ends up getting absolutely hunted. Apex out in the open and ready to take the fight, and that's going to work out. Buster with the AWP and a 1 versus 2 with 40 seconds here. It could be done.
Oh, yeah. But when Zai was alive, it becomes all so difficult, and we're seeing proactivity from Vitality. They're double pushing short. There's no way Buster's going to expect this. Oh, but Buster, he reacts just in time. But he doesn't know where ZywOo is. And as ZywOo lies in wait towards the sandbags, he should be good for this frag. Damage has already been inflicted, and it looks like Zai will be able to pretty easily collect this kill. Knows that the bomb is being planted in the smoke, and as soon as Buster emerges, that's an easy headshot, and a 7 or a 6, that is, for Vitality.
And given the fact that ZywOo earlier in the round threw the flashbang for Spinks, probably in Buster's mind, he's thinking he's probably coming from that A side of the map. He's not thinking about the L bend all that much. So, yeah, I don't know what Buster could have done differently. That's a very, very hard round to win. He did a good job even getting the first one, to be honest. But that'll tie up the game. 6-6, Vitality right back in the mix. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I'm happy that Zonic recognized Apex's efforts. That multi-kill on the bomb site was essential. If he died without getting Axile, then 1v2 for ZywOo, and, you know, Cloud9 could be right back in this. Flashes again, we see it, and this time, oh, ZywOo, it looks like he actually got blinded this time. Rare sight in this game.
Yeah, it doesn't happen all that often, but this is one of them. 4 and 5 to begin with. See if Vitality will change their defense now that they've lost that one player. Spinks is alone at the A-bomb side. There's no one here from the T side really either. And a boost on over. Doesn't look like they're going to get any targets anytime soon. 3 people setting up at the elbow, and one good flash could absolutely wreck this. There we go. All 3 of them stuck in the water behind, and Nafany hunting down Apex. Second kill of the round for him. This is looking really, really solid at the moment. And Axal just shows up to mow them down. Both the Danes out of it. And Spinks on his own over here. He was never going to be able to do... I mean, maybe it could be a late flank if the defense held on the other side, but that boost, that's probably the worst thing that can happen, is if they flash and just rush that closely.
I'm really happy with the calling right there from Nafany and Cloud9. Just, you get the kill towards A, and instead of going through all of your map control procedures, trying to take back bathrooms, trying to take back con, everything, you just straight up say, okay, we already have some position here towards short, towards monster, let's just pop. I feel like that's been coming into vogue a lot for teams, and it's kind of why the meta of Inferno has shifted so much, but let's see if Spinks keeps this one alive.
No.
I do not think this is likely. Whoa, Case. He's actually dodging them pretty well, but yeah, there's just way too many bodies surrounding him. So 7th on the board and nothing for Vitality to take into that round or the next one. But the fact that, like, this is where Cloud9 sometimes gets frustrating, is where they get that kill and then they sometimes just keep trying to feel out the map for even more of an advantage. But instead, they're just way more decisive in this game. And that's such a welcome sight, because usually they fall apart with man advantages because they keep poking and prodding. They go for a little jiggle peek, and it's like, you already found the opening kill. It doesn't feel like you need to go through all those procedures, but they're so thorough sometimes that it comes back to bite them. And that time, they just say, we're here, let's go.
Yeah, they get really like lost in the search for perfection. Like, it doesn't. Yeah. They're like, you can't try to play every round perfectly. It doesn't really make, like, it sounds cool, but you know, in reality, you're going to be working with, like, you know, less than perfect information. You're going to, like, some of the fights, even if you have the advantage, you're going to lose some of them. And if you play that slowly, you're sort of stacking the odds. I agree, you're stacking the odds against you over time. Like, all it takes is one slip up, and you're like, oh, our advantage is gone, and now we're actually worse off than we were, you know, 20 seconds ago. 7-6, the scoreline, round number 14. You have the AWP on side where they invested everything into this. And truth is, right, if Vitality lose this round, this is probably going to be a 9-6 in favor of Cloud9, and suddenly, for the little bit of a hiccup that it was in the middle of the half, they're going to be walking away with feeling pretty good about this.
Let's pay attention to this long fight. Spinks had a lot of difficulty yesterday. If they actually challenge him, every time Imperial was swinging on him, he was getting 0 kills. And so he needs to do better today. We need to see a resurgence from Spinks. His teammates think that he's a top 3 rifler in the world, and he's sitting on 7 and 11 on the CT side of A overpass. You need to be producing more. This would be a great round to see it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He had a really hard time. And I mean, again, part of the problem was the flashbangs just absolutely wrecking them. But he's got a good opportunity right now. Crouches in for the kill on Buster, and that's what you like to see. A little bit proactive as well. And the fact that he's moving forward, I don't necessarily hate it, because he's still got Dupree there as sort of a contingency plan. He's going to win that fight against Nafany, and that'll really seal the round. Imagine how uncomfortable the rest of Cloud9 feel down on side of the B bomb side. They're like, we can't even go back. All we can do is send it to the B bomb side and hope that we win a double entry.
He's still going. He's still going. He's so invigorated right now, but Zywoo is going to clean up on the bomb site. This is going to send Axile and Shiro into a save off the back of just a great double push from Spinks. That's so nice to get those kills. Shiro, very diligent. And no way. If he's going to take this away too, that's going to be insult to injury. And they're already encroaching. Oh, this is so tough for Axile and Shiro to fight themselves out of, and they will both fall. Great round from Spinks.
Yeah, he got the assist on the last 2 kills as well. So he did the damage. Really almost an ace, the way that was lined up. Well played, good job, and something that they absolutely needed. Again, they were going to be forced to save on this one. Also means they can steal a bunch of rifles here at the end, right? Which is going to set them up nicely. They did not have a lot to work with going into this round.
I like how vicious everybody's been at hunting savers in this game.
Yeah.
Both teams. A lot of bloodshed, even when the round is already decided.
Yeah, Shiro was 10-1 at some point. Now he's 13-7. So, you know, just for him individually, not that he's doing badly, but you can just tell that the game has become way more difficult for Cloud9 at the moment. Trying to run right through. Smoke is fading on the other side, but Spinks still keeps it going.
Yeah, keeping it going. Shiro, though, oh, this might be the answer, but it's just one kill. Good double push from Vitality between Spinks and Dupree. And now it feels like Cloud9, their hand is forced. Apex has already spotted a couple of these players out. Nafany's pretty close, and that flash is going to dissuade him. Apex standing up on this site. Doesn't have too much help, though. But nope, actually, as I say that, Dupree has rotated in towards jump up.
I was so worried for Apex turning his back to restrooms in that way. That seemed like a big risk, but I guess they were trusting in its side. We're missing a shot up on the shelves. That's a bit uncomfortable. Buster and Axal here, 2-on-3 with about 35 seconds left. This is the 15th round, so there's no saving. Yeah, Buster just running with the bomb on his back to try and get there in time. They can obviously make the bomb site, but you also need to give it a little bit of time to actually fight the fights and get the angles. Axal, it's a good job in Dupree. Did he just pre-fire that? I think they know where he is right now, so Axal might be able to get the swing on him. 15 seconds now, and the smoke up to try and plant the bomb. Dupree moving a little bit deeper into it. This is actually a pretty sick move. Apex coming in soon, I think, from the high ground to try and help him out. But it might be Dupree that has to do a lot of this work here. Some spam coming through. It actually tags him. Buster, how does he win that fight? Axel's going to get one more. And they share that first half. 8-7. Not at all bad. This second half is going to be all fire right after the break.
We had 3 or 4 like kind of guides, like really experienced people in this area, because it could be kind of dangerous. So the first thing we were going to find with the GPS tracker was a tent. So we were like, oh, we're going to sleep outside, and it's like minus 20 degrees. They eventually told us that we'd have to go back to the cottage to sleep because there was going to be a storm, and it was going to be very dangerous to be outside. So they were like, okay, maybe it's going to be a little bit too hard on these guys.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. So and that was like day 1, and then the second day we were supposed to go on another hike, find new objectives, and we would have a map that we had to look through. You know, it's all about task where you had to communicate and guide through.
You're talking about one of those paper maps that we don't use anymore, right?
Yeah, it was.
You keep up in the windshield in the 90s.
That's actually a funny story. I don't know if I should. I don't know if it's only on me. So
Perfect.
okay, I'll share.
Let's go.
Maybe 2 weeks prior, I destroyed my phone. So I had just gotten a new phone. It was the newest iPhone at the time. Yeah, you know, I was on my phone and I had to pee. So and you know, you see, you have the toilet. That's like right here, and then you'd have like a window up here, a little bit curved, you know.
So you can see the bears coming.
Yeah. So I was just like, I put my phone up there. All of a sudden, I hear someone, you know, like tries to, and it's Sonic, you know. I panic that I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
Oh yeah.
So I'm standing here, my phone is up here.
Yeah.
I hit my phone with my elbow as the phone goes bloop.
Into the toilet.
So my phone is lying in the toilet with my own pee in it.
Yeah.
So I just immediately like get my hand inside the toilet, realizing that the phone has gotten stuck because, you know, the toilet is like
on the curve.
So it's like in between. I'm just like trying to get that goddamn phone out. I finally get the phone out and I look at it. It's fine. It's working. I had pee all over my hands, in my phone, and oh my god, it was horrible. Sonic kind of also panicked because he heard from outside the door a lot of things happened, and he was like, oh, what did I do? And he didn't know it was me in there.
Yeah.
And then he said, hello? I was like, hi, it's just me, Danny. It's just me, Danny. He said, are you okay? Yeah, I just dropped my phone in the toilet. There's pee everywhere. Oh.
Pants on your ankles, lying on the floor.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Phone stuck in the toilet.
It was horrible. And when I went back to the room to tell the guys that what I did, that was a horrible thing.
Wow.
It's right here. This is the phone.
The same phone.
This is the phone. So
Make sure never to touch that. But yeah, still remember it. Got that scent. Beautiful. Okay.
This is the kind of game we want to see. Right down the middle, both teams showing up, even if maybe Vitality were a little bit slow at the gate. They managed to make up for it. Saiwu got his orb warmed up, and it's an 8-7 scoreline at the end of it. So it's going to get really interesting right now. Don't think you can really call it just yet. Cloud9 now going to be playing on the T side with Oh, sorry, the CT side with Vitality. Playing the T side, we'll see what they could do. Smoke and a flash on them. Very similar setup. Oh, but look at this. Double dualies in the connector. A lot of bullets for the crossfire. I don't know how you're going to be able to break through. You need a strong shot. Instead, it's Shiro just lets go of a bullet and takes down Dupree, but the return is looking decent as well. Magus continuing. Oh my god, what a beautiful headshot. And it's Nafany to go down last. That is sick from Magus.
Oh yeah, and the flurry of trades, it's Magus that comes out on top. 2 kills in such quick succession. That's one that's in the connector, one right outside the door. Great 90-degree turn from him. And it was looking pretty good for Cloud9. It looks like Vitality were going to run right into the blender right there. Boom, boom,
God.
tap, tap. And Vitality tie the score up. That felt like the perfect setup you want to run. If there's 3 guys coming down connector, having 2 sets of dualies right there, you've got 4 guns versus 3.
Yeah.
It's simple math. You should be winning.
You should be. They probably thought that too. And especially when you get the opening shot like that, you know, Dupree just absolutely wrecked at the start of it. That's, it's been a bit of a slow game for Magus, speaking of which. He's up to 8 kills now behind that double. So, maybe not the best start, but he can make up for it still. So, whole second half to be played right here.
The only thing that's scary to set expectations here is that both of these teams are better on the CT side in terms of last 3 months statistics, CT side, T side, both of them about 20% better when they're on the defense. So it feels like Cloud9 have already done the dirty work here, but Vitality will keep fighting back into this one. No one just looks at the numbers and says, that's it, we're done.
We can't, we've lost. Give it up.
Yeah, or else you'd just be calling it after round 1.
A lot of damage on the Apex, but they're fine. Bombs planted. Smokes, making sure they can stay pretty safe behind this. And I don't think there's... I mean, they can stick around for an exit or 2, but it doesn't look like even Vitality will be showing up in this direction. So overall, they're just going to be chilling out on this one. Bring the scout and the deals into the next round. So Vitality going to take a 1-round lead. Possibly 2 with the next one that's coming up. And not too much to really say about this round.
No, pretty simple conversion from Vitality. Just going on into that B bomb site. I think there was only the slightest of contingency plans, not all 5 coming out monster, but other than that, it was pretty straightforward. Let's see. Both camps with the similar reactions you'd expect after a round like that. We've been talking about the emotions of Cloud9, for example, quite a bit.
Yes.
But I don't think they've lost it by any means. I'm not really seeing the fire from Nafany I always expect.
No, that's true.
Sometimes it's hard to feel that when you're 7-16. Although you called a good T side.
He did, I agree, but the whole team just... They are in this weird space. You can tell from the outside. I'm sure it does feel a lot more tricky to get the whole team fired up, but that is kind of like that's his brand in some ways. Lean towards the A-long position. They got everyone out there. I don't mind it. I think it's, you know, it's worth taking a risk here. Looks like Vitality will kind of figure out what's going on with the B-bomb site. So they're going to be testing that out. And finding more or less an empty site. Shiro, I think, is up on the high ground. He can maybe take some shots with a scout and try and, you know, if he hits a couple of really good shots, maybe this could change the round, but I doubt it. Especially now that the smoke is up.
A little bit of a tag there. Gonna expect Cloud9 to push out that long side, but Vitality have to get the bomb, so even though Zywoo just retrieved that, there wasn't anybody to immediately collect the kills on those long pushers. I just think that right now, both of these teams are kind of warming up into this tournament, which is a little bit weird. I think Cloud9 came out with a little bit more ferocity today, but
yes.
Vitality is a team that most would have pegged as the favorites to win this event, and I don't think we're sold just yet. So a convincing half here on their opponent's map pick might turn some of us into believers.
Yeah, I mean, to win a tournament like the Major, you have to have a lot of depth in the lineup, and obviously that should mean that even if you have a bad start, like you can rekindle that fire at any point, right? And I'm sure that's what they're thinking too. Just like, we know what we're doing, we've proven it just a short while ago, so let's not drop the ball on this one. Personally, for me, I'm on the Imperial side now. I'm all in. I'm sold. For me, it's so nostalgic watching Fallen, play a really good game, and they were so hyped up. Like I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff.
Oh, there's this concept actually from the
Brazil pilled
from the NBA subreddit that's actually that the team that wins the championship holds the cup, essentially, but then it keeps getting passed around throughout the season as regular season games are played. And so right now, Imperial are the holders of the People's Cup right now.
Yeah.
Like, until someone takes it from them, they're the present-day champions. And it gets reset every major cycle with a new champion at that event.
I like it. It's not a bad way to think about it. Dupree going down early on. And this is obviously the first buy round coming up from Cloud9 on that CT side. Shiro to get the AWP, the first AWP kill. I really think of him as like a defensive AWPer in every sense of the word, and he can be really horrifying to play against. He's just so comfortable standing in those angles and getting the kills when he doesn't have to move around a lot. Like, not as flashy as some of the other AWPers. You'll see, like, he's obviously not a brokey type AWPer, but man, you get him on the CT side in the right position, he can probably win this half.
Okay, assembling the boost. He wants Spinks to go for a bit of a fight here, and yeah, despite the grenade pressure, there's no fight given just yet. Oh, it was right there. Looked like it was just gonna be busted around in that corner. Important to note, they actually boosted Spinks instead of ZywOo, and they switched to give Spinks an AK over ZywOo, as if they trust his rifle more than ZywOo's. That's a bit interesting, but we're gonna see a B pop commence here. Spinks first one in, and it's a trade. Actually, it's trades galore. Hobbit trying to stay alive. Another headshot onto ZywOo. That's very nice. Now, Apex in the 1v2 will be taken down by Shiro. Felt like that was a little too obvious. Vitality, they were in such great positions there, right outside that B bomb site, but Cloud9 knew there was so much noise being made.
What a choice from Hobbit to pick the fight through the smoke. He knows that they're coming up behind him. He's like, I'm still going to just try to spray it down. And he obviously turned around and get even another kill. But imagine if Hobbit he could have emptied the whole magazine into the smoke and hit nothing. And then he would have turned around and two people would have been on and he would have just died. That seems unbelievably risky. But it worked out perfectly, so who am I to say? Putting out that Molotov is just so weird half the time.
Great nade. Oh, so much damage inflicted. Oh my goodness. Apex takes a leg shot. Wow, Vitality are able to bust in with 3 of their players sub 70. This would be a miracle. And it's getting even harder. Hobbit in connector taking down ZywOo. Magisto fires on back. And he actually knows exactly where Hobbit is right now. So another great headshot. Okay, there's a case now.
There is a case. He's really brought it back in the pistol round, and now in this one too. Quick double kill for him. Nafany gets flashed into the fight, but he's only good for the one, and Shiro, they know where he is, although they don't have any smokes to get rid of him at the moment, so it's making it real uncomfortable. Exile's coming in from the other side. Molotov to maybe slow him down, and he's just gonna get a little bit closer. That bomb plant's making things real tricky. I think Exile has the only kit that's in play at the moment, so if he dies on this corner, it could be real important where that kit actually goes and where it lands if Shiro wants to try and go for it. They're worried about a flank coming in, but nothing is at the moment. And they need to pull the trigger on this retake. If they want to go for it, it has to be quick. There's Apex going down. I think just pre-firing it into the open. And also, I think really flash with Spinks. Exile's going to be right on it. He'll have the time for the defuse as well. So a close round, but Cloud9 evening up the scoreline.
I'm really confused what Apex was shooting at there.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't think he hit Shiro, so felt like he kind of gave up the chase in that one. Otherwise, a pretty strong setup and good retake from Exile here. Yeah, we saw Spinks having difficulty choosing an angle there, but that got way closer than we had expected given the early damage inflicted by Cloud9. So for Vitality to bring it back off the back of Magisk makes you feel like he's warming up into this series. Still bottom fragger on his team with only 10 kills, but there's been some impact. Oh, double smoke missed. Ooh, this is not shaping up well for Vitality. They only have a single smoke left with 1:35 on the clock.
Oh, they're getting really close. This is going to be very, very fast. See if Cloud9 are going to be ready. They did spot it out. That's really important, right? If they get 3 or 4 steps closer, they're going to be on that bomb site. And I don't think they fall back from that position, but the fact that they got spotted a little bit too early, they just don't feel comfortable. They're still very committed to this side of the map. If you stay here for too long on the T side, it feels not that great. You know they could be flanking you, flashed on through, but Hobbit, impervious to the flashbang, going to be taking down Spinks. And now they're just getting completely picked apart. Hobbit's wrecking them. He's found 3 kills in the round. Oh my god.
This is feeling really disjointed from Vitality. Just single person flashed in, getting picked apart on these duels outside a monster. Yeah, I think as soon as they realized they only had 1 smoke, they started just kind of floundering in this round. It's really not what you want to see from a team that should be brimming with confidence with that championship tenure. Yeah, 25 seconds left, and this is a save. There's no way back into this one. Vitality, they're just ramming their head against this B-site defense, hoping for the best. It's not really working, though.
Yeah, Hobbit just won the round on his own, just defending it like a champion down at the monster tunnel. You see the little X's on the minimap just all lined up for him to take that fight. Okay, 11 to 10. You still can't really call it, but it is starting to trend in the right direction here for the CT side of things. He did a full 360.
Yeah, he spun all the way around. Oh, wow. Oh, that's just nice. That kill onto Apex, he had no time to react. Wow. All right, another timeout coming out of the Vitality camp. I feel like they're coming down pretty hard from the high they were riding earlier on.
Yeah, this is starting to look very grim at the moment. Maybe good for a timeout right now. Just get everyone back on track. The big upside still, it feels like, is the fact that Cyber's really woken up, right? From a bit of a slow start. I think he's up to 18 kills now, so he's just right back where he likes to be, where he lives. Shiro's at 18 as well.
Yeah, mirrored score lines for the 2-star oppers of both of these teams. But we got Zywoo still with this saved AK. This has to be the win condition for him and his team. Dupree, obviously, with his own as well. But they're skipping some steps right now. Wow, okay, just dry challenging out long. That's bold. There isn't too much utility on the side of Vitality, so they have to take a couple of risks in this round. But that one is actually presenting an opportunity for Dupree. But Axel, he's playing a really dangerous game, just jiggling around this angle.
Yeah, he really is. No one there to flash him in. Just steps up to take the swing, but misses on Dupree. And I think Dupree realizing, yeah, probably I can move up a little bit more. He's drawn 3 people to the A defense, which is a bit of an anomaly all on its own, right? That's more than you would normally see. Are they going to move forward?
Oh, timing right there.
Oh, yeah.
Just on scopes.
But it won't matter at all. Magisk, I think, also just not realizing that there was going to be a second player there in its Axal to get the kill. He's ready for more. Apex is caught, I think, trying to swap out the gun, but gets taken out. Flash to set it up, and Axal will continue. This time assisted by Anafony. Swings for a fourth. Can he get it? No, it's going to be sure to get that one, but this round is completely picked apart. Axal doing incredible work.
Yeah. Little limp there for Vitality. Dupree was able to take that early space towards long, but there was really nothing behind that. And so Cloud9 able to quickly dispatch of him. Shouts out to Nafety for the flash assist, enabling his star player. In the first half, actually, Cloud9 had double-digit flash assists. So, gotta give credit where it's due. They're using that nade a little bit better than I'm used to watching. And it's actually upsetting Vitality.
Yeah. They're not enjoying it at the moment. 2-round lead. They're running right through. They want to put some pressure on here. HE and then just a wide swing. Are they realizing? Are they ready? Vitality on the other side. Flash is going over. That could have worked out, but Spinks somehow gets his eyes back just in time. And Buster goes down instead. I kind of like that from Cloud9. I think it's a sick idea, right? And maybe slightly better timing, or maybe the flashbang just wasn't as efficient as it maybe could have been. I do think it's a pretty sick way to try and take that fight.
I think it was a good flash, but Buster kind of soft cleared the left angle, then he kind of re-cleared it, then he swung out to the right, and by then that Spinks did recover. Okay, well, Spinks has an opportunity to find another kill here, but Hobbit is going to stand up in water. Wow, another kill for him. Okay, suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. All of a sudden became doable, but no, Dupree finds his time to strike. He had crept up through the bathrooms, caught Shiro off guard, and now he's in a commanding position on that A site. Cloud9 have to find a response, and Nafny, he's making his way up con right now.
He's the only one that can do anything right now. He's going to get knocked out. Yeah, Hobbit is so low on health that for that round to even get possible again, it would be Nafny winning that fight in the connector. Not going to happen, though. Okay. Probably very important for Vitality to pull the brakes on this train here that Cloud9 is currently riding. And they're going to be able to do that in this one. Some actually pretty decent amount of money that's built up on the C9 side. So they're not going to love losing this round, but at least it's not a devastating loss just yet.
No, we should still be able to get an op on Shiro. Everybody else definitely has enough to buy in full. And so Vitality are going to have to win consecutive gun rounds if they want to have a chance to break the money of the opposing defense.
Terrorists win.
No one's going to be finding Hobbit. 12-11. If you were forced to venture a guess, who's coming out on top of this one? It's real close, obviously, the coin flip, but...
That's, yeah, because it's so close right now, I just would give it to Cloud9 because they're on the defense, they're still around up, they still have money, and somehow the way Vitality has been winning these rounds just doesn't quite feel as sustainable to me. It seems a little scrappier, hasn't been necessarily great macro movements in mid-rounding, or even just good starters necessarily. It's just been finding a couple scrappy fights and coming out on top. And I think Cloud9 will win those half the time too.
Molotov damage onto... Oh, maybe that was just spam coming through the other side. I think it was. Dupree goes down, but Sideways there to return the favor. Axile lost on that side of the map. Mig is just taking a bit of risk walking on through. The bomb going to get picked up by Sabu all the way back towards T-spawn. So it feels like they've made up their minds. They want to go for this B bomb site. And this could really work. The way that the setup is at the moment, this is not necessarily a bad call.
No, it's just Buster and Nafany towards B right now. Shiro is rotating over, so that'll help bolster the defense here. But Vitality, they've got a couple of smokes, so they could run a variety of executes, but they're going for a drier swing. Apex, he's already out right now, and he has a boatload of utility. You would love to see him deploy some of that to help his teammates scale, but maybe they'll just find the frags.
Decent Molotov. One landing right behind the player, down to the water as well. Buster feeling a little bit of pressure. Bomb being planted on the other side with no real challenge, and Buster hasn't had a chance to reload yet. He's going to be good for the spray on one, but it will not make a difference at the end. Apex there to trade it, and Shiro and Hobbit, this time they don't really have the money to fight for this. I would say, hard as it is, you probably just have to save these rifles. Doesn't seem like it's going to be doable, so that'll tie the scoreline, make it 12-12. And a critical round for Vitality to win, and they need to keep this going, right? They can't really let Cloud9 back into this game, so... And now, they are being assisted by the economy on the CT side quite a bit, so they could really find themselves a good position. Hobbit's gonna get picked off, and Shiro will be able to save the AWP, but that's about it.
Terrorists win.
But that was a slightly cleaner conversion from Vitality. After just going 1 for 1, they go for the pretty simple B hit. They recognize that they're allotted so much space towards Monster. Apex creeps on out. And once you're out of that Monster tunnel, it's so easy to pop onto that bomb site. All you really need is one good flash, and if it flashes for a full duration, you can scale so deep. And that's exactly what Vitality did. Good smokes as well to cover their position there. And now Shiro on that hero AWP. Need to see some impact from him.
Oh yeah, this would be a beautiful round to find heavy impact with the sniper. Spinks moving forward right where Shiro maybe wants him. A little bit of a tickle of the USP, but Spinks not going to miss the opportunity. And Shiro, how long do you want to stick around for? You have a fight right here that you could take. You mentioned it earlier. Shiro sort of being a more defensive sniper, less prone to go for those wild attacks. Guaranteed you, Brokey would have ran straight for that fight. And possibly lost it, but you know, still, if you play too defensively, you might never get a chance to find anyone.
And your USP already was going in front of you, so you would expect him to go for the trade, but he plays the waiting game. Minute left, 4 versus 4, and Vitality, they're playing stay away from Shiro. That's the entire name of this one, but it's into the waiting arm of Hobbit. Nice kill from him. Zywoo was able to find a Glock kill on the other side of the map, and Spinks, he's being pressured, so he has to deploy this smoke, and Hobbit, he's still standing up right here, and Majisk finally dispatches him. Okay, things are really shaping up well for Vitality. I'm not sure if they've lost track of Shiro, though.
I think they have. They're walking right in. Oh my god, what a flick! Taking down Magisk mid-air. The bomb is right there on the other side. They do have him sandwiched in. But my god, if he hits one more shot here, that could make the difference. Spinks is almost reading this perfectly. He's saying, all right, did he hear the drop down? I wonder. I think he did. And Spinks, now he could set up for it. You're never checking this corner. Nicely done. Good triple for Spinks, and maybe one tiny mistake in sounding the drop there is going to give the game away.
Right, but good movements from Vitality. I think the mid-round was very simple. We find out where this op is, and we move away from it. So, already some decent position. And that's the difference, though, with Zywoo having his Glock out and running with your knife out. A lot of people there would just have their knife out. They're trying to get somewhere as quickly as possible, but you can shoot back with a Glock. Your movement speed isn't compromised so much so.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely true. 13-12 the scoreline. A one-round lead for Vitality. Yeah, that's good. Hobbit's been real strong in the tunnel. And he almost had that kill on Spinks. Didn't obviously know it, but he's still moving forward. He's just ignoring the damage. Flashed into the fight. He's going to get the first one, and that's all you need. Even if he gets traded, he's done his job in the round. Nafany overpowered. He was going to get killed no matter what there. And now it's Axile and Shiro left, 2 versus 4. And they're moving forward. This is so risky. Axile out in the open, gives up the weapon. Shiro wasn't even nearby to help him. Unbelievable.
This B-side defense is getting picked apart. Vitality are doing a great job on these entries here. Was looking for some sustainability. Well, they found it. Hitting this B-site repeatedly with just great explosive pops. And they're really... The utility is just finding so much value for them. They're getting up so close, so quickly. Players in the site are blind. We're seeing that a couple of the Cloud9 players here who are supposed to be delivering on that B site. You have this trio on the left side, Hobbit, Buster, and Nafany. Those are the 3 guys you want to see finding these opening frags. But it's been the entries of Vitality that are getting those kills. And oh, that was close. But Shiro keeps the op alive.
Really close. Yeah, once you find that weakness, you might as well keep it going. The difference between Spinks, getting that one headshot and him potentially dying is huge. Because the next player coming up behind him doesn't have to focus on the barrels, right? They can just focus on that little sewer in front, so they're going to be just fine. Yeah, good entry. Another timeout used from Cloud9 as they are trying to figure out what is going on.
A lot of times in these rounds also, even if they're taking damage, which we've seen with good utility from Cloud9, Vitality still have water. And once they have water, there's so many more B execs that you could run, so many ways you can pop into the bomb site so much quicker. The scaling is so much smoother. And Cloud9 feels like they're a little too comfortable in this matchup with sitting back in the site. Shiro, once again, going to make his way towards B. Last time around, he found a couple kills, but wouldn't call those impactful kills. They were sort of in the mid-round as Vitality was already outmaneuvering his entire team. Want to see him impose himself just a little bit more, get involved early.
Oh, wow.
But this is just a stroke of brilliance from Apex. Just making his way with his players towards this A site. There's no chance for Axile in this one.
Yeah, he's going to be under so much pressure. There is a little bit of backup being called for, so I suppose if they wait long enough, maybe this could change. But they're going to have so much utility. They should be able to burn out every single position here. Axile's already dead. Shiro, he might actually regret getting here with the AWP. He's like, oh, I wish I wish I would have stayed away because I'm definitely dead. He's getting a kill on the pre, but he's inside of the smoke and there's just no escape. Cywoo will eventually find him. Buster's going to be able to get the AWP. And I mean, they need that right now. 2 versus 3. Bomb surely going to get planted soon. Another smoke goes up and Orbit's thinking about it, but that's red. Apex knew that was coming. And now Buster, better to save the AWP. 15 rounds on the side of Vitality.
This Cloud9 team is floundering at this point. They're going to have to stave off losing their map pick 3 consecutive times. And we're seeing some of their individuals starting to push through smokes, trying to just go for the hero play. And simply put, their standard defense has not worked out versus Vitality. They have to find an answer into the upcoming round. If Buster's able to keep this op alive, that would be great. Can really help his team out in terms of their financial woes, but not gonna happen. Spinks was creeping up on him the whole time. The rest of the team was baiting for that Spinks little lurk.
Think about how some of the rounds that looked better for Vitality when they were on the CT side played out. Either it was Cywoo winning an opening fight with the ult, that's a good way to do it, but he was also very aggressive, like he was all the way deep towards the birthday party area, taking those fights, or some of the rounds it was Spinks, you know, lurking up in front out on long. But it's more playmaking than what we're seeing out of Cloud9. Like they're way more passive at the moment, and it's just giving Vitality so much space to work with. Attempted boost, not going to be working out, but it would have been a fun way to win the map potentially.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I mean, the 23 kills from Cywoo versus the 22 of Shiro, it's completely different. You can't just look at the scoreboard and say they played equally well. Cywoo was winning rounds with those kills.
Yeah.
Shiro was getting them in these weird situations where they're just not necessarily as impactful.
Yeah, that really is what it feels like at the moment. Stacked towards the B side. So for now, they should be having a decent defense, but troops are starting to take over some part of the map, at least putting a bit of pressure on, and the more time goes by, and already, in fact, they're calling Shiro back from that position. They don't feel comfortable sticking with it. Gonna hear the smoke going down in restroom, and that'll probably commit Shiro to the defense. Up at the A-bomb side, that is.
Good understanding of staging, though, for Vitality. They throw that smoke front bathroom, but then they're just gearing up for this B hit. They still have plenty of utility in order to go for what has been working for them this entire time, and it looks like the B pop is imminent.
They're going for it now. 30 seconds, walking right onto the site. Good little lineup there for Nathany. No real utility. There could have been a Molotov back there somewhere to put some pressure on Nathany and even by the barrels, but there just wasn't. You can also obviously do that where you intentionally don't throw the grenades to try and catch them off guard. It's just, you know they're going to be heavy on the B-bomb side. You've been pushing... Oh my god, hold on. Cywoo's trying to fight it back. The jiggle doesn't work out for him, and we've got 7 seconds left, so I don't think this could be won any longer, but my god, that suddenly got a little bit scary.
Cywoo looked like he wanted to will his team back into that round, but with the lack of utility there on that pop, they had the nades, they had the molly, they had the flashes, and it was a double dry push through the short side. And maybe they thought there was a timing, maybe that entry fragger heard something, probably expected someone was out of position. I think Magisk probably heard what was going on at Monster and just thought he could get the clean entry. And so he just took the liberty himself. But there was definitely a plan that could have been employed from Vitality side, an execute.
It makes more sense for me to do that if you haven't been leaning so heavy towards B, but because you've been punishing that B-bomb side so much, they're probably going to be pretty vigilant down there. Oh, here we go. Dupree just walking straight through. Let's see if he get the shot of the barrels. He's thinking about it. A little bit of a tricky jump there. He's running right up there, executing Buster, and he's ready for more. Nearly taking down Nathany. He's at 19 health. Some pressure is being applied here, but Magisk is practically dead. He does get the grenade on Nathany, and somehow it's back into a 3-on-3 with 1 minute and 20 seconds. This is where it gets really uncomfortable if you're on the CT side, having to make a choice in a moment like this. Where do you actually put this defense?
Overpass is already a map where you'll always feel slightly devoid of information, like you want to know a little bit more. And so Axile, he's going to take that space. This is a hero move from him. There's obviously no Vitality player to challenge him, and so he'll figure everything out
momentarily for his team. Hobbit's in the bathrooms as well. He could find a trade perhaps later, but Axile, this is a big fight. This is a big moment for him as Magisk is not looking the right direction. That's a free kill for him. He doesn't know if anyone else is there, though. I don't think Apex made any noise.
Yeah, definitely doesn't know. Thinking about coming back. Apex, he had the lineup. Oh, and he'll get the spray eventually. Okay, it's still in play. There's still a chance here for Vitality to try and close out the map. And he's going to be running back. The bomb is on the other side. He's just putting on some pressure, leaving it up to Saiwu to play this on his own and try and find his own entry. Because I don't think Apex is going to be able to help him out right now. 15 seconds. Smoke on the one side, Molotov on the other, and Shiro just burning alive. He can't find the shot. He's down to 10 seconds, and he's under so much stress right now. You can tell the panic is starting to set in. 5 seconds. The bomb does get planted. I don't believe it. Vitality, they found a way. They found a chance to get back into the round. And Shiro and Hobbit are left. Trying to get through. Still on the high ground, one of them. Now he's going to make the drop down. It's a good start. They're getting a bit closer, but in the meantime, Saiwu swapped out for the AK, and he's ready to take the fight. Hobbit easily dispatched. It's on Shiro now. 1 versus 2, and he's going to get shot down. Saiwu to close it out and win the map on Overpass. Brilliant work. But it's only the first in the series. We've got a lot more coming up for you after the break.
A slow start for Vitality was not going to hold them back, even on Overpass, and the CT side still becomes a bit of a worry here, Maniac, when it comes to Cloud9. It was effort towards the end from these guys. Some of the usual suspects showed up for Cloud9, but a better team play and the better protocols at the end definitely came up from Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality were able to exploit a couple of weaknesses in Cloud9's defense, and I'm not gonna lie to you, James. I got worried in a few occasions in this series. Let's be honest, we have the round history in front of our eyes here, and you can just see the 6-0 start for Cloud9, where it just feels like, oh my god, Vitality is gonna do an Imperial again. It's gonna take them a map to wake up. They were very, very slow at the beginning of this game, got me a little worried, but then the reaction came through for Vitality. And I think the first name that we need to mention is ZywOo, because once again, he's showcased us that he can have a couple of miss early on in the game, which he had. I'm not going to argue against it. There were a couple of moments where you're watching ZywOo with a sitter and it doesn't come through and you're thinking, what the hell is this? What's happening? But then he comes back into it. He's one of these players now who's reached a state where I never worry. Like 0-5 ZywOo, I'm not worried. 0-6, 0-7 ZywOo, I'm not worried. Eventually he's going to warm himself back up into the game. Like, by the way, this clutch we've just witnessed, playing with the USP, I don't know why, 70 HP against him, he just plays with the USP. But he's had these moments. He helped Vitality find some breathing air into the CT side, and then he just rolled on the T side.
And that's what's really interesting about ZywOo. He starts with, what, 0-4, something like that, then you start to see him come alive into it. And like you said, the reason you're never worried is because even then, he still posts 27 kills at the end of it. Imagine if he didn't start off with a slow start, there'd be no hope for him.
I mean, that was a mega carry performance from ZywOo. He wasn't alone. I'm not going to say he's alone. That's not true. There are other players who at times stepped up and have had moments. Dupree early on in the CT side, Spinks as well warmed up to it. So he wasn't alone. It wasn't a ZywOo show. But the fact that he's so versatile with rifle versus AVP also means that even in tight times financially, he can find a way to have impact. You just see him with the AK. You told me in the green room, like, hey, he should just play rifles sometimes. I'm like, yeah, you're not wrong. Like, you're actually not wrong.
No, he definitely was looking really crispy and sharp with that. And sometimes you might think, I just let him roll with it, you know, if he's feeling it at that point. But I do want to touch for Cloud9 where we start to worry about them when it comes into, they were playing aggressive at the beginning, right? But as soon as ZywOo was there and able to shut them down, they lost that. Where if you compare it to Imperial, they kept their aggression rolling onto Vitality no matter who was coming in their face, right? And that was a difference. You saw Cloud9 quickly go away from their plan.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It felt like for as long as they were having success with the quick plays, and I mean, when you see Cloud9 rushing B in the first gun round,
I was like,
am I even watching Cloud9? I think we have the wrong HUD or something going on. So they started with the intention of playing faster. They caught Vitality off guard a couple times. But where I want to give credit to Vitality, and especially Spinks for a second, is that he had once again a complicated start, but he didn't back down from the fight.
No,
he didn't just stop. He didn't just say, oh man, like, listen, this is not working. I'm just going to play defensively. He got shut down a little bit, but look at what the kills are happening. I'm not making this up. We're talking about being completely pushed along, balloons going again for the kill. So he had this will to make the difference, to be aggressive, and he truly pushed Cloud9 into a more passive, slow mode, which they just couldn't handle.
And some of the rounds you saw from him as well, for example, one of the ones where he was flanking all the way over to the other side of the map, he actually does it in a way where he maybe not getting the kills, which is maybe why his kills aren't always there the whole time, but he's getting the assist in there, he's giving the information over, and he's making sure you can pincer Cloud9 at different times.
Yeah, he was making sure that basically Apex was playing with wallhack on. That's what happens. When you're an IGL and you have players who can take the risk and afford to take a little bit of map control away from you, you suddenly see the map so much clearer because you have more of it, you know more about it, and you can just kind of place the defense the way you want it. And if you think about the beginning of Cloud9's CT side, it looked a little bit the same. Vitality were slow, they were only poking and probing B, which means Shiro was always in the right place. And when that happened, it got real complicated. And props to Vitality for being able to burst through that bubble.
Now, in terms of looking at Anubis, where we're going to next, right? We look at Cloud9, for example, and we say, oh, some of these online games in there, Vitality pick into it. But this is going to be a real big test, right, coming into it, where neither team's going to have played it for a little while, and it's going to be on who's going to be warmed up on it. Yeah,
listen, I think Vitality have more reps on the map than Cloud9. I agree with you. I know Cloud9 has a couple of W's in their record, most of them coming from online events. Brazzy Party, for example, beating Sprout and Pain and Big. The teams that they've played on Anubis are a strict caliber below who Vitality usually faces, right?
Yeah.
So I think for Vitality now, you've kind of done the job. You've stolen away the map pick of your opponent. You've had that great bounce back from day 1 to day 2, and now it's time to put your money where your mouth is. You're going to pick Anubis, then just get ahead and get a W.
And in terms of getting that W, though, are we worried that they maybe, because of how long it's been since Cloud9 have played it, how much they're going to go into it, what's going to be on offer here, or should this be where Cloud9 bow out?
I mean, the problem is, I don't think that the Cloud9 issues will just go away and disappear, right? You know, you talk about how they were forced to slow down on the T side, and it didn't exactly come through after that. You were talking about how the defense is an issue. why would it be any different on Anubis, right? We haven't really seen Cloud9 come with a little bit of a flair to it, or a little bit of an ID, a finesse that isn't really known to them. So for Vitality, as far as I'm concerned, the job is probably done. You just have to close. You have to close the deal now, and you have to survive in this event.
And do you think that Cloud9 would have been prepared and expecting this one? Do you think they would have guessed this veto correctly?
I think there were a couple of maps that were on the cards for Vitality, but because there's a little bit of enmeshment between the map pools, you know, you think, oh, Vitality is great on Nuke. Well, that's their map permaban, so you're not going to play Nuke. You could go to Vertigo, which has been one of the strongholds of Vitality, but we know Cloud9 is strong on it, so very unlikely to pick it. Inferno's been a little bit complicated for Vitality, and that leaves you with Mirage and Anubis. And at that game, if I'm on the coaching staff of Cloud9, I'm looking at the numbers, it feels like Anubis is a logical choice for Vitality. More reps, more map played, more success, higher level of opposition in general. So I do believe that Cloud9 saw the Anubis pick coming.
And it sounds very positive, though, for what you're saying on Vitality and what they're going to be able to offer here on Anubis. What does Cloud9 do to bail themselves out of it, to try and fight their way out of it?
So one thing that I would like to see from Cloud9 is an individual bounce back from Nafany. I truly feel like he's been suffering. Not that at any point he was the hard carry of Cloud9. That's not what I'm trying to say. I know there is a logical pecking order in terms of stats, and he's supposed to be at the bottom even when Cloud9 is winning. But it's been now a few events where the difference is too strong. Like you think about Overpass, you think about the B side and how things were falling apart for Cloud9. He's right there. He's supposed to have an impact. Do the one-to-one counterpart to Apex. Apex had way more impact individually. He's not at the top of the scoreboard, but he's not a liability. And unfortunately, Nafany is becoming that individually. He's got to bounce back.
Well, let's see which IGL is going to have the impact and which one's going to be the liability when it goes into this. Anubis is coming up next, but before that, we're heading to a quick break.
Second map is coming up, and it will be on Anubis, which in itself is kind of curious. Vitality obviously heavily favored in the Unicorn odds. It makes sense. They already were from the start, and you know, winning their opponent's map pick makes everything look a little bit more impressive. God damn, they're riled up. They're ready.
They're fired up and ready to go. Yeah. Anubis, interesting pick from Vitality. Don't see them go for this one all too often, but against Cloud9, they want to test Cloud9 on LAN on this map. Last couple times Cloud9 have played this was at the notorious and infamous Brazy Party. What do you have to say about that tournament, Anders?
It was delightful. You know, it was a different flavor altogether, but I had a good time. Definitely. I don't know what to think about this. I feel like the sort of I think they've won it 3 times, I believe.
Yes.
Cloud9. So that's not bad. But they've only played it 3 times, so it's hard to know what to even make of it. I suspect Vitality was feeling very much at home. They were one of the first teams to really make this a map that they felt a little bit comfortable on. Obviously, it's tricky with the new map pool, but I suspect this is going to be feeling pretty good for the Vitality side. And Cloud9, they just still look so... I have so many doubts about them. They don't look like they have any real follow-through at the moment. They're trying to play very safe Counter-Strike, and you're playing the best team in the world. That's not going to cut it. You need more than that. Maybe we'll get it right here. Flash through the smoke. They're going to try and see if they can win it. The duel is from Axel. He let go of a lot of bullets, but only getting the 1 kill. And with the follow-up kill there from Dupree, taking down Nafany, it's looking real grim at the moment. Hobbit and Buster, how do you even get into this round?
I don't think you do. Think they're done. Think that's it. Good hit from the side of Vitality on that A site. Hobbit and Buster are just going to be scrounging for some frags, looking for something. But one thing that this does with Vitality going for this Anubis pick is that it also really sends a message. If they are able to wipe the floor with Cloud9 as... yeah, Buster, you're not really going to go for that. Okay. If they're able to wipe the floor with Cloud9, it says to a team like FaZe, you need to watch out.
Yeah.
Because FaZe are a team that we expect is probably going to do some damage in the playoffs. And they kind of have a shaky Anubis themselves right now. And so they can lean on this in a veto, getting some more officials practice. Well, it's not really practice. This is obviously a pretty serious game. But just getting some more reps in before facing off a team like FaZe,
yes,
that's important.
Yeah, it's interesting how that plays out. Like if you can force your opponents to maybe waste a ban on something, if you look really good on it, yeah, that could definitely be helpful down the road. First round goes to Vitality. Second round here, gonna be a force up coming in from Cloud9. What do you make of this?
This force?
Yeah.
I think you should be doing this on Anubis right now. I think that you should be fighting for every CT side round that you can. You have to go for a lot of gambles on this. You have to make a lot of plays. The meta has shifted actually to even this out a little bit. I think a lot of the tier 2 teams through trial and error have outlined some of the possibilities in terms of CT side aggressions and reactions that you should go for. Because a lot of tier 1 teams, when they played this map at the beginning, just didn't really want to take risks. They were saying, we'll just stick with our bomb site defense. And as we have since discovered, you really can't just sit in the bomb site. It's way too difficult if an exec comes your way. Skyboxes are open, there's windows in it. There's so many different windows you can throw nades through if you're a T side. And so, yeah, we're seeing this heavy B side defense for C9, but yeah, like we're saying, the nades are in. It's gonna be tough to even find a kill as Vitality entry.
Oh, but they did rotate everyone here. They have actually 5 people at the bomb site, but maybe it won't even matter at all. They're losing every single early fight in this one. Buster gonna get hunted down. Axel, the only one with a reply so far. Nafany there as well. Okay, they're doing a little bit. Nafany still might be able to do this. Gets the flick onto Cyber and now pulls out the Deagle, hoping for the 1 shot, but he can't get it. Hunted down by Apex. That got close, and I think mainly due to the fact that they had all 5 members there.
Right. Full stack for Cloud9. I think Nafany might have rotated in just a little bit after that exec started, but even with all the bodies that had on the bomb side, Vitality did such a great job clearing this one out. Only reason this became scary in the least is because Magist threw the bomb into Glyphs. He just ran right on forward with the bomb. If that just got planted normally, then this probably could have been a much cleaner round. So in some ways, Vitality a little bit lucky to survive that one, but also just kind of plays into the whole idea that we've been stating that on Anubis, you just need to do something if you're a CT. And for my money, I think Cloud9, from what we saw in Overpass, that sometimes they're just not willing to pull the trigger on that extra little action you need to make your defense viable on this map.
Yeah, that's something that, I mean, it's actually really frustrating to watch Cloud9 play because individually, I mean, Shiro and Exile and I think Hobbit too, to some extent, right? They have players that really can step it up. It just feels like they're all the time trying to play this, you know, sort of perfect round of Counter-Strike, taking lesser risks, and it comes off more, we mentioned this yesterday, like as playing not to lose rather than playing to win. It's actually really frustrating to watch. That Overpass game definitely could have been theirs. They had a ton of rounds where I think, you know, taking 1 or 2 risks would have maybe given them more of a chance than just waiting around. And yeah, you see the results. Losing that map and now playing on this one. The early force didn't really work out, although the USPs are somehow doing a bit of work. They're still probably going to get hunted down at the end of the day here. No body armor. And Shiro will find his demise, I'm sure, in a matter of seconds here. Okay, 3-0 in favor of Vitality.
All right, Zonic, yeah, fired up right there. Even though that got a little bit hairy with the USPs, I just want to build off the point that you were stating with Cloud9, just always want to play perfect CS. It's just that, and you could apply this to life too, a lot of idealistic philosophies just can't really be carried out in reality. You need a level of pragmatism, you need a level of realism when you're going through any of your daily motions, and that's just kind of what seems so anti the groove style. So I want to see Cloud9 take risks. I want to see them go for a play. If they just play really default, I'm going to count them out pretty early in this one. And yeah, there we go. Okay, Zywoo, opening pick on the Hobbit. Early kill from Magisk, and okay, you can try to even go for risk, but if they're just going to hit every shot, it's going to be really hard for C9 in this.
Yeah, and Megas, I think just seeing the opportunity, Dupree's right there to catch Nafani as he falls back, and this round is done already. Nothing to be done about that one. That's really, really high powered. It was already bad when the first kill happened here from Zywoo towards the connector, the B bomb site, but it got even worse, obviously, as soon as Megas hit that follow-up shot. It was probably already over by then. 4-0. Vitality speedrunning the early part of this map.
I know at the beginning of Anubis, you were a little bit concerned because of how T-sided it was, and you were just worried that, you know, it would actually kind of turn the meta upside down. But after a couple of months, how do you think it's developed?
It's definitely not as bad as I was worried about at the beginning. I think it's got a little bit better. I get to the point where it's not so devastating, right? We're not seeing these necessarily 11-4 type T sides anymore, and I think that's good. I think that's where it gets to the point where it's a little bit too ridiculous. So yeah, I think either way, like I know people want Valve in general to make changes like almost from day to day as soon as anything pops up. I actually am a fan of the slow development style. I think it makes sense. Like it's very, the problem is also with, if you make changes within like a couple of weeks, you might not even really know what it is you're changing, right? Like then does it get better or worse? You have no idea. Like, so it kind of sucks, I guess, if you want something changed that you're gonna have to wait for a long time and it's gonna be like one change at a time. But I think it's good, and I think there are a ton of ways, even if you wanted to make this more of an even map or less T-sided, if that was the goal, then there are probably many, many small, tiny changes you could make. Like, I think the map as a whole is a solid map. I was definitely worried in the beginning, but I think it's been playing out better than I was fearing, so.
I would say that my favorite part of this map still, though, is just on bomb site fights. Especially on B, the amount of clutch potential. Like, we saw Dexter do that, I think, at the... Was it the World Finals? Just having some brilliant moments there. There's so many ways to outplay each other, and also like Brokey's so sick at clutching on this map too. I've been loving kind of the late round developments in this one. But if a team just gets outplayed in the default, it seems pretty hopeless for the other side. But all right, Shiro, we wanted to see a little bit more from him on Overpass, taking the initiative, going for those opening duels, and there he is, 5v4 due to him, and looks like he even wants more. Yeah, spotted the arm, and he is imposing himself across that middle bridge.
And that's really creating the opportunity, right? If he just falls back and he's playing that, you know, instead of getting the second kill, he's just all the way back. It creates more space for Vitality to do something with, but out there looking for the frags, it's what they were really lacking on Overpass, so that makes me excited. So we'll get one in return, and they're still not out of the woods yet, right? They can still find a way to lose this round. They don't have that many weapons on the rest of the players. Oh! That should have been a one fight for Spinks, but Nafany's lightning fast on the Deagle, and... Okay, they're going to hear him falling back. But with 45 seconds in a 2 versus 4, they should absolutely be a round that Cloud9 are able to win.
A lot of it comes down to Axile. If he dies immediately, and Vitality are able to dig in on that A post plant, then things get really iffy for Cloud9. So it's up to him to try to find something, at least inflict some damage, but thankfully, actually, Shiro seems to have rotated in. Okay, Cloud9 have made the proper read in this situation, and Shiro, a 3rd kill for him in the round, and Axile chimes in with one of his own. Well done from C9, and we're seeing Shiro step up when he is needed.
Yeah, that's huge. And the fact that they keep 4 people alive might have been not the best start here for Cloud9, but this round is super important. Apex is... It doesn't matter if he's winning or losing the round. It's just there's always a good reaction.
He's so emotive. It's the best. Apex would be a great streamer.
Yeah, you're right. That actually would be sick. There needs to be like a... Just like someone somewhere has, I'm sure, like a GIF folder of just Apex reactions. That would be that's what we need. Instead of like a soundboard, just like a GIF board of...
Yeah.
There's one for every situation, I guarantee it.
Oh, for sure. Let the community have that if you're holding on to it.
Yeah, share it with the world.
Okay. A little bit of a molly for molly in dark here, and Zywoo, with that smoke being placed, recognizes he doesn't have to force the issue. So frequently on other maps, you would like to take risks like that, but Anubis, just because it has a slightly different meta, keeping a 5v5 as a T isn't bad. You're not just so thirsty for that opening kill. You can sometimes just exec into a bomb site, and you're going to do just fine.
And that's probably what they want to do right now. Picking the right time for it. See double in middle, 1 towards the A-bomb side, and 2 people are being... Wait a minute. Shiro's actually starting to show up at the back line. So they might have a 3rd defender here. Looks pretty good. Shiro gonna get the first one. Spinks with a good return. But Shiro, that orb is hitting every single shot right now. Double kill for him. Hobbit losing his mind and trying to push through the smoke. Shiro couldn't help him there. I mean, he tried to flash him in, but that's so risky. Nafany's gonna be going down. And for all the work that Shiro's done, it might not be enough here. 1 versus 3 for him. He's trying to see if he can ace his way out of this round. Doesn't have a kit either. That would have been really fun if he had, but now he has to find every single shot. And he has to do it way quicker, even. This is a good start, but 10 seconds. Oh, there we go. Picked up the kit in the meantime, so that makes it a little bit more doable. Goes for the shot and finds Magisk, and now Zywoo's on the other side. Shiro, he knows where he is. He's got 1 chance, 1 single crack at winning this one. The spray is good. Oh, but he doesn't have the time. Shiro, he gets the ace and still loses the round.
Oh, it's so disappointing for Shiro. Gets every single kill, plays that to nearly perfection, but just didn't quite have the time. First kill here with the op, and yeah, like you said, I don't think he missed a shot in this one. This was brilliant stuff from Shiro, but nobody else contributing from C9 in this round. If he had guessed correctly, if Zywoo were on that right side, I think we all would have believed that he would have closed that one out. But Zywoo, of course, playing the 1v1 exactly how he should. The tap was there, swings out a few seconds later, knows that even if he loses the duel, Shiro was not going to be winning that round. But yeah, C9, I think they're calling another timeout because they're realizing they're finding themselves in these turtle positions too frequently. You just can't do this if you're on Anubis. Even though they maintain that map control towards dark, they just got full exec from that long B side. And that's all it takes. That's all this map takes sometimes. A full 5-man exec can be powerful.
That is... Emotionally, that's a hard round to lose. I mean, obviously, maybe you're excited you got the ace, but that's not going to make a difference in the long run here. This is the kind of Shiro, though. I wish I could have this version of Shiro every single time. He's definitely got the skills and the mechanics for it. So, watching him create those moments for his team, and again, like one other player to get a kill in that round, and probably they're going to be fine, right?
Yeah, just needed a little bit of help. All right. Vitality, very okay with making their presence known. couple players spamming towards Dark there. And this is a full gun round for C9, and they're not really going for any plays yet again. They're just kind of holding on to the space. And I think there's just a little bit of a jiggle towards Long B. Axel's playing behind the smoke. So they're taking some little risks here and there. And okay, Axel, that's what his team needed. 5 versus 4. Need to do something with this.
Could see Megas was kind of maybe thinking about that smoke, but not ready for the one-way. And a 4-on-5 here. Cloud9, they should have won that last one. They need to win this one, but the side was lightning fast. Hobbit probably was advantaged playing near the smoke when it faded, but doesn't even matter. Spink shooting him in the back. That's Axel with a double return, though. But Simon, he's going to continue. Finally, he's shut down, and Axel win the round with a good double spray down. That's another ace being picked up here. Back-to-back aces, and this time, it actually is the win for Cloud9.
Yeah, seriously. It takes such individual Herculean efforts for Cloud9, but if you give them an ace every single round, they're going to win about half, given what we've seen.
Why hasn't anyone else thought of that game plan? That's a sick plan.
Just everybody take turns acing. It's the master strategy that they've come up with. But this is why Anubis is so scary. I mean, they get back-to-back aces, and they only win one of those. Vitality, though, they're actually relegated to a handful of upgraded pistols and AK on Magisk. And Shiro, he is quick.
If we can get Shiro some credit for the fact that they don't have any money, right? The other ace kind of helped to contribute to the fact that the T side was going to deplete their economy pretty quickly. So that's good. That's something to think about.
Okay, just juggling guns like they're bartering over the Nile.
Fortunately, no crocodiles in this river. That would be a feature. Crocodiles over chickens is what I've been saying. Apparently they taste the same. Haven't gone that far myself, but
I've had them. I've had alligator meat, not crocodile meat. All right, Cloud9. Yeah, with the weakened weapons from Vitality, this is a pretty quick cleanup, but okay, Zywoo gets one. Shiro might have just spotted him out. Actually, he might have been blind when he went for that peek. So
this is when you want to play the basics, right? Don't challenge him. He has to plant the bomb. You're 3 people alive. You can create a scenario here where you can peek him all at the same time. You don't really have to fight him alone. So I respect the fact that they're leaving a little bit further back. Good. HG on top, and Buster will take him down. Good work. Cloud9 survived with 3 members. Yeah, it got a bit more expensive than it needed to. But even with the bomb plant, Vitality will not really be able to do much in this next round. Maybe you could buy some Tech 9s, but you're not going to have much to work with here.
yeah, I can expect a half buy exec immediately into a bomb site. So it's overall a pretty standard cleanup from Cloud9. Again, they're not doing anything too out of the ordinary, but just with better weaponry, you're going to win those rounds. 5 deagles for Vitality. But yeah, alligator meat really is honestly great. It's kind of like fatty, light, flaky chicken texture with, it's kind of like a blend to me between chicken and fish.
Okay.
Like super, super subtle fish notes.
That makes sense somehow.
A little more chickeny.
They do live in the water, but they're also sort of dinosaurs, I guess, like chickens a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, something to think about once. Maybe next time we're in Florida. I don't know.
They serve it in Texas. Actually, they serve it at the Houston airport.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, you can get it at the Houston airport.
Easy. Tech timeout as somebody ran over a wire or something. I don't know. But Cloud9 fighting back. I'm happy to see it, and with I think with a little bit more gusto on this one, which I appreciate. Their loss on Overpass was, it's like a classic Cloud9 loss where nobody wants to take the risk, and that ends up becoming the problem. This one, I feel like it's a little bit more interesting to watch.
Right. Well, what's slightly worrying is that it's been these individual players that have just been delivering for Cloud9. Shiro with his ace, Axel with his, and it's kind of like if you had 5 top-tier professional players and you told them 3 of you sit in one bomb site, 2 of you sit in another bomb site, they're going to beat an amateur team more times than not, even though they're not actually taking any risks, they're not taking map control, not making the opposing team guess. But eventually, that lower skilled team will probably win if they can piece together a good execute. And that's kind of what's worrying when I watch Cloud9. You have these hyper-skilled individuals, but you haven't actually jumped on the newer CT style that a lot of teams are starting to implement, which is double flash out long B, go for a double push out A. Like even Rops likes to push out A sometimes nowadays, and go for even a double push towards the mid bridge, take some risks, and once you lose space on one side of the map, or once you read that there is a heavy lean from the T side offense on one side, you push the other side. There's like a push and pull that goes on. But Cloud9 are so comfortable just sitting in the bomb site because they know that their individuals are so skilled that they can just hang out. And that's not necessarily, you're not creating your own fortunes when you do that. You're just praying that Axile or Shiro is going to get you 3+ kills.
Yeah, and when that works, or 5 in some cases, it's just.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, I mean when that works, it does look pretty sick. When it fails, though, that's where it looks a little bit more flat. But yeah, Axile all over the place on this one. Sick spray down. Good work.
Yeah, we got those aces right here.
Yeah, the Shiro one is. This is the heartbreaking one, obviously, with running out of time right at the end. It must have been so close. I wonder if he would have played that while on the bomb, like if he just stood on the bomb while he tapped it. Obviously, very, very easy to do the 20/20 hindsight thing.
Yeah.
But man, he was close either way. Still quite doable. I mean, this is a game that it looked like they were going to get it run over by Vitality, but I would say they've managed to course correct pretty well at the moment. And they're probably in a position right now, Cloud9, where they can still get a good crack at it here in the first half. So I wouldn't be too worried at the moment.
What do you think of CS2's update that you get 5 primary weapon slots and then you have to choose which weapons you take into the game with you?
I know you were big mad behind that one.
I was upset, as I tend to get.
I think I have to try it, to be honest, to get a real feel for it. Like, I was trying to think about it, but I'm like, I don't feel like I use enough different weapons that I even care that much. But maybe when I actually do play, I will feel differently about it. So,
because one time you're just gonna be like, oh, I didn't equip the AUG this time,
yeah,
or I didn't equip the Scout or the FAMAS, and I had around 15 that amount of money.
That is probably where it's gonna really hurt. Yeah, I don't think I have to test it out. It's an interesting change up. I could kind of see both sides. Oh,
I would say, because I think this is going to be a pretty quick cleanup for Cloud9, but because so many weapons have such specific use cases already, it grinds my gears because, well, I'm probably not going to equip those guns at all now, and so those very specific use cases for the FAMAS, for the Scout, for the AUG, you're just going to see that never happen now. Because I'm not going to have the foresight to say, oh, round 15, when I have this exact money, I'm going to equip that. Because I'm almost always, and I think most people are almost always going to go double M4, A4, and A1S. They're going to get the AWP because you need to be able to drop that sometimes. And then you're kind of messing with those other 2 of 3, where you're either getting FAMAS, AUG, or Scout. And you're never going to see the auto sniper again. That's just gone. That's literally gone. That gun has been removed from CS2 with this update.
What if they just plan to buff it later on?
No. They'd have to, or else nobody will ever have it again. And I think that this is investing advice for everybody out there. You should probably just sell your auto snipe skills if they're actually your skins, if they're just gonna do this, because no one will ever use that gun again.
But also not a financial advice, and not
financial advice at all. No, of course.
Okay. I think it's definitely really curious. Like, you could be in a couple of situations where someone picks the Scout over the FAMAS. They end up in a really weird spot where they're like, oh god, I actually needed the FAMAS here, and you know. I don't know. We'll see. I don't have strong feelings about it. I'm just I'm watching and waiting. But that's that's my default mode for any update. I'm just gonna wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I just know the early sites of gaslighting, and I've recognized them too quickly now.
You are getting gaslit by Scrawny. It's true. It's a 5-4 scoreline.
Yes.
Gotta be honest, Cloud9 are making this look really, really good right now. This is starting to swing the other direction. Still expect Vitality to be able to find the rhythm once again, but to be honest, they've also been out of money for about 2 rounds. And if they lose this one, that could happen right again. So this is real interesting. Dupree almost peeking into that. That's one hell of a headshot. I thought he was going to be dead. It looked like he peeked the wrong angle. Axile is back at it. He's getting a double in this one. Dupree and Apex going down in the middle. How do you recover this if you're on the T side?
We'll see. Spinks approaching towards long B right now. Buster might give him an opportunity, but he's playing a very passive game, just jiggling ever so slightly. Zywoo and Spinks trying to find a way out, but they're just going with the contact play. Hobbit's going to eat him right up. Spinks has a feeling that there's somebody there, but Buster finds the timing, leaving Magisk in a 1v4. No real hope for him here, and Cloud9 find another off the back of a great mid setup. Good double from Axile, and then a little bit of a limp approach from Vitality as they just try to contact into that B site. Not quite enough.
Definitely not. And no bomb plant either to help them out, even with the loss bonus here. I think the bomb plant would have maybe gone a bit of a way to maybe make the next one a little bit more impressive, but this is a full investment for Vitality, and they don't really make it work, so yeah, maybe not even with the bomb plant, I'm not even sure. They bought some armor, they bought some pistols on this one, but the scoreline is tied up. We're at 5-5. Oh, that's a very good grenade. They're so far back. This is the perfect position. If you're Cloud9 here, you want to be this far away so you can't get run over by the pistols. Yeah, pick them off slowly but surely. Nafany with a good spray down. And Cloud9 take the round lead, 6-5.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, different strokes for different folks. Cloud9 very comfortable in this passive defense, and it's working out for them. To win 5 in a row against Vitality, a team that picked into this map and are on what is generally considered the more favorite side of Anubis, that T side. This is great from Cloud9, showing a lot of fight here.
Yeah, they are. Shiro and Axel at 14 and 13 kills. Shiro trying to go for that early fight. I like it. That's what you want to see. He didn't quite get it this time, but again, you have to try and create some of those plays every once in a while. Mega's going to get the early kill on Nafany, though, on the other side of things, and Shiro is still moving forward. This is very interesting. If you contrast this with how he played on the other map, it was nothing like this, but he's going to find Apex with a sick flick halfway through the wall to get the headshot, and it's a 3 versus 4. But if you look at the health on Dupree and Magisk, is it even really? They're almost dead before they even get to the bomb site.
Yeah, but there's nobody on A. This is a bit concerning for Cloud9. This is feeling very advantaged now for Vitality. The rotation is coming in. The bomb is still so far away, though, so that's the only concern if you're on the T side. How are you going to get this there? Oh, no! Shiro mauling himself off the angle. Oh, this is so worrying, and Magisk taking down Hobbit as he's isolated from his teammate. A wall of flame separates Shiro from his compadre, and now he's going to try to bring this one back. He still has 100 HP, but the angle, they're dug in. Yeah, Magisk, he knows that angle better than Shiro does, and he's able to take his life. This will be 6-6. Buster, with that AWP drop from Shiro earlier, will look to hold on to that.
Look at how much money they have, Cloud9. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, saving the ops obviously still a good idea, but even if they lost it, they would be absolutely fine. Magisk with one hell of a round, 3 kills on him, up to 12. And a little bit of a comedic error with the Molotov. He even lined it up. I think that's what made it really funny. He's like, let me just make absolutely sure. Let me get the ruler, the protector out. I'm ready. And then it's like, oops.
Yeah, let me look at the coordinates. Latitude and longitude. X and Y. And it still didn't even matter. Great find there from Magisk. You see some of the risks being taken from Cloud9. It works out for Shiro with his pick towards long B. Apex so impressed with that shot. Wow. I'm playing against one of the best operas in the world. But still, able to convert is Vitality.
I think they need it to really, really badly. Their own economy can't really sustain too many losses. They've been in economic hell for like 3 or 4 rounds, so gotta keep it up. Second timeout used on the Vitality side. There are some teams that are really aggressive at attacking the middle on this map when they're on the T side. Like, they will, put 4 people in there, maybe one of them holding outside of the A-bomb site, and then they'll keep it going. Here we go. This is appropriate music for the setting. He's doing big brain math on this one. He's really lining it up. It didn't even look like it was close either.
No.
That's so sad. All right.
It almost looked like the Molotov was chroma keyed or just had that little bit of red accent like Schindler's List.
True.
Maybe I just super fixated on it.
6-6. We're tied up. Flashes are going over the wall. This is very much more a direct approach, going straight for the B bomb site. Buster's going to take 2 of them down. And this hasn't really been working for Vitality, this more direct approach. They seem to get shut down, so nicely done by Cloud9. 5 versus 3, and now how they can really play it safe. This is where they should be feeling very much at home.
Yeah, this is really just such a strange round to do this after a timeout. Just go for a full-on B hit. It did work earlier in the half for them once, but it's not that difficult to take dark control and go for the more proper B split through that lower angle as well. Pinch the bomb site. It's just a simple utility exchange generally, but all right. Magisk and Apex, they're still gonna try to crack this one open. Just jiggling on in. And Buster's already slotted in pretty nicely. Hobbit's right there as well. Okay, that's the shot they needed to hit.
Yeah, you need probably at least 1 more of those. Ooh, Apex is good for it. Hobbit, low health already. Megas coming in with a kill, but the flank is good. And Nafany shows up just when he needed to make sure they win the round. Man, that got way too scary. I mean, from a 5 versus 2 into a 2-on-2 at the end there.
Yeah, that was a great and valiant effort from Vitality. But that's why you would love to see those players charge in during the hit, too.
True.
Just, you could split that bomb site wide open. And okay, this is actually a great development for Cloud9.
Yeah.
They're winning on the CT side of Anubis. Okay, Shiro not able to find that shot. Okay, Apex is pressing on forward so quickly. Nafany right behind the smoke. This is getting a little bit dicey, and it's hard to tell who's going to come out on top. ZywOo's already able to find the first kill on a Hobbit, and Nafany still lying in wait. This could be huge. 1 kill, but just 1. Spinks easily trading him out.
There were so many people on the other side of the smoke, and Nafany just already hoping that it was going to be 1, maybe 2, but 3 people in total in the middle. That's a lot of fight coming his way. 3 versus 4 now, and they're going to go for it here. 1 good smoke should be able to block off Buster. He's got that secondary AWP, and actually Shiro is here, so 1 good smoke could block off both of them, in fact. See if they're going to be able to throw it. There we go, right down next to the obelisk. Underhanded grenade goes absolutely nothing on the other side, and Buster's going to get taken down for the smoke. That's unfortunate. Axel and Shiro, powerful combo to have left, but it's still a 2-on-4 right now. Shiro has to stay alive and wait a little bit for Axel to get here. He's up close, though. Bomb's being planted on the other side. He's sneaking on through. What a great flick. Taking down 1 and almost gets the wallbang shot to bring down Megas. A couple of more seconds and Axel's going to be there, but it's not in time. Axel did get the kill, but Shiro goes down, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Megas picking up the open, continuing. It's another triple kill for him, and another round for Vitality.
Wow, for Magisk to maintain composure there after getting wallbanged by Shiro and still be able to spin around, get the op, and the kill on top of that. Great work from him. We see the opener right there for ZywOo. Good mid-control procedures from Vitality, putting pressure across the map and converting with a nice B crunch. Well done. This was a more complete round from them than what we just saw a round prior, where they just went straight into that B exec. And so, we'll see who wins the half here. Gotta say that Cloud9 has already done a great job for themselves, winning 7. But you'd love to go into the half with the lead.
Look at the scoreboard on Vitality. Megas got 17 kills and everyone else is not even here. Maybe you could... ZywOo's at 9, but that's absolutely ridiculous. How has that drop-off happened? Where's the rest of Vitality? How did they even get 7 rounds with this kind of a scoreboard? I don't even know. They're going for it here. Megas looking for the entry, trying to get his 18th kill, but it's not going to happen. And Axel will spray down the rest. So Apex and Dupree... Man, if they would have got the entry, Dupree's position would be so valuable at the middle of the round. But they never got there.
Ooh, spot of the shoulder. That's going to give up one of the remaining players. Oh, and he doesn't actually clear the angle out. Yeah, Apex 1v4, pushing on through the Molotov. And it looks like Buster will clean him up. Great recovery from Cloud9 in this half. They go into the break with 8.
Welcome to Don't Make It Sound. It's easy.
We're gonna have 3 challenges. The one that does the most loud noise is eliminated. To measure the noise, we're gonna use this little instrument. let's get started.
Well, 90.
Drop the mic. 90? So much. It's easy for you. When I do 89, you can do whatever noise you. It's not gonna happen. Well, I lost. Eliminated.
And the word is...
Carambit. Oh my god. I don't know. How much you saw?
I saw 62.
Looks cool, you know. It was 65, 63, and 45.
I think I'm second. You won.
Yes.
Okay, fish.
I don't know what that makes sense. 84, I saw. You won.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You won.
You're the master of this.
Yeah, the master of this.
I don't know why, but that's actually strangely intense, like the music and everything. That's so stupid. All right, we're back into it now. I enjoy that way too much.
How is it fair to have karambit be the word, though? That's so long.
Yeah, but he had great handwriting, you know? I'm impressed.
That was really good handwriting.
Yeah. I look like I'm 4 years old when I'm writing. It's a disgrace.
Yeah.
It's 8-7. Cloud9 with a lead on the CT side. Now they're on the T side. I've got to say they're making a really good case for themselves. This map pick from the start of it looked like Vitality. They have way more practice on it. They've also played it against maybe tougher opponents than Cloud9 have. Everything was kind of suggesting that probably Vitality should be able to walk away with a victory here. Maybe a 2-0, but now I'm not so sure. We'll see how good the second half will be for Cloud9. Nafferty, Hobbit, and Shiro, all of them were killed at the start of the pistol round, and Dupree and Spinks even getting found. Axel, what a great shot. Taking down Dupree, and it's just Spinks left. So pistol round goes to Cloud9.
Very convincing stuff from Cloud9. Setting themselves up really nicely to make their way to Vertigo. A lot of games still left to be played, but with this being the most T-sided map in the pool, it is tough to imagine Vitality getting back into this one. I mean, I think they're going to make it really competitive, but it's just tough. It's really tough on Anubis. I think Vitality, we're almost banking on going into that second half with more rounds.
Yeah, I suspect that something similar to that is true. But I think they had like a string where they had three or four rounds where they had almost no money.
Yeah.
And now they're starting this one again with obviously with no money again. So there's just so much of the map already has been played with Vitality having a less than perfect buy.
The back-to-back aces from Shiro and Axile were so huge for Cloud9.
Yeah, they really were.
Even though Shiro didn't win his, he kept the money to practically zero for Vitality. Then Axile was able to build from where he left off, and that sent Vitality into a tailspin as they just nosedive for the rest of the half.
this force-up that Cloud9 also didn't work out for them in the first half, right? Like, they didn't get the result that they wanted. Vitality are hoping that it will for them.
Oh, whoa, this might work.
That actually looked really sick. Ooh, not able to get the one dig off. Nafany gonna call it out, saying at least a little bit of aggression happening in the middle there. Oh my god, Spinks, that's very committed. I feel like that's a mistake. Fine to take a peek, maybe, but you know they're gonna have weapons on the other side.
Yeah. Just a bit early. A little bit of a gamble, just hoping that he's catching someone walking on forward. And yeah, Anubis is going to make the CTs look silly a lot. Like you feel like you have to do something so frequently. And so you're just praying that when you go for your swing, they're just running in a straight line at you. Magisk and Dupree holding on to this dark space together. And with Cloud9 shaping up to go for a B crunch, this is essential. If they are able to lock this position down, this could be huge for them. Okay, we see Magisk. He's pressuring Axile now. That's great for Vitality. 3-on-3, they keep this one alive.
Yes, they do. 30 seconds. And slow down. Oh, good shot there from Cyber with the scout, but he's not ready for the next one. Apex alone. 1 versus 2, and he can't get the spray on Shiro. Good double on him on the other side. It's real close. And almost a devastating mistake, or at least mistiming there, because Axile had a Molotov to flush them out of that dark position, right? So that would have probably been the ace up the sleeve if they could have got that, but they managed to do it anyway. They survived the round. They're going to be fine.
Yeah, I'm curious if Vitality, how much they're going to buy into this upturn round. Okay, that's the Nafany I know. Excitement. Some punch behind it. Okay, whoa. Where was that? Apex towards middle. Okay. But with the fact that they're on just 4 deagles, it seems so unlikely, and Hobbit has a chance to knock down the totem. Oh no, it's falling apart for Cloud9, isn't it?
It's actually so devastating if they lose this round, because that's obviously your question about them forcing up is based on the Cloud9 economy. If they win it with just deagles, they get to steal a couple of AKs, then Cloud9 will be instantly saving. And even after that, they're going to be in a really miserable position. And Vitality's economy could just explode. It's not done yet, right? 5 versus 3. You can still come back into this one. Close to getting another headshot there. Exile. Lucky to be alive.
Oh, that's a good nade. Soften him up. Dupree's right here with the MAC-10. Okay, they go for the double swing. He decides to go for the deagle, actually. Oh, but it misses the mark. All right. Looks like Cloud9 are recovering this one. 3 versus 3. Bomb getting punched in right there. And Spinks, he's pretty quick to this dark position. This could catch out Axile, actually. Oh, just missed the butt barely.
Yeah, maybe had a chance for it now, but Axile, oh, steps out of the smoke. That's so scary. But they know where he's coming from here. Gonna miss another chance, and I think time is running out on this one. It's a good start to the round for Vitality, but the follow-up just wasn't really there. It's a quad kill for Axile, nearly another ace being picked up. And that's, I mean, that could be the one chance that Vitality really had to get back into this half. They're gonna be in a weird position right now.
That would have been a big X factor round for them, but with the damage that they inflicted, they are going to feel okay. The fact that it was Cloud9 with 1 alive, then 3 alive. Now Vitality know that if they win this round, Cloud9's money is going to be shattered. So they're keeping themselves in this one, but it's a lot of ground to make up on the CT side of Anubis. Down 4 rounds. And let's see what Vitality opt for on this setup. Playing a 2-1-2 early on. Apex just dancing around this middle spot. And Apex has actually changed up his positions quite a bit. I don't know about this map, but they took him from some of those anchor spots where he was really having some difficulties and thrown him back into the fray so that he can be a great commander for different and shifting defenses for Vitality. It seems to have actually helped them a lot, given that they were able to win a major off of it.
Right now, they need somebody that isn't Magus to try and join up, right? If that's really been one of the big problems is can't be everywhere. Speaking of which, Magus got the AWP over Saibu. He's playing this.
Oh, yeah. It's really tough to hold that position with just a rifle. And oh, Spinks peeking right on in. Hobbit, so patient.
Axel thinking about setting it up Nafferty in the middle. If any one of these two players die, either Magus or Saibu, this bomb site's probably going to get wiped out. Good little flick there. Okay, smoke is going up, and he's still worried about someone coming through. Where's the backup? They are starting to rotate out of the B bomb site slowly. There's Saibu with the kill. Apex goes down in the meantime, trying to get to the bomb site, and they're putting some real pressure on. But Magus is just untouchable right now, getting some great kills. And now the backup is there. The two Danes are left. And Magus repositioning once again. They're trying to see if they can flash him out of it, but he's not going to care. Gets one more. He's picked up a triple. He's absolutely lights out on this map. And with only 4 seconds left, there's nothing Shiro could have done to win it. Magus is carrying this whole team right now.
What a great round from Magisk. Right there behind the pillar, staying alive for so long. If any Molotov landed at his feet, if any player in his position would have gotten more uncomfortable, they would have peeked out a little wider. But he just trusted the setup, and to great effect. Well done. This is exactly what Vitality needed. And yeah, it felt like a little bit of a risk to give Magisk the op in the opening gun round over ZywOo, but he made it work.
He definitely made it work. Now they've given it back. Interesting stuff. 21 kills on him. And again, the next closest is Saibu with 11 on his team, and then Spinks at 9, but then 7 and 6 kills on the Pre and Apex. It doesn't feel very convincing at the moment, but they did do a lot of work in the earlier rounds, getting the economy just wrecked from Cloud9, so they're instantly back to pistols.
This will be a tough one for C9. You got to hope for a gift from Vitality. Without even a single flash, it's just so hard to pop into some of these bomb sites. So really patient game from C9. Just hoping for some kind of mistake, some kind of unneeded push. They're not finding it, and in some ways it feels like Vitality's recovering this one.
They could. They're in a position to do it right now. There's no doubt about it, right? This is almost certainly going to be a 9-11 scoreline. And then it's just a question of how much of a run Vitality can go on before Cloud9 get back into the swing of things. Looks like they're going to try and see if they can walk their way through. Molotov there to put a little bit of pressure on. Might force them forward. Oh! Good shot. And Magus just ready to battle out in front. 2-for-1 trade. Shiro does get one in return. Bomb is making its way to the B-bomb site. Yeah, but it's dropped on the ground. Nobody really rotated out of this one, so only the one casualty in Magus. That's pretty good. You'll take that every single time.
9-11. Still some work for Vitality to do if they want to close this series out in 2 maps. But
well, it's got to be the dream for them right now.
Yeah, I would love to just move on. Even though Vitality are very confident in their vertigo, everybody knows that Cloud9 are world class on the map. So,
yeah, it's probably not going to be a very easy game on that map. You sort of have to really stretch yourself thin to win that one. Dupree, set up. See if there's going to be a pop flash of any kind coming through. Oh, there's a couple of them. In fact, they're not checking the corner. Dupree just able to get the double spray down. They threw the flashbangs, but never checked it. Hobbit trying to get back into it, but it might almost be too late. Triple kill for Dupree at the end of it, and Hobbit and Shiro. What do they do here? They get the bomb plant down, and actually fairly quickly, I don't know, this actually could work out. Hobbit on the other side. Shiro repositioning himself, but he's been found already. Apex, great job at checking that corner. If you miss that little wrinkle, if you actually let him get away and hide in the corner, it's going to be different. And Hobbit saying, I can't win this round here. No way I can defend this bomb.
that was just so strange from C9. You flash off Dupree completely off that angle, and then you just never clear him, and he gets a triple kill off of it. It feels like a poorly executed strategy. I mean, the nades were good, it's just that the entry fraggers needed to just move their crosshair around a bit. See that Nafany was the first one in, Buster the second, and that's, I mean, it feels like if your flash is that good, at least clear the angle.
Especially got 2 people entering, right? So, you know, one clears left, one clears right, and you would have been fine.
Yeah, SWAT style.
Yeah, exactly. Third timeout used for Cloud9. That one is That's a difficult round to lose because you know instantly what went wrong, right? You know, you're just thinking, damn, that 1-0 change, and at least we had more of a crack of it. We could have maybe done something.
And it's the guy that triple kills you. So, yeah. Okay. Cloud9 there, just going all in on that B exec. But it feels like they have already shown that they can take some map control towards middle. Would love to see that, or at least towards dark. Just go for that fight, but this might not be the round for it. Got 3 Tech 9s, a Deagle, and an AK on Hobbit. Not too much utility. This also probably means that it's just going to be a full-out send, but Hobbit has that bomb on the other side of the map, so we'll see if he ever gets activated.
Again, flashbang, at least initially, pretty good. Without the weapons to follow it up, maybe not quite enough here as Dupree and Spinks will put up a very good defense. Yeah, and Hobbit. I don't know, a kill on the bomb plant right now would be pretty sick. Just to get them a little bit extra cash. Maybe just a straight up bomb plant. Nobody's here. I guess that's something, right? A 1 versus 5. We've already seen 2 aces on this map.
They all rotate.
Yeah, they did. They said, you know what?
That's amazing.
We're so sure.
What a call.
Got 3 kits in play. Hobbit's relocating just to try and catch them as they get a bit closer here. Good headshot on the first. Only 4 more to go as they are flashing their way in, and he's getting flanked immediately. So good attempt. I mean, I don't know what he's supposed to do in that position. He's going to tie up the game. 11-11.
Okay, Vitality, they've recovered the situation. Cool attempt there from Cloud9. At least they're able to find a bomb plant. That means that they're going to have a pretty strong buy for themselves moving into the next round. Would love to just see some more thorough map control procedures. They've obviously gone for 2 more or less full B execs consecutively. And now they can enact a more thorough game plan. But we'll see if Vitality throw a spanner into the works here. I'd love to see them go for a risk. I feel like they're starting to build some confidence here. They're actually going for a really heavy A-site lean. Magisk and Zywoo are taking some space over there. It's hard. It's always so hard to push out of that space, but they actually have eyes towards Nile already.
Tempting to push forward, right? Especially because you've got the double setup and Dark on the other side. It almost feels like you should be able to pincer this part of the map. Ooh, he's pushing forward right as the grenade is thrown. Spinks, he's lost this fight so many times, but this time he's actually done a really good job. He's still going to be found, unfortunately. Nafany is right there to pick him off, but that's been a frustrating fight for Spinks for a long time.
I do love that from Spinks. You just have to take risks. He heard the Molotov soaring on in, so he just goes for that timing swing, makes it a 4v4, and chaos is the name of the game when you're playing the CT side of Anubis. You can't just always play standard. But just, yeah, he tries to go for a shot himself, and Shiro locking down this bridge. You have to pay a toll to pass.
How did he even know there was a second? That looked so sick. He looked like he was so sure there was going to be a second swing. Really impressive stuff. 30 seconds. Bomb is being brought back towards the B bomb site, so quite far away from where Side was holding. And Dupree, I mean, maybe with time, if you get the pick off of the bomb being brought in, that's like the only way they can get close to winning this round. 19 seconds here. Molotov. That actually does kind of land, but should still be space. Oh, that's very awkward. Smoke. Oh, the HE on top of the spray throw. Oh my god, imagine if he would have got that one. The Molotov as well could have done way more. I don't think Dupree knows, but that actually got scarily close.
Almost. So close, so close. He's not going to know until he rewatches the demo, though, unfortunately. And Cloud9 will pick up their 12th. Yeah, keep that op from Zywoo. Money is still great on the Vitality side. They're not going to have to take any concessions moving into the following round. But this is the kind of round that Cloud9 needed to still believe in a possible vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's looking quite likely the way that this is playing out. Vitality, they got more of the team showing up. It's not just Magus carrying the load anymore, so that's probably a great adjustment for their side. But Cloud9 have really figured it out. This is crazy. Look at the time that's left here, right? 9 seconds. If somebody dies inside of there, you got one more crack maybe at getting the bomb plant down, but all it takes is one little slip up and the round is just washed away.
Dangerously close, but Cloud9 get it over the line. full gun round here. Still some decent money for both of these teams, so it's not going to spell doom and gloom for either if they lose necessarily, but can't let this game slip away if you're Vitality. Feel like you need to get back in ASAP.
Shiro's got tagged up at the beginning of the round here. Will limit what he can do later on, potentially. 1 round lead. Grenade in the middle. Only do a tiny bit of damage. Nafany sees a potential opening. The Molotov is right there, but it's not really burning him. Flashed around the corner. Apex almost swinging for the re-peek, and he kind of knew, but Nafany's still able to win the fight. That's a really awkward battle. I think if Apex would have held the corner there, because he didn't get flashed at all, he probably would have won the fight.
Oh, it wasn't a perfect pop flash, but Nafany's still going to come out better for it. And now he has control towards middle. This becomes very tough for Vitality. They're more or less just turtling into their bomb sites. I think there's a little bit of a Zywoo poke and prod towards long A, but I mean, this is looking like it's a short B hit. Going to be so much pressure onto Dupree and Spinks.
Well, they got back up already. There's actually third player. Magisk is showing up, so they made the right rotation. They knew what's coming here. Oh, but it won't make a difference. Axile with the cracking opening. Dupree, last one left here to try and hold it down. If he would have got that kill, it would have got real interesting, but not going to happen. Zywoo will be the last one left at a 1 versus 4. Nafany on the triple kill to bring Cloud9 a 13th round. They actually did the right rotation. They knew what was coming, and it still was not enough. They got none of the kills.
Just only so many angles you can play. And when you're coming out of that dark area towards B, the fact that you have an elevation change wall moving perpendicular to the CT who's trying to hold you is simply a hard fight for the CT. You have so many little movement options, crouching while you're doing it. You can just change the elevation of your head. So yeah, we see why it's so powerful to maintain that position if you're a CT and to take it as a T. Zywoo trying to keep himself alive. Oh, okay, there's a player around in the corner. And, oh, they get him right in the nick of time. Okay, this is going to get pretty hairy for Vitality. They still have a little bit of money to work with, but don't think they'll have every single weapon at their disposal. And yeah, Nafany right there, we saw that slow-mo, the jiggle coming out from his opposing leader in Apex, and the fact that he was able to spin around in time to find that opener, and that's so big on a map like Anubis. Just really solidifies your advantage that you're already gifted when you start the round.
Another timeout. Third one for Vitality as this map is slipping out of their hands. They didn't have the first half that they needed on their own T side. It was not that bad, right? They got 7 rounds, but it wasn't the stomp that I'm sure they were hoping for. And so many of those rounds were carried by Magus, just getting multi-kill after multi-kill. It's not a particularly impressive scenario in that sense. And another timeout being called, this time from Cloud9, using the last one, saying, let's just end it right now. I mean, they're within striking distance, right? If they win this next round, Vitality probably won't have an easy way back into the game at all.
Yeah, this is the most important round of the game for Vitality. Have to keep yourself alive here. But everybody is so aware of that in the server. We'll see the buy. Okay, everybody's going to have full weaponry. We see just a couple missing nades from Vitality. Feels like they just have to do something. Have to get a 5v4 in this one. Can't just play it standard and straightforward, or Cloud9 have shown that they can convert.
Spinks nearly caught off guard. It's been a tough game for him, whether he's been challenging or a little bit further back. He's got 12 kills at the moment, but oh, Apex. That actually, that is a potential. We've been saying it on the CT side, you have to go for some risks. Slightly different timing, and he's just there to catch the kill, but Nafany is well aware. 21 kills on him. And another 4 on 5 to ensue here.
Now, Cloud9 can just really sink their teeth into this round. They can just dig in. Vitality, they already gave them the man advantage, and we can see that There's an attempted push outside of long A. Oh, it actually catches Axile off. He wasn't ready for this. Probably thought his teammate was watching it, but Nafany's quick on the trade, so advantage still lies with the offense. And with ZywOo rotating off, he really suspects that there's some pressure towards middle. Little does he know that the entire offense is making its way through long A.
Yeah, they're coming for him.
Oh.
And he's taking a big risk rolling the dice here, saying maybe if this becomes a B hit, we'll be ready. We'll have the 4-on-3 on that side, but this is absolutely not the case. So it's essentially a free round from here on out for Cloud9, 14-11. On the upside, and this is part of the calculation for Vitality, they get to save the weapons, or at least they think they will. We'll see if there's going to be a real hunt, but you kind of know this when you're doing this.
Yeah, but things only get harder now for Vitality. Apex and Magisk, decent loss bonus, but not going to have the same sort of weaponry that they had in this one. So Cloud9 will put themselves up 14-11, and things should just simply get easier for them. Have to find a way, if you're Vitality, to find just some sort of risk that you're comfortable taking. A walk push through the middle smoke from Apex in this round was a daring attempt, but you would love to see ZywOo just going for a swing somewhere, taking a peek that he likes. Has to find out what those are. Different operators are figuring out what it is that works for them on this map, whether it's the early mid-fight, which we saw from Shiro in the previous half, or seen a couple different plays from Brokey where he'll just fly towards Nile, he'll fly towards long B, even just posting him up on A long like Magisk did with his own op as well. Just something to switch the game up a little bit. Playing too passively with the op when it's your best weapon right now, it just needs to get involved early.
No more mistakes here for Vitality. If they want a crack at getting back into this game and finishing this in a 2-0 fashion, it has to be now, right? They're out of runway. Cloud9 are at the precipice of winning this particular map. 2 rounds away, in fact. Shiro with 24 kills, Axile with 24, and then Nafany at 22. That is an amazing trio of players to have carrying this forward. Buster and Hobbit, yeah, they could do a bit more, but they've got the 3 players that are sort of moving the way for them. Shiro will take down Spinks again. He's really not had a good time holding this particular position.
This is going to be a disaster for Vitality. I mean, ZywOo has to come up with some magical multi-frag here. It looks like Cloud9 are slowly encroaching onto this bomb site. So Dupree, it'd be nice if he's able to come up with one of his own. First challenge with the Hobbit, and he falls. It all comes down to ZywOo.
Yeah, essentially a 1 versus 5 for him at the bomb site. Well, backup is coming in. Makers is starting to get there, but still, how do you win this one? And they're just slowing it down, which is probably very painful if you're Cyber right now. You'd love some quick fights to come your way, just to get warmed up into it, but it's getting worse and worse here. Buster's going to be going down. That's something. Makers got the shot. Maybe there's a way back. He's going to keep it going. Good double before he's finally taken down, and Shiro traded immediately. It's just Axile. 30 seconds. In the 1 versus 2, the flank is in, but from us this time, we'll survive it. And again, it's Magisk coming up really with the big kills there.
That's an incredible hold from the 2 of them. Didn't even have too much space to work with. We saw that Cloud9 just kind of pump the brakes. Even though they found those kills, they kind of took their time with it. They allowed the rotation to come about, but just actually pushed. I'm pretty sure he just pushed through that temple smoke entirely, just disrespected it. But there was no one from Cloud9 that was even really approaching at that point. They were just, it was so easy for him to slot himself into the bomb site, and we could see that Vitality have more fight left in them. Last time out that for either team there.
Yeah, now is the time. If you want to come up with a brilliant play to get to the finish line, then this is your chance. What a second map this has been. The first map was close as well, right? It wasn't one-sided. It's just that there was some really hard losses on that one for Cloud9. Vitality took full advantage on this one, though. Probably even more heartbreaking. And just to remind everyone, we are playing for elimination here. If Cloud9 lose this map, they're getting knocked out of the tournament. So they are very incentivized at the moment to try and get to that 3rd map and keep the dream alive a little while longer.
No one wants to end their season on a loss. What's crazy about it is that we have these 2 teams, and in some ways, you could believe that they could both go on the run to win this whole thing.
True.
Cloud9 have had some difficulties lately, but they're always the dark horse. ZywOo, okay, Wanted him to look for something. Gets the pick onto Hobbit. And Nafany, he slotted himself so deep, and he spots Apex. Good damage inflicted already.
It's a start. We're in the middle of Cyru, and this is real important. Actually gonna get Molotov up, so they're not even trying to hide the fact that they got the mid control. Imagine the pressure this puts on the A-bomb side. The 2 people defending, but there are so many new angles into this all of a sudden. And Dupree wants to get a bit close to Cyru. Almost walks into the AWP shot, but now he's holding the angle. Meg is taking a shot. Apex trying to get one through the smoke, but instead it's Dupree. Reversed through the smoke himself as Buster will take him down. 4 versus 3. Nafany is still holding this and trying to walk back across the bridge. They might run into Spinks. Oh, will they ever check this corner? This is such an off angle. Surely they're not expecting it. He's going to spray down the one, but Buster gets the return. And yeah, now you've got to pull the trigger. Now you've got to go for it. 25 seconds. They're running straight to the bomb site. Smoke, and they're waiting for it. They wanted to pop before they turn the corner. Almost Cyru able to get the angle, but not quite. We're down to 15 seconds here. As the smoke goes up and the bomb gets planted on the other side. No Scope's not doing anything, but Buster goes down. Magisk again, the hero play coming out. Oh, what is that jumping? Cyru getting caught. Shiro, he's picking up one more. And now it's just Apex left. How did they let this one slip by? Vitality, a 3 versus 1. And now Shiro's got a real chance of doing it. Apex, he's already low on health. He's out of utility. He's got the kit, sure, but that's not what this is about. This is about hitting a shot, and oh my god, he goes for the wide swing. How does he win that fight?
What an incredible shot from Apex. Are you? That's unreal. Oh my. He had such low HP as well, and he has to hit that headshot. Does it. Keeps Vitality in this one. Felt like Shiro was going to bring it all the way back, but that's just beautiful stuff from Apex. He used to be an entry fragger.
True.
Showing it right there.
He's not even pre-aiming that angle at all. That's the hard part, right? Yeah, he can't believe it either. Okay.
Oh my gosh. He only has 11 kills, but that might be the most important one of the game.
Yeah, that one, that would have slipped the map right out of their hands, right? They would have been out of money, and it would have been 15 to 12 instead. Okay, they put a little bit of a break on this. If they win the next one, though, it's actually Cloud9 that are in a really weird position.
Oh, both teams. The money is just gone for everybody.
Oh.
This round's got to be worth 2.
Dangerous move for Nafany to walk through the smoke in the middle, but you could see now that he's this deep on the map, he's calling to the rest of his team. You could see how he's trying to piece it all together. What can we do with this position? They wanted to do it last time, and they got shut down.
Yeah, a lot of teams would love to go for an A split to try to convert this, but we haven't really seen either team too effective in employing that. Nafany still pushing on forward. He's trying to sell this. Oh, that smoke. I'm not sure if that's intentionally missing, but Magisk spamming with the FAMAS right through that smoke. And now this really defangs this Cloud9 split. It's really tough for them to try to sell that there's anybody coming from Temple. And so it's all on these B-side defenders, though, from Vitality.
A little bit of scary stuff. Good flashes, Spinks. He can't help out but Dupree. Fighting for his life inside of there, and I can't believe he got the kill on Buster. Shiro gets one in return, but we're down to 20 seconds. Where's the bomb plant going to be coming from? Now we're 2 people alive on the Cloud9 side. They can't even find the safety. You want to plant the bomb, but you know you're exposed from everywhere. Meg is sneaking up behind. Axel, yeah, he's good for the kill, but he's getting shot in the back all the time. 7 seconds left now. Axel keeps it going, and finally, they found a bit of space maybe if we get the bomb plant. Cyru's missing the shots here. The bomb gets planted. Axel gets the kill. How did they find a way back? A triple on him. Cyru on his own, trying to recover it, but they can't. Axel is a monster. I can't believe they carved their way back into that round.
That is sheer brilliance from Axel. I can't believe what just happened. The way he was bobbing and weaving, dodging every player, and able to come up with the victory. That felt hopeless for Cloud9. They were being crunched from every single angle, and yet Axel was able to weather the storm. That is brilliance on display.
He's trying to plant the bomb, getting shot in the back, and he gets out of that position, recomposes himself, and finds all the kills that they need. What a sick game from Axel. 28 kills on him, and 2 chances right now to end this. And the first one is the best one, right? Vitality don't have anything to work with.
Feels like it's right there, Vertigo. Cloud9, they smell it, they feel it, it's well within their grasp. All they have to do is seize it. Win this one, move on. Don't let anything crazy happen here. Mitigate all possible risks.
Yeah, you want to end it right now. Don't give them a chance to bring it into overtime. 29 kills on Magisk and Shiro both, and then Axile at 28. I mean, it's some players that have really stood out. Creeping forward, Shiro. Magisk, this is interesting. He's using the gap on the one side just to see it, and oh, what? No.
No.
Not like this.
Oh my.
Come on.
Friendly fire in round 29. And that's the guy that just saved your ass in the previous round.
I think in tennis, that's what they call an unforced error. Oh dear. 28 seconds left. Maui, don't let it end like this. It'd be too heartbreaking. They're trying to pull back. They want to go for this bomb site instead. The B bomb site. Molotov up on the one side. We're down to 17 seconds. Time is running out. There is rotation coming. The lineup is there. It's another team kill. What is going on? 10 seconds left. They're trying to get there, but the Deagle will end it. We're going to the 30th round. A double team kill for them to try and win the map. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
That feels horrible if you're Cloud9. 2 team kills in the same round and just pistols on the side of Vitality. This was supposed to be a layup for them to get themselves to Vertigo, and they stumble right there. Oh man, that feels like a back-breaking loss, but they still have another opportunity. They can bring themselves back into this. They just have to find the composure. This is where you want people like Hobbit, that veteran presence, to show up and relax everybody else on the team.
Yes.
You're still in a decent position. Sure, you're taking a couple of pistols into this one, but you still have a great opportunity to win in round number 30. It doesn't need to go to OT for Cloud9.
They're going to go straight for it. Well, the people over on Blast.tv are saying it will go to overtime, so they disagree. We'll see. This is going to be straightforward, just one-dimensional punch towards the A-bomb site. They want to see if they can end it right here, right now. Good flash and trying to make their way through, but a crossfire between Sidewin and Magisk is way too good at the start of it. Nafini and Axile both get knocked out, and now it just got way more tricky. 3 versus 5. The bomb is at least still on their back, so they have a way to pull the plug. If they get a kill, maybe they can still reset the round a little bit here. They're edging for it. They're looking for it, but Side was untouchable on this one. An ace at the end to get it into overtime. The 3rd ace of the map. What a game this is.
Oh, the individual performances from everybody in the server. All the usual stars are doing the talking. It has been rough to watch. Some of the losses, but the wins have been fantastic. 3 aces, Axile, Shiro, Zaiwu. Those are the exact 3 names. If you had to guess who would be getting an ace in this game, that's how you would line it up. And they all deliver. Wow, I feel like this is where, if you're Cloud9, you need to have the strongest mental composure. And so far, that has been their greatest enemy. The fact that they can fall apart at the worst times when they were in prime position, pole position to take it. On round 29, the double TK.
Yeah, mutiny in the ranks when you're trying to win. It's unbelievable. Someone has to walk the plank after this. Molotov goes up in the sky. Not exactly what you want to see, but that resets everything. Think about how many rounds Vitality didn't really have the money. Now at least they've got that going for them. Nice grenade. Spinks feeling a little bit too much pressure. Cyber though, just pushing forward to find Axile. What a kill to find. Getting either Axile or Shiro at this point is going to feel so great if you're on the Vitality side of things.
Nafni still has good position towards middle. They could pull off an interesting B split here. Oh, good counter utility from Apex. That's going to stop Nafni. Wow, he actually takes a little bit of extra damage there, but still wins the fight against Magisk.
How?
Nade there in return, so man advantage still lies with Vitality, but Nafni should have a good feel for what's going on across the map now. He spotted a couple of players. There's been shots in multiple directions, so this is where he's got to put that brain to good use. Find the mid-round to get his troops are at a man deficit into the right positions.
Running the clock down very low again. 25 seconds. Not the end of the world, but one mistake here, and you could be in some trouble. Deep Molotov, but nobody's holding that position. They're going to double swing against it. And Dupree doesn't get the kill. Spinks goes down for nothing here. 10 seconds. Oh, that's the bomb on the ground, and now Apex out of the shot looking for it. It's lost again. Oh, they just can't keep on to it. 4 seconds left, and he's run out of time. Buster, he wasn't sure. Oh, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreak after heartbreak right now. Cloud9, how do you recover from this?
That bomb went flying.
It was a game of hot potato.
That bomb, as soon as that kill was found, the bomb just flew so far away. Like, Buster didn't even realize where that landed. It sure had to go so far to retrieve it. Oh, it feels like, in some ways, Cloud9 are getting so unlucky, but, man, I've seen this before with them. Oh, wow, Vitality, yeah. They're showing that championship pedigree, though. They're holding their nerve so much better in the waning moments of this map. This is so tough to read. So many situations where it feels like the CTs are disadvantaged, the Ts are disadvantaged. It's tough to just understand where every round is going. Magisk getting aggressive towards long A, but he'll back on up. That was the risk that he wanted to take.
Yeah, it's pretty good either way, right? It commits a lot of grenades here from the Cloud9 side of things. They have to make sure they flash and Molotov this entire position out. So even just a couple of shots there can make a bit of a difference. Been a minute since Spinks has died in the dark position. That really happened a lot in regulation, which is a little bit frustrating to watch. Yeah, he's going to be forced back. More Molotovs being thrown behind him. Hobbit just testing that smoke vigorously. Dupree now taking over the position that Spinks was playing in previously. He's got him right behind him. There is a double setup on the other side. Oh, just patiently waiting.
Yeah, 40 seconds left, though, and Cloud9 still don't have this space towards dark. This could be the defense that Vitality need. They've got good position right now. They just have to find the kills. He's trying to find his timing here. Oh, but it's Axel that comes out on top. Spinks, he's got to recover things. Oh, Magisk actually pushed in from long A.
Yes, he did. Shooting him in the back. Spinks with a double. This is his time to shine. That's what he's been waiting for a long time. And it's the perfect time to come alive as well. Shiro, 1 versus 3. And there's only 14 seconds. I don't think there's anything he could do right now. The problem is, even if he gets 1 kill, how do you possibly plant the bomb here? He's trying to do it. There's the kill on Apex, and he just goes straight for it. Out in the open and getting shot in the back. Magisk with another double kill, putting himself, I think, at 31. Really impressive stuff. That's 2 out of 3 rounds at the start of overtime here, going so far to Vitality.
You can see that Magisk, he went for that early push, wasn't able to find anything towards long A. Then he goes for it once again. When the round starts to settle, he's the one that took the risk. He went for the push, able to find the backstab there and the final kill as well. Vitality finding 2 CT side rounds already in the first overtime. This feels like they've already done what they've needed to do, given the T-sided nature of this map.
That double TK round is going to come back to really haunt them. I mean, that's something you're going to be lying awake at night for a real long time thinking about that. I like the boost over, and that probably could have resulted in a kill right then and there, but Apex actually tickling them through the smoke, and Nafany's all the way down to 32. A little bit uncomfortable. Oh my god.
Oh. Yeah, a lot of damage inflicted early on in this one, and actually Cloud9 get a good amount of space, but this is great from Spinks. Yeah, oh, he spotted the shadow. Yeah, he knows that they're moving in towards middle.
And he's got side with that to back him up. I like this. That's actually a really, really cool setup. He's moving forward. Oh, timing is everything, though. If you turn your back on that window, you're already going to be dead. Apex with a double kill, and there we go. Spinks does go down eventually. Hobbit sees just enough for Dupree. It's still a 2-on-3, but with 50 seconds, this could go either way. This is a round that Cloud9 could win. Magisk goes down. He was already softened up a little bit and out in the open. It actually looked like that was a team flash against Hobbit, but he still won the fight.
But it's ZywOo. 1v2. If there's anybody that could do it, it's got to be him.
Oh, straight for it. He had the pre-aim, but it will not make a difference. 17-16. Cloud9, they win the 1 round there. Doesn't feel like it's enough, but we'll see. They're going to switch halves and Vitality. Their T-side wasn't that impressive. It wasn't super cool.
No, it felt like it left a lot to be desired, even though it's their map pick.
To be honest, though, that T-side was carried by Magisk, and now everyone else has kind of come alive. Yeah. So it could be quite a different look. If it could be like a... Maybe this is going to be... Oh, yeah, that was a missed shot, wasn't it?
Well, Thankfully, it didn't come back to bite Cloud9 too hard, given that he and his team were able to win that final round. But it feels like there's a lot more in terms of individuals and liberties being taken in this overtime. That last round got a bit chaotic. Quite a few fights happening at the same time. Nafany right through the smoke, taking down Dupree. That feels like a job well done. Now you can settle into your defense a little bit more, given that you have that advantage.
That's what you want to see. I'm curious if Apex can dig his team out of this one. Still have plenty of time. They never really, I feel like, got to use the middle that much, Vitality. That was something that I was sort of maybe looking forward to. Never really got a chance to do it much in regulation.
This is just a little awkward. Vitality are going for this B split, but they don't have the bomb. So they really want to find these eliminations. Okay, yeah, they're still going for it. Apex taking some damage right there as he's trying to approach.
I think they realize now. They're saying, okay, hold on, somebody needs to pick up the bomb, but the rest of the squad going for it. Buster in the corner. Apex gets one kill, and they trade on Nafany after he picked up one, so somehow this is working out. They tried this in regulation so much, and it was really not that impressive. Their B hits did not look solid. Saimu to pick up the kill on Shiro, and that's because he was all the way back there picking up the bomb, so somehow it just all comes full circle. The fact that he was delayed makes him find Shiro at the end. I mean, I don't even know how to explain it. Axel's out of there, but he gets double and almost triple peaked on that one. And it's Vitality to pick up another round. They are so close to finishing this and sending Cloud9 home from Washington.
They're so close to finishing off this Cloud9. I think that it needs to be brought up that with the troubles that this Cloud9 team have faced also, think about this roster and how it's really failed to deliver on a lot of fronts, and the player break coming up, the transfer window right there in front of them. This could be the very last time that people see this 5-man lineup for Cloud9. This is a scary moment for them as they fight for not only their tournament life, but perhaps the life of this unit.
Yeah, something is definitely up. You're not wrong. Haven't seen the results that we all would have wanted. 18-16. One more round for Vitality, and they'll be able to celebrate and probably wipe some sweat off their brow as well. It's the amount of heartbreak for Cloud9 in some of these rounds. It's so ridiculous. The double TK round's the big one, but there's been so many others since then where they could have made it work, where it looked like it was going to be doable. And they know where Buster is in that corner. That's actually quite helpful. If you feel like you can isolate that kill, spend a couple of more grenades, then maybe there's something to play for. He's very stuck in there. Oh, and can they sneak through? Apex. Ooh. He sees the gap there. He's thinking about it. Oh, there's the shot. It's Spinks instead. They find the headshot, and they still have 45 seconds. Meg is to pick up Hobbit. It's coming apart here for Cloud9. Who's going to be the hero? Somebody has to be Shiro. He'd love to do it. He's got the USP in hand. Peek in the corner. He finds Megaskin just like that. Axel with a kill on Sideward. They're back into a 3-on-3.
It's been recovered slightly. The two heavy hitters from Cloud9 finding a kill apiece, but Apex, he might have found a hole in this defense. Nafany, he's holding the sliver angle, trying to stop this A split, and he's able to take down Dupree. That's going to help out Axel tremendously, playing around the one-way smoke. Okay, Cloud9, they want to keep on fighting in this one. It's just Spinks 1v3. Doesn't look like he's long for this world, and Nafany takes him down. Cloud9 survived. Despite the 5 versus 3 advantage that Vitality found, it's the heroes, the core trio of this roster that keep them kicking.
So important. Getting that kill, especially the first one in the middle, to slow them down, because if they make a clean right and get into the bomb site, it's probably over.
Yeah, and it's poetic that it's these three, the ones that have been on the roster the longest. The changes that have gone on with this team from Gambit youngsters, the fact that it's, you know, losing Supra, losing Inters, but it's been these three that keep them steady.
Well, one chance right now to bring it into double overtime. They're playing really well at the moment, but Vitality just need one round. 33 kills on Axel and Shiro. I mean, you can't ask for more at the moment. 33 on Magisk as well on the other side of the fence. The bomb is in middle. So they are keeping every option open at the moment here.
Yeah, Vitality just taking their time with it, seeing if Cloud9 want to go for some pick. Okay, that's an interesting wallbang right there. Right, not sure if ZywOo's ever gotten a kill there, or anybody in Tier 1 play, but always worth a shot if you find something else out that's tricky like that. But it looks like this time around, Dupree slotting himself deep towards middle. Vitality, they're keeping their options open. They have 45 seconds left, but they've taken some pretty good space. Hobbit, he'll be the last line of defense towards Dark. Molly, that's not going to be a great timing, actually, for Vitality. Molly's going to fade, and the smoke will still be there. And so Hobbit can hold on to this position. Double Molly has to be employed. Now Hobbit is going to be sitting right in front of the smoke. Oh, there's a couple players here, and Buster joins him to find that kill. ZywOo right on the other side. Oh, so much damage being taken, but barely survives. Okay, Cloud9, they're holding on, and Shiro's still on the site.
15 seconds right now. They need to go for it here. Shiro with the 5-7, but he can't find the kill. 10 seconds left. They're running to pick up the bomb. One misstep here, and they're going to lose the round, but they will have time for the bomb plant. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. There we go. Dupree with a headshot, and now it's on Nafany out in the open, and it's 19-17. Another heartbreak for Cloud9 as they get knocked out, and Vitality, they are on their feet, relieved to make their way through this second map.
Oh, it's so close, but it ends in heartbreak for Cloud9. That's the end of their season after a winning half, after finding themselves so close. They're definitely going to be looking back at that round 29, the double TK, but Vitality, they hold on, showing what it means to be a champion, what it means to have so many players with such storied histories in CSGO.
Yeah, what a performance as well from Makers. He carried them through that first half. They would not have got 7 rounds if he didn't drop all those kills. And I think he ended at least 33, maybe more than that. Really, really well done. What a battle. It took absolutely everything that Vitality had. They still don't really look their full selves yet, but Cloud9 don't either. And that's probably going to be a topic of conversation, right? Just what's happening with this roster. And something has to change. They need to find the most their old selves again.
It does feel like that. Yeah, it's just been so many heartbreaks, missing the major, but having opportunities at Dallas, having opportunities, but the desk will be the ones to break this all down. Off to you guys.
Thank you very much, Maui and Anders. We've got Nafany joining us straight away off the back of that one. And Nafany, we're still seeing some struggles for you guys coming up into these tournaments. A better fight for sure, but what do you feel is missing right now when it comes to Cloud9 and what we used to see? Because the individuals today at least showed up. We saw a better performance.
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say right now. We must review all what we did in our big time to prepare for these tournaments. We make a lot of mistakes, not even on the server, but obviously outside. And yeah, that's it. I mean, we have to make some really right decisions, let's say, right now.
When you talk about mistakes outside, could you explain to us, could you give us a couple of words? What do you mean by that, so we're trying to understand the situation?
I mean, it must be inside the team.
Okay, fair. Listen, this map, you were very, very close to pushing it to a third, 15-13. How do you feel like the game escaped you? How now that you've lived through these last few rounds, how did the game escape you from the inside?
I guess we just been a bit unlucky at 15-13. We make 2 team kills.
That doesn't help.
And yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to play 3v5. So, I mean, it's just unlucky in my opinion. But again, it's not about one round. It's about world game. And first of all, we must think about overpass, because it's our map pick, and we lost it, let's say, not the best way. Our city side was not what we want to see. And yeah, I mean, I just know that everyone in our team is good players and we could do better, but we didn't. And that's it.
Can you describe the mentality of you guys right now in terms of when you're getting into the server? Because sadly for you guys, you've had this string of events where it's been not getting to where you wanted, not achieving it, and just how that's affected you guys.
I can't say about Dallas previous tournament, but on this tournament, in my opinion, our mentality was pretty nice actually. We was ready to beat anyone, and everything actually was not so bad. But again, the better team won, and we have what we have.
And how is it for you? Because I think there is a certain amount of scrutiny towards you, saying, hey, you have these players, you have Shiro and Axel, you're not winning, all of that. How is it for you? How have you experienced the last few months? How has it been being in your shoes?
Of course, it's a bit stressful. I'm only 21 right now, and I'm kinda young, and I have a lot of time in my career, I believe. And obviously, people usually don't understand how teams work, especially some analysts which never was in team. I mean, everyone who was working with people understand that it's not like one-man decisions, and it's more about team. When everyone communicating with everyone, and some decisions, it's not about coach, in-game leader, it's more about players. I'm not saying that that's not my fault or something like that. The main fault still on me, and I'm trying to be realistic, let's say. I'm not kind of person who will be depressed because someone didn't listen me or something like that. And we need to understand that if some decisions is accepting, it's a team who accept this.
Okay.
So in my opinion, I'm not so bad as people actually think, and I'm just believe that in the future I will be better version of myself, let's say.
And when you say it's a team game, but you obviously have responsibility, I understand that. What is it that you imagine that you should have done better, or that you should do better
I think
as a leader?
As a leader, I must just push my opinions forward, and that's it. Because sometimes it's, in my opinion, one of the reasons why we struggle in some situations.
So you feel like you maybe should be a bit stronger in what should be done?
I mean, in my opinion, it's pretty fine when you have 5 smart players and you letting them do whatever they want. But actually, I mean, some decisions must be pushing by one man, and on my role, it must be me, because I'm in-game leader, obviously, and I didn't did it. I let a lot of players a lot of freedom, and that's cost us a lot.
System is needed, right? And that has to be in place. Now we're going into the player break after this, so much needed time off from all these events, but what does the future hold for Cloud9? We expecting to keep this 5 players the whole way through?
Actually, I don't know. I mean, the future will show us. Better to ask, for example, Groove or even Jack. I don't know, because not players making decisions about roster moves and etc. And it's actually pretty right in my opinion, because we're just players. And the coach staff could see the whole picture of what's going on.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time, Nafane. I hope we do see you back either way. And you, like you said, you're very young, you've got a bright future ahead of you. But that's the end of the road for here at Spring Finals. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So keeping moving on forward and looking at what we got next, Maniac, is we're going into the opposite side of things. We're looking at Imperial, who won yesterday.
Are we jumping to the next game now?
Yes.
All right,
we're moving swiftly across. Then we see them go up against G2, who we saw already take down Cloud9. They did it in a very convincing fashion. There's a lot of pieces in that game that we said, okay, this is exactly what we wanted to see. But, I did jump the gun a little bit. We do need a break before
I'll talk later. I'm fine with that.
I was excited. I was just keeping it on moving, mate. But there you go. Cloud9 will be gone. We've got our 3 teams who are guaranteed a spot going forward. But we'll have to find out where it's going to be and who's going to have it. We'll see you guys in just a few. no punches are going to be pulled in this one as Imperial face off against G2. And for Imperial, they were the team that sent Vitality to the lower bracket. They came out swinging, they came out with full confidence, and they came out with nothing to lose, despite maybe losing some of their players and things changing after the player break with this team. And oh, look at the cute little doggy. Oh.
Can we just keep the cam just on the doggy?
Just doggy cam.
That just would make me very happy. No, listen, serious business. We had Fallen on the desk, and he had some words that resonated very true to me. He said, once a team is put in that position, there's no more bullshit. Like, we know changes might happen. It is how it is right now. How do we make the best out of this situation? How do we just power through and just try to give a good shout out so that everybody can have a jolly old time in their career after that? And this is the Imperial that we've seen against Vitality. Absolutely smashed them in the first map.
Yes.
Cello 151 rating, Joda 133. Even Vinny had a Vintigo. Does that work? Vintigo? Vinferno was better than Vintigo. Vinturgo? That sounds horrifying. Vinturgo. His 1.29 rating, he was great too. So all of these elements come together, and now we have an upset.
We did have an upset, and what was most impressive about that for me with Imperial was the fact that, yes, you demolished them on the first map, but even when they had chances for Vitality to wake back up, they still slapped them down. They kept that pressure on top of them. But going up against G2, we know it's going to hit a lot harder, and we know we're seeing the pieces come alive. And Hooksy himself saying, okay, I was off my game when it comes to Dallas, well, now I'm back.
Yeah, this is a much better looking G2, and not just in terms of level, because of course we do keep an eye on the Counter-Strike and the level that's within, but it's just the attitude, right? The body language that we've seen from the likes of G2, the quotes that we're getting out there from the players, Monacy on the desk with us, Hooksy in interview. This is a little bit more belligerent G2, a bit more ready to fight, which is something that I like. This is how you want to see that team. When you have a team with such power, the G2, and you see them just kind of wobble through an event and just let the wind take them away, it is so sad, right? You want to see some of that fight, some of that bravery kick in, and we saw that against Cloud9 in the first game.
And the one thing they need to make sure happens here is that they don't have the winds taken out of their sail, right? They need to make sure that they keep this momentum going forward. We expect them to dominate a bit of a matchup like this, and even if the going gets tough, you want to see this man on your screen now, Monacy, be able to pull it out the bag and pull it back.
He did exactly that in their first game. I have to be honest with you.
Yeah.
At the beginning of Cloud9 G2, I said, hey, Monacy, it's great to style an opponent when you're winning, but now show me that you can actually dig G2 out of bad situations. And I feel like he did just that. On Vertigo, he didn't have the craziest of stats, but if you really put the eye test to the kills that he's got, there were moments that were critical for the path that the game was taken. The 1v3 and the anti-force buy, a couple of moments on the T side as well. So this was a Monacy that was extremely influential and ended up at 1.31 rating. Classy from Monacy.
Well, we're starting off with an Ancient pick coming out from Imperial in this one. Obviously, Overpass goes from right if they want to have any success in that because of the G2 side of things. Inferno pick, no surprises at all there when it comes to G2. They love it.
You're right. They were going to get Inferno, and they were going to be able to pick it. Now, it's a little bit of a stress test on Imperial's map pool. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Overpass is the map they always go to. Turns out it's the natural veto of G2. So you're not getting any of that bread. You're going to have to show us that you can do on Ancient. And I had a look at their stats on that map, and I have to admit, the tier 1 experience from Imperial on Ancient is very lackluster. We're talking complexity being the highest ranked team that they've played on that map.
Okay.
So I don't know how much they're up to par with what's being done at the highest level, and it's going to be a great test for them right here.
And in terms of that though, right, when we look at the map stats and what's going to be coming up onto Ancient, it's not looking great when it comes to what G2 have shown, but we've also seen G2 be able to beat at least the top tier of teams right on it before they'll be able to fight on it.
Yeah, they have a couple of cards in their deck that they can play. I think that JKS on the A side can be very efficient. The way he plays, I mean, he's kind of man now on the CT side you can just trust with very complicated position. And just think about how many decisions you have to make when you're the solo rifles on the A side. There's so many different ways you can play it. From side, boosted, up close, and temple, behind the box. Do you double down donut with Hunter or not? I feel like JKS is very well equipped to deal with all of these decisions, and he's been quietly underrated for his ability to do that. I also think Monacy has the movement that's needed to be impactful. Definitely. I'm going to be honest with you, one of the players that I worry a little bit about is Nico. I feel like Nico playing B a little bit a la Vertigo is not exactly a position where he can shine. I like him to be just getting stuck in. I like him to fight. I like him to show his mechanical skill and basically dominance over 99.999% of the Counter-Strike universe out there. On Vertigo, sometimes I feel like he doesn't get into these positions. And this has to be, I guess, some of the factor that we have to keep in mind for this first map.
And do you think that can be the thing that's key here, where we need to see Nico come alive on Ancient and have this ability to fight back against the likes of Imperial, who are going to come out swinging. I can expect that same style to come out from him again.
I mean, listen, I don't think they pay me the big bucks to tell you Nico has to play well. I feel like anybody can give you this analysis, right? I think selfishly, as a fan of Counter-Strike, I would like to see Nico prevail. I would like to see Nico do good, do well. His stats, his numbers, past 3 months is 116, and don't get me wrong, 116 is a high number for the vast majority of the professional scene in Counter-Strike, but it feels like this man has more, had more, can have more in the tank, like higher numbers. Do you currently feel right now that Nico is in a conversation for the very, very best in the world? No. I feel like the conversation has died down just a little. At the end of last year, it was a definite conversation. He was right up there. So I would like to see a little bit more from him. I would hope to see more from Nico.
But I'll be right to keep saying that when they themselves have said that m0NESY is the one who put it into that Starlight, and he's the second string to it now.
I mean, if you have m0NESY, I think you have to give him that space.
Yeah.
Not only because individually he's shown that he can do good on it, but just because of the position of the AWP in today's meta in Counter-Strike. I mean, there's not a whole lot of teams out there who do it without an AWPer. We aren't in 2019 anymore, or like when Liquid had the time with Nitro as a sort of a secondary winning the Grand Slam. We were not at that time, so it's very complicated for teams not to shine with ops, and if you have m0NESY, you do everything you can to get him into that position where he becomes the superstar you can always rely on. I'm not going to say he's there quite yet, but he's making steps towards that.
And the one thing I do worry about, though, and this is actually something that will benefit the Imperial side, if we see G2 give too much respect to Imperial, I feel like they are going to walk on forward and they're just going to be confident with their aim. They've got nothing to lose in this.
Well, they did that against Vitality, right? That was the modus operandi at the beginning of that game. It was just Cello running through smokes, punishing Spinx's aggression, being in their face. He gets a kill. Hey, what do you know? I'll take my knife, go for the second one. Now, I will say, considering the skill that G2 has in the pack, that can be real dangerous. Like, you can actually allow some of these players to catch on, right? Think about it. If you're a player, the best and quickest way to get on fire in a game is multi-kills. That's how, as a player, you start warming up, you start feeling this confidence. If someone, like you have 2 or 3 people running at you, you spray all them down, that you can just basically start a fire. If you play slow, mechanical, or rather tactical play, you kind of keep people asleep, you know, it's kind of a way to fight the war. Well, I think that if Imperial rush into G2 and then G2 capitalize on it, it could be really complicated.
Also, you feel like they could throw this at them, but then G2 slap them down, and then it turns around with them real quick.
Yeah, and the question that we have in Imperial is like, how do you handle deficit situations? Because I think against Vitality, they were so successful early on in rounds that all Fallen had to do, which by the way he did beautifully, was handle advantageous situations. Like, oh, we have a 5v4, oh, we have this position here right there, and that's how I'm gonna win it. And he was playing the chess game against Apex, and it was beautiful. But if you were in a deficit, if you're in a 4v5, 4v3, that's a bit complicated. We had a little bit of a comparison being put on screen as well, Fallen and m0NESY. Do you really feel like it's a fair comparison right now?
I was about to say, they're putting this up. You're looking at like Fallen on the borderline retirement, m0NESY just coming back in.
Hey, what do you mean borderline retirement? He was talking about how if he plays, he's gonna come to Europe. Are you already sending him home?
How many more years is that still? If we're comparing it, you know, we're looking at very opposite trajectories.
Oh, I'm not comparing the longevity of these two. Absolutely not. This would be like comparing oranges and apples. Absolutely not. But yeah, the straight comparison to me isn't exactly based in the sense that we're not asking who of these AWPers is going to have the more kills. It's a question of what is the input in the game, right? m0NESY is a multi-fragger hard carry. Fallen is a leader. He's not the one that in the system is supposed to end up with 60 kills at the end of 2 maps. That's not how the system is built. He's got rifles on his side that he praised a lot on the desk. The Cello, the Jotas of the world, they are the one who are supposed to go head-to-head against m0NESY.
And if we put the head-to-head, though, at the IGL side of things right now, HooXi, when things do get bad, we need him to be the leader. We need him to not get down and feel unhappy with himself and let that affect the team, because at least if Fallen's having a bad game, you know, he's still doing his leadership. You know, he's still pushing these troops forward.
I agree with you. This is one of the area where I would give Fallen and Imperial a greatest advantage. Is like, if things go to hell, if there is a really rough patch and there's no catch, no win being catch on, I feel like Fallen will stay the course. He'll just stay the course and he'll know what to do. I think he's had enough hardships in his career that now we know he knows how to deal with it. Whereas for HooXi, at times, at a few events, he's shown a bit more fragility in like how to deal with resistance, how to deal with the obstacles, how to deal with losses and streaks around against you. That could be an issue for G2 if they were to allow Imperial to run with it.
And the positive side, though, for Hooksy is that yesterday, at least, and yes, it was a win, but there was times when that game could have gone out of control. It could have been Cloud9 potentially picking up a map, getting a bit of a run going on. He was still loud. He was still there. We saw actual expression on his face, and that is what I want to see from him.
It's very much needed for two reasons. The first one is obviously, if I'm in a team and I look to my left or to my right and I see my captain facepalming as the game is getting tight, I'm not going to feel great.
No.
I'm not going to feel confident about the situation. If you are my leader and the game is live, don't show me that you're doubting. Like, there's going to be a moment after this game where we can actually talk about it. We can put it all on the table and say, listen, these were the issues. This is why I was frustrated. This is what didn't go well. There is a time and a place for that. Once the game is live, and up until 16 for any of the team, I want you to make me believe that you know exactly what to do. And if you don't, just ask me, right? Say, listen, I'm not exactly sure what to do this round. Like, what do we do?
What are we doing?
Exactly. Don't leave me with the feeling that you've kind of given up, which is not, I'm saying, what Hooksy is always doing. But if you do it, as a player, it's horrible. Like, it's really complicated to see your captain struggling, because then you feel like you cannot just do what you have to do. You have to do more. You have to overcompensate. You have to come up with calls. That's reason one. Reason two is also, individually, he didn't play that bad. It's kind of a Nafany situation. Like, he wasn't a liability in the first best of 3. He wasn't topping the charts. 0.85 rating is not a great rating, but he wasn't just a free kill that you can literally abuse and create a 5v4 out of. He wasn't that.
And in terms of looking at what we're expecting here from G2, is this where we say, okay, G2, you should get the 2-0, because Imperial at this point have sat there and they've gone above what we expected anyway. Even getting to the playoffs is like, wow, okay, we're impressed.
Yeah, the thing is, you would not have imagined Imperial 2-0ing Vitality if it were for the power nap that they took for about 2 hours. Let's be real. Let's be completely real. Vitality took a really long time to warm up into the game and create an actual battle out of it. Once they did, in Vertigo, it became an actual battle, and then Imperial was still able to close it out. But before that, it was very much sleepy party. So I'm hoping, and I have already seen, that G2 aren't sleepy right now. They're very much awake, and I would be extremely surprised if Imperial were to do it again.
Well, the man I know you touched on yesterday was Jota, but for me, Cello in particular, this man, when it comes to his just raw aiming ability and his brute force confidence, right now is something that G2 definitely have to be scared of.
Yeah, and that's because he's so aggressive, right? He's so aggressive in the sense that sometimes...
But smart aggressive. It's not just dumb, you know? He's not just running forward every single time.
I wasn't going to say dumb. I was going to say unconventional at times.
Okay, I like that.
Because let's just say that the holy book of Counter-Strike would say 5v4 or 4v3, just gather your troops, take your time, be very controlled and measuring your approach, and just use the numbers to close a round. This is the Astralis way of Counter-Strike. We're going back the years, right? Cello at times like 5v4, how about I make it 5v3? How about I make it 4v2? Like, but if I push this angle, I can get 2 kills instead of 3, or 3 kills instead of 2. Now, this is great on paper when it works out, and you end up with rounds that look really quick, really feisty, super impactful. But the problem is, what if you get punished down that road? What if you get punished around the corner, and the power play that you've just given your team is being swept away from you? You have to be able to find that line, and against Vitality, he never really had to find the line, because people were not trading him, so he was having just a grand old time.
He was having a field day with it, and you expect a team like G2 to be able to at least stop that from happening, or allowing it to happen so often. It might get away 1 or 2 times, but then it'll get shut down. Another thing, though, is if this way doesn't work for Imperial, and we've seen this happen at other events when they've come here, is that when they get stopped, then they don't really have that 3rd or 4th solution. They may have different calls that come through, but they do just have the same style that they keep having to run.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if you look at a team through the spectrum of how do we win unadvantageous positions, how do we win force buys, again, they had a couple of those against Vitality, which I am very much put on Vitality's lack of discipline.
Just that Vinny one, right? Is exactly what's them.
Tech 9 is what I'm talking about. The Bolts 1v3 Tech 9 construction is what I'm talking about. If you are very serious, they sometimes don't have like the level of polish so that they can be put in situations to win these. But again, if players make mistake against them, the level is here to punish. And I'm not going to stand here and pretend like G2 has the most incredibly perfect level of Counter-Strike where everything looks like the Mona Lisa. It's just not the case. Mistakes are being made, and individuals do have to step up. So there is a gap in the hole here if you're Imperial to try and pierce through.
In terms of piercing through, I'm going to try and use some telepathy and just like pierce through into the mind right now. I'm focusing on you. I'm trying to focus on getting this screen fixed, because we are just waiting.
Oh, that's what's happening.
It's a monitor being replaced out at the moment.
A monitor has been replaced.
Oh, now it's... Oh, okay. Well, it continues to... My telepathy didn't work at all. I've just failed miserably. It continues to get worse. I'm not going to use that again. I think I just broke the system more. Good old players. They do love these technical problems.
Listen, I mean, we've come to a point in Counter-Strike where pros won't play until everything is absolutely perfect to a T. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you wouldn't, would you?
No, I'm okay with that. I think it's okay that they do it. We weren't doing this. We were doing this back in the years when I was playing. But also, if you want to perform, like, do you not want to have your setup working? Like, what the hell is that? Like, I mean, I get it. I want to see the game start. But if I'm on my PC and something is not working, hell no, I'm not playing. Hell no, it's my career.
Okay, in the old days, though, would you sit there and wait it out? Would you sometimes suffer through some of your technical problems and be like, okay, I can handle this?
It depends. I mean, back in the days, we also didn't really have super competent like IT people behind us. So it's just like, have you tried turning it on and off again? And it was like,
that's what the admin would tell you back in the day.
Yeah, that's like IT guys were like, basically, sometimes people just tell me, you know, it is how it is. Like, that's the PC. And you just say, okay, then I guess I'll play with 100 FPS. Good times. We are far away from these moments.
Yeah, thank God. We've got way past that.
The level is much higher. The technology has caught up, so it's allowed everybody to just display an incredible amount of skill. I think it's how the discipline is supposed to evolve, right?
The FPS is much higher as well.
Much higher FPS means much higher skill, right? That's one of the few physical laws of Counter-Strike. It's right up there. I think it's rule number 47. Don't ask me for the 46. I won't come up with. Okay? I won't come up with that.
I was going to ask you a whole lot of these rules now.
We're not going to go down that rule, my friend.
Please all tweet at Maniac CSGO and say to him, what are the exact 47 rules for Counter-Strike? He's coming out in his latest book.
What can I do? I'll auction them. I'll auction the rules. You can ask me, and whoever gets the highest bid, I will give them the rules of Counter-Strike.
The rules of Counter-Strike by Maniac.
Exactly.
You have a PhD?
I do not have a PhD. I have a master degree. That's only 5 years of education.
Only 5? It's just casual.
PhD would have been a little tired. I wanted to play Counter-Strike.
Do you get, with a master's, do you get some titles with that?
Well, the title, my official title is work psychologist.
Did you get like a doctor or something? Or like
no, a doctor is someone that has a PhD.
Oh, okay. So
my title would be postgraduate psychologist.
That's nowhere near as fun.
But the title I like the most is analyst.
Ah.
Yeah, see what I did there?
You were trying to tell me you were a scientist earlier as well.
I am a scientist, okay? I have a master of science.
All right, well, come on, Mr. Scientist. Give me some scientific facts on this game.
Oh, you're trying to... I thought you were going to ask me to fix whatever is going on.
No,
side.
I wouldn't say that's not your kind of science.
That is not my kind of science.
I've seen you with your technology, mate.
Let's try and have some hard-hitting facts, right? When the players of Dallas started, I put screws on Hunter and JKS, and I said, by the numbers, they are the highest hitting players whenever pressure hits really hard.
Pretty sure Yanko didn't like that point.
I mean, it's okay to disagree. I have no problem. This is why we're at the desk. Sometimes we do have to disagree. We do have to talk about it.
Yeah.
But what I will say is they didn't exactly deliver on the promises that I had made to the audience. Which can happen sometimes. It's fine. But you still have to have players on a roster that you know will deliver. Now, we are not in the environment that I'm talking about. We are not in a 10,000 fully packed arena talking about playing for $1 million. That's not what's happening now. We are still in a group stage, so the danger can literally come from anywhere. Manasi, Nico, by the numbers, highest rated player on that team. These are the ones you're looking for. These are the ones you're looking for to just take charge of the game and basically just stampede on you.
Do we think it's still possible, right, at the very top level for all these players to have, even so when that pressure's on, when it's all maxed out and, like you said, it's all on the line, a playoff game, that you can get some of these players who can just take over like we've seen? Because we are seeing it less and less, you know.
You mean solo carry moments?
Yeah, them like huge solo carry moments.
Well, I think the game has come to such a high level now that there are solo carries, but just the scale of it is much lower. Like the scale of it is lower. An example for me is the overpass we've just seen from Vitality is what I would imagine is a Zywoo carry.
Yeah,
and we're not talking about 47 kills.
No.
But we are talking about a couple of key moments, like pinnacle moments in the game, a couple of gun rounds that change everything, where he steps up and he has a 3 to 4 kills or whatever that is. What's happening behind, if Spinks or Magisk or Dupree of Apex is kind of reaping all the product and kind of getting all the Glock ecos or whatever that's behind, by the numbers, they'll be up there too.
Yeah.
But you have to kind of fine comb through the rounds to realize, hey, he is the one that stepped up at that time. And I think we still see that happening more and more. If anything, the device in Dallas was the old school style.
That was the old school
That was like
style.
the, hey, I'm going to have 40 kills, we're still going to lose type scenario. But it's a bit more rare. And I'm sure there are some people out there with a love for statistics that could prove me wrong or prove me right and say that these kind of performances, I think, happen a little bit less at the very top level. Sorry, guys, I hear my bottle of water. I didn't mean to get that through the mic.
You keep drinking away as we're podcasting through this, because that's the interesting point. Is like, we go a few years ago, say Simple or Zai, both of them had these games where the rest of their team were not even there, but they could carry you over the lines of victory. Where now we're seeing such small margins that it doesn't happen anywhere near as regular.
Yeah, and also I think the games or the play styles, the meta have kind of shifted away from a one person does whatever the hell they want all the time. It still does exist to an extent, which means if you have Simple in your team, if you have ZywOo in your team, if you have Shiro in your team, you are going to try and accommodate them most of the time. But there are still moments where they will take a step back, because what's asked from Vitality, Na'Vi, or Cloud9 at the time is this setup. And in this setup, you should be in that position.
But what that point you're just making there is, Nafani spoke about it on that little interview you did with him. He was saying he's giving some players too much freedom. You know, that can happen as well. So this is maybe where, I'm not saying he is giving Shiro too much freedom, but maybe he's thinking sometimes we need to pull back on this. Because look at Simple, when he says the system change, we didn't have that confidence in his own players. He couldn't go out and do the things he normally does, and everyone's like saying, "Oh, well, he's not putting up these numbers."
I feel you. I think you have to reach some sort of balance. Right?
Yeah.
The balance is, hey, let's role play for a second that I'm the IGL, you're my superstar. The conversation should be along the lines of, hey, listen, I will give you the freedom. I will let you do whatever you feel is necessary or whatever you feel is warranted at the time. But the give and take is that whenever I have a call that I'm sure of, I need you to trust me. Like,
and don't argue it. Yeah,
don't argue
bite
me
back.
down. I need you to trust me.
Okay,
like,
boss, I'm going.
The score is 14-14. You have 32 kills, but I am 100% sure that fake A into contact B is the play. I need you to trust me. And these are like moments that can be career-defining or team-defining. Whereas if you have a clash at that time and it goes badly, then resentment can come through.
So am I right in saying this? This is something we know from, this is years ago we used to talk about. It was that the IGL has the final say, but we've seen and we've heard in many discussions where an IGL might say something and he goes, my player didn't listen to me, which shouldn't happen. Should it always be where if the IGL says, yes, you can do this, you go, and if he doesn't, you follow what he does? But because my thing is as well, you also have to believe in what he's saying to perform at the best.
I know. No, you're absolutely
And if you
right.
don't, sometimes you might pull back yourself, and then we have an issue of the mentality in the team and everyone's own belief in that round, in that game.
Both sides of the equation have to do their job. And if the IGL, and I think that's one of the underlying theme that we had with Nafani's conversation as well, is that if an IGL sort of shies away from that decision because, or kind of hiding behind the fact that, oh, hey, Shiro, you have an idea, so now I'm going to listen to you instead of putting my thoughts first, then he's not doing his side of the job, right? You cannot just be ducking away from responsibilities because you have a top performer that's coming with an idea. And I also think that a healthy team is a team that has discussed prior to events, what do we do in certain situations? What do we do if it's 14-14 if we disagree? What is the level of priority? Who has the higher word? Who has the final decision? We must have discussed that, because if we're trying to figure that out when it's 14-14, that is the recipe for disaster.
We're not prepared.
Exactly. It's not in the amidst of the chaos and the tension that you and I have to argue back and forth whether or not, like, I've had situations, okay, now we're really plunging into the podcast mode. I've had situations in teams where halfway through a semi-final and a LAN event, a player suggested a CT setup change, as in he wanted to change position with someone. And we're winning that semi-final.
No, why would you do
We're on
that?
the stage, right? And I'm playing and I'm thinking, we should not be having this conversation right now.
We're not ready for it. You're not prepared.
There's a time and a place for it.
Yeah.
You are uncomfortable in your CT position. That's fine. I'm sure we can discuss it. We can come up to an agreement. I'll help you in your position if you need. But don't drop that on us when it's 6-0 for us and you just want to change position. What the hell are you doing? This is not the time to do it, right? And this is, of course, an extreme example, and this was back in the days. We were far less professional than they are now.
But still.
But to an extent, it's the same. There is a time and there is a moment to discuss, and there's a time to act on what you have discussed.
And this is where I come onto this point of true in-game leaders. We have people who can in-game lead where they know the game and they understand every detail and they can be a good leader like that. But what about people who are also an in-game leader and a leader of men? Because there are some people you would follow no matter what because they give off that authority and you would give them that respect. They're the real top level in-game leaders.
Well, I think Counter-Strike's, or let's say CSGO's first generation, had naturals at that. And then as the game kind of provided more and more players, more and more tournaments, some people had to morph into this. And people who weren't necessarily that at the very beginning, I think Apex is a good example. Apex wasn't necessarily IGL and leader of men at the time. I think he always had an aura where he could like make decisions and call what was needed to be done. But we've all witnessed his transformation as a leader, truly. Back in the days, we had some of the figures. I mean, of course, Existence is the one that I have in mind, but I'm gonna spare you that role. But he was truly like, he had this whole like combination of outside, inside the server, I know where we're going, and this is what we're gonna do, and you can trust me, and he's got the eye for the game. I think now at the highest level, sometimes a player can have a little bit of both, or one or the other, and then he's got to work on the other side of the coin. But that's also why we have such extended coaching staff, and so many different competent people around you in an org trying to help you come up with either a tactical understanding of the game or how to behave as a leader. Like, we can help people become that. I think with work, you can do that.
Yeah, and I think that's what we see. Like, sometimes you'll watch in a server, this IGL may not be the one that's got the most kills, he may not even be one of the most experienced, but he can lead his team because they believe in him. I think that's what it comes back to, similar to what we were talking about there. But guys, this podcast does need to come to an end because you're getting too much free content out of this. And hopefully, we'll be able to get the game started very soon. We can see things are looking better.
They're not 10 right now? I mean, I'm spying, but I think I see like 10 icons.
Hooksy's not even sat down, mate, right now.
Well, that's a problem. We don't like to see people.
If you don't want to throw the break, we can continue this going.
I've been just told by production, 9 people on there.
9 people? So that means it's Hooksy just...
I mean, if Hooksy's dancing, and I don't think that's what it is. I think it's a bit more complicated than dancing around. That doesn't make sense.
It is your choice, Maniac. Would you like to continue, or would you like me to go to a break where I was going? Because you derailed me from my lovely break throw.
I derailed you?
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you take us to a break. I feel like
take us to a break.
I feel like I've talked enough to bore people for the next 3 generations.
I was very interested. That's why I kept firing more questions at. I was picking the Maniac's brain.
Hey, you know what? Can I try to do it for once?
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us in this podcast. We're going to try and solve this issue as soon as possible. For the meantime, we're going to send you to a sweet break.
Woo! Well, you couldn't get rid of us for long. We're back again to get us closer to the game. It is almost ready. But before we get to that, we have our unicorn predictions. And so far, so good, as everyone went right. Everyone went for G2. Darth and Launders lost their damn minds. And then everyone else went for FaZe, apart from a couple of heroic picks in there. That's the wild ride we're going
Enough
into.
of me. I've said enough. Send it to Caster.
Send it to Caster?
Yes.
Do you want to do it?
No, you can do it.
Oh.
I thought enough.
But anyways, go boys, go. We see you. You're looking beautiful. Take it away.
Thank you, James and Maniac. Yeah, they're really holding the fort down on this one. I've got to say, that graphic lied. I picked Imperial.
You picked Imperial?
I did.
What?
And I picked Heroic.
What is my blood waffling about? Oh my.
I think it was great. Like I was sold on it yesterday. I've been missing Brazilian Counter-Strike for a real long time, and you haven't had many opportunities, I feel like, to be really excited about it. Lots of talent out there, but just not in the same team. So they're leaving the door a little bit open, and I'm ready. I'm good to go. I know it's gonna be hard, but they looked exciting yesterday. I'm in.
I'm just shocked that you have this much faith. But also, I know you're shameless with some of these things. The recency bias is strong with you at times.
Oh, yes.
And for me, I think that it's easy to believe that G2 will take this one as Imperial regress to normal form. I mean, the thing is with Imperial that's exciting is that we've got Cello, we've got Jota popping off. The structure that Fallen was calling with on Overpass looked exceptional, but Fallen said on the desk, he said in an HLTV interview as well, just Overpass is one of their best maps, but that's unfortunately for him, G2's Perma Veto. So they had to go with Ancient, which is a map that, to me, even though G2 haven't always won on it, they still know how to play it at a fairly high level. So this is going to be a pretty tough series for them. I think we've got the monitor fixed and everything in order. We should be raring to go relatively soon. But beyond that, I think that what's cool about Imperial is that everybody seems to be extra motivated and extra hungry because they've already explicitly talked about the fact that this is likely not going to continue into the following season, that people are going to be picked apart on the roster, and so everybody's trying to put their best foot forward because they know that people are looking at them. People that are in the Brazilian space are looking at them. Anybody that can speak English could potentially jump to an international roster.
Yeah.
And people are potentially putting an extra couple digits on their contract if they perform well at this event, because Imperial don't have many times to play against Tier 1 competition. So this is the stage that they need to prove themselves on if they want to get those big bucks.
Yeah, it's quite exciting, and it probably also makes them quite difficult to predict, right? Like they might just be playing with an extra level of who cares? Like we'll do whatever it takes. I'll go for the extra risk. I'll try and do something in it because it's just going to be interesting. And they really did that in their game yesterday. And it was really fun to watch. I mean, we know they're going to be playing exciting Counter-Strike no matter what's coming up here. And we're going to get into it now. G2 versus Imperial, starting off right now with a slight delay, but the other one did finish 2-0. That was Cloud9 playing against Vitality, and Cloud9 getting knocked out. If you missed it, that is you're all caught up now. Getting into it, we're going to start with the first map coming up. It will be on Ancient and G2. They're going to be playing on the CT side. Imperial on the C side. We'll see. It's leaning pretty heavily towards the B-bomb side to begin with.
Couple sets of utility, Vinny and Fallen. 2 smokes, just 1 flash though, and 2 decoys. Oh, okay, great timing on this push, wow. Before you can even get into the action, it's G2 taking the initiative, pushing right down that ramp. Nico finds a couple of kills, m0NESY with one of his own, but Bolt evens it up. Actually, nope, that's just for a split second as Hunter finds the return. Now Jota, 1 versus 3, right behind this smoke. Really can't see any way that he gets back into this one. He's been great as of yesterday, but against 3 remaining G2 players, this is just way too much for him to handle. Nico could find the timing peak, probably going to swing off this contact from Hooksy. Oh no, Nico, whoa, he doesn't hit the shot actually. Jota still a chance, but there we go. Nico puts him down, 3 on the round.
Okay, yeah, a moment there where maybe if he hit one more stunning headshot, he could have brought it into a 1 versus 1, but he was in a lot of trouble, right? 1 versus 3 with the bomb dropped at the outside of the B-bomb side. There was just not a lot that he could have done there. Yeah, great stuff. The timing on this push is absolutely excellent. Trading 3 for 1 to begin the round with, so you love it. And G2 will pick up the pistol.
Would have loved to see the actual strat there. Would have wanted to know what they were going to call. It seemed like it was going to be like a heavy cave hit towards B. But as of yesterday, I mean, as we just kind of get into this eco, 1 deagle, not really too much of a chance here for Imperial. Imperial finished yesterday with 0.45 flash assists per round. Basically, almost every round or every other round, they're getting a flash assist. And that would pretty much top the charts at any meaningful tournament if they were able to sustain that. That was so impressive, what they were doing on Overpass. And I like that in the interview that Fallen did with HLTV, he talked about it, the second game kind of being about passion. It's just being about the way that they played that, the way they were able to will themselves over the finish line, because that's more or less how we read it too. Just maybe their strategies weren't as deep on Vertigo as they had been on Overpass, but they knew what it took to find the victory, the hot start that they had, the way that they just kept the pressure on. And really, if that's the fire that they're going to be playing with versus G2, I'm not going to be calling for an upset. You were obviously the only person that picked Imperial.
Yeah, I went crazy.
You want to make it competitive, and you want to make it at least fiery.
Yeah, absolutely. And the flash assists, I mean, it does make it a hell of a lot easier, right? I agree. If they can keep that up, Jota and Cello both played really, really well, but obviously it's a lot easier to get those entries when Fallen is in the back line, just bombing flashes over the walls. I mean, that was so cool. So hopefully they're going to have something similar here, because, I mean, they needed it against Cloud9. They probably needed even more against G2, the way that they've been playing recently. So we want to be sure to come out swinging here. This round already just got crushed, and that was to be expected. This next one is where it gets a little bit more interesting. And Fallen has no flashbangs, at least at the start of the round. So see, yeah, there we go. Throw some over to him. He knows what he's doing with it. They're going to be pretty quick towards the bomb side. In fact, already on the ramp, they're just putting speed behind this. And this is really, yeah, Hooksy's kind of there, shuffling around with the SMG. He could have been dead, but no one was checking it. And Modesty and Nico, they're wreaking havoc in the back line. The bomb is on the ground, and it's a 2 versus 5. So for getting that much deep map control, they absolutely get wrecked.
Yeah, that was overall a tough hit to expect to work. There was just great pushes from G2 as well at the same time. And so, yeah, G2 doing an overall great job in that one. Tough round for Imperial. They just go for the fast play off of the first gun round there. Not trying to actually exercise all the normal map control procedures. And so, yeah, G2 quickly quelling it.
It's unfortunate, right, because once you get that deep on the bomb side, like, you're supposed to be in a prime position to win something, but just didn't really work out for them that time, unfortunately. We are at a bit of a disadvantage, just because for a quick minute here we can't see what's going on.
Ooh, Nico just picking them all up. Very nice from Nico. Quick work with the 4K there. Don't give Nico an AK. That is the fatal mistake that Imperial have already made in this game. Can't give the best rifler in the world his signature weapon. It's just a thing of beauty when it's Nico.
Truly. Well and truly. The desk were talking about it. They wanted to see Nico step it up, having back in the conversation for one of the best in the world, and I don't blame them. I want that same thing.
A lot of utility exchange early on in this one. So Fallen will find the frag against Hooksy. That's some IGL on IGL violence.
Hooksy's been having a rougher time here in the past stretch. He was doing better in the last game that we saw, but you still want to see him at least just not be a liability. They have firepower in the rest of the lineup, so as long as they're not a liability, or he's not a liability, they're going to be fine. Jota is taking a bit of damage. Vinny with a good headshot, just crouched right underneath to take down JKS, and it makes it a 3 versus 5 here. As Imperial looking to take their first round, and now they definitely will. Monacy gets dropped. I do like it though. If he could have snuck through and got a kill there, again, that's what we talk about when we talk about playmaking. You have to do something to get back in the round, and it backfired on him. But waiting around probably would have been just as bad.
No, but Imperial did go for a great hold call there. So yeah, even though it's a great idea in theory, it's just good patience from Imperial. And yeah, we see Nico going for it as well. Okay. Oh my goodness, Nico 3K. He'll do it against upgraded pistols, but he'll do it in a gun round as well. Things get really interesting now for Imperial. This is now a retrieval mission as the bomb is in the middle of mid. Hunter, he's holding the smoke. Oh no, it's falling all apart for Imperial now.
That was Nico as well. Nico, oh double headshot. It's a quad kill. He's got 13-0, and he's just deleted 4 players from the round and won it. G2 at 5-0. What an absolutely disgusting round from Nico. He heard them on the desk. He was like, you want me back in the conversation? I'm here.
Yep. Oh my goodness. I need to watch these ones back. Yeah, just tapping them out. First bolts and oh my goodness. The one on the Vinny is just pristine. And yeah, it felt like Hunter got that one, but Nico just instantly swivels and he finds the 4th. Wow. Okay, Nico heard Maniac. This is, yesterday, Maniac wanted m0NESY to do a bit more, you know, dig G2 out of holes.
And he did.
I think Maniac just needs to call, let's say, Hunter's number tomorrow. You know, like just keep it going, Maniac. Call someone out every day.
Yeah, it's looking good right now. 13-0. Man, if you're a new viewer, as in like if you've been watching Counter-Strike only the last 2 or 3 years, you might have missed the real era of Nico doing stuff like this. But man, in the past, it's also because he was on so many way less than perfect teams back in the day where he had to, like, that's how he came up in the game, right? He had to be the engine for anything to work, and he was. And definitely at one point was in a conversation to be either top 2 or 3 in the world, depending on your, you know, how you felt about it. If it wasn't for the fact that Simple was around, you know, Nico probably would have been it. Cello moving forward just a bit here. Let's pick up the AK. He's taking down Hooksy to start with. Tries to get that one. That's a great job. And Nico will close it out, getting 15 and 0 deaths.
15-0 in 6 rounds. He's on a heater.
Ridiculous.
This is what we wanted.
That's stupid.
This is it. Yeah, the only thing that worked against Nico in his career is that he had to play at the same time as Simple and ZywOo.
Yeah, it's really rough.
Had those 2 players not been born, he would have been the best. Oh, I love the 3rd one. That one, that's my favorite. What's your favorite, Anders, of those 3?
I mean, I just think as a grouping, they were just delicious kills. Like, it's hard to pick a favorite in that one. Every rewatch, I enjoy them a little bit more.
Very political answer.
Yeah.
As we are in Washington, D.C.
Fence sitting the whole way.
Yeah.
My God. Yeah, you need a timeout here. You need to be like, how do we cool off and how do we cool Nico off? How do we find a way to stop this?
Right. Saw a little bit from Cello there at the very end. Nice shots, looking pretty snappy himself, but so hard to get activated in some of these rounds. And Imperial also reeling from the fact that they were in a 5 versus 2, and Nico took it back single-handedly. I mean, that was just a disaster. Felt like we were about to get ourselves into a competitive game, but Nico still finding no competition in the server.
Not even a little bit. 6-0 in favor of G2. What a start to Ancient. And you know the style that Imperial brought into the game when they were playing against Cloud9, against Vitality, you got to think that the way that this is playing out, you need the same momentum boost. Like, you need the explosive start for Imperial for this to work out. And he goes out hunting. He's not even playing far back and scared and letting his team do the rest of the work. He's just charging in there and murdering people all over the place. Sure, wanted to go for it, thought about it, but decided, you know, it's not worth it.
Nico he's on a filibuster right now. He just keeps it going. I don't think he's going to stop anytime soon.
Doesn't feel like it.
This is so desperate from Imperial. You're coming out of elbow with a minute left. Oh, okay, all right. We can start to believe in this one now for the Brazilians. 4 versus 3. Still, only a couple Molotovs and a single flashbang.
Yeah, look at the rotation.
But yeah.
It almost looked like they were about to rotate everyone over, but not quite. Fallen thinking about it. 40 seconds on the clock here. Donut is the closest by. And at that point, if you're the Donut player, if you're JKS here, you just want to get a kill and survive. Oh, m0NESY will do the first part of the job. That's going to pull some attention away. Flashbang over to offset Fallen. Jumps out into it. He could have been dead right then and there. And now they're pushing it. The bomb. Oh, it would have been a double spray down. Nico still here to get the kill on Jota. And now we've got 20 seconds. The bomb's been planted. And Monacy sneaking out. They don't know that he's here yet. The scope didn't give it away. I don't think they heard. I don't think they realized. Back turn Nico. He just can't be stopped. He's a one-man army. A triple kill and fallen now. On his own, he must be scared. He knows every second that ticks by. It's Nico, the killing machine, just coming his way. Fallen looking for him. He's not quite sure where to find him, but he's right there. Turns his back. That's 19-0. Nico, he can't be defeated.
I need the stats record for how long somebody has kept this up with 0 deaths. I need it ASAP. If anybody out there can pull it to me, even tweet at me. I don't know what that number is, but we're witnessing history right now. In an official game, 19-0, 223 ADR. This is reaching world edit levels of ridiculousness in a single map.
It's again the fact that he's out hunting for the kills, right? Like he's there. Obviously, he's a team player, so he's not going to be playing to preserve the 0 deaths. Like he's just going to go for it. But unbelievable. Yeah, I can't remember a single time I've seen this.
No, like Imperial are shooting pretty hard too. That shot right there from Bolts onto JKS, like they're quick with it. Nico's just faster. This is unbelievable. Seeing a rifler take over a game like this. Wow, you just don't get to witness this often. Cherish this moment, folks.
This might be it, because this is where they set up the flashbang. See Fallen's doing it back there. Cello's right at the edge of the smoke. They've almost caught him already, and there we go. Joda's going to be able to find the kill on him. Good setup with the grenades. That's kind of the bread and butter right now. And the bomb is going to be planted. Cello with a good spray down. Oh, that last bullet catching Hooksy right in the face. And Monacy, don't give him a chance. There's no reason really to fight him all that much. And he's probably going to walk away anyway. Maybe if he goes in the middle, you can actually get the kill on him. 7-1. Imperial finally finding a round.
Needed this one. You found the opening pick. We've seen Imperial with the man advantage before, but really nice conversion from them. Monacy wants to keep this one alive. Vinny right around the corner. And Monacy so quick. Fallen though, that's going to be it. Okay. First one on the board for Imperial.
I think that puts all of Imperial combined at 19 kills.
8 rounds in. And usually people can keep it up for 4 or 5 rounds, but...
Yeah, or a lot of the time it'll be like the AWP player who's just saving the AWP. So yeah, like you're a little bit safer. You're a little bit more able to do that. This is obviously an absurd situation. Okay, well, Imperial got the first, and I kind of agree with what you're saying. That they are shooting pretty well. They're putting the same energy into the game. They're just running into Nico left and right. A 2-for-1 for Monacy as he takes down Bolts and Cello, and this attack has already been severely handicapped. It's going to be Nico to pick up a double spray at the end of it, and Fallen burns alive. That is Nico to get it with the Molotov, because why not?
The fact that Nico gets 3 there too.
It's absurd.
Oh my goodness. This is the firepower G2 have people quaking in their boots about. I mean,
listen,
what you can do.
Not that I'm ever in this position anyway, because I don't typically go. I don't end up with 19-0 scorelines. But if I did, I'd have such a hard time keeping a straight face. Like he just looks so unimpressed. He's like, oh, he's obviously focused at the task at hand. But I would be like, I'd be laughing all the way through this game. And probably that's what would get me killed at the end. I'd be like so giddy about the whole thing.
I think it's in some ways good he had his first death, just so that he can now give up the whole perfect scoreline half.
Sure.
And he probably will play with a little bit more vigor, like that swing he goes for. Say he has 0 deaths, maybe he's like, I gotta preserve this, gotta keep it going.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, right? Oh, you're obviously not playing for your own scoreline here. You're just playing for the win.
Yeah.
Which is what they're getting at the moment.
That's the level of speculation, though, we're getting to in this game, where it's just been so lopsided. We're just thinking and try to hyper-analyze, psychoanalyze Nico's brain right now.
Why not?
What's going through there? Where are the neurons firing?
Yeah, we need to make him play with like an fMRI on his brain. I don't know if we can build that into the equipment, but find a way to chart what on earth is happening.
I want a heart rate monitor. We hear the scope. Okay, that's gonna be called out by Nico and Hooksy in cave. Good flash setup there. Ooh. Okay, even though Nico was flashed off Bolts, he went for the swing, thought he could catch Nico mid-spray, but Nico recovered just in time. Still, this op is still in play from Fallen. Needs to do something. And okay, that might be a significant miss. But Cello able to find Hunter there. Leaves just JKS in this bomb site. Okay, things could get interesting if he falls. And they swarm him. All right, finally, Imperial seem to have a man advantage here. And this could be good enough. But Hooksy trying to get his team back into it.
Yeah, maybe had a chance there. Flash setup. That both on the other side. Wide swing is needed. And Vinny will take him down. And Nico's picked up the AWP in the meantime. Again, it's probably not worth it to do this. Even if you're on this ridiculous scoreline, you've got to be thinking about the fact that this AWP is worth a lot, and you don't necessarily have that much money in the bank either. So, as sick as it would be to try and go for this 1 versus 3, statistically not going to be worth it. Oh dear, and he gets blocked on the wall. That's not what you want to see. All right. Another round here for Imperial. They need a lot of them right now.
They actually stole this one away. They didn't really have the best buy going in this one. G2 kind of letting this one slip a bit.
Wait. On that replay, did he fake getting flashed?
No, he was definitely blind. He's definitely blind.
You just couldn't see it on the replay.
Yeah, it was just the light white screen.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, cool. 8-2, round number 11. And they're out of money, so that's kind of more evidence that Imperial, they were doing something in the first stretch there when they were losing all those rounds. They weren't just getting completely wrecked. They actually did some good economic damage, and they're going to keep it up here. Bolt's coming up with a double kill. JKS ends up going down. Been a slightly quieter game by him so far, but I think mostly because Nico's been sucking all the oxygen out of the room, and also he's been playing on the A-bomb side. There hasn't been that much action really coming his way.
Almost silently, though, Imperial are coming back into this one. A couple rounds in a row now.
Yeah, true.
And even though we've all been blinded by Nico's brilliance, we have to recognize that this game is getting lightly competitive, so G2 see that as well. There's a timeout being called. Need to make sure that they don't get ahead of themselves. Still a lot more Counter-Strike to be played. There's still a second half as well. You don't know how your game plan's going to go once you switch to that offense. So getting every round you can feels still so important. Both of these teams fighting for a spot to instantly punch their tickets into the semi-finals. And how nice would that be to end your season with a guaranteed top 4 finish?
Listen, Abed, this event for me so far has been nostalgia about Brazilian Counter-Strike. And one of the things that used to be so cool about it is they could actually play games like these where they would go behind, but then all it took was like one spark, and it just ignited the whole fire again, and they're right back into it. Not saying necessarily that they're there yet, but that's the kind of quality that just made it so much fun. Like, you knew every round could be the turning point, where they're just like, it doesn't really matter how far they're behind. So hopefully, we're going to see that flavor. They need that right now, certainly. Nico finding the opening on this one and taking down Cello, and there could have been a return there. Honestly, almost slipping up, but he's going to stay alive, and that's fine.
Yeah, making sure that they maintain that man advantage. Hunter has to throw that smoke to keep himself alive, but there is a teammate right here, Nico, the Kovac brothers, right there to support each other. Oh, okay, Nico wants a piece of him. What? How does he win that fight? Whoa, okay. Nico still got it here. Jota has to put him down. And a second kill. Oh, no, a third for Jota. What? This round is ridiculous, but Hunter has been waiting the entire time. Okay, this game is explosive in the best way.
I've given up on casting, and I'm just settling for laughing like an idiot. This is so stupid. I actually can't believe it. Oh, no. It's so sick to watch this. Boom. 1-2. Fallen's laughing. He's like, I remember what this was like. He's been playing Nico for the past 10 years, so it's not his first go-around at this. Hunter goes straight with a headshot on the Vinny as well. Double kill in the middle. That's pretty devastating.
Wow. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Imperial to come back into this one. What a drastic change of pace, though, that we've been getting in this game. Just so much action, so quick after that previous series. Okay, though. Fallen, he's finding a lot of room with this op. This is not something you see every day, just someone pushing into top mid with the AWP. But it could give his team a win condition. Find a way to potentially split either bomb site.
Especially if they're going to come fight him, right? Which they kind of are. I think there should be a mistake from Odyssey if he goes for this. There's no point, right? You're playing the 5-on-3. It's fine to stick around and sort of lock them in. He does actually flash away. I think that's scary. would say just call this off. There are times where, again, we've been talking about playmaking. This isn't one of those times. Now you just need to trust in the fundamentals. Set up good trade frag potentials. There's Fallen with the first kill, but JKS sneaking in the back line, and that's important. Now this should be a lock. 40 seconds here. Joda and Fallen trying to get back into it, but it's just Fallen left. m0NESY will pick up the kill, and it's just a question of who can hunt down Fallen. It's going to be JKS at range. Good couple of kills for him. He was playing very good in their last game, JKS. He actually had some really sick rounds.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I'm just on kill watch right now. Nico's at 26. He's got 2 more rounds to hit 30.5.
Ridiculous.
Place your bets.
Oh, it's definitely. I think it's meant to be like.
Yeah, I think it's happening.
100%.
Let's jinx it. It's going to be 29 because we say this, though.
Yeah, might be.
Everyone's going to be so mad at us. But that's just the power we have.
Listen, we might take some of the blame, but we can credit Maniac. You know, he's the one really pulling the strings here at the moment, apparently.
That's true. He wanted to reopen that dialogue about, is Nico one of the world's best? This game has been convincing in his favor.
Playing one of the best maps I've seen out of anybody in the world for a really long time. m0NESY, there's Nico with 1. m0NESY will kick up the second one. So getting there slowly but surely, but he's really tacked up in this round. So might have to play a bit further back. He's actually still sitting here, just waiting for it. Smoke is up, and yeah, he's going to get the kill on Jota. That smoke makes it hard to see. If you're Jota and you're coming in there and you see just the edge of the smoke, you're probably thinking that they've fallen back behind it and they're not actually playing in front. Fallen in a 1 versus 5. We'll get the first kill there. A little bit of spray. Good pre-fire almost to take down HooXi. Waiting still in that B hallway is Nico. Very tagged up, very low on health. At 28 kills. Fallen just... Again, I don't know. You should not be able to fight your way back into a round like this.
Not with 40 HP. It's really just a question of who's going to take him down. And it looks like that will be Hunter. It's a bit of a quiet game for himself, but there's only so much you can do when the other Kovac is delivering in such a manner. And it will be Hunter. 11-3 scoreline.
Yeah, he had the right idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Just overall, such a great defense here. G2 have been firmly in control of mid on the majority of rounds. Nico's done such an excellent job defending this B site and cave. Him and HooXi have devised a couple of setups that have gotten Nico activated in these ones. And yep, 2 kills away for the 1/30 bomb.
That's got to be a very select club of people who can get there. It's one thing if it's, you know, online games or whatever, but on LAN, definitely a different field. He's up close with the AK. They're right on the other side. He goes for it and shuts down Joda. There's the first one. Spray comes through as well. Oh, he's getting one more wall bang to take it down. 30.5, ladies and gentlemen. This is so insane. Nico, what have you done to the game? 30-4. I've been casting Counter-Strike for over 10 years now, and I'm sure it must have happened at one point. I can't for the life of me remember when the last time was or something like this. This is unbelievable.
It's amazing. This is just beautiful. I can't believe it. There we go. 30 kills and a half for Nico. The game is at 12-3 in the favor of G2. Let's see how much more Nico can pile on after a break.
We look back on the last year of Counter-Strike, and there were so many different winners. Do you think that there can ever be an era again for one single team?
Yeah, I definitely think there will be an era again at some point. Like, somebody will figure out a new way of playing the game that will take time for people to adjust.
Okay.
I don't know. I feel like the word era is a bit overused. I think Astralis had a real era,
okay,
for example.
Sure, yeah. Everyone's trying to figure out, like, is this the era now? Is this the era now?
You know, like, it's like everybody's getting called legend nowadays as well. Like, calm down, dude.
You are a legend, HooXi.
No, I'm definitely not a legend yet, that's for sure.
Okay. Who's the oddest teammate that you've ever played with?
I don't know. We were just an odd group in
the Flames?
Copenhagen Flames. A bunch of young kids and then 2 way too old guys in me and Roy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So...
Hey, you played with Roy.
He's weird in some ways. Like, if he sees a banana, he will scream and run. And, you know, his whole smiley thing on Twitter.
At the Rio Major, we were, like, roasting him about it because they did the content piece with Paula. That was so funny to learn about his food aversion to fruits and vegetables. Could you explain that in detail, the moment that you learned about Roy's
I think I had the most typical reaction that anybody would have. It's not that he doesn't like fruit, he literally is almost afraid of it. Like when somebody's sitting next to him and eating a banana, he's like moving away or asking you to put it away or something. It's just a weird thing, but...
So do you have to worry about when you bring out fruits if you're with him at practice?
No, it's not like that. When you figure it out, you start bullying him instead with it. You're not worrying at all. Like you just you move back closer. Yeah. And then the natural reaction would be, what about apples? What about strawberry? You just keep going through the list. So
who else was weird on the team?
We're all weird in a way.
I had another question for you, but I mean, you don't have to answer anything that you don't want to. But when it comes to like, you know, growing up, did your parents have a positive view on gaming?
Yeah, well, for a starter, in Denmark, you get money to go to school, right? So that helps. Then after, it's pretty normal for people to take 1 or 2 years off to do, you know, most people travel, and some people work, and I decided to chase my dream of becoming a professional player. My dad was not really involved with the decision too much. He was just, you know, always saying, do whatever you want, kinda. I didn't really have strict rules or anything back home, so. And my mom was always like, okay, it might not necessarily look like the best idea, but if you don't go and take the chance now, you will look back in 20 years and be like, why didn't I take the chance, you know?
Tô na direita da rampa aqui.
Mirando de
Ó,
tá
bem,
morreu. Tá,
mais um.
Tá, dentro do jogo.
Vejo.
Here, chat. That's not him. Nice. That was him. Nice.
Nice.
That's a bomb in mid.
Na esquerda, smoke.
Yeah.
Espera, pode ir indo. Alguém em cima na esquerda.
Take. Use our take. Mid, down mid. Nice. Oh, I'm flash.
Come on. Holy shit. That was insane. Careful, Phoenix.
Tycker jag att det var ju.
Nice. Not bad, huh?
Yeah, welcome to the history books for Nico, one of 3 players now, as far as we can tell, who's done this on land. 30 kills in a half.
Yes, we have Flamey, who was able to find 32. World Edit, 31. Nico, the sole holder of a 30-kill half on LAN. What a showing. G2 up 12-3, mostly off of the back of the man whose name we cannot stop saying. I just want to see if is he going to hit 40. Like, it's every milestone now.
Yeah, when you're in this deep, right? In for a penny, in for a pound. You might as well do it. Second half is coming up now. It's G2 on the T side, Imperial on the CT side, and we're going to try and see if we can return to normality for just a second here. The pistol round is coming their way. They've got double dualies on the CT side to defend with, but this is a really, really good call. Making the run with a smoke up on top. Oh, and what is he through? Catches a clean headshot on Vinny. He didn't even stand a chance there. Hunter is battling it out of the middle, and he deletes Fallen from the round, so things are collapsing for Imperial all over the place. Cello sneaking through once to find Hunter. Would love to at least get a kill, try and start this comeback a little bit. Bolts is going to be the one to do it instead. 3 versus 4. Nico's still hanging around. He's got the P250 somewhere in the back line inside of those hallways. It's just a distraction here. Hoaxy, I think, trying to see if he can pull them away a little bit. Modesty does go down. There's Nico showing up. 2 big kills to absolutely cement the round. And Bolts has now just decided, you know what, this is not going to be worth it. I might as well run away.
Nico's going to run out of rounds before he hits 40. Oh, no.
He's winning too quickly.
Yeah. Slow down, Nico. Slow down, G2. We want to see world history. But, yeah, good start from G2 in this one. That smoke towards Donut side. Monacy with the opening pick, and then Hunter with an excellent lurk, finding a couple. And even when he was taken down, he had that little parting gift, finding that headshot onto Jota. Was not going to be easy for Imperial when G2 is shooting this hard. That's been a phrase that has really been coming up in a lot of post-game interviews when a coach doesn't want to tell you anything. They just say, this team is shooting hard. But, well, if Fallen says it here, he's going to mean it.
It's gonna be for real this time. Molotov putting some pressure on the Mag 7, not really doing anything on the other side, unfortunately. Vinny definitely within striking range, right? You don't need to hit that many pellets and you're gonna be good to go. The vote over on blast.tv, people saying a good chance that he can get 40+ kills. Again, you guys, you gotta remember, they're winning too fast right now. They're about to be at 14 rounds, so they need to slow it down. Nico, you got the right idea. Everyone watching this channel, your thoughts, see if you can connect telepathically with him. Just tell him he's in there. Shoot for the smoke. Oh, it's gonna be.
Oh yeah.
Knife him. Why not?
Yes.
I was gonna say he should have backed off and left it to Nico. He should have been like, he's right there. Just go get it, bro.
I know, for all of our sake, but I think it's too good of an opportunity to pass up finding a knife kill for Monacy. Yeah, I mean, the thing that's disappointing now, since we're just changing the entire discussion of the game to be the Nico show, is just that, like, everybody is just skipping steps in map control. Like, Hunter just pushed up top mid so quickly, and Nico's actually going through his utility set, trying to play the way you're supposed to get cave control, get Jaguar control, and everybody else is like, screw it, I'm just gonna go fight. And so now we see Nico, he's on the Mac 10. I think did he have a rifle in the last round? Like, is he just speeding up?
Yeah.
Are they just giving him this gun to say, go hunt? I think they are.
I think they are too.
They're actually trying to embrace this.
I mean, they only have pistols on the other side. They don't have any body armor, so this is going to be an interesting round for them to try and clean it up with. Puts a bit of pressure on. Got to be careful again. There is more than a few players on the other side. There's the first one. Goes for more. He did get dinged up, but got the P250 out. Going for it again. Through the smoke, and bolts will take him down. It's still a pretty good double kill. 4 versus 3 on this one.
It's looking really tough, Anders. It's looking really tough. I don't think we're getting the 40 bomb.
No, they need to lose one of these next rounds, right?
Yeah.
6 kills away, so at 15-3, they need to lose a round.
It's just not. I don't think it's even happening. You need to.
The true definition of suffering from success here.
Yeah.
He can't actually make it. He's winning too fast.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, really on this game, it's just been so incredibly one-sided. A reminder for everybody, though. Oh, okay, this is a great highlight package. Jesus.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Oh my God.
This is going to be in the Counter-Strike history books.
That was so sick. It was so good.
Who would have thought showing up today? Like, we're not in the playoffs yet, right? And then Nico's like, I'll make this a historic game. I'll write my name into the books. Oh, he goes down early on. But that might actually be a good thing. Again, maybe they could get another couple of rounds. He needed a kill, though, to get him one step closer. Hunter, very low on health, as Monacy and Hooksy are getting picked up. Vinny's decided to have himself a bit of a round. And it's about time. Hunter is on his own, 1 versus 4, caught off by Fallen. 15-4.
Okay, they got the memo. If Nico dies, we're good.
Yeah.
Good. Give him another chance at it. Get another crack at it. But Imperial, nice to see that they're able to stop a B rush. Good nades early there on the B ramp. I think Nico, as soon as he peeked into that bomb site, had sub 50 HP. He was also slowed by the grenade itself. One of the most underrated effects of an HE grenade, just the fact that it slows you down to a crawl.
Yeah, at the beginning of CSGO, Molotovs did it too, which was very ridiculous.
It was OP.
Glad they changed that. Monacy in the middle, a fight that you could absolutely expect him to win. That's the kind of aim and style that he has, but gonna miss the opportunity. Hunter does get dropped down a little bit. Cello thinking about moving forward. Nico's right on the other side. Oh, good counter flash coming out there. And a bit of spray. That could have, if he followed through on that, I think Nico's dead.
Definitely. Already tagged him up for 40. Cello will hold on to the space. Puts his smoke down, and Imperial, they still got some fight left in him in this one. Nico's trying to find something around that smoke. It's a bit risky, though, and he recognizes that. Can't just wait this one out. Wait for the smoke to fade. See if you can find a cheeky kill during that. And we now have G2 taking mid control at the same time. Imperial are losing ground very quickly right now. They're losing Cave, they're losing mid, they're losing Donut. They need to do something to get themselves back into this one, as JKS also has A main, and he'll be the one tested as Imperial go for the double push here.
Leading with the AWP. That's a must-win shot. Nico's going to go down as well. That's a double AWP setup, and both the AWPs find the kills at the beginning of it. The bomb is on the ground, and Imperial starting to stabilize just a little bit here. It's obviously much too late in the game to try and do this, but as we always say, there's still this feeling that you get warmed up into the second map. Even if you probably will not get 11 rounds back-to-back here to get it into overtime, you start to feel like you're doing something.
And we saw how much of a difference that made, actually, when Imperial took on Vitality yesterday. The fact that Vitality did not get warmed up into the second map, and then Imperial carried a lot of the momentum going into map number 2. It's just so important to feel like you can kill something, that you actually can shoot back. A few of the players on Imperial have shown that. I've seen some really quick shots from Bolt, Jota, Cello, and now Fallen. But you'd like to see a little bit more just to prove yourselves his life. And oh my gosh, Nico, he just needs a split second to take out Jota there.
Yeah, he heard that spray and he was like, I know what this means. Like, I'm going to have an opportunity. 4 on 3 though, and should be a good chance here to get a 6th round. Already fairly tagged up on the T side. Cello almost giving his life away then. But yeah, it's fine. Fall back, play it safe. Nobody playing on the A bomb side right now for Imperial, but they're trusting in the retake if it ever comes down to it. They probably feel like they know where G2 are anyway. Sneak on out, and that's an instant giveaway. Just Hooksy now in a 1 versus 4 as he gets the first one on Bolt, who's been playing pretty well. Bolt has got 16 kills, so shout out to him for doing some work.
Let's see what Hooksy's able to accomplish. There's a couple smokes around him, but okay, with that tag damage, I don't really see anything too interesting happening here. Yeah, this will be a 6 on the board for Imperial. Still just hard to think of any narrative beyond the fact that this has been, by and large, the Nico show.
Who needs any other narrative at this point?
Yeah, you don't see that smoke too often. Is he gonna get a... He's gonna get a plant. Wow.
I think they're gonna be close.
He's got it.
By.
He's got it.
You think so?
Yeah, he's got it.
Through. Oh, man. There we go. Not bad. Bomb plant on top in a 1 versus 4. I mean, what else could you really ask for? But it will be 15-6. Keeping the double orb, I think. Threw one of them away at the end. Surely they pick it up again.
You'd hope so. It did them quite well in that first gun round. Vinny and Fallen both using the 8 ABP. But this was a pretty simple round. Next one is going to be a bit trickier for Imperial. We saw that in the first gun round. G2 did a great job of taking space away from Imperial. They took Donut, Cave, Middle, and Imperial started pushing the extremities at that time. It's up to the extremity players from G2, people like JKS, to make sure that they hold their ground and don't give that space up so easily if the rest of the team finds something.
Hunter to get the first one. One step in the right direction. A bit of spray through again for Cello. He's been pretty good with that angle. Drops Nico down to 63. And fall in the middle. Scary position to be in. If you lose this part of the map and if you lose your teammates in the Jaguar tunnel there, you're going to get crushed almost immediately. See if they're going to be setting up any good grenades here. Fallen's still really trusting in it. Jump on over. Goes for the flick, but he can't quite get it. The HE might still be decent. Yeah, that's going to tag up Nico a lot.
They're making life really hard for Nico. And everybody from G2 has joined up towards B lane, where the majority of Imperial's defense is. There's still this player in Cave that's going to be tough to deal with, but okay, Hunter onto the bomb site. Double kill for him. That's massive. This game is looking so difficult for Imperial, but Jota still standing up. Double kill for him, and he still maintains this position. Retake very possible.
Yeah, it is. JKS very low on health. Modesty, though, with the AWP, and he's been sick as well. I mean, it's been outshadowed by Nico. It's not going to make any difference here. Vinny will take him down, and JKS, anyone even looks his way, he's dead at the moment. Trying to dance around there, but Vinny's going to be able to pick up another double for himself, and it will be a 15-7 scoreline.
With full loss bonus, though, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Imperial to withstand this constant onslaught that is G2. They do a great job there. I think they're a bit fortunate that G2 decided to just go all in on that B play. But you also do make your own luck. The fact that they naded Nico down to such low HP earlier made his job so difficult to approach towards Cave. in the late round. And yeah, we see actually a half buy come out from G2. They could have forced for AKs and minimal utility, but they definitely just want that one good buy to try to get this one over the line.
Yeah, I suppose that's pretty respectable, right? Like you're just trying to solve this, make sure that it doesn't somehow, with some strange way, get into overtime, which obviously, again, it shouldn't be. That would be crazy though if we had sort of, you know, that would be double history almost if they were able to bring it back. You know, you've got Nico dropping 30 in a half and then a ridiculous comeback. That would be something.
Double history.
Yeah. Bring it all.
Ooh, interesting positioning from Vinny. Okay, all right. This is working out pretty well for G2. Wow, the molly as well. Hooksy with the double kill entry. And Hooksy, gotta get this one down as the smokes are up. There we go. All right, bomb is planted, 4v3. Imperial have to retake for their map life.
Yes, they do. Oh, and it's Monacy holding the line. It's Cello trying to get back into it, but they're really running out of players right now. Volts and Cello, they're going to have to take a massive comeback into this one. It's not going to happen. Hooksy with 3 kills at the end of it to bring them over the line. 16 on the side of G2. And a historic performance from Nico on this map. I was not expecting it showing up today, but that's exactly what we got. We'll see what happens in the second map. It's coming up after the break.
This was an absolutely dominant moment from G2 from start to finish, with Nico going Super Saiyan and some more with it all, because there was no one else really needed to show up for G2 to try and take that win. Maniac, this was one-man army, and you spoke it into existence. You were talking about him, you were saying, oh yeah, you know, not putting up these numbers. All of a sudden, he must have been listening during that tech timeout and said, You know what, Maniac? Screw you.
Is that what happened, you think? You think
You
I
did it to Modesty
manifested that?
yesterday.
Yeah, listen, everybody, you are not watching Blast Spring Finals, you're watching the Nico Show, and this is episode 1 of the Nico Show that we are bringing you right live from DC. Please have a look at the scoreboard from the first half, 30-4. You do not have to adjust the colors or the settings of your monitor. You don't have to make sure that the guys in production have enough oxygen. Everything is correct, the numbers are lining up. Nico had a 3.03 CT rating on Ancient. And this is one of the very sweet moments in my career as an analyst where I don't have to analyze. All I can do is appreciate the absolute stunner of a show that Nico put forward. What the hell was that?
No one could have stopped that. No one. He went one mode, kicked it up another gear, went another mode, missed a few shots, and then came back even stronger. Every time someone was in the crosshairs, they died.
What is so legit about this first half as well is that at no point is Nico playing for scoreboard, quote unquote. Absolutely not. Now, he was just incredibly successful and incredibly powerful in every single thing he attempted to do. Like any duels he took, any aggression he tried, any wall bang or smoke spray he tried to put through, everything was just working. Purely unstoppable.
If we look at the rounds, right, there, you said about him like not just playing for the scoreboard.
Oh, he was.
There was a moment where Hunter needs some backup in mid. Hunter's tucked away in the corner. Nico runs out, pop, 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 all game over.
I mean, we had Fallen's reaction shot to that, and he's literally just smiling. And I get it, you know, to an extent I get it. You have an AWP, you're waiting for a window, and then some freaks just literally jiggle you and double bullets you straight in your face and just like, man, okay, I guess. Like, I guess I'm gonna die then. Excuse me for trying to play Counter-Strike. Nico was unplayable.
Yeah, he was. And this is now what we come to answer on. How will G2 deal with the aggression of Imperial? Well, they'll throw more their way.
I mean, listen, that's what I said. Like, take all my analysis, just put it into a little bowl and just throw it out the window. Just, like, step on it. Like, it doesn't matter. At that point, when someone like Nico takes off, it doesn't matter at all. He just destroyed. 3rd best Ancient performance ever in the history of Counter-Strike on LAN. 3rd best performance from Nico. Top 3 right there. So, you know what? There's probably someone better qualified than I am to analyze that.
Yeah, there is. There's Danny over in his Mahone zone, and he's managed to find something we can analyze in this. Other than headshots.
Yes, that's correct. So Nico, obviously great performance and obviously incredible aim, but I do want to talk about how he was able to actually set himself up to just be able to take these fights. So right here, what we're going to see this round here, this is probably one of the most boring rounds, but I actually think it's one of the most interesting in terms of his decision making. So first thing we're going to see here, he's here towards his B side. Modesty finds a kill over here towards A. First thing he does here really well is just stick around here towards his B side because it's very common that somebody might actually lurk up from the B side. It's very common these days that someone's going to try to lurk up from red or towards that B side. Nico, he waits around long enough to find him. Now, this is the real key moment right here, though. When he comes up here towards this mid side, when he finds his kill onto bullets, he does a very tiny detail that makes a huge difference. Notice here, he runs forward and then runs back. He runs forward and runs back, and what he does by doing this is he fakes the death cam. If you look at this from Bolt's point of view, as he comes in, what it would look like is that it looks like Nico's coming in from Donut. When he dies, he relays this information to Fallen, and now Fallen, he has to worry about Donut as well, in addition to Modesty from Temple. But by Nico going back and faking the death cam, he's able to reposition himself, go back towards CT spawn, and this puts Fallen in a position where he's getting pinched from 3 different sides. He doesn't know for sure where all these CTs are coming from. He knows Modesty's there, but he doesn't quite know whether Nico is going through Donut or whether he's going through the CT side. That's what allows Nico to then come in, walk all the way up towards CT, and essentially find Fallen in the back. So very easy kills, but it's also because he positions himself perfectly and makes these tiny decisions that ultimately set himself up.
Danny finding the little details in the dominance. I love that. Even in that moment, just the fact he's been able to show that Bolt's legit thought Nico was coming that way. And we saw that with Fallen. He's like, yeah, we can just look there. Oh, no, I don't actually know what's going on, where he's coming from.
It's such a beautiful breakdown from Danny as well. And I was just thinking, the flow state that Nico finds himself in these 6 to 7 rounds, right? He's 19-0. If you're watching this broadcast, I wish that you feel that in your life at any point in any activity. I'm being honest with you. Like, I feel that if you get in his shoes at that moment, just life is just easy. Like, you've just figured it out. You've won the game. It's over.
It's when you're in the Matrix, right?
You are literally, well, not literally, you're figuratively in the Matrix. Like, that's what's happening. You reach a point where your brain just makes the right decision faster than anybody. And not only do you make the right decisions, but you have the ability to just execute them properly. And then the game just becomes like an enjoyable experience. Where it's just like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to two-tap this AWP and then fake wall into it, come back, completely win the clutch behind. It just feels great. It's like greatness tastes like.
Well, that greatness didn't come in previous events. We talked about the Major or Dallas, but at least here he got to have some of it. Maybe he can take that through.
I mean, it's just enough to keep the dreams alive and then crush everybody else's hopes once falters, right? I mean, that's how they do it sometimes.
And now we're going to Inferno, which is G2's pick, and maybe the dreams are completely crushed for Imperial at this point of fighting in any way, because yes, Imperial can play this map. Yes, they played only 4 times against teams who are in the top 30, but this is G2's home ground. This is their stomping ground. This is where G2 should just do the same again, but better.
You're absolutely correct. It's one of the strongest maps of G2, if not the strongest currently. The only ever silver lining that I can imagine if you're Imperial is that after this map 1, you really have no reason to be frustrated. You have no reason to be mad. Like, listen, what would have been the hurdle and the talks when they go outside? I bet you they were not even mad about it. They just said, I guess we'll be part of history in some way. Like, people will remember what Nika did to us on Ancient. It's gonna be all good. There is no reason to be frustrated. You can just go very lightheartedly into map number 2. You never had a choice. Nico never gave you a chance in map 1. It's not that you played bad, he just took the chance away from your hands, and that was it. Now, if we are being a bit more realistic and a bit more rational here, yes, I do think we're going towards a very powerful 2-0, and maybe, just maybe, G2 are about to crush our hearts in the playoffs once again by being the most unstoppable team in the world on a day, and who knows on the next.
Well, we'll have to find out, but it does look like they're unstoppable right now, and that is going to be key to victory when it comes to Inferno. Imperial will have to put up one hell of a defense if they want to battle back, but it seems unlikely. Let's find out how it's going to go down with Maui and Anders after the break.
Well, here we go. We're back with the second map. It's G2 and Imperial, and what a start it was. The odds over in Unicorn are saying it's 12-1 because people are really impressed by Nico's performance. Who can blame them?
I'd give it 12-1 that Imperial could 1v5 Nico.
Yeah, you think it can happen maybe? This is so ridiculous. I'm still not over it yet, but hopefully Imperial are. In some of those rounds, when they started sort of like what was obviously going to be an impossible comeback, they did look like they were hitting some shots, right? We had some signs of life out of the Imperial camp. Fallen was definitely hitting some shots with the AW. Bolts was playing very well too. So it wasn't just completely one-sided, but they just couldn't recover from the reckoning that Nico was bringing to them. It was too much.
Even though Imperial were shell-shocked by a historic performance by Nico, they were making the right reactions. Individuals were still popping off. We saw Cello, Bolts, Jota showing off their mechanics a little bit. And Imperial were also, anytime they lost map control, trying to take something back. It's what you're supposed to be doing. They played with composure despite the bludgeoning that they received. So we'll see if they're able to keep that up. We can see that they picked the T side here. Didn't want to face the world's best T side on Inferno in G2. And m0NESY right here at the half wall. He's got the dualies. Cello, great jiggle. Good information gained.
Yeah, it's very, very methodical. It'll be the Glock to start off with on Jota. Going to be taking down Hunter. Finding him up in the A apartments. It's pretty good. Good news. I bet Imperial would love to have a bit of a start here. Just to change how this has been playing out. But JKS, good shot on that one. Ready for more as he will take down Vinny. And also a shot on the Bolts. 3 kills, 3 headshots. That's very crisp. Fallen the last one left, and he's going to get dropped by Hooksy, so well done on that pit defense.
That was fantastic from JKS. When that smoke lands right there, it's pretty difficult to see, but you could see that he just had perfect crosshair placement, just kept going for the taps, trying to time that final peak from the remaining person in the halls. I think it was Bolts, and there it is, yeah. Even though it's just throwing out some jiggles here and there, perfect reaction. As soon as he gets the first kill, also just jumps right up onto the railing to take that angle. So nice. Yeah, after a map like the previous, it's easy to forget how good the other players are on G2. But you know, like I was mentioning, this is a map that G2 picked into because they simply have the best T-side on this map of anybody out there right now. They are so good. They're so quick. As soon as they smell blood, they're so ready to strike. One single pick is all they need, and then they have explosive plays towards either bomb site. There's no hesitation. Everybody knows exactly what they need to do. Feels like they're the most well-drilled team on this map when it comes down to it.
And we saw that in their last game, right? When they also ended up playing Inferno. It was really, really impressive. So definitely going to be a hard battle, this one, for Imperial. In this round, they have Tech9, CSET 75 and a Mac 10 on Jojo as well. And looks like they are just going for the banana play. And I mean, they have the smokes and the flashes for it. This is totally doable, right? If they get one good entry entering into the bomb site here, this could be a round that Imperial can win pretty quickly even. Rotation is miles away. Nobody's even an archway right now, so it's really down to the SMGs here to hold this defense. And Hunter's getting there. That's a problem for Imperial. If he keeps going, they're going to be in trouble.
Considering a mid-round, Cello just kind of thinking about what's going on towards mid, but here is the play. Nico deploying his Molotov, getting deeper into that bomb site, but the cavalry has arrived in Hunter.
I think having 3 people here is a world of difference, right? The extra SMG just to really slow it down. Because otherwise, you get one entry, you're playing basically a 5-on-1 at the bomb site, but as soon as there's 3 people there, it's just a different calculation altogether. Good triple spray down for Nico, and it'll be a second round for G2.
Really love the pixel angle that Nico was holding from as well. Something to note when you turn your model sideways, just looking out of your almost peripheral vision. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to get a straight-on headshot. And yet, as the CT, you can still spot that angle, you can still throw that molly out. So good setup that became even better once G2 got the rotation from the fellow Kovac.
Third round here, and some more upgraded pistols, but that's about it. Nico burning alive in that Molotov. That's a little bit unfortunate. But this should be a much easier round to deal with. Although Vinny has a different opinion. Vocalizing that in the middle with the deagle.
I don't think that with the Blast TV poll choices, they have to. Well, yeah, that's what you need to do to stay in a game. Okay.
Some diehard fans out there.
They have to do it.
They just have to.
They have to do it.
So there's, yeah, so like almost 20% of people who are on the same hype train as me, you know? Like they were so impressed yesterday. They were like, oh my God.
Everybody needs to get into Anders' mentions after for picking Imperial in this game.
Listen, the graphics said I didn't, so I'm out free on this one, you know?
If I've ever learned anything, the graphic is not king.
Trust in the graphic. Respect graphic.
Respect graphic. Yeah, you're a big graphic novel fan.
True. Definitely true.
What's your fave?
Just all titles I can't say on broadcast, unfortunately, Maui. You know how it goes.
Those kind of graphic novels. Oh no.
Third round.
Oh wait, this is getting a little weird. Let's see if Hooksy's able to recover. He's got to do something here. Okay, double kill. Should be good. Dinked out a little bit. Okay, Bolts is actually going to be able to afford it to plant here. This is way better than what Imperial thought going in, and Monacy quickly cleans it up.
That was so weird and sloppy. The fight which is happening around the smoke, I don't even know how Imperial managed to win some of those fights, because they just seemed like they were sort of jumping awkwardly around the smokes looking for the kills, but they did it. Hooksy came up with a triple, and that's obviously kind of nice to stabilize the round a little bit. But that got way more expensive, and that's, especially with the bomb plant on top, Imperial can really use this as a good platform to keep it going. Some of these kills, Nico going down the Fallen is just a bit of a weird round. But yeah, that's gonna dig pretty deep into the economy of G2. We'll see what Imperial have in their first buy round that's coming up. AWP on Fallen. I love it.
Yeah, trusting the op, even though so many other oppers when it comes to T-side Inferno would prefer the AK. Okay, Vinny, quick up banana. Oh, he's between the smallies, and I think they're throwing a couple extra smokes now to try to keep him alive in this one. Things are getting really awkward for him. So many nades being deployed by G2, and Vinny doesn't really have too much to show now. And okay, wait. Oh, wow. Great flash setup. Nico taken down, but Hooksy there for the trade. He wants to continue fighting. Finds the dink onto Bolts, and that's going to dissuade Bolts from pressing on forward.
Henry is a day in the life of an entry fragger on Banana, right? Just trying to dodge the flames, trying to not get flashed, but also waiting for... Oh my God! He was flashed, and he still got the kill on Hooksy. Really sick. Yeah, Vinny, though, even if he dies after it, he's done his job, right? Getting the one entry is all you need. Good headshot from Cello to take down Monacy. JKS and Hunter on opposite sides of the map here in a 2-on-4. But I mean, one HE from JKS could change this a lot. Both Bolts and Cello are kind of low on health.
They're going for a bit of a B prod. Fallen's sending himself on a solo mission to go for the mid round. But now that they know Hunter is there towards B, they know that at most there's a single player in JKS at A.
Yeah, but that HE, I'm still worried. He just has to throw it in one position, and he might actually even get a double kill for it. Not going to use it just now. 19 seconds and a drive-by shot. Cello! He only had 14 health, but he just deletes JKS inside of the bomb site. So forget about any HEs being thrown or anything like that. Bomb gets planted. Hunter up in the apartments, but he's already been spotted for. Yeah, just no point in doing it. Jota, you're the only one with health, so just make sure you stay alive. And this is going to be the first round for Imperial.
Well done. Good opener there towards Banana from Vinny, and then just posturing to defend Banana. Oh, wait, Hunter. Actually, you might get caught if you keep going this way. No, he's actually going to find Bolts, who had an op.
Careless.
He might get
Cello
more.
might die as well.
Yeah, he might keep going.
Oh, he's gonna keep it up. Yeah, some pressure on now. Jojo will barely survive, but my God, that's a bit too much.
Yeah, you would have loved to keep those guns alive, but also just good move from Hunter to go all the way towards B to try to hunt those guys. Yeah, overall...
Was that the dog I was hearing in the background?
Was it?
I think so.
Like Fallen's dog?
Either that or I am going crazy. It's one or the other.
We might just hear it through the building.
It's entirely possible. 3-1.
Oh, guns aren't looking good for G2, though. Nico on a deagle. It's going to be tough for G2 to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, it will be suffering in the utility as well. Throwing a 4-1 stack in there, which is not that uncommon. And a wraparound. This could get kind of interesting. This ramp, it's still... Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
They're gonna... Yeah, well, this is done. Want to see on his own in a B split. He should be dead. He does have the AWP, but how do you survive here?
You say it's done, Anders. We've been watching... Okay, well, it's done. It's done.
I'm sorry, Monacy, yeah.
Yeah, that's that. All
Close the
right.
book on him. To be honest, especially the B-bomb side, we've seen Monacy in the past do some really stupid clutches from that position, so...
Yeah.
Definitely not out of the question. But yeah, the rest of G2 probably already realizing there's no point in going for this. Like, all you're going to probably do is lose more rifles. So just keep it cool, let him edge out that B-bomb site, let him figure it out, and then we'll play the next round.
Nothing to really do here if you're G2.
Yeah.
Imperial moving on to round number 6 with a second victory. I like how diligent they are.
Yes.
This is nice to see. Well, they say that and they miss a molly. But, I mean, it's the right idea.
It looks super silly when there's no one there, but obviously we would have been yelling at them instantly if they didn't check the bomb site and just kind of ran in there with the bomb in hand and suddenly there's someone with a CC hiding in a corner. You don't want to put yourself in that position.
It's fun as a spectator to sometimes be an ignorant fan and just be like, look at how silly they look.
Yeah,
throwing all those nades. But you obviously have to approach Counter-Strike with a more well-rounded approach, not just results-oriented thinking all the time.
No, not necessarily. Okay, 3-2 scoreline. Speaking of results, this is good. This is really, really important for Imperial, right? We're pretty sure that G2 are going to be good on their T side. So Imperial needs to match that a little bit here. And the fact that the money is in this weird position. And it's partly due to that one round over at the B-bomb side where Hooksy got the triple. Because that ended with only 2 people surviving for G2, they kind of set themselves up in this weird position really early on, where they just never really had the economy. What is this shot from Vinny? That's crazy.
I was ready to start hyping Monacy up, especially if he gets that kill.
He is exactly the kind of player that can do it, so I don't blame you. USP on Monacy. The other 4 pistols or rifles were kept alive. Yeah, it's still probably worth saving the 2 M4s in this round, unless you get all of the early kills. In that case, you try and win the round, but... Yeah, this is less combative at the start of this game than G2 probably would like. Boost is being watched already. Good awareness for Bolts. Even if he got tagged, actually, Vinny will go down. And there's a chance here for another spray on through. Bolts is dangerous trying to shoot through that one. That's too risky for my taste.
This is getting a little bit weird for Imperial now, though. They've used a decent amount of utility, but that'll make things a lot easier. Nice shot from Cello onto JKS peeking over that smoke. And now Monacy with just the USP on A. If Imperial choose the right bomb site, there is no hope for this guy.
He also can't recover the rifle. They can't recover the one that's on Banana as well. So even if they have 2 people with pistols, they can't really get anything back, which is unfortunate. Yeah, Bolts might be low, but doesn't really matter. 35 seconds, just a USP in the pit. If there was 15 seconds now, it would be interesting in terms of him getting the right kill, but the truth is, even if the bomb drops for a minute here, not really going to make any difference. They can still pick it up and win the round, because there's nobody else at the bomb site. Molotov starting to go down. They're checking all of it once again, and they're going to find him in the pit, just the USP. Fallen to get the kill, and the bomb plant to follow. They're, again, making quite sure they're burning it all out. They're really checking it just to be sure that no one's hiding anywhere.
And in the meantime, though, Nico was able to pick up an AK. We saw how much damage that inflicted in the previous game when he was able to find that weapon right away. So, a little bit of a forewarning here. Some foreshadowing.
It's going to be tied up 3-3. So, looking like a more reasonable game. The first one was obviously a huge aberration. But now we're getting into the real battle.
Yeah, and what's a little bit worrying about this being G2's pick, and yeah, G2 is of a different caliber than Imperial, don't get me wrong. It's just that Imperial, when they were putting this lineup together, Inferno's really been one of their staple maps. It's a map that they've pretty much wanted to play from its inception with FNX and when even Fur were on the roster. Very different win conditions for the team now that they're using Cello and Jota, but still, the idea remains that Imperial are really comfortable on this map too. And with the form that they showed against Vitality yesterday, just not going to say anything is impossible, but you'd still be a fool to believe that G2 are not the favorites.
What's really weird is the fact that Nuke is the third map. So the truth is, if Imperial win this one, it's not impossible that they could take the third map. There's a way. So, I don't know. I'm sure G2, they're not thinking about anything like that yet. They picked up some better weapons. They're ready to fight. Oh my god. Bolts would have been dead either way, but it was the HE that did the job. Hooksy very low, trapped in the corner. They could bring in Jota maybe with either the HE or the Molotov to try and bring him down, because he's still stuck in that corner. Fallen being wheeled in. They still have, I think, an idea, but they might just use Hooksy as bait. Nico goes for it, and he's going to get shot down, and now it's real awkward. If Hooksy dies here with no kills, it's going to be a problem, and he will. Vinny just crouching on in. That splits the defense so badly.
They're already here, though. Boost is being assembled. Hunter right on top. Spots Vinny, but he doesn't take the shot just yet. Okay, there he goes. Has to pull the trigger eventually. Oh, last bullet taking down Cello in the face. Okay, things are falling apart here for Imperial, but they're going to be able to plant the bomb.
That was a 200 IQ move from Hunter not to fire the bullet from the elevated position, because that would have given it away and they would have known. Jota gonna get one in return here. Goes for the spray and hits the headshot on Monacy, and just like that, they're back in the round. JKS in a 1 versus 2, and they know where he is. He's already tagged up, and this is frustrating. Doesn't have a kit either, so I don't see a way back into this round, really. They've got plenty of health on the other side, and they should be able to slow him down enough for this to be almost impossible. Might be a kid on the ground there, but there's just almost no time. JKS gets that. Oh my god! He gets the headshot, picks up the kid, and goes straight for the defuse. What an insane retake for JKS as he wins the clutch.
Oh, Imperial are going to feel so foolish for that one. All you needed to do was hold on a little bit longer, not peek new box.
If he just crouches in yellow, he wins the round.
That too. Yeah, there's ways to make that impossible for JKS to win, but right here, yeah, Jota, the wide swing right there, and Fallen, he could have tucked on in, just wanted to hit the shot, and oh, the disappointment sets in for Imperial there. They knew they had that.
100%. There are some rounds where if you took your hands off the keyboard and mouse, you would win them. But the fact that you feel obligated to keep on playing, that's actually what ends up losing it. If they just both gone AFK in the corners, there's no way he can find them. It's impossible, right? Oh my god, that's hard to deal with. 4-3. G2 are struggling. They really are, but that is a bit of a gift in their direction. Cello, if he wide swung that, I think he gets shot in the back, so he's a little bit lucky to be alive. They are going back to test the B bomb site. I can't blame them. They've been winning so many fights over at B right now, then why not keep it up?
Imperial have been doing a great job of finding this control, and G2, you'd want to see a response pretty soon. That's the block smoke coming out from Nico. Next 17 seconds, you would love to see G2 do something slightly proactive, maybe a peek down mid, anything, or else it's just going to be a free bomb site for Imperial. This smoke has a huge gap in it, and if Imperial, they're going to jump on that. Easy trade for them. This is a 4v4 post plant. You can't even really justify this if you're G2.
No. You're so far away. The fact that you throw the smoke basically on top of them, it's so... They had the flashbangs, I think, in the air when that happened even. So they were ready to go. Immediate tie-up again. 4-4 Imperial. Hitting the same spot over and over again because it's working. Why change it? Why would you do it?
It almost feels like everybody has rethought Inferno to such a degree that the game has just come across simpler. What G2 have been doing to put together the best T-sides in the world now on this map is more or less that. If you get banana control, why would you not exec? If you have the nades to take out a couple of the key positions, you're going to be pretty favored on these entries, especially with some good flashes raining in. And for such a long time, people thought, you know, you have to take banana, you take bracket, you kind of play between those, go for the proper mid-round, try to play that perfect CS. But what Hooksy and company have done on G2 has really changed the meta so drastically for the offense. Just take the space, test your exec, put the pressure on the defenders to multi-frag, because it's really hard to multi-frag when 4 people are charging at you and there's a molly at your feet.
That's what they're proving it round and round again here. And I suppose also, I mean, if you do what you're saying earlier, where you take banana control, then fall back to middle, take that. Like every time you show up at that new corner again, you do also risk losing one of those fights, right? You could lose a fight, and then maybe you're kind of back to square one in a way. It's working for them at any rate at the moment. Flash around. Oh, it's Cello to get the kill on JKS. Nice jump up from m0NESY. That's not necessarily that easy to do. See if they're going to be ready for it. He can't stay here necessarily forever either. And presumably, eventually, he's going to get flashed off the corner. Good find for Nico. Because Cello is almost dead, this is a pretty winnable round for G2.
It's gotta be a conversion. Money's not good for G2 right now. Both teams don't have the best, but Imperial at least a little bit in the bank. But m0NESY, yeah, taking up this position, you're really trusting your mechanics to bail you out of this situation. And so frequently is this angle flashed off. Molly will soar in. You see Fallen, oh, he actually gets a kill on Nico towards B. He's just covering their flank, and now this looks to be gearing up to be a Halls pop. Oh no, Hunter leaving at the worst time possible.
Yeah, if he goes, m0NESY is almost certainly dead, right? Here comes the jump up. Good shot. And now m0NESY is going to be ready for it. Misses the first chance, and Hunter is dead in the meantime. He's so sure someone's coming in from middle, but nobody is at the moment, and he doesn't get around the corner. Vinny, been playing really well here. Double kill for him, and Hooksy, he can't get there in time. Awkward positioning. G2 don't look very comfortable almost anywhere on the map at the moment.
Oh, we see Fallen dying on the other side, and m0NESY a couple misses in this one. Really selling JK out because of that double hall setup that they put themselves in earlier. It really comes down to m0NESY hitting that opening, and because he misses, JKS is easily taken care of, and then m0NESY on the fallback there, missing another. It's tough. I mean, Inferno's just not kind to oppers generally. Just so many tight little angles. It's so easy to take space quickly. And oh no, Hooksy doesn't even get the kill there. Yeah, Imperial are feeling themselves now.
This is the energy that they really brought to their game yesterday when they defeated Vitality. And that's what they need more of, right? And it's been working out very well.
And you can kind of see the fact that on Ancient, Imperial started playing themselves back into it. Like we call those cosmetic comebacks a lot of the time, where a team just puts a few rounds on the board to end the map, even though they're still going to get beat on it. But it makes a world of difference. Coming into this one, Imperial just looked way more competitive out the gates.
Back to pistols. G2. A miracle round where the CC or the 5-7 or the Deagle here does a lot. I mean, that would go a long way to revitalize the team. But they're struggling at the moment. And it comes off the back of, again, a historic performance from Nico on the first map and a very one-sided game on Ancient. And it's just all in the past right now. Doesn't really matter how much you won that map. At the end of the day, Imperial have already, I think, mentally reset from that loss. I don't think they care anymore.
One bit, Cello, nice shot. This is looking like a pretty clean round for Imperial, making their way in. Nico on top. Yeah, he just finds one, but that's going to be it. Yeah, Imperial will put themselves up 2 rounds. Wow, this map is starting to slip away from G2. Not seeing those explosive moments out of individuals. Not seeing those multi-frags.
At this point, it feels like they need to find a way to build at least enough of a buffer that they can have their own good teeth out, right? So 4 rounds is not going to be it. If they get up to 6 or 7 rounds, then it's kind of a different matter. But yeah, just at least get the safe and a little bit of safety to make sure that you actually have a chance of it. Still early on. I don't want to be too alarmist either. 6-4 is still pretty recoverable. But they're not having that lockdown defense. And the problem is the defense isn't working anywhere right now. Not defending the A-bomb side or the B-bomb side.
It's been really tough for G2 to take a fight on their terms that they're comfortable with. That's why we're going to get a timeout from them.
It's kind of, it's tricky to try and take some control back, but I mean, one of the ways that maybe you could do it, and I think I've seen G2 do it in the past, you do that flash over into second mid, and then you have one person who's peeking in apps, like you're just peeking into second mid on the CT side. You can get those flashbangs, and it can be really interesting. I mean, that'll at least take some momentum away. Obviously, there are ways to push middle as well from the CT side, but it feels like, because they're losing so many of the fights on Banana at the moment, you almost need that pincer movement, and I'm not sure if they trust themselves to do it right now.
Right. And this is what we've talked about for the last couple days. Are G2, after that timeout, going to play to not lose, or are they going to play to win? Are they going to actually go for some proactive play, some aggressive setup, or are they just going to kind of sit on their hands and say, wait a second, let's just play back in the bomb sites and see if Imperial mess up? But Imperial, they're playing well enough right now, it's hard to justify that. Bolts, quick up Banana, smoke right there, and Nico, okay, he goes for one, and Hooksy right there for a second. Okay, top Banana in favor of G2. And so how do Imperial respond?
Yeah, that was kind of close. Good Molotov to put out the, or good smoke to put out the initial Molotov there. Saving Hooksy the first go around. They're ready for this one. Good shot from Odyssey. There are 3 people ready at the A-bomb site, so this one should be a lock. You just have to trust in the fundamentals here. Set up the trade kills and just make sure that they're not allowed to get too many individual fights. A minute on the clock, though, for them to fiddle around with. So, Cello and Fallen, I mean, they could still try. If they get the entry on Hooksy over on this side, it's possible. You can win them around. Not out of the question yet.
That's why it's scary. Just leaving Hooksy by himself. He only has an HE grenade right now. Can't really slow these players down all too much. Nades are going to come in. Nade has been sent out, and this is getting a little weird. I mean, they're probably going to be able to find a plant off of this.
Yeah, Smoke is up on the other side. Oh, some good FAMAS damage coming through, but he's got to be careful he doesn't die. There's the spam coming through. Fallen is just barely alive. Down to 19 health. Surely that is not enough to win a 2-on-4 with. Cello in the back line. Missed opportunity for Fallen. That would have been a wonderful shot to hit right there, but they're feeling the pressure. They know they almost have to fight their way out of the bomb site because G2 are coming for the retake. There's the first one as Hooksy goes down. There are no more nades. There's no kits either in play. Cello gets a headshot. This is a disaster now. They're running out of time for it. They need to hunt him down. Cello finally is gone and Fallen. He'll follow into the grave right afterwards, but they can't win it. They have to make a run for it. No kit in play. A 2-on-4 lost by G2.
Oh, that's so ridiculous. Imperial willing themselves into that bomb site. And yeah, that's why it was a worrying sign. That 2-1-1 kind of setup that G2 were set up in to just let Hooksy sack the bomb site, give it up. That's a round that a lot of people are going to be scratching their heads over. Why give up the bomb site entirely? Yeah, there's a case to go for the 4v2 retake, but not taking down a single player with you, I think a lot of teams would have played this situation completely differently. Just play a one and done, try to at least make it a 1 versus 3, keep a crazy number advantage over Imperial, but giving them all that space, that's where Fallen does his best work. And the Professor teaches G2 an important lesson in that one.
It really does. Second time out being called for G2. That's one of those rounds that stings. You will feel that for a little bit. And it throws, again, the economy into such a weird position. They've had no momentum of any kind, G2, in this opening half on Inferno. They get an AK, they get the AWP on Monacy, obviously, and then a FAMAS to follow it up, but this is really questionable. Good shot from Monacy in the middle. Goes for a second flick, and Vinny popped out of the sky, turns around for the flashbang there, but Joda's too quick on the trigger.
Well, Monacy did his job. He got 2, but he kept pushing. Just trying to will his team back into these rounds. The 2 is great. He's got to be happy with that. Thankfully, Hooksy keeps it up. A little bit of aggression at the bottom of Banana. Bomb has been dropped. Another 2v4 would be yet another disaster. But it starts with that. Jota, a single kill on a Hooksy. Not again, G2.
Yeah, if you lose back-to-back 2v4s, that's probably mentally fairly devastating. All right, panic, all up panic on Jota. They're not sure what he was getting shot from. And Cello in a 1 versus 3. He's got a minute. He knows where at least one of them is. Don't know if you realize there's a double setup back here. They're already boosted up. Again, this should not really be doable. Smoke up to buy a bit of space. Reading for it. He's got the right read. Good spray onto Nico. And he's just guessing. Praying that he's going to get that one. Good use of the Molotov there. But Hunter will find him. Sigh of relief, I'm sure, on the G2 side.
Yeah, top banana utility betraying Imperial at the end. The Molotov not going deep enough. And the smoke creating a one-way for the final kill from the side of G2. But that was just off the back of m0NESY basically sending it down mid with an op. That's, yeah. If Imperial or Fallen, for that matter, just posts up on him, it's going to be hard to do that again. But it's better late than never. You know?
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's too late. I mean, you've mentioned this a couple of times, right? That T side for G2 is still going to be pretty good, we have to assume. And oh my god, it's m0NESY again. I wanted to peek down second mid, but that's all the way into the T apartments that he actually went for that one. A wraparound towards the arch side with a smoke up in the middle. They got peppered a little bit coming through. Fallen's going to be running right into Hunter, and actually it's Vinny to get the shot there. Good job. And brings it back into a 4-on-4. The bomb is still in the middle here on Bolts. If you die at the bottom of mid right now, Imperial will be in a lot of trouble. So Bolts, you've got the bomb on your back. They're walking back from it, so it looks like he's going to be fine, but that's kind of scary.
This has created a really awkward game state for G2. They know that they've given up all of CT spawn, all of that arch side. They have no eyes on apartments now. JKS and m0NESY feel boxed in. They feel trapped. And so they're hoping that the Banana players can at least maintain some semblance of information. And it looks like Hooksy and Nico will be the ones tasked with retrieving that info. And Bolts, he's ready for it already. He's right here.
He's been waiting for such a long time. The smoke's going to be fading there right on the other side. Is he going to give it up? 35 seconds. Remember, he has that bomb on his back, and now it's lost on the ground. 30 seconds. Time ticking against them. Cello goes for the swing, and it's a great crouch, and that's the round done. Fallen and even catching m0NESY, but even without that kill, they had cleared out everything else. They knew that B bomb site was going to be empty, and it's just on JKS to try and save this AK. That's 8 on the board for Imperial.
Imperial just sitting, letting G2 stir with that uncertainty in the round. They had no idea what was happening, and Imperial just let G2 fall right into their trap. That was very well played by Imperial. Calling for a hold state in modern CS feels so odd because you're letting the other team carve out a win condition for themselves in a round. But if you have everything ironed out, if you know the possibilities that the CTs can exercise, they're going to make a mistake. They're going to slip up. They feel like they have to.
And to be honest as well, I mean, for Bolts in that moment, he's holding for such a long time, and he's got the bomb on his back. So eventually, he is the one that has to move out of there. If he missed the timing, he got one kill and got traded, but if he missed the timing and turns his back on that banana position, just walks away, it could be almost all over, right? So it's kind of, it is on a knife's edge for that particular round. But Imperial, that's been true for a lot of it, and they keep coming out on top. They're putting together a really convincing first half right now.
They're showing class. After that ancient map, it felt like this was going to be a very clean 2-0. And more or less, people just saying, yeah, that Imperial win yesterday versus Vitality was a bit lucky, a bit of a championship hangover for Vitality, but there's a case right now being made. Hunter towards middle, he's up close, and nice shot from him, opens things up, but the trade right there. Imperial, good fundamentals playing off of each other.
And he got the dink off on Cello as well, but couldn't really find the kill. Close for Hunter. If he had the AK instead, it would definitely be a job done. m0NESY out here, but this split here between the A and the B bomb side, not a lot of teams enjoy playing 2A, 2B in this kind of scenario. They're starting to move up. One good kill for m0NESY could maybe seal this round. And he's waiting for it. Bolts and Vinny on the other side. Not quite sure. They might boost up here, and oh, that's a great shot. Vinny's going to be quick with it, and Nico getting overwhelmed. And that's all they needed. Again, it's a 2-on-3, but the rest of G2, they're just so far away. And they don't have the money to lose these rifles either. They still have a 15th round to play.
That's perfectly played from Imperial. Assembling the boost right there. Great peek from Vinny to take down m0NESY. I mean, Imperial are just so thorough on this map. That's why it's a little bit dangerous to pick it against them. It's one of the few maps that they feel like they're at home on it. They've been playing it for the entire history of this organization's life. And I think Fallen is, even though he didn't really play this map too much in some of their major championship wins, he still has been playing this game for a damn long time. He knows what he's doing on it.
Yeah, it's true. There was a point in time where we said you had to have a decent Inferno. You just had to, because all of the top teams were going to play this map, and so you had to be at least somewhat competent on it. Like, you had to have something that you knew what to do. So I'm sure Fallen fits into that category as well. Yeah, but Vinny's playing really well. This is smooth work. He's on 11 kills behind this one, just instant.
Yeah, it's really nice that they do that. I mean, a lot of teams would flash the corner right there, but in that case, Imperial, they only had a singular flash left. You really want to save it for that God flash when you're executing into that B bomb site. You don't want to have to use it just for the corner, because there might not even be anybody there. And, you know, fortune favors the bold. Just going for the boost. m0NESY loves this jump, loves this hold. Hasn't found anything with it yet, and sitting at 5 and 10, it would be a great time for him to come alive to give G2 a little boost going into the second half.
Yeah, missed opportunity there, perhaps, with the Org. Oh, just as the smoke fades, go to define Nico, and Hunter also discovered out in the open. Very uncomfortable. HooXi needs the multi-spray down, and he will get it with the bomb delivered right to his feet. What an awkward change of pace here. For G2, it's a world of difference between losing or winning this round. Getting 6 in the first half is not great, but you could definitely make a comeback from this scoreline. 10-5, though. It's going to feel very, very different. And HooXi, he'd love some backup, but the backup is being killed as they're trying to get there, so m0NESY, he's not that far away. HooXi's isolated, and he's going to get found. Fallen to get that shot. And a great recovery for Imperial once again. Bomb right there to be picked up.
This is so difficult for m0NESY, yeah. Bomb's been picked up. Fallen's already holding the angle. This is going to be a freebie, and it'll be a 10th for Imperial. What a half from them. What a bounce back after Ancient. We'll see if they're able to keep it up after a break.
We are back once again. It is G2 playing up against Imperial, and things are looking pretty good for Imperial right now. They are trying to claw their way to a third map, which would be on Nuke. And, I mean, they made an impressive case for themselves, right? The second map here is on Inferno, and they get 10 rounds in the opening half.
Love the calling there from Fallen. Love the entries from Vinny and Cello. Overall, just very thorough performance. But now they're against the deadliest T side in Tier 1. G2 are so good when it comes to this offense, but Jota wants to play it aggressively. Cello finds a kill on the other side of the map. Ooh, labored fight, but m0NESY comes up with a double. Very nice. This will carve out a free path for the rest of G2 onto that A bomb site. Nico lying in wait here at the logs. A couple players here to approach him. So we get an easy end to the round. Okay, there we go. So swift with it. And that is a pistol round going the way of G2. I was saying in the break, Anders, that G2 in some ways needed this. With how that half went for them,
yes.
Even though we know how great G2 are on this offense, it just sometimes feels like the mentality of this team is so liable to being upset. But that's a great way to reinvigorate their spirits.
I don't know if you know this, but if you're walking out in the woods and out of the corner of your eye, you'll see like something that has like a snake pattern. Basically, your eyes communicate directly with your muscles. Like you don't consciously register. Oh, hold on, Cello's pushing down. I'm gonna come back to the snake analogy in a second here. Oh, a little bit of a chance maybe that there's a lot of damage on the hook. See, but the scout will fall as well. My God, that was aggressive. They almost could have had that one.
Look at the damage.
Yeah.
Hooksy and Hunter almost dead, but so close. That's not going to cut it.
Vinny and Bolts, if they can find Hooksy or Hunter, there is still a way. One Deagle shot or even a P250 shot at this range will get the job done. But they're grouping up, and this split between A and the B bomb side is just, it's going to make it really awkward. Alone Bolts is holding. I mean, he's within range. What was it, 5-7? Yeah, he could definitely do some work here. But you'd probably just throw Hook. Oh, hold on. Oh, Vinny's finding Hooksy on the other side. I was going to say throw him in and just find out what's happening. They know there could only be one player here, but I don't know. One headshot, maybe it's doable. There's one of them. JKS with the return. Still, that actually does get really close. 1 versus 2 now. And Vinny walking in. I mean, you could say save the MP9, but I feel like when you've had such a successful round, you want to try and apply some more pressure. Obviously, he doesn't have the kit. He's going to pull out the Deagle instead and run in there to try and put some pressure on. All right, it's a good kill on JKS, and he runs down Hunter. What is going on? Oh my God, there should have been no way. But Imperial coming up with what has to be almost a map-winning round here. That is going to be crushing for G2.
It is soul crushing. That's what I was going to say. Oh my goodness, that's the second 2v4 that Imperial won in this map. No way. And I love the pathing from Vinny. That is now been established as the proper pathing. As soon as you know that there's a player, Nubox and Emo, jumping up onto the fountain lip and then just dancing across it to kill that player, you're advantaged in so many ways with the geometry, and then falling off of it, Hunter couldn't recover in time.
I haven't seen Brazilians celebrating Counter-Strike like this for a really long time. I'm here for it. I think it's really exciting. 11-6 at the moment. Fire up with a Galil, and a good opening. That's Hooksy actually carving out a piece of the map for his team, and he wants to keep it going. Smoke up on the one side, and actually right for the smoke. Jota able to pick up Hooksy, so might be slowing it down a tiny bit. Leaning on the other side here with the AK that he stole in the previous round. He takes down JKS. They just need 5 more rounds, and it looks really likely at the moment. I'm actually a little bit scared for G2 right now. 3 versus 2. m0NESY getting a couple of interesting kills, and the bomb is going to be planted behind it.
Fallen right here with the op, smoke fading. But he knows he should be waiting for Cello. They have no nades, though, to unseat these Ts. This is going to be a pretty tough retake. And you don't want to give this op up. You almost feel like there's a case to not go for this. But when it's Fallen, he is the combat opper.
Oh my God, m0NESY's ready. He's going to close it out. It's a quad kill on him. That should not have been a 1 round by G2, but they bring it back. Wait, just to finish the snake analogy. your eyes will actually directly communicate with your muscles to draw you before you even consciously realize. I feel like that's what's happening to Nico in some of these rounds. Like, there's a direct throughput from his eyes to his hand, and he's just like, it doesn't, there's no electricity is even going in his brain. He's just shooting people on pure instinct. It looks so sick. Well, here we go.
It's just pure muscle memory.
That's what it feels like. 4-round gap between the two. Is that enough? Is it enough for Monacy to claw that round back?
It might be. I mean, look at the buy here from Imperial, but until these force buy wars are over, I'm going to say that the dust has not settled. This is still a possibility for Imperial. They always try to carve out a win condition for themselves in all of these rounds. You can see that already banana control has been established by G2. Got Jota here just jiggling out, along with Cello, who's playing anti-flash. Likely to see a double swing if G2 try to take the space away. That should be a pretty good nade. Oh, sails a little bit past him. Decent damage.
Yeah, I mean, it all counts, right? When you're down to pistols, just a little bit of chip, enough maybe to make one of these pistols a one-shot. It all counts to the end. 50 seconds here. HooXi's holding outside of the B bomb site. Probably just feeling it out. Oh, here we go. Grenade in the corner. Cello burning alive. Jota there to help him out, and somehow that works out. Monacy, or actually it's Nico outside of here, yeah. 4 on 5, and
what?
Oh, he was waiting for such a long time for it. Vinny's still able to find it. Vinny's been playing an amazing game. He's got 18 kills at the moment, and almost getting the shot through onto HooXi with that AWP in his back. They're trying to see if they can take the bomb site, fall in there, and it takes a while, but he does get the shot eventually, and a bullet on HooXi might have actually done the job, but he no-scopes fallen instead, and now he's alone, getting hunted down. Another no-scope. They're just coming at him more and more, trying to see if they can get him, but he's running out of bullets. A third no-scope, and he's just got time for the bomb plant as well. HooXi. Oh, no. Can he do it? He's got this way. He'll clutch it at the end. One of the most ridiculous clutches we've seen all tournament long.
That's incredible from HooXi. What an unlikely clutch. What a finish. This game is giving it all right now. Oh, that's going to fire him up. That's going to fire HooXi up. Man, he has been despondent in post-game interviews. He has not looked like himself, but I know that he was carrying the weight of his team, the weight of the fans on his shoulders, and he was still able to deliver. Incredible.
So ridiculous. I swear even Imperial were laughing after this. How do you account for something like this? He's so low on health when that starts. He's like, what's the best way out of this round? What if I triple no-scope them? What if that's the play?
Yeah, we gotta
come
see
on,
this back.
bro.
What is this? And then that other player just tucked away.
Look at how close it is to him just running out of time.
I
don't hear you yet. What's up? I like it. They're really screaming back and forth. I like this energy.
HooXi is top fragging his team. Vinny's at the top of the board with 18, but I mean, after this round with HooXi's Mac 10, he might just top frag this game. That is absurd.
Round number 20. I can't believe G2 are holding on to this map at all. HooXi's holding on to it right now. Jump around. Listen, he found the whole stack. That's so worth it.
Yeah. I just got to remark on it. This game is giving just classic LAN environment vibes. Just the way both of them are yelling at each other from across the room, trying to get into each other's heads.
It's beautiful.
It's just that the quality of CS is much better than you're going to get at your local LAN center.
Yeah, definitely. Bolts. Testing the smoke. Getting no rewards. Yeah, and this round is definitely going to be G2, so could try and get some exits, could try and set up to make it expensive. But that's probably all you're going to be getting. Monacy at the shooting range right now. Having a good time. Eagles out. JKS wants a taste. But 9-11 is going to be the scoreline. And again, the first map did go to G2. If you missed that, you have to promise me you'll go back and watch that ancient game. Because it's really stupid.
Just download Nico's POV.
Yeah.
Just get that demo.
Play it before you go to bed every night.
Oh, yeah. That's one to remember. This map might be too, with a round like that from Hooksy, the way that G2 have gotten themselves fired up into this. Still, Imperial have the lead. Let's not forget that. 11-9. And they finally moved away from the force buy wars. We're into our first real gun round of this half. Round number 21. Flash in for Hunter. Just going to take some space here towards the apartments. So Nico's trying to dance here with Vinny. No one really taking all that space just yet. Oh, Vinny's playing a pretty dangerous game. If Nico swings out, this is going to be a freebie for him. Oh, but he doesn't swing wide enough. Molly swings him out, and that is well done. Okay, but the trade's there, so 4-on-4 still.
Vinny also trying to do a lot of the entering when he was on the T side of Banana. So back now playing the CT side. Did get burnt at the start of the round, but I mean, he got the entry on Nico at the very least, so couldn't quite escape, but it's still not too bad. 3-man setup to defend with. This is a decent defense, but a lot of it's going to ride on the first casualty. If the first kill goes the way of G2, the rest of the defense will probably crumble very, very quickly. One good grenade there. Some spam on top. JKS is almost dead. But the same could be said for Cello. He's on 3 health down in the pit. There's the grenade to get rid of him. Fallen will land a shot. Joto on the spray, but he's only good for the one. And Fallen, he'll follow it up on Hooksy. Now it's on Hunter. 27 seconds here. He's in a 1 versus 2 in the bomb. It's right out there. He has to go for it. He goes to spray onto Fallen. It's not bad, and he gets to aim nearly back, but Bolts catches him, relocating, and I think jumping up on that little ledge. It's going to be the round for Imperial.
Yeah, Hunter getting tripped up there on that little lip onto the bomb site. Those are the differences in this game. Good defense on that A bomb site from Imperial. Players all going 1 for 1. But G2 now, with how close these rounds have been, we've got a MAC-10, a Deagle out. It's not pretty, but this might be one of the most important rounds of the game, because on the other side, Imperial, they're working with scraps too. There's ops on Fallen, sure, but a couple MP9s are out. Everybody's got to give it their all here. Molly right at the feet of Hooksy. This is going to be tough to burst through, and Hunter finds a way. 1 for 1.
I don't even know how he lived through that one. He's got 18 health left. Fallen. Put on a little bit of pressure. If you get that kill, then that's probably it. And Imperial don't have any money in the bank. This is such an important round. The real comeback for G2 starts if they can win this one. Vinny up close. MP9 and no grenades. And he's the guardian of this B bomb site at the moment. Maybe they can rotate bolts back in time, but it's unlikely. We'll see. 58 seconds now. Oh. Shuffling around the weapons a little bit. Flash does nothing to Vinny. The spray is pretty good, but only the 1 kill. Did almost tag Modesty and JKS enough to get the kills. Nico falling back. He's ready to catch them, but Fallen's there. That's the bomb. What is going on?
That's probably the round right there. I don't think Modesty and JKS can get back in this one. Oh, the bomb's in the middle pit. Yeah, if you're G2, I think you just save here. Modesty is going to go for the swing. Okay, well, if there's anybody that could do it, maybe it is Modesty, but still.
Oh, wait.
So far away.
I don't know if JKS, he must have heard that. Might have just been super preoccupied. There might have been a moment where you're communicating with a teammate to figure out what to do, because I'm pretty sure Fallen was running to get that. Now he's inside of the bomb site, ready and waiting to catch Modesty, and Fallen will solve the puzzle on this one. Triple on him. As they take a step closer to getting that 3rd map, they would love nothing more right now. I mean, Imperial are putting up such a sick fight so far in the tournament, right? Even the ancient map, at the end of it, they started to make the comeback, and who could have known that Nico was going to have what is, by every definition, a historic performance? Like, you can't account for that. Without that, who knows how close ancient would have even been.
Oh, they force. What? G2 don't want to give this up. Okay, probably another fast play coming out from them. 4 Tech 9s, and yeah, there it is. That flash towards alt mid, and Nico, the 1 Deagle, finds the headshot onto Jota. G2 needed that. That's a lifeline into this round.
That was my request for when G2 were on the CT side. That's what I thought could maybe be cool. I mean, it backfires on them here, but the flashes going over the wall, it is a pretty efficient strategy. Hunter, down low, but still alive. Yeah, they ran away with the rifle, unfortunately.
But it's just a 2-on-2 setup for Imperial. I mean, they haven't really figured out anything just yet, so G2, they're holding on, waiting for some re-aggression here. Both just spotted the bomb cross right there. That should indicate to him and his teammates that at least it's across that left side. And, oh, good flash timing. This is going to push him off the angle. G2 are doing a good job of keeping Imperial at bay here, but they might just run right into bolts. Oh, smoke right in their faces, and that's going to at least buy them time. But still, Imperial don't have any significant information.
They're rotating back from B? How do they know this? It seems so risky. They got one smoke on Fallen. I'm surprised that all the way back in CT spawn, they're just reading this very well. Late round calling is looking good, but the shots are going the way of G2. It's Hunter to pick up the kill. If Bolts dies in CT spawn right now, this might be the round over. Almost 20 seconds. There's the kill. Oh, but Cello, he's holding on. The spray is in. Pistols out. He finds JKS. And he's on for the clutch here. The ace, if he can get Hunter as well. 11 seconds left. He's back with the rifle out. And there's the ace. He clutches it. Wins it for Imperial. And might have very well just won the map as well. That is gorgeous.
What a monster hold from Cello right there. Pinned into the bomb site. Players flying at him from every single angle. And he's able to deliver the nice two-man setup with his teammate in that bomb site, and Vinny does just enough to distract to keep Cello alive, and then he goes for the jugular. The swing right there onto Hunter, knowing he has to approach the bomb site, takes it by force.
They're so hyped up. This is one of the more enjoyable games I've casted in a while. 14-9. Imperial 2 rounds away from taking the map. And because Nuke is the decider, it's such a big question mark for G2 in my opinion. We'll find out what happens, obviously, but they have to get there first. 1 Tech9, 2 Beagles, a Mac 10 and a Galil. As G2 just want to keep on the pressure. And they're not wrong. You look at the economy on Imperial. If they win this round, they can bounce so quickly back into this game. It's not done till it's done.
Barely any nades left for Imperial, and it looks like it's going to be a Halls pop. Jota, just with the MP9, this is going to be pretty tough for him to hold on to.
Will be. They have head armor as well, so he can't just easily get the dinks down, but good spray on the first one. Cello helping him out a little bit, getting the kill on Hooksy. In the meantime, Nico was swinging through the smoke at Hunter. He'll get one more onto Vinny. Oh my god. This looked very comprehensive. Fallen and Bolts, you shouldn't do this. These rifles are worth so much more than the potential to go for the 2-on-3 retake here.
That's going to be tough for Imperial. Yeah, with no nades, I just don't see a way for Imperial back into this one. You can see that MP9 so difficult to wield when players are flying all over. I really just love when G2 go for that kind of Halls pop, because every player almost plays it like a star. They fill their lines in terms of where they need to go for the crosshair displacement of the defending CTs, but all of them look for their own kills. It's not like it's just a single point man that's baiting everybody. There's a way for every single person to get involved. That's got to be one of the tougher apartment pops to handle.
Yeah, no question about it. And especially when they're running through the smoke in the middle, Nico on that other side, just very, very hard to do anything about. Yeah, okay. Well,
yeah. I know Vinny went for a little bit of a jump spot there, but it didn't even look like Hunter saw him.
Didn't feel like it. Okay. Timeout being called for Imperial. They haven't really had to use any timeouts. They've been in a good position all throughout this game. First one being called right here.
Commanding spot for Imperial, but tough decisions to be made in terms of economy, in terms of what plays to run here. And it's hard to even tell based off of what's happening, what adjustments you need to make, because most of the rounds that G2 have been playing against you have been force buys, half buys, weird guns. It's rare. I think we've maybe seen this whole half one real gun round versus gun round. So it's tough to draw off of just normal CS ideas. You just got to rely on your experience.
It's a 4-round gap. If they had all the money in the world right now, I feel like Imperial would be in a great position. But they don't. Still could go wrong, even right at the end here. They're not at all home safe. Nice boost on top, but Hooksy beating him. No head armor on Fallen, and he just gets destroyed. That's an important kill. Hooksy with 19. Finally outdone by Hunter at 20, but man, he's done some work, Hooksy, on this one.
Yeah, without his clutch, they wouldn't even be in this one. We'd be playing Nuke already. Okay. Triple B setup for Imperial, and G2 not even interested in that side of the map. Leaving it all onto Cello right here, sitting at the balcony. Just the CZ. A couple kills would be needed to even make this round competitive. And looks like he's going to get caught with his pants down. CZ being assembled. He's able to get one. I don't even know how he's still alive, but it's not going to be anything more than that.
Mechanically, I mean, he looks really composed. Even though there's flashes falling down, he's just getting attacked. He didn't look like he was really panicking. He was just hoping to find one more player. Not going to be possible this time, so it will be 11-14 as they try and save the M4 and the AWP into another round. G2 absolutely coming alive right here.
Yeah, not even the worst idea to just try to keep the CZ over there.
Sure.
Would have hoped for him to do a little bit more, sure, but with how typical it is to see G2 finish towards B after they take banana, gambling not the worst idea, because worst case scenario, you're trying to just keep these guns into the next round.
Going for it.
But you got to keep them.
They really want to find one of these two weapons. Good job on Vinny. And it looks like the rifles are going to be safe. Vinny not going down at the end either. But yeah, for Imperial, this is about the money, right? This is about having your next buy round, getting to 15, and then just keeping the money going. Wow, this is great work.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like his bullet's going to hit that. It's almost like the bullet has enough width to touch him. Okay.
Shooting those thick bullets. Some
size bullets.
Round number 26.
All right, hero op for Fallen. Nade sent in his direction. A lot of utility at him right now. And G2, they've made it abundantly clear that they have banana. And Fallen even bringing out an op shot right now. This should be a pretty easy mid-round for Hooksy and co. You know the op's on the other side of the map. Probably just gonna run into pistols here, but they don't like the smell of that. Smoke right at their feet, and that'll slow them down.
It is kind of a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors situation, though, because you're also suspicious of the fact that he's shooting the AWP. You're like, why is he telling us? Is that means there's a stack? Oh my god. The boost is knocked down once again. And they've left Nico out here. If he gets Vinny, he probably gets Fallen as well. They are moving forward. Not checking the corner, not even thinking about it. That's an easy kill. Vinny with a good return, though. Again, his aim has been ringing true on Inferno. 22 kills right now. They're going to find two people inside of the bomb site, and they should be able to lock them in here as well. The M4 is in the back, so if they get a little bit of a defense going, it could be kind of fun, but you see you just dancing, and there's backup being called for. You didn't have to do anything, Hunter. Yeah, this is so smart. Jota now all on him to try and be the hero. Monacy will find him, and that's going to be it. 12-14.
Almost found the lineup, though.
Yeah, it could have been fun.
Look at Monacy and Hunter's HP.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, really, really close to becoming very interesting, but another on the board for G2. Yeah, it wasn't just blowing smoke when I was saying that G2 have the best T side, though, on this map. And they're proving it, even when they're down as much as they were. Still fighting, still kicking, still showing that they can win a lot of these rounds with multiple men alive. Convincing stuff. And what's really weird about the money here is that, well, Vinny's going to keep this op moving forward, but Fallen only had $1,000. If G2 were really on the hunt, then Imperial would be in a pretty bad position, but loss bonus should mean that this is pretty easy to put together in the next round for Imperial.
10-5 first half in favor of Imperial, so they had a pretty significant lead, and it's been shrinking ever since. 14-12 now. Yeah, that actually is a really important shot from Odyssey, that last one. more of a buy round, Imperial. I think the first round in 3 rounds where it looks a little bit more respectable. Sure, it's the MP9 on bolts, but I don't think that's a big downgrade on Inferno. I think it's going to be fine. So many ways to use that SMG.
Definitely make it work. And with how important utility is, you're almost always going to choose that if it allows you a full belt beside it. Oh,
okay.
Hooksy.
That's disturbing.
Let him live for just a second. Let him see an opponent.
I was going to say, give him a chance at least.
Yeah,
Be a gentleman about it. Now the MP9 actually is a problem, though. Like, oh, well, how am I supposed to hold this against 5 with an SMG? Doubtful, very doubtful. Nico trying to follow it up, and Bolts is dancing on the other side. He's going to try and put down a Molotov, but surely they're going to be coming through. Yeah, they know they want to put the pressure on. The smoke's not going to slow them down whatsoever, and it's going to be a bomb plant and probably an instant savior for Imperial because, again, they can't afford to lose the rifle. So as much as it sucks, this is the right choice.
This is such a typical G2 Inferno T-side round, though. You just get a single pick, exec into the bomb site. We've talked about the theory behind this, that it puts so much pressure on the remaining B-site defender. And even if there's 2, it's not like it's even that much better. Full execute from the top of Banana. You have to expect that you're going to get a couple multi-frags each for this round to be even competitive. And it's just the simplification of the map that G2 have really made so abundantly clear to everybody now in Tier 1. And that's a big reason why this map has just become so drastically T-sided at the top level.
It's working for them, right? We need a different word than simple, because it sounds like it's a negative term.
Pragmatic. It's pragmatic.
There we go. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, it's a pragmatic approach. I like that. It's not, obviously one style doesn't have to be better than another. In 3 months, the meta could switch again, and you could say, oh, well, now you actually need to play it a little bit deeper, but G2 are proving it right in front of our eyes that they absolutely have a good understanding here.
You need to up the mind game so much so. Like, send one guy out to his death and then have 3 people in the site behind him to really counter that.
Yeah.
It has to get really crazy with the sites in terms of gambling, it feels like.
Yeah, feed one player to G2 and then see if they bite.
Yeah. Still a buy, though, for Imperial. They're still going to be kicking in this one. Not as much utility, but a couple players approaching towards the apartments. Got Hunter and JKS. And it seems like, once again, G2 have that banana space afforded to them.
Yeah, they definitely do. Already set up out there. JKS not afraid to leak any audio, making a jump down there. It's a little bit interesting. Going to be hanging around the middle, trying to put some pressure on, throwing a smoke over to the arc side. I'm sure putting more grenades on the other side. Actually, that Molotov doesn't really do anything. It gets cancelled immediately, but he is, in his own way, keeping 3 people at the A-bomb site, which leaves 2 at B. And again, they're going straight for it. Flashes, smokes are good, and Bolts just gets destroyed. Vinny, one good shot coming through, but it still might not be enough here. Is he going to get flashed through? You could see Fallen showing up. He's thinking about it. Vinny, this is going to be a godlike performance. And look at the spray down. Vinny with a turnaround. He nearly had the triple. That is so sick. And he might have done enough here. Hooksy and Monacy. This should be around where Imperial feel like surely we can go for this retake finally and get to 15. Vinny's carved away. He got 3 kills, one of them for the smoke, and the other 2 set up with the flash through. Fallen helping out once again. Monacy in the back line. Yep, he heard the Molotov. He wants to relocate right into the op. Fallen catches him at the corner. And they have the kit on Fallen. They have time for it. Hooksy, he saved his team once before, but now he has to do it again, and he can't. Fallen will take him down, and it will be Imperial at 15. G2 now, fighting to get into overtime.
Vinny waiting in the smoke like a ticking time bomb, and Fallen, he was able to unlock him. That singular flash, just perfect. And Imperial knew they could not afford to play a 4-on-4 post plan. They need to catch G2 in a moment of transition. They do just that. They turn the tides in their favor, and they're able to find a much-needed 15th round. 2 chances to close this out.
That was a hard round to win if you're Imperial, right? You lose your only defense of the B-bomb side, and if not even for the kill through the smoke, they needed that kill. Probably to even get close to doing it. G2 now looking for 2 rounds in a row. And the truth is, if they win even this first one, already the economy for Imperial is going to be questionable. Good grenade. Huge grenade, in fact.
This is the hard one for G2. Oh, it gets even harder. Good damage from Imperial. In a 2-3 setup right now. No significant information for the Brazilian side. They don't even have eyes towards Arch. This is a little bit concerning. At some point, they're going to have to shift this defense over a bit. And frontside smoke and Fallen. Oh, what? How? Oh my gosh, Fallen!
That's the way to do it. That's how you get the third map. Shoot them in the head right through the wall. Bolts is going to be spraying down Hooksy. And this has fallen apart. The early nade damage. And then the absurd kills coming through on Fallen. Boost up on top as Nico goes down. They've picked them apart. They found the way, Imperial. This is actually dreadful news for G2. They need this map to close it out. And right now they have to win a 2-on-5 to try and do it with. And they're happy to just wait it. This time it makes sense to just wait it out. You should be able to go for the 2-on-5 retake. Boost up on top, and Bolts able to get the kill. Now it's on JKS, running out of time, going for it. They're just coming through, and they should slow it down here. It doesn't even matter. Joe Tim will get the last one. It's Imperial picking up the second map. 16 rounds as they win Inferno, and that puts us on a third and final map on Nuke to close this out. But it'll be after the break, so stay tuned.
Growing up as a kid, a pale kid. I was wearing glasses as well. I've been cross-eyed my entire life. I was the perfect case to be bullied in school.
But it's funny, a picture like this, it's sort of the cliche or like stereotype of a gamer.
I was living the stereotype. I was sitting in my room a lot and playing computer games. I have a massive scar starting from up here, going all the way down. I'd buy a hot dog, buy a cola, 2 bags of chips, and another. I could definitely feel that I was losing control. When you want to lose weight and when you want to change something drastically, there's always a lot of first steps. I think people sometimes need to hear that it's okay to struggle, it's okay to fail, it's okay not to be able to reach your goal instantly. I think there's certain parts of my story that everyone can relate to. The ability to go AFK, to remove myself from the gaming space just once in a while, to recharge the batteries, to feel the desire to get back in, is essential to me.
The Imperial squad managed to take the win here on Inferno, and they do it in a commanding fashion despite being tested towards the end. This looked good from start to finish, and I would say that Imperial continue to show us that no matter what, they can fight, and this team is playing well together, Maniac.
There's a quality that we maybe just couldn't see, didn't want to see at the beginning of this event. I have to be honest. Look, the scoreline is deceivingly close, right? 16-14 is really tight, but you're looking at a G2 who had pistol in conversion on the first half, and then a 4-1 lead in the second. These are 7-1 rounds in the first 8 of combined stats for G2. So what it tells you guys at home is that once we kicked off actual deep gun rounds, Imperial were actually the better team. They were the better team on Inferno.
And when we talk about being the better team, this is a team who, remember, this is G2's pick, and Imperial decided to start on the T side.
And they, I mean, look at the T side that they've played, and you understand why they started on that T side. Like, it was so controlled, so pristine. Like, I feel like this is the second masterclass, and I would be careful with that word. I know Maui Snake's ears are going to bleed when I say that. But it's the second beautiful restall of Fallen on the T side, where he just controls the space of the map beautifully and just punishes people left, right, and center. I mean, he had players by his side helping him out. Vinny, another performance of Vinferno, rolling back the years, had a plenty of incredible moments. We've had some of these highlights here, and I'll just let you appreciate it. Like, what the hell is going on, man?
Yeah, he was finding his groove once again. He did this on Vertigo, remember?
I know.
Well, and now he's done it to save them from being eliminated in a 2-0 fashion within this game. This right now is something you can be very proud of.
Hugely impactful clutch as well. We just had the 1v2 with the MP9. We had the retake here on the flash of Fallen as well. Just the last 2 clips that we've played were instrumental in Imperial pushing us to a map number 3, and he's had moments like these all throughout the second map.
And people can often talk about, say, oh, Fallen, like, just he's the leader, he doesn't do too much else for the team. He had moments individually in there, but also the way he was flashing in. Look how many flash assists you were seeing him be able to pick up throughout that game, and how he was setting up members of his team.
The team play that we're seeing from Imperial is something that I did not suspect first. You talk about this team and you will say, oh, they have a few individuals here and there, but they're definitely not going to have the depth of the play. Like, the game book is not going to be here, or the gameplay rather. But I'm wrong. I mean, let's have an example. Let's pull round number 13. We can bring up and see once again how Imperial is able to capitalize on the space they've taken. Look at this. Fast play through mid. Smoke, left-hand side immediately. Vinny finds the kill onto Hunter. There's going to be a trade following up, and then the freeze. The freeze from Fallen, knowing we have CT spawn, you guys have to try something. Bolts wait very patiently, punishes Hooksy on the push, that trades onto Nico, but they know that the map is right from them. We see Vinny's move from the CT side, he's already moving into the B side, and that's over. Just like that. It feels like the domino just fall into places, into place, and Fallen knows exactly what he's got to do in the next 20 seconds. Executes to perfection.
Now for G2, mate, we've been talking over and over again about bailing themselves out of bad situations. You're down 10-5 after the first half. I'm expecting to see some sort of a fight back. We saw Nico dominate when it came to Angel, and I was looking for these Munacy moments. Well, there was lots of confusing moments instead.
Should I give you a Hooksy moment? Do we have that crazy-ass clutch that Hooksy played? Do we have that on tape right now? Because this was one of the craziest moments I've seen in a long time. Please, just bask in the craziness of this round, James. 7-11 scoreline. Hunter leading the pack, trying to get into the A side. Pushed by time, 20 seconds. Fallen finds the kill with the Deagle. He's going to be traded relatively successfully. But from this moment on, and the theoretical 1v4 that Hooksy is in, it's just pure madness. Literal no-scopes aplenty. I don't even know how he's got time to fire another one here. And while Bolts is committed to the move, Vinny just said, psych, I'm out of here. The time is on. And then Hooksy, okay, Monesi, take a second for a sec. And then he just finishes with the Glock. I'm sorry, I have a really good time watching this clip, and Hooksy had a good map individually. But how is G2 not winning when this is happening?
Yeah.
This is not supposed to be a win condition. Hooksy is not supposed to double no-scope people into clutches. This should be a win. This should be icing on the cake.
When you're sat next to the baby goat for a while, I guess it just like...
No, that's not how it works. I sat next to Kenny S for many years. I never knew how to play the op, so I can tell you that's not how it works.
I might say more about you.
Yeah, maybe. That's just a dig on myself. Feels bad, man.
Well, Imperial having a great time. They've got the mascot dog that we keep hearing as well. It's so cute. I do love it. It's giving us all the positive moments.
What's the name of the dog? I think I saw it sometime. Barto, maybe it could be. What's the name of the dog?
I don't know.
He's been tagged somewhere. Definitely.
Look at it.
One of the most instrumental pieces of the puzzle, of course, you could see his fur, very well brushed as well. He's got a very serious stroll. You can see smiles. He's being fed the treats, very important as well for your bone density. You can see it's a dog ready for competition. That's not his first event. We have the stats page as well. A whole lot of smiles. He did catch a whole lot of chickens as well. That maybe from a health standpoint, maybe 17 treats to 155 chickens might be problematic. You might want to reduce a little bit.
Very strong.
Heart smelt at 43. Mine is definitely up there. He's got that cheeky smile as well. He's named Doggo. I don't think he's named Doggo. I think we need to, we need to find
Doggo.
his real nickname. Maybe we can have some of the Imperial guys on the board to tell us his name. I love that player profile.
So Fallen plays well when Dog is in attendance.
I mean, I already had to deal with Maui Snake's bullcrap air quality analysis. Don't you do that now with the dog, like, please. Someone has to keep some sanity in these
If they
parts.
win this whole series, we're going to nuke next.
We're going to nuke now.
Air quality is the reason that Zairu fails.
I can't. I'm having too much.
And Dogs are the reason Fallen wins.
Let's bring us back to reality for a second.
That's what I'm supposed to do, but I don't like reality.
No, exactly. I'm turning to the host of this whole situation here, James. Let me ask you this. How are you feeling if you're G2 moving into Nuke? You were gifted the 2-0. You stole the map from your opponent very decisively. You had Nico with a historical performance. You move on to Inferno, which is your stronghold. It's your castle. It's a map you can always rely on. You falter, and now you move on to Nuke, which is a map that you haven't played that much. In fact, you've played 3 times in the last 3 months, and your only victory is at the hand of Aurora. How do you feel if you're G2 right now?
Nervous.
Nervous?
Not so confident.
No?
But it's still Imperial.
Okay. The same Imperial that just...
We ignore that, though, because they've been losing the Inferno. They lost their streak a little bit. They've shown that they can bleed on it. So now, maybe they've been putting more time into Nuke. Look at my analysis in here. And it's all going to be fixed. The only problem is they don't have a dog mascot.
Oh, that might be the issue. We'll try and fix that in the meantime. Look, we've been talking about the mental side of G2. Like that was the main topic of the first game we covered for them. G2 Cloud9, we talked composure, we talked resilience, we talked ability to bounce back. That's a great example here right there. It's a great opportunity for them to showcase that bounce back. Surely disappointed after Inferno. We're moving on to Nuke. Show us that, you know what, you don't care. Moving on. W indeed.
Well, let's see if they get it. It's time to watch the roll on forward, but I don't think it's going to be easy, especially when the dogs have been let out of the cages. But can this one be caged as we go into it? Nuke's up next.
We are ready. It is the third map coming up, and we have got Imperial versus G2. I am excited for this game. This has been some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen in quite a while. So I'm just excited. It's fresh, it's energetic. Imperial fighting to bring down G2. They already beat Vitality.
It's been a wild ride for Imperial in this one. And what I love about Imperial is that they're playing great CS.
Yes.
The individuals are popping off. I like that they carve out a clear win condition for themselves in every single round. And when you have a bunch of seasoned veterans, everybody understands in these tight moments, these moments of transition, where do they need to seize opportunities? Where do they need to shore up their defenses? Where do they need to prevent losing conditions from happening? And that's why Imperial are really hard to put away. When this team actually finds a bit of structure, when they actually get their feet under them, and they're not just blown out of the water immediately because of a poor fundamental understanding of a map, they have a lot to work with.
And also in the past, right, so many of these Brazilian teams, it looks like when you see the cameras, it's heartbreak, it's frustration, it's, you know, you can see they're upset that they're not winning the right rounds, but this has been really energetic. Cello's been yelling, Fallen's been yelling, they're even standing up and screaming at G2 on the other side of the stage. Like there's so much energy in this, and that's been a really long time. I feel like we've been missing that from the Brazilian scene for quite a bit, so I'm super excited for it. G2, they need to dig deep on this one because this third map could be really, really tricky. So I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park at all. I think G2, yeah, they need Nico back from that first map that they played. Obviously, maybe not exactly the same. Maybe 30 kills and a half is a little bit too much to deal with. But just, you know, Nico's old self would be just fine. And then obviously m0NESY as well. That's got to be the core of it. It can't be HooXi leading the charge like it was on Inferno.
No way. Yeah. I mean, Maniac was talking about it, that crazy HooXi clutch on that A bomb site. That's not supposed to be the win condition for G2. And for that to be one of the few reasons that G2 were competitive in that second half, that's actually a bit of a worrying sign. But just for a little history here on Nuke, this is the map that a lot of people wanted. A lot of the pundits, a lot of the critics in the space, when G2 fell short on their major run, losing to Fnatic in that 1-2 matchup to send G2 out of the major, they had the option. Do they want to play Vertigo or did they want to play Nuke? They chose Vertigo then because they liked the prep that they had on the map going into that matchup with Fnatic against the judgment of a lot of people in the space who would have considered G2 to be heavy favorites on Nuke, not just because it was against Fnatic, but because G2 at one point in time with this 5-man lineup were the best Nuke team in the world. But we talked about already the fact that they were one of the best T sides there on Inferno. That slipped away, and so maybe it's not G2's day. Maybe there's a chance for Imperial to do the unthinkable and to beat Vitality and G2 in consecutive BO3s.
I definitely don't think it's out of the question that this has been playing right now. It could go either way. It feels very 50-50 in my head for this last one. I'm excited to see how it's going to be playing out. m0NESY, I mean, I think between him and Nico, if they can get both of those players fired up, that's such an incredible basis to play off of. That's usually where you get that almost unbeatable level of G2. So you get that started. Yeah, you hear the war cries are coming out. They're starting to get ready, and so are we. G2 and Imperial on a final map here to battle it out to see who can continue on. It's going to be an exciting war on Nuke, I have no doubt about it.
I'm fired up, Anders. I'm ready to go. Let's get this one underway.
Pistol rounds coming up first, and it's Imperial starting on the T side, G2 on the CT side. Actually two sets of dualies and a lot of utility on Imperial. That's interesting. Both ready to catch instant shutdown. Vinny is there as well, and so far so good. And they even see a third player. So that's 3 out of 5 players discovered on the CT side. What more could you want here? You know there's going to be at least one on A bomb site, so the rest of the math is real easy.
Yeah, now you got to piece it together. Nade for the door, smoke towards that mini space. Looks like they're going for an A exec, but they're not fully committing to this. It looks like it might be a drop down. Yep, they're falling down the vents right there. 3 players down. Hunter pushing in through the hut. Doesn't recognize that Vinny is there. Vinny could have gone for the backstab, but actually is going to let that spray slip away. Things are getting a little bit awkward, though, for HooXi as he's trying to play around that smoke on these rafters. And Imperial, they got to dig in now.
This has to be such a quick retake. Oh, missed shots, Hunter. The duel is doing even more work. Cello's going to get out of there. You don't want to be dying now. There's a flank from Vinny, so that's another reason why Cello just has to chill out for a minute here. Fuxi and Nico trying to go for the retake, but again, that late flank from Vinny is now in place, and they just have no idea where he is at the moment. Nico not getting the shots that he wanted. I think he's realized this is done. Maybe he could, could have stuck around for one more headshot, but he's going to make a run for it. Imperial to win the pistol on the T side to begin with.
Nice start. I feel like Imperial really needed this one. Okay, Cello actually hunting Nico down right there, but not really going to make too much of a difference because we looked at that graph and it really, there's just no data to work with for Imperial against top 30 opposition on this map. They've played it a couple of times against other lower tiered opposition. They actually lost to Complexity on it at the America's RMR, but they've beaten teams that really nobody has any true familiarity with. EG Black, a couple of Brazilian teams. They easily dispatched those Brazilian teams, but it's really hard to draw anything conclusive from those results. So it still favor G2 in this matchup, but just feels like an any given day thing with Imperial.
They're testing that smoke. They really want to make sure that no one's hiding inside. Just the pistols and the one upgraded MP9, but it is a full investment here. They got armor. No head armor on 4 out of 5 players, though. Which means the MP7 on Vinny, the MAC-10 on Fallen. Even the Galils here are going to be really lethal to almost everyone on the other side. And a very cautious approach here, Imperial. They read the threat. They know that there is something in play. Or at least they can guess it.
I actually like this from G2, though. I mean, because Imperial have never proven to anybody in the top 30 that they can construct a strong T-side round just off the back of no opening picks, G2 are more or less just turtling up. They're daring Imperial to put something together. Show us that you can actually split a bomb site correctly. Show us that you have the utility to take us out of our positions and make this hard on our defense. And that's that test coming up right now.
Yes, it is, but this is kind of scary. There's only 22 seconds left here. They're really slowing it down. They nearly line up for the Deagle. Up on top of the hot Fuxi trying to construct something. It's Nico and Hunter to try and bring it back, but with just 10 seconds left, the bomb is going to be planted here. There were 10 different ways that could have gone wrong for the Imperial side, but so far so good. They got the bomb planted at the very least. JKS trying to sneak in from behind, but he's almost certainly walking into a bit of a crossfire here. One hiding in the corner behind. Event Bolch just stands up to the challenge on his own. And that's it. Nico's realizing with the Galil in his back pocket, it's probably better to get on out of there. Pulls it up just at the right time, but he's being tested here. And again, he doesn't have any head armor, so a single connection to his face and he's going to be dead. Good pick off on the first one. More challenges are coming, though. And it's a scary round. Imperial could have lost this round, but they will live through it.
Few casualties being taken, but that was off of a force buy from G2. So this should be a third for Imperial. All they need to do now is not run into a stack. Yeah, good nades for them, good spacing, good trading. It's what you want to see from Imperial. In some ways, actually, when I did see this nuke, I thought there was a real chance for G2 to just run away with it. I mean, still a lot of game to be played. They could easily 16-3 this, but I mean, Imperial, it's just a class difference when it comes to this map. G2 are so strong on nuke, or at least they've shown that in the past. I love this Blast TV poll, though, and how many people seem to be rooting for Imperial.
So I'm convincing people slowly but surely.
You did pick them.
Join the dark side. Get on over to the Imperial squad here. That's what we're looking for. Double boost inside of the rafters. Bit of a trick. Sure, maybe 1 in 1,000 rounds this is going to be playing out, but I don't think there's necessarily a better choice. You might as well do something here. Could be that the flank is going to be coming in from the high ground, in which case this USP is almost certainly going to fall flat. Only one Deagle in play. You don't really want to be attacked from this side. Double USP, though, so they set it up okay. Cello goes down. That's going to confirm a little bit. They come and find the remaining players, flashed on in, and they line up for the spray. Jotaro and Fallen doing a good job of cleaning up the round.
I think Imperial knew exactly what the setup was as soon as they saw that first boost assembled. And so G2 moving into their first gun round down 0-3. This is where some of that star power can really come back into play. m0NESY's movements across the map, the JKS lockdown towards ramp, the fact that Nico is such a bold presence towards outside. Imperial have so many trials to deal with when it comes to nuke.
They do. The first one is going to be right now. It's 4 M4 A4s in play. That's interesting. Only Hoaxy with the M4A1. That's a very rare sight, I feel like. Map like Nuke, I mean, there are plenty of places where you can justify trying to shoot for the smokes, but maybe because of that yard range, you're not that worried about the traces coming through, because it is still kind of hard to shoot back on the T side. And Nico's right here. Is there going to be a flashbang coming in? He's got m0NESY real deep in there, who does have a flashbang. He's standing in the fire, committed to try and find something. Let's see if m0NESY will set him up for anything here. Still scoped up looking for it. Nico goes back for the challenge, and he gets immediately deleted. The Galil, because he was already low on health from the flames, just an instant one-bullet headshot.
It's a favorable situation for Imperial, but it's all about the conversion. 5 versus 4. So many options now allotted to Fallen, and it looks like he's going for the outside wrap with the rest of his crew. Jota still holding on to Secret, making sure that G2 can't go for any re-aggress too easily, and Vinny lying in wait towards door. This looks to be an A crunch, but G2 have rotated 3 of their players already towards lower. This should be a free bomb site. This should be a free 4th round for Imperial.
This is huge. Cello 1 step away. He's going to clear it open, saying there's nobody down here. m0NESY, maybe if he's real lucky, could find a kill, but it won't matter. Yeah, free round. Bombs going down. That's a 4-0 lead for Imperial. I don't even mind Nico. I like standing in the fire is not necessarily such a bad idea. If it's worth it if you get that first kill. I just, in my mind, I was imagining m0NESY throwing that one flashbang for the repeat, maybe, and it never really came through.
No,
unfortunate for G2, but great for Imperial.
Yeah, it was just that little solo effort, and at the end of the day, Nico did die to a headshot, so that extra damage, not really the biggest factor, taking 50 plus from the molly, but it just looks so awkward. It looks so uncoordinated, just kind of that solo attempt.
Well, this is the kind of start you want, right? If you're Imperial on this map, you're thinking, yeah, we might be the underdogs on this one, so we need everything we can get. And it's off to a nice roll here. Boom, there we go. Yeah, I'm calling it out early. You need to rotate. And it ended up being not quite the right move. Round number 5. They did save a lot of rifles, 4 of them. So in that sense, not necessarily the end of the world here for G2. They have a chance to come back pretty early on. They've got 3 people in the yard outside. That's a huge commitment. Obviously leaves other positions on this map much less defended.
A is severely compromised right now.
Yeah.
If there were just an A pop, this is probably a free bomb site also. Oh man, Cello spotting out m0NESY. It's a 1-for-1, so not the end of the world for G2. Had that been a freebie, then it would have been pretty tough for them. But with Nico's position, it's up to Cello to be very thorough in clearing this. I think he has an idea there. Wow, instant headshot from Cello, but yet again, another return. And Hunter, as he pulls out that molly, that's when Bolt finds his time to strike, but it's not good enough. Although Vinny finds another trade, keeping this game up, and there we go. Finally, 2 in a row for one side. Imperial making their way into A, but they spotted JKS. They know that he made a move.
Really impressive fight. Vinny was a monster on Inferno as well. Coming up with 2 kills, especially that second fight that he takes is so shallow. He doesn't overpeak that position even a tiny bit. And yeah, you've got this lobby position, JKS, but where do you want to go with it? Every corner is dangerous. He has no idea where they're hiding. Orcs trained at the corner, and Fallen will take him down. A 5-0 lead. Imperial, they are cruising away with the first part of this half here.
There were so many moments where it felt like one of those G2 players would get 1 kill and get away, but it just never happened. constantly, the trades were there for Imperial. They're playing great team Counter-Strike to make sure that this one stays competitive. Never letting a round slip away, never letting a moment slip away. And overall, great read from Fallen.
I'm just really enjoying this.
They're just loving life right now.
It's been almost, I feel like, a couple of years when you've been watching Fallen just look much less satisfied. Obviously playing in Liquid for a while and the whole thing was seemed like a giant mess, but you haven't really seen the same kind of passion. We made some jokes about the Last Dance and then second Last Dance, and
it's a trilogy of Last Dances.
A lot of Last Dances.
Yeah, it's
Last Flight, Last Train Ride. Like there are a lot of things. If you can, people are reading a lot into the last part of that, but you know, there are other ways to go. Okay, good spray. Nico does almost die to that initial engagement.
Oh. Wow, Vinny takes a lot of damage. Okay, Fallen pressing on forward. Finds a little bit of a gap through the smoke. This is going to be a hard shot. Oh, wait a second. Okay, m0NESY falls down. And Fallen, he's not second-guessing this angle. He really expects the back silo peek.
This is scary, right? He can't see the top of that silo. So if anyone was to kind of get there, it could be a bit of a nightmare. And they're actually using that position to move Cello up a little bit further. One good flashbang here, and HooXi might be dead if they can throw one through the ceiling. But there's nobody on the T roof outside to really do that at the moment. Yeah, that's... They have some forward positioning here, but I don't think they can get the grenades down. And now the pressure is coming in. m0NESY actually moving in. G2 trying to stay proactive, and they might be able to catch Vinny here almost for free. There's the shot. Cello got HooXi in the meantime, and now it's all over the place. 45 seconds left. A missed shot. m0NESY gonna get hunted down. Fallen with the kill on Hunter. It's fallen apart for G2. They had constructed this so well. It's in the shot, and this one through the smoke. Nico trying to see if he can get a third one, but it should at the minimum be a bomb plant here.
Oh, and JKS, he's already close to the hut. Jota, this is a big duel to take. Oh, so much damage inflicted.
Yeah, but the problem is Nico is so low coming in from the other side that it almost has to be JKS, and the element of surprise for him is gone. He's sneaking on through. Nico, you must win this first fight. The spray is good, and now suddenly the pressure is on. Just Jota left, looking for it. He realizes he could get pinched in here. They do have a smoke, but that's not what they need. They need a flashbang against him. There's the kill, and now he's aware. Oh, what a headshot. What a clutch. Jota coming out on top, and the wins continue for Imperial.
That's brilliant from Jota, putting himself in the only position he could have to not been pinched by the crossfire between JKS and Nico. Well done. Like you said, well-constructed round, though, from G2. It felt like they did everything right, but that one missed shot from m0NESY blew up the whole setup. Wow, they were playing right on the edge of those walls. That one was so claustrophobic, and somehow Imperial come out on top. They are fired up.
It's again, for Jota, that last peak is so shallow, right? He doesn't overcommit to the fight even a tiny bit. The fact that he hit the headshot is almost incidental, right? Oh, here we go. HooXi with a little bit of aggression, but Vinny there to catch them, and the lobby crunch is broken wide open. 3 kills for Vinny. I do like a good lobby crunch. There were too many people on the other side, and Vinny had some backup even. I mean, he got all the kills, but even if not, he would have had teammates there to help him out.
It was a good flash to set it up from G2 as well. It was a freebie on a Fallen, but they just fully sent it, fully committed. Weren't happy with the singular kill. And yeah, Vinny was waiting for them. This should be a 7th for Imperial. I can't believe what we're seeing right now. I can't believe this is unfolding. I feel like at one point, we're just going to get slapped in the face, woken back up. G2 is going to come back into this one, but that's not happening. They've given me no reason to believe that just yet. Some of these rounds have been close, but it's still been Imperial.
Okay. That's a nice find. AWP in their hands. It's worth too much. There's no point in going for it. 7-0 in favor of Imperial. Who could have expected this?
I don't think anybody, and not a single person. The stat line was so in favor of G2. I mean, yeah, like we said, they haven't been necessarily winning on this map, but again, so many people critical that they went to Vertigo in their final map at the Major instead of Nuke. But if this is the Nuke they were going to show up with, I mean, was there even a right decision there? This is This is Imperial all day. This is convincing stuff. I'm also really impressed with Fallen and company.
Boom.
Good tracking.
They're having such a good time. Yeah, you can't not be impressed with what they're bringing to the table at the moment. Second time used, G2 need a chance to slow this down and find the way back into the game. It's all uphill still, right? All of the fundamentals about building economy on the CT side, like it's all still ahead of them.
The only reason we think this game is still competitive is because of the nameplates on these two teams. If this were Imperial and G2 reversed in these situations, we'd say this game's over.
Probably, yeah.
We'd say there's no chance that Imperial are going to come back into this one, but because we know what G2 are capable of on this map, the game is still on, and that's why G2 know that they still have a chance too.
They have 15 kills total on the G2 side. That's a really big issue, right? Hunter and Nico have 6 kills each, but everyone else is at 1 kill. And JK is not going to improve his scoreline in this round. Vinny will take him down. Orping from the backline's not even Fallen doing it. Now Modesty being put to the test. If anyone could, he's going to get one more on Fallen. Up close and personal, he's battling this one out. A huge triple for Modesty to dig them out of the hole here. Vinny on his own, and just don't fight him now, right? He's got the 1 versus 4. You should be able to close this one out without too much trouble. Nice little drop down. Okay. Tries to go for the wallbang. Makes the jump around. It's Modesty on the other side. If Vinny can win this fight, though, there is a chance, but Modesty will take it away. A quad kill on the young star.
Modesty planned that round to just go to secret. Caught as Imperial were speeding up towards lower. And he had to fight himself out of the situation. Not even in a great spot for that first fight. Could have been caught off so easily. Had to hit every single shot, but that's what the young star did. G2 bailed out. We saw yesterday the way that Modesty was able to dig G2 out of a hole. That's what Maniac asked for yesterday. It's happening again today. That might be the spark that they need.
Yeah, there's not that much money on Imperial, right? So this is the buy that, if they really want to crush G2, this is the buy you need to win. Hoaxy is committed to an unbelievable degree here. It's going to be a smoke and a Molotov to try and be exchanged there. Vinny nearly getting hunted down, but that's a lot of panic happening towards that lobby area. Cello, in the meantime, while all of that is happening, he snuck into the garage.
This is a ridiculous amount of chaos in this round. Crazy fight towards lobby right there. Nico was pushed all the way back and outside. And if Fallen finds this fight, that could be the opening pick, but a great flash from Hunter. Good setup for the other Kovac. But Cello, now that he figured out Nico's position, he has an opportunity to strike back. That's what Imperial's been so good at, these trades. They've been always finding the return, but Nico doubles up. Okay, that is a commanding presence towards outside now.
Think of how hard of a peak that is. Bolts needed that kill. That should have been Hunter dead. Definitely a slip-up right there. No question about it. And this is going to be the end of the round. Vinny trying to fight his way back. And a little bit of damage here would go a long, long way. Even one more kill could make the difference here. Down the stretch of it, because G2 are trying to build their economy right now. Good shot onto Modesty. If he had an HE, he could get rid of Hunter right away. That'd be huge. Instead, he's going to get peeked by JKS and G2. They're building something from the ground up right now.
Still a lot of half to be played. Could still win the half for G2. That's what's scary. It feels like you did so well as Imperial, but now your money's not that great. G2, they're going to have a chance to build their own bank here.
Actually, the second peek for Nico here, this is a very hard... Because when you swing that wire and you look that deep to the left, you're so exposed from the yard, right? If anyone was out there, he could have been dead, so really cool. But you're right. Imperial out of money. They got Vinny on the AK. And he's not getting the fight that he wanted immediately here.
That was strange. Okay. Can't really explain that one. No more nades left for Imperial. It's going to be the dry peak from them to try to get in this. Feels like they're gearing up for some kind of A hit, but I also think they want to let Vinny work this AK, see if he can just find a fight that he likes. Good damage inflicted, and Yeah, he'll choose his target towards JKS. He had difficulty last time around on ramp. So we'll see if he can do better. Great off angle. This should be good for at least one.
Yeah, well done. Doesn't even bother with a grenade. Actually unhand the smoke in. Okay. Looked like he fumbled it. And that's fine. That's not a problem. Get the kill. Just escape. Stay alive. 50 seconds and a 3 versus 5. It should be no problem at all on this one. Bomb on the ground. And this is super important, right? For G2, it has a very slow start here on Nuke. But the rounds that they've been winning now, they've had quite a few people survive. This one looks like it could be a flawless round. So even at 7-3, just because of the economy they're building on the CT side, there's still hope for this one. I wouldn't count G2 out yet at all.
By no means. It'd be foolish to do so. G2 starting to show some poise in this one, winning 3 straight. Likely Imperial wanting to go back to the drawing board, figure out what was working so well for us in those openers, and what do we do to make sure that G2 don't feel like they are actually going to find this comeback.
Yeah, first timeout that they've had to use. But they are starting to feel not quite as excited here. Mentally, definitely a big difference. Even 7 rounds is pretty decent on the T-Sun Avenue. I don't know if you're going to be celebrating massively, but you've done something. But obviously, you would love to get back to the winning ways here. Look at the money that's been built up on G2 in just a matter of rounds.
A little bit of a cushion for them. Some around. A couple guys on top. This usually indicates an A exec at some point. Actually, they're going to go for the nade bomb. And, oh, it's not even the usual one. Wow. Oh, this could catch Hunter. Good damage. Oh, did one of them miss?
Failed.
Yeah.
At least one of them failed.
Yeah, because one of them nailed him. I almost feel like 2 of them missed.
I think so, yeah.
That's so disappointing. But somehow Jota was able to find Nico. So that's a big pick towards outside. And little do they know that Hunter is at half HP. So Imperial, they're going to have to enact the next stage of their plan here. They only have a single smoke remaining on Cello. It's a bit of a worrying sign, really limits your options into the remainder of the round.
They get the opening at the very least. But you're right, Jota will have to probably play more of a lurk role, you have to assume. Try and guard the back line. 50 seconds. JKS playing an off angle, but unlike last time where he can get a kill and escape, this is a very committed position. Swings wide for it. He's good for the 1 kill, but he gets edged out. Bolt's able to find him in the corner now. Modesty down here. They've tried to test him before, and they came out short. He got the quad kill last time they tried to find him, and this time he's ready to do it again. 30 seconds. Got to be careful that they don't wrap around or get flashed in. Another good flick gets fallen. Gets picked out of the sky, and oh, good shot. Cello maybe bringing the round back. 20 seconds for a 2-on-2 here. And Jota sneaking around. I don't think Huxey's seen yet, but oh, he's going to be found. Shot in the legs. He's jumping for his life, and Jota, he'll get the kill. 10 seconds left. Could they even get the bomb? Yeah, they can. Just in time here. 6 seconds left as it goes down, and Hunter finding himself on the wrong side of the map.
Oh, that's so disappointing. Both Hunter and Huxey were in great positions for G2. Needed to try to play for the 1 and done, but Huxey just getting clean entry right there means Imperial have put themselves in a very favorable 2v1, but oh, Hunter, he's going to give this one a lookie.
I like this. Trying to see if we go for it, but Cello was just trained on that angle, able to take him down immediately, so get a little bit of a break here, Imperial, but now they're back into it. 8 rounds on the board. The winner here goes to the semifinal, the loser will go to the quarterfinals, right?
And what a way for Imperial to come out of the woodwork to just potentially birth a top 4 at a tournament of this caliber.
I know.
For a team that's had such an unsuccessful season, not even qualifying for the major, to bounce back in this fashion, I mean, hats off to Fallen and the rest of these guys.
That would be a sick story. Vent dive, for Vinny, if he can find the vent, that is. It's actually a crucial component of doing a vent dive. Huxey's right here. Vinny's, I don't think Huxey has any idea. I don't think he realizes if he comes back out. Oh, wait a minute. Now that they're up on the hut as well. That's a very tense moment.
connecting with this is the difficulty now for Imperial. Cross smokes would be one idea, and maybe you'd force a rotation from one of the G2 players down that vent, but if Nico just maintains that space towards outside, you don't really feel like there's any need to send anybody down, so you actually would have to commit a player to try to kill Nico, and then you'd maybe bait out a rotation from G2.
This position out here is easily Molotov. Yeah, smoke goes up and the Molotov, ooh, it lands. That's a one-way Nico. He's ready for it. They actually do put a shot through, so just telling him, you know what, we realize we know what that smoke is like. He's going to be walking back in. He is aware that something could be up, but he's not quite looking for it. Nico, he's almost a free kill, and there we go. Vinny able to catch him. Still 37 seconds left. And they're scrambling to get down below, but Hunter's getting caught as well, and now they can go whatever they want. They don't even have to commit to the bomb site. There are 2 people down here. G2 can win the round still. m0NESY is one of them. They're committing to it. They're forcing the issue. Oh, JKS, he's going to get the kill, but he goes down. HooXi's lost as well, and now it's m0NESY. 1 versus 3. Yes, he almost gets it. They escape in through the smoke, and now the bomb is going to be planted. This time, m0NESY dodging the flashbang. How much can be put on the shoulders of this one player? He almost had that second kill, and that might have been the round 1 if he does. Makes the jump down, hoping to surprise them, but they're scrambling, and they should be. Why would they fight him here? A no-scope on 1. Can we get a second? Oh, it misses! And that's the end of the line. Cello will take him down, and it's another round for Imperial.
Oh, so close. That player that was planning on the edge of the smoke, m0NESY, that was his opportunity right there. Still made it look possible. That's the crazy thing about m0NESY. He always makes it look possible, but this was just great positioning from Vinny, sneaking down the vent. That was the ace in the hole. That was the trick up the sleeve of Imperial.
And I think both the players that Vinny found had no head armor. So the MAC-10 and even the M4 that he picks up, it's just an instant shutdown. A Nova shotgun on Hunter. Why not?
Yeah, curious buy. You won't be able to buy that one with 5 slots. No one's going to be putting a Nova.
You're so mad.
Yeah, just... if you have 5 slots, you're not putting that Nova there. Let's see if it does anything.
Maybe if he gets an ace here, someone will. A Nova ace.
Good position already, though, from Jota. I mean, Imperial, they've already found some quick map control pretty cheaply.
Yeah, all of Imperial, in their minds, just want to avoid a stack. You don't want to walk in any kind of weird tricks here. This should be a straightforward round. There's a couple of deagles that are also a threat, obviously. It's not just the Nova shotgun. Nova's kind of tricky, right? Because you have to get a little bit close to really make it work. Medium range could still do some damage, but further than that, it's not going to be good. HooXi, it's a good first kill. Second one would have been delicious. So USP up on the rafters, just doesn't have the stopping power. Now the 2 pistols on the other side of the silo here, and they are getting slowly picked apart. JKS gets 1. Oh, there's a second one. The Nova comes into play, and now only 20 seconds falling into 1 versus 2. It's a good flick, but he's got to be careful. He's already tagged up. He tries to make the jump, just forcing it out. Scope is up, but the Nova will get the job done. Oh my God.
Double kill with the Nova. I haven't seen a 2K with that gun in years. What on earth is that? Wow. I feel like the communication broke down there for Imperial. How did they not forget about JKS? He gets this kill onto at least, I think it was Cello, and yet we saw Vinny rounding the corner looking straight up at the sky. That comm did not come in quick enough, perhaps costing the round, and the momentum of Imperial. That should have been a free 10th round in the half. But now G2 have a chance to find 6. This should be a freebie for them.
Can't believe they threw away the Nova.
Should have kept it.
Yeah, save the round, you know. You can't disrespect a weapon like that. Nico out here. They get at least the first one. If this finishes 9-6, it's still an open game. It's obviously going to be Imperial probably quite happy with the first half, but yeah, can't count them out at all, G2. You know they're going to still be lethal on the T side. Bolts is close by. Okay, trying to get the speed behind that one. Absolutely shut down. HooXi and Hunter combining for a solid defense. And going into the 15th round, let's see if Imperial can squeak out one more round.
Yeah, we'll see what Imperial have in store for us here. Great opportunity for them to really punctuate this half, getting themselves up to double digits. I'm sure that is going to make them feel quite good going into this one as severe underdogs, but Vinny has been just lighting it up. 17 kills. Jota, though, immediately sniped from the sky as Nico takes him down on that jump boost.
That's a sick idea. I like that try, but now they're running into Monacy as well. Fallen, I don't think he was even committing to the fight. He just wanted to kind of get a feel for what was going on out there. Got more than a feel. 3 versus 5. Not the best start here to the 15th round if you're Imperial. You need a mistake from G2. Who's going to be delivering that at the moment? Vinny trying to walk it in, but the flashbang forces his hand. Just let's go. But what do they know what's coming? Bolts will get a good headshot, though. They're very squished into the corner right here. And Cello on the wrong side of the smoke. He can't really help his teammates out. 1 versus 3 for him. And with just a Galil in hand. I think Cello's been playing a really great series so far. And he did yesterday as well, but this time it's too much. 9-6 at the end. Still a good first half for Imperial, but this match is not over at all. We'll see what happens in the second half after the break.
Actually, a story.
Yes.
Basically, there was a story that when I was playing in Elements Pro Gaming, Hooch was my captain. I was playing with Nickelback, Hooch, Cree, Alien.
Alien, yeah.
Yeah. It somehow happened that like Team Russia qualified for WESG in like China, I think, or somewhere. And Flamey didn't want to go, so Hooch had to go with instead of Flamey. And Hooch said to Flamey, "Okay, but you play officials instead of me in Elements Pro Gaming." And Flamey stood in.
Okay.
I think 2 or 3 games he stood in. And on Inferno, he's like, "Marx, try like going close into your monitor, buy a deagle, and you're gonna feel how it's like a bit different, right?"
Okay.
And I bought a deagle, killed 4, and I'm like, "Bro, this is the thing." And since then, I'm playing really close to the monitor.
Since then.
So it's Flamey's fault of my like way of sitting. I didn't sit like that before.
Flamey almost broke your back. Oh, so that's how it all began. Who's the most interesting player that you play with on Liquid, like personality-wise?
Nitro is the most calmest. I saw him rage 1 time during the selfie year.
Okay.
And that was because of me.
What'd you do?
So basically, it was actually blast groups as well. Our overpass was garbage. And I was sleeping and creating different defaults, and I was thinking how to win on overpass because everybody was picking overpass because we made the mistake of picking once overpass. Everybody saw how garbage our overpass is because we thought our overpass is really good, but actually it's bad. I'm like, yeah, we need to practice this, and we go into scrim, everybody's having a good mood or whatever, and we're losing the half like 11-2 or something on T side. And Nitro is calling like some random that he didn't explain or anything, and you're like, "Bro, can you call something good finally? Can you call any of those rounds or something?" Because everybody was tilted. We were making a lot of mistakes. And I was like, "Bro, just please, just can you?" And he just goes, puts his headset and like drops it on the table, stands up, and I'm mad. And I'm like, "Okay, I need to go out." Apps goes out with me to like stand and talk. And he's like starting his psychology therapy, right? He's like, "Oh, so what happened?" And I'm like explaining this, and he's like, "Yeah, I agree with you." We go back. I enter the back room, and he's like, "Let's go outside." And I'm like, "Okay, let's go outside." First thing he does when we're outside, he's like, "Listen, I'm chill." Like this. I'm like, "Okay."
I'm not mad.
Then we basically, we talked it out, everything is good, and our overpass is now one of the best maps.
And he's never raged again. He actually didn't even rage that time, if you ask
me.
Vamos entrar. Porta puxou. Botou casa, me molou.
Molei uma cat.
Mais um. Porta morreu. Nico, tô com 10.
Eu molei cat.
Tá. Coloquei terra e molei duto. Vou cavar
rápido. Lá atrás, no galpão.
Mina cat. Borra. Alguma coisa aí? Nada, tá. Só casa, reto em você. Cat 1. Fecha pra ele, mina, casa. Só você.
Morreu.
Moleque, boa salvada, salvou. Sabia que ele ia sair de casa, eu fiquei até de lado pra porta.
He would have played it even different? It looked perfect to me, Jota. What? That was a great moment for Imperial, but we obviously saw the comeback ensue for G2. 9 rounds for the Brazilian side. Tough to say if it's going to be enough because G2 are a formidable opponent when it comes to Nuke.
Yeah, I'm not ready to close the book on G2 at all. I think they made a great case for themselves, Imperial. This pistol round, for once, can actually make a huge difference. I think if Imperial win it, you would have to favor them to win the whole map. But if not, I think it's right back open again. Fallen calling it, saying, you know what, they're rushing this bomb site, and I don't really want to be here defending it on my own. So this, what do you do? You surely can't get back in. They've got one, maybe a couple of flashbangs. So you set up one flash and try and run everyone. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Molotov on top. Oh no! This is done. There's nothing you could do.
Goodness! I think they still want to send it. They still want to send it.
They have the kit on Fallen, so yeah, maybe if you get a right kill, you smoke off the bomb. Maybe you try and do it. There's the flash setup, but as they're doing it, they're getting attacked from the outside. They are running in them, and it's an absolute slaughter. Right into the blender they go. Bolt's the only one up here. He's going to die to the bomb, or he's going to end up getting killed by any one of the number of people outside. Yeah, I mean, what a call. Obviously, if you stack the ramp and they go straight for an A-rush, you're probably in trouble.
I'm terrified for Imperial now. 2-round lead does not feel safe against G2. That was a pretty tough situation, though, for Imperial. We see by the time they're even executing, the bomb has already ticked over halfway. Sure, they had a kit, but to find 5 kills in sub 15 seconds, I think that's a little bit too much to ask. So very well constructed by G2. I love that they just have that extra Molotov to slow them down further. Makes it so awkward, but this will be a big round if Imperial is able to convert it. Scout on Fallen outside, barely spotting a sliver of Nico, but not going to inflict any damage.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a Nova shotgun. It's the Mag 7 this time instead on Vinny. Classic weapon for this position.
I feel like the auto shot, he needs to make a comeback here. Calling out Hiko.
Yeah, true.
Made it look great.
It's been a while. It's been a minute. Flash is going through. He's within range, but that's the problem with the gun. You can't get a second shot off, and they're getting absolutely wrecked on this A defense. Cello and Fallen, save what you got. It's not worth fighting for here. Gonna make it 8-9, which means G2 are right back in this game. There's no question about it. Looking for a spot in the semi-final.
Right. For Imperial, if you are just joining the Blast Premier Spring Final broadcast, you may be surprised to learn that Imperial got here by defeating Vitality in the opening day best of 3. They 2-0'd the world champions. They're currently holding the People's Champions belt. And G2, they want to take it off of them.
Yeah, no doubt that they do. They probably come into this game thinking, this is great. Like, what a great scenario for us. We get to play Imperial instead of Vitality. Like, let's go.
Yeah, you're feeling great when you see that prospect. But Imperial putting up way more of a fight than anybody expected. This last round is a little weird because you rarely say a single round comes down to the first bullet fired, but just missing that initial Mag 7 shot,
yeah,
that's it. You're done.
You might as well just throw it at that point in time.
Yeah.
Hit the shot and just throw it away. You're like, whatever. Here we go. Grenading the squeaky door, rushing straight in there. I think there was a Zeus going off on the other side, but didn't really hit anything. Vinny gets a shot with the USP, but Nico is running wild at the bottom of the low ground of the bomb site. Cello and Jota left. Okay, one good kill. Can he get another one? Tickling Monacy there. Not able to get the kill on him, and should be an easy close to this one. Tying up the game, the scoreline at 9-9. We'll see how good Imperial's defense is once they have rifles. That's going to be the really interesting test that will definitely be coming up.
I'm super curious for what kind of defense Imperial are able to muster here, what sort of proactive plays they opt for. Honestly, actually getting trapped between these players, that's very nice for Jota, especially with how well he's been playing. Giving him an AK, that's pretty scary. So he'll be able to take that in the next round. Armor on Cello. Fallen will be able to buy an op. I think he has 6,300 left in the bank. So it's going to be the full buy versus full buy.
At the moment, it's m0NESY, Hunter, and Nico that are top fragging for G2, that's what you want to see, right? If you had to pick like a trio to do it, I don't mind if JKS and HooXi are playing a little bit further from behind, but those three players, if you're a G2 fan right now, you're going to be putting all of your hopes into those three just running wild with this game. If they do that, I don't think there's almost no team in the world that's going to be able to stop them, so we'll see. 9-9, we're all tied up. Nico, very, very quick with it here. Not worried about giving away any audio cues. He's just taking over this part of the map, and I'm not even sure if they're realizing yet. Look at how deep he is.
Oh, Cello's going to hear this eventually, though. Yeah, he's calling it out, sitting on the lower rafters. The spot's a little bit scary. It's easy to be spammed through a couple of the walls here. We'll see if G2 actually go for that, but Fallen, he's already here to try to bolster this defense, smoking off control window, and this is a great spot for Cello if G2 decide to approach. This is almost always good for at least the first, usually the second, but there's nobody else that's here to support him. This is a worrying sign for Imperial.
He has a Molotov, but how would you know when to throw this, right? Also, you're giving up your position if you do. Now some backup is being called for as the smoke is fading. Fallen is showing up to help him out. That's good, but m0NESY crouched in that control room to take him down. Bolts is getting one in return, and actually a good double. Bolts is really putting in the work on this one. 40 seconds, and a 3-on-3. They know where he is, and Nico's going to be able to just find the kill on Cello. Bomb is dropped on the ground. That's maybe the only problem at the moment here. Someone has to go and pick it up, and Jota in the meantime with that stolen AK picks up Nico. HooXi and JK has now put to the test. The bomb is there in the control room. Oh, Vinny, good shot. Obviously not the primary AWPer on this team, but that's going to be worth everything. HooXi now, 15 seconds. I have no idea how you would even do this. You can't get back up to the A-bomb site. If you want to charge, you have to pick up the bomb and go and plant it right now, but you have to make the run out into the open across the bomb site. He's just barely done it. You'll have time for the plant and maybe one chance to do this one. They actually thought, I think they thought the round was over. Wait, they're not realizing. Oh, no.
No. They're going A. They're going A. Oh, no, Anders.
This round is done. I think they've lost this round already. Jota has a kit, but they're so far away. They're not realizing yet. They still don't know. Now it's dawned on them. Now they realize, oh dear, we might have thrown this one away. They're not even going to try. That is absurd. It's normally G2 that lose rounds like these, but instead, Imperial just with a complete misread. I thought they saw him. I thought they realized, and they didn't.
And they even let him get the op. Oh my goodness. He had to go for that play. There was only so much time. Imperial must not have known where the bomb was dropped. If they had known that it was in control room right there, they would have known that he had to go for that. I'm also surprised for a couple of reasons. The bomb does make a distinct sound for A and B. It's not the easiest to tell, but also the directional hearing too. That is one where you feel so foolish if you're Imperial, but HooXi's just laughing to the bank. Round lead for G2. Great. We saw a HooXi clutch on Inferno that was just otherworldly in terms of mechanical display. This one, I don't even know what to say. Did he outbrain them? Did he just fool them? I think he just did exactly what he had to do, and somehow that's the winning play.
Yeah, that was an assisted clutch by, unfortunately assisted by Imperial. I don't know what to say. That's heartbreaking. I thought they were running back because they thought the time was up, and they were like, oh, the round's won, don't worry about it. Which even then probably is a mistake even to begin with, but they really thought that he'd grabbed the bomb and ran up to try and plant the bomb at the A-bomb site. For all the work put in, Imperial end up losing the round. And G2 surely celebrating. If they can win this next one, the money is gone for Imperial. And G2 have a massive crack at running over this game.
A couple young teams would definitely fold under that kind of error. Just feel like you could never dig yourselves out of the mental state that you find yourself in having made such a mistake. But with Imperial's veterans, got to expect that they're going to be able to screw their heads back on and still put up a great fight. Minute 5 left in this round. They're going for a proactive play. JKS, the lone lurker towards lobby. Fallen, you got to read this spot perfectly, but JKS takes down Bolts. 5v4 advantage.
And he just walks away. He just says, that's it. That's all I needed. Comes back in for it, and Monacy's ready to catch him. Fallen's going to feel so red in that moment. 5 versus 3. This is the chance right now for G2 to take the game completely over in terms of the money and certainly in terms of the round lead. Okay, they're kind of going... This is interesting. Smoke, is it going to be enough to maybe hold them back? They've almost reversed roles here. It looks like it's the CEST side that's attacking into the A-bomb side. Spam's coming through, and Vinny... Yeah, good read on JKS. Great round out of him right now. They're walking away. They realize they're going to save whatever they can here. Risky stuff for Cello to even try and pick up that AWP. That's 11-9. And the money is just busted up on Imperial.
Easily outmaneuvered. Well-constructed round from G2 there. Good wait, good patience from JKS, recognizing the likely response from Imperial once G2 take that outside space. And then Monacy also recognizing there is going to be perhaps a swing from Mini, perhaps a person coming back out of that door, whatever it takes. He's just holding that line.
Wow. Really, really convincing rounds coming out at the moment for G2. Obviously assisted by the fact that we have that ridiculous clutch from Huxi that is still just, I mean, you would love to ask Imperial about that later on if you could. You'd love to ask what is the communication, but it's essentially a tiny mistake, but the consequences are massive when you end up looking back on it.
Yeah, it's just gonna haunt them, and this is looking so dire because Imperial played 3 great halves of Counter-Strike. We go back to Inferno into the first half of this one on Nuke to just stumble over their own shoelaces here on the defense. It'd be tough, and oh my gosh, Monacy so quick. Right there onto Bolts. Man, he's just taken every duel.
You could see from the way that he pre-aimed that first battle, it's just locked in. He just knows what he's doing. He's going to keep it going. He's single-handedly defeated the defense at the A-bomb site. He's taken all of them down. There's nothing left. That's hard to do. If you're on the Imperial side, you're just thinking, okay, well, cool, I guess. We'll try next round.
Just completely picked him apart.
It's 20 kills on Monacy. And nothing Jota and Cello could do about it. It's going to be 12-9. Does have a kit on the high ground, but I doubt if G2 will make the mistake of running away and letting the drop down happen to the defuse. But that is a way to win it. Now he's revealed.
Yeah, they just threw a nade at him.
Oh. What?
Are you? Just give him the ace at this point.
Yeah, if Cello, he might actually walk back into it here.
I think he really wants to, but there's no way.
Yeah, he's realizing
it's way too late.
Is he gonna die here?
I think
nuke, so the radius is really small.
Yeah, it's a lot. If the nade did a little bit more, yeah, he would be dead, but just barely survives. Wow, one-man wrecking crew in Monacy. That's what you want to see. Sparks fly out of the youngster. Just every peak just perfect, and also just reading where every fight's going to be coming from. Sometimes with Monacy, you're getting these really crazy flicks. Of course, that last one on the Jota is, but the first 3 just knew what fight was coming next.
Why they call him the Flash. That last one's ridiculous. Okay. In the grand scheme of things, it's a 3-round gap, but the money obviously makes that a little bit worse than it seems. There's still a way back for Imperial, but the truth is, they've been blanked on the second half, right? It's been all G2, all the way. Stuck at the 9 rounds right now. Our Imperial.
Double setup towards ramp. Imperial still playing to win. Still trying to figure out how they can get themselves activated, get into these rounds. Fallen wants to take this one by force. Huxi gets the opening pick on a Vinny, and okay. Fallen chimes in with one. Okay, Bolts springing into action. All right, Hunter taken down low, but it seems like G2 are doing a good job with the trades here, at least keeping this one manageable. Cello There's an opportunity here. Oh, and this player's going to jump right into him. That's a big one to find. A chaotic round, and it's just m0NESY. 16 HP, Fallen, holding the line. 3K for Fallen. And finally, Imperial post one in this second half.
And you're right, playing to win. That's one of the things that's made this such a delightful best of 3 so far, is that they're just all fighting for it. They see an opening. They know if we play default in this round where we have almost nothing to work with, we're going to lose on economy alone. So they decide to go for that lobby crunch assisted with Fallen's AWP. Another timeout being called now for G2. And that's actually a really hard round to lose. The only upside, I suppose, is that there's only 2 people that survive on the CT side, so they can't hoard all of the rifles. That's one big thing here. Because if you're G2, as long as you can keep the CT side economy low, you know you have such good crack at winning this game.
I would love to know what G2 are even saying. I mean, everything has been going so well for them in this half. Perhaps the timeout just to slow down the momentum of Imperial, who've had nothing else to be happy about in this half. Overall, the default looked pretty strong. Maybe some of these late round moves between Nico and m0NESY could be ironed out, could be a little bit more thoughtful, but all in all, it's not like they were in the wrong positions to stop that kind of lobby crunch. It's just that Imperial found the shots they needed to. Fast play towards A, though.
Hunter running out with his back turn from his own flashbang. It's going to be m0NESY to open it up. He's picked up an AK, and Hunter will get the kill on bolts as well as a 3-on-3. This is a successful hit towards the bomb side. You'll take it. Oh, he lost his mind! Jumping right in, trying to beat the Molotov. But it's HooXi to take him down swiftly with a headshot just as his feet touches the ground. Fallen and Jota, 2 versus 3 on this one. There is a way. That smoke, though, will make it so rough. And you have to remember as well, they don't have the money to lose. If they lose rifles, it's probably instantly 14 rounds on G2.
You got to call this off. That's another smoke. Okay, it's done. It's done. You're getting out of there if you're Imperial. No chance. That last-ditch effort to send Cello right there through the Molotov, that was it. Imperial trying to catch G2 with their pants down. And oh no, they're going for it. Oh, they're going for it. They got a kit too. Oh, and there's no way. 1 second, that's it. Imperial steal one right under the noses of G2. HooXi was there for the defense, but they both went for it.
That is justice for the HooXi round. They brought it back. They decided, you know what? We might have lost the bomb in the previous one, but this one we are dialed in. What a sick play coming out. I can't believe it. That was timed to the millisecond. They couldn't have wasted any longer. Oh my God. Fallen has been playing this game longer than most people watching have even been alive. And he's still got it.
What an X-Factor play. Again, Imperial just pulling one out right there. We could see in the round prior, I mean, before, just the way that they've just kind of hung out there, the way Cello sat in heaven a couple rounds ago. And this was a huge kill from Jota. You saw that HooXi was there to try to defend that a couple rounds ago.
This, what a way to lose it. Oh, they knew instantly they were in trouble. 12-11. Imagine if that's the round. That could be the pivotal round they look back on later. And so that's where Imperial found the strength to win the map here.
That's just 1 for 1, though. That's just 1 for 1. HooXi got away with one. Now Imperial get away with one. The score takes care of itself.
Yeah, balance in the universe, I guess. 12-11, though. It does help out with the money on the Imperial side. They're not all the way out of the woods yet, but it's done something. JKS got tanked up at the beginning of the round. He's down to 49. Bolts wanted to set up to at least help on the outside. Ramp is probably the weak spot at the map right now. But this A defense is a couple of steps away from being a 4-man defense. JKS low on health, but HooXi finds the opening nearly. A double Hunter there to take over where he left off, and that's all they need. Cello, that's not the spray you're looking for. And in spite of getting very tagged up, look at 3 of them practically dead already, but does it make a difference? They're going to get the bomb plant down, and I don't think you're going to be allowed to do the same drop again.
No way. What's a little bit scary for G2, though, is that because their players are so low, it feels like you kind of have to hang out around the bomb. I mean,
sure.
There could be some weird casualty. Like, you should send Hunter out of there right now. But the A exec once again working out for G2. Yeah, it's been a powerful hit from them. And
you almost want to throw a flashbang from Jota at the end here and just throw, just to keep them close, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, do something just to maybe take a casualty with you. It looks like that G2 are doing a good job evacuating. In some ways, it looks like, actually, if they went for it, they could have got it. But you'd never expect that, though. You would just never try it twice. That would be the craziest thing.
Wow, this game was delivered on so many fronts, right? We had obviously started with a historic performance from Nico, dropping 30 kills in one half. That was all the way back on Ancient. And since then, we've had knife kills. We had the triple no-scope from Huxi. We had the lost bomb that no one knew where it was. And then we had the drop down here. What a sick game. Nico with that AK. I mean, some of the kills from Nico, even on Ancient, in the middle, just popping them left and right. Yeah, this game has truly delivered on all fronts here.
And the fact that it's Imperial doing it at the end of a really disappointing season, trying to get involved there is Vinny. And quick on the trigger is m0NESY. Okay, Jota actually taking down JKS. I think that's through the door. And he was able to take down that lobby lurker. So 1 for 1. And Fallen still has this op in play. Let's not forget, there is still a chance for Imperial to inflict some serious damage in this one. Cello, this is a great angle, but with the CZ, you'd be lucky to get more than one. Okay, flash behind him. Another grenade is there. And yeah, he finds the dink. Actually, good damage inflicted onto a couple of those players, but it's not enough.
My favorite thing about that angle is you can get a kill, and sometimes you can actually stick around, because people think you're dropped, but if you actually play around the box, you can sometimes find another one. They're very, very tagged up, but who's going to be defending the A bomb site? There's nobody nearby. It's one in garage, 2 down below at the B bomb site. If G2 figured this out, it could be trouble.
I think they're rotating to the right positions. At least Bolts might have a chance to flank Hunter, actually. Yep, that's one. Okay, now G2, they have an option here, and they will just go onto this A side, but look how low they are.
They really are. Nico, if you get the God Spray home on this one, then maybe headshot mid-air. He actually catches Fallen. Jota trying to escape. He just wants to live through this one into the reload. 20 seconds left. A re-smoke towards that mini position. Nico's almost got it, but Bolts will take him down, and m0NESY 1 versus 2. He's got that cannon in his hand, but it's not going to make a difference. Bolts will hunt him down. And a huge round for Imperial. They needed it. They've worked real hard to get here. And it's wide open again. Anyone could win this game.
And that was done with scraps. A CZ, an MP9. They lost the opening pick. Somehow Jota found a kill through the smoke. Good maneuvering. Good understanding of where G2 wanted to head. Tip your hat to Imperial in that round. They just understood everything going on in the mind of Huxi. Just outread. Disappointment settles in. And on the other side, it's joy.
13-12. This is so close right now. m0NESY's got 25 kills. Vinny is doing a lot of the work on the other side, but now Bolts as well. 19 and 17 between the two of them. And that should have been a kill. m0NESY. A definite chance. Maybe could have got the pick off there. Just testing the smoke, but no one there on the other side.
Yeah, this is a really tense round. Money not in a great position for either team. A little bit left in the bank for a couple players on each side, but this one has great implications. Nico wants to take some space away from Imperial. Doesn't look like there's anybody to immediately contest him. Jota flirting with outside at present, but with these smokes, chance for a multitude of plays, so Jota has got to be tight around these smokes. Oh, the double spray down at a key moment like this.
Hunter and Nico on a secret mission to try and see if they can take control, but that turns the rest of this attack way more one-sided now. Fallen even taking a bit of a peek in here. They're trying to move up behind them. It's going to be a push out from Huxi, but he goes down. And now the rest of it have ramped, but this is being read. They know everything that's coming. There should be no way in hell that Imperial can lose this one. They're even down below to catch them. Cello's just waiting in the back. 25 seconds. A smoke up on the one side. Grenade and Molotov towards the control room, but No problems here. m0NESY alone and completely boxed in. That's a sick flick. He is such a dangerous player. 14 seconds, trying to see if he can move across the map to try and get to the bomb site. Back to no-scope Fallen. He's simply running out of time. If he had 10 more seconds, this might be a little bit more doable. He's trying to get the bomb plant down, just barely around the corner. Oh my god. This would be the sickest clutch of all time, and he can't get it done. Bolts will find him, but everyone watching, you could feel there was a way. Maybe only 3 players in the world could have won that. m0NESY's one of them.
Yeah, everybody rooting for Imperial finally can exhale. Everybody on Imperial can exhale. They know what m0NESY was capable of once he got that bomb planted. And actually, it's great that he was able to find that plant. This gives G2 more options going into the upcoming round. But that early spray down from Jota was just such a stroke of fortune for him and his team to take down the 2 Kovacs immediately. And right there, yeah, you see, I mean, G2, that could have been a great strategy, but sometimes that's all it takes. An A1S just shooting right there. No sight line, no idea, no certainty, but 2 frags.
Yeah, you're going to be thinking you're lucky stars on that one. The way to get that. 13-13, we are all tied up. Imperial, they're building a bit of money behind it. It's not a lot, but it is enough to just make them dangerous. And that bomb plant for G2, you're right, it helps out. It buys them a bit more. What an entry for NiKo. This is, when I see him do stuff like that, that's where I'm thinking, man, they might just win this map. He looks so determined. He's just fighting for it now. Fallen will take him down outside. It's a good return, and all of the pressure on Bolts in the corner. Do they have any more grenades to throw at him? 1 HE would get the job done, and they have one. It's going to be a headshot instead, as m0NESY will take down Vinian. He's just so isolated, Bolts. How do you get out of this position? He can't. Fallen goes down. They're all trying to get in here and try and help out Bolts, but as they do, they get lured into almost a death trap. It's just Cello left 1 versus 4.
That was such a brute force approach from G2. Slowly chipping it away at that Imperial A-site defense. First, you got NiKo dropping in from Mini. Then you're nading, mauling, making Bolts feel so uncomfortable. Everybody's trying to come to the rescue, and that's when G2 find Imperial so exposed in these positions. Just pinning that one person in, not trying to fall into a 3v5 deficit. That's where Imperial found themselves most vulnerable there.
m0NESY with 28 kills. Obviously a huge part of the reason. You could even make an argument without him. Maybe this is already a 1 map for Imperial, but he is standing in their way at the moment. 14 rounds on G2. They are 2 away from the semifinals here in Washington. This has been an amazing best of 3. You know, American Counter-Strike isn't all that great, but Counter-Strike in America, Maui, is sick.
Okay, all right. I don't know where that came from, but I will say, Dallas and DC are delivering so far.
Yes.
Wish we did have a little bit more American representation, if I'm being real with you. But
to be honest, maybe if we had more events, that would that's one of the big wishes that I have for the future, going into the next year and then maybe the one after that. I hope we're gonna have more American stops. That's something that's been sorely missing in the circuit.
Yeah, but we can open that one up at another time. This one is just neck and neck. Final timeout being taken from Imperial. They recognize how tough that round was for them. After that opening pick from NiKo, just felt like G2 were in the driver's seat for the remainder of the round. Only a single kill going the way of the Brazilian side. And this is it. Imperial, they're on their last legs here. No money in the bank. $50. Can't do anything with that.
You really can't. This could be the killing blow. They win this one. Jota, he's dreaming about that other round. He's full on rose-tinted glasses, reminiscing about the good old days where he got the double spray down through the smoke, but it's not going to be this round. Now they're all escaped. m0NESY scoped up just in case there's a sneak through, and Fallen's got the radio message. He's saying, you know what? We've been compromised. They could already be down here. We can tell they're a little bit further away than that. Imperial, they are moving around. They really want the information, but that smoke is actually sick. It's blocking off so much info that they could have got from hell.
Yeah, this is really tough for Imperial to read. This is where HooXi has to come up with that great mid-round. You have excellent positioning across the map, and it looks like they want to just test Fallen. Oh, right there, that was an opportunity. Could have even been the collateral, but missing. But he's going to sound the alarm bells. They are coming towards the site, Fallen. The door is swung open. Nico taking it by force.
He wasn't ready. He was expecting that they would try and rush him down from the other side. He was expecting the fight from the double doors, and it never really came. 30 seconds. They've taken over the lower part of the map. They're going to get the bomb plant here. Honestly, for Imperial, you could justify saving this. As hard as it is to give G2 the 15th round, it's probably harder to get wiped out economically and definitely lose the map. Yeah, they're just going to have to walk away. 1 kill for Nico.
That's a 15th round for G2.
Yes, it is.
And Imperial, they probably felt great after that first half, winning 9 rounds on the T side of Nuke, but it has been tough for them to find their footing once they've swapped over to the defense. Fallen getting caught, trying to find a new position there. Nico stepping it up when he's needed most. 2 opportunities for G2 to end this series in their favor, to send Imperial to the quarterfinals, to find their own position in the semis, to guarantee a top 4 finish to close out the season.
That would be a big deal. So obviously, for both these teams, I think a lot more people were expecting G2 to be the one to make it here, but you've got to give it up to Imperial no matter what, right? They put on an insane fight here. In light of the fact that they took down Vitality, and whatever happens here, you could say they could have at least taken down G2. Whether they will do it or not is still up for grabs, but they've way outplayed everyone's expectations, I'm sure. And obviously, they're not going to be out of it yet. If they lose this one, they're going to be in the quarterfinals. I'm still very excited to see that. I think this is one of the most unexpected stories. These are probably the team that most people would have written off already. But they're here battling it out. 2 more rounds that Imperial need. And G2, they just need 5 more kills.
Oh, good. The conditioning, though, is at play. HooXi's understanding what those smokes are going to make Imperial react with. They throw the cross smokes. We see that Imperial have moved 2 of their players down towards lower. And G2, they're not even sending a player down towards secret. It's a 4-man ramp hit, and Fallen, this is probably the weakest weapon he's had in the half. MP9, that's all he's got to work with.
MP9 and a prayer. What do you do about this one? All right, first one's for free. The bomb is on the ground, but he cannot escape. There's no way you can really continue that fight. He just wanted to get down on the ramp, but it was going to be too late. 4 on 4. He did see the bomb, so he's going to be able to at least call that into his team. It's a good information to play around with. Monacy ready for it, but Cello, good spray. Let's lose 3 bullets and a bomb plant right in front of Bolts. That's almost asking to be killed. Hunter on the other side, and now he opens up JKS with a headshot, locking out Bolts, and that is all that they needed. Vinny with a FAMAS trying to retake the bomb site. There's no way this is going to work out. They have what they need. They can just scatter out, hide. Once they realize where he is, no one should be fighting this one. He's getting close. Maybe get the first one for free if he's feeling real lucky with it, but JKS says no, and it's 16-13, and it's G2 in the semi-final here in Washington. That is brilliant news for them, and for Imperial, they get to go on to play in the quarterfinals. They're not out yet, but they put out one hell of a game.
Yeah, hard-fought battle there for Imperial, but it's G2 that come out on top. Felt like going into this series, we thought that it was going to be clear-cut, as clear as day, but no, Imperial, they put up such a good showing to win on Inferno versus G2 and to actually make Nuke incredibly competitive. So many moments in this game to look back on. The 30-kill half from Nico, that is the stuff of dreams. That's a demo that everybody should be downloading to learn what it took to find that sort of impact. And on the other side, Imperial, gotta also give them so much respect. Beating Inferno, or beating G2 that is, on Inferno.
Yes.
That no one saw that one coming either.
It was really, really sick. And honestly, for Imperial as well, they should look like they finally enjoy playing Counter-Strike again. So this is a really enjoyable best of 3. They put on a great show. But you're right, Nico, that's probably still the highlight of the day. The fact that he joined that exclusive club of getting 30 kills in a half, along with only 2 other players. Crazy stuff. The desk is ready to break it all down for us.
Oh yes, we are ready. Thank you very much, Anderson. I don't know if they were enjoying all of those moments, because there were some incredibly difficult up and down moments throughout all of this. Now we do have Nico joining us to discuss this one through, because First of all, Nico, we'll talk on the positives here. Ancient was monstrous from you. You must have really enjoyed that moment.
Yeah, it's been a while since I had
sweating
performance, but yeah, it was a good game by the team and by myself. We felt good and confident going into Ancient, so it helped.
Yeah.
Well, you want to talk about Ancient because that was a good moment for you. I want to talk about Nuke. Like, what the hell was this game? Was it that crazy to live as it was crazy to watch for us?
It was pretty crazy. I think, like, we're just not used to play against this such a play style that they're playing. They're playing very slow, and usually like, we're a very proactive team. And when you play against such a slow play style, they just like wait and punish you. So that was maybe not the best from our side, but yeah, we had a good T side towards the end. Ilya had some good rounds as well. So happy with the win, but we did expect it to be a bit easier after Ancient. But props to them, they played really good and just very tough last 2 maps.
And just to stay on the mental aspect of it, how was it to bounce back from the Hooksy ridiculous clutch, well, obviously they don't just realize where the bomb is, into they sort of ninja you in 2v3? Like, how is the emotional roller coaster of these rounds being so close? Like, how do you come out at the end of it? You just laugh it off? Like, how do you deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know like what was the gap between those rounds.
It was pretty close.
12-9,
like,
and then it was like 12-11.
It was very close.
Yeah, I mean, when we won the round, we were laughing.
We broke
Actually,
them.
when we lost as well, we were just laughing, like, because you can't just get really mad about it. And that was just a good idea by them as well. We first thought, like, because we had one guy close, but we didn't expect them both to go for it. So they did a really good, like, in that certain moment, the idea was very good by them. So, yeah.
It was very good in the end. It was a bit of madness from start to finish. You're Inferno, though. I want to talk on this a little bit because we've seen you guys start struggling it more recently. But why do you think that is? What woes are you having right now?
As I said, I think we were too proactive versus them on our CT side. This side we played pretty good, but on CT side we always try to like go for info play, go a bit further instead of just like sitting back and just let them come, you know, and we try to kill them. But we always try to do something, and then they just fall like sitting. Like at 30 seconds, he's around Max, he's just holding like both mid and B, and he's just like punishing everything. So it was just very different play style on Inferno that we played against, and that was probably the biggest reason. But like we still should have won that game. I mean, I'm not saying that like we.
Like you won the game. You definitely won the game. I get what you mean.
So they just played very good. Our Inferno is not looking like it was at the major, for example, but it just I feel like the CT side is changing a lot, and we struggle a lot on CT side, and I think teams in general like have harder times on CT nowadays. So we just kind of need to find a way that we get consistently like 8+ rounds on CT side, and that's gonna make our life easier.
You mentioned the word consistent, and at the beginning of the interview, you also said after map 1, maybe you thought it'd be a little easier down the road. And from the outside, it also feels like the highs of G2 are so high that you sometimes struggle to deal with the low. Is that a story that we're making up in our mind, or do you also feel as a player like when you have a game that is just that easy, it becomes a little harder to then get dirty and fight in hard games?
Honestly, I don't think I have an answer to that. I don't really know if that's the case. Maybe it is. Maybe you guys see a bit better from outside. And us from inside, like, we're just focused on the game, and it's just difficult. It's just difficult to play, and I don't know. We just have to look at our Inferno mostly and just figure it out. I don't know if you have too many problems like closing out the games. I mean, it did happen against FaZe that like we won Ancient and then we struggled again on Inferno, but I think what happened against FaZe that like we're not ready for too much aggression, whilst against Imperial we were too aggressive ourselves, I feel like. So it's two very different games, but like if you want to be the best team on this map, like we have to have solutions for every playstyle that we are facing against. So we just have to step up and just try to find something that's good against the playstyle that we are facing against.
Well, one final question from me here, Nico, is on the fact that you're talking about this mentality. He was asking about it as well. How much is it different when you've got someone like Edward here and events like this where I haven't seen him with you here?
I mean, yeah, Edward is not with us at this event, but like we just kind of do the same thing even though when he's not here. Like we still try to like do something that we're doing when he's here. So we just try to not change too much, even though he's not here. So, but he just helps like to get kind of mentally ready into the game. That like everyone is positive, everyone is on the same page, everyone is just feeling confident and so on. So we try to do it without him, but obviously he's the guy for it. So when he's not there, it's just kind of hard to replace him, you know. So, but yeah.
Well, it does mean he's doing a good job, that's for sure.
Right.
We're going to take a look at the brackets as well, and then Nico will be able to take his leave and rest after that one as well. Some gym time afterwards, Nico?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, I'll see you there a little bit later on. That's perfect again. This is where we sit right now. G2 have booked their spots towards the semi-finals, and then we see it's going to be Imperial and Vitality marching on forward to their respective quarterfinal game.
And just to quickly mention Imperial, like we have to give him a mention for this game. Like this was a hard-fought, crazy-ass battle, and Nico just said it. We was crazy to play. They wetted us out. They made us make mistake. Imperial, the way they're playing here in Washington, serious contender.
All right, well, it's time for us to go to a break. It's time for Moses and Mike to take over. Maniac, gym time for
I'm going to a break.
Gym time? No, you're not coming to gym. Okay.
I don't know, maybe. Who knows?
Come on, come watch the game.
And welcome back here to the Blast Spring Final. It's the nation's capital, though the skies aren't quite that clear right now, but we'll pretend. We'll pretend, Jason.
Still looks beautiful, doesn't it?
It really does, even through a haze. And, well, the skies might not be clear for these two teams as well. They're facing elimination. We've got Astralis taking on the hometown heroes of Complexity. And, I mean, in DC, it hasn't exactly provided the power-up Complexity needed.
No, a lot. Well, I mean, that's the story of a lot of events for Complexity this year. Yeah, this one feels weird. This one just like it's it's the end of the season. Everyone's kind of looking forward. Even like the interviews that are being given are looking forward to the future. Yeah, I have to imagine with everything going on with this team, they're just in some sense excited to be at the end of the road.
It does feel that way.
That came off darker as I wanted it to. End of the season, yeah.
To the end. Yeah. But they just can't let go. And right now, they need to not let go in this series because, I mean, look, let's be honest. It would be so good to get some sort of sweetness on the end here. And, I mean, the way this format works, it's a little forgiving. They just need to win one series, right? And they make it through to the next stage of competition.
The playoffs.
The playoffs. The playoffs. You know how long it's been since we have Complexity in the playoffs?
I don't, actually.
I don't think this roster's done
Did you
it,
prepare that?
to be honest. I didn't. It's just been a long time. It has been a real long time. They've always been, like, one map away from it. This time they're one map away from it, too.
Yeah.
Well, 2 maps. They need to win too.
And I mean, sneakily as well, I think, I'll do something, everyone at home will know I don't really like doing. I'll pump up for the NA team really quick because this is a winnable match. Let's be real. Even with the stand-in, we saw this team in Dallas, play some close games as well. This is a game that they can actually cause an upset, especially if you come into this with Astralis having Device. If he comes in flat again 2 days in a row, maybe someone's just missing. This is maybe Grim pops off, maybe Floppy pops off and gives you a map. This is actually a series that you can envision a world in which Complexity wins it. So, I mean, all is not completely lost for Complexity coming into this.
No, it certainly isn't. And I think even as an individuals, right, all of them could maybe use a pop-off map. It was a little bit muted yesterday, but we can say the same for both teams. But even with Sonic as a stand-in, it hasn't been a massive hindrance to them. I know the numbers aren't necessarily happy yesterday, but they weren't for anybody.
It's not a hindrance because the bar is so low. It's obviously a huge drop-off compared to where Hulzork would probably be at this point. But I mean, the real thing is when you have this kind of a situation, you look at the other 3 guys we have highlighted, Grim, Floppy, or Fang. Which one of them is going to step up? Like Grim's the one you look at and you're like, oh wow, that has to be better today if they want an upset. You're looking at Floppy to step up. You're looking at Fang to step up and have a couple better maps here in the series as well. Those 3 guys have not been performing their best, between Dallas and here, and one of them has to change that.
In particular, it feels like Grim, the narrative has just shifted as the season's gone on, right? Start of the year was all this excitement for Grim. Oh, here's the star. Here's what he was supposed to be in Liquid. Here's what he was supposed to be in other teams. And we haven't had that. We haven't had that conversation in a little while.
Yeah, he hasn't taken that next step. The skills are still there, obviously, but hasn't quite put together a full game. This is kind of interesting, though. Complexity doesn't play a whole lot of Vertigo. They've only played it once in like the last 3 months, and I think that was in Australia. That was a loss to Greyhound.
Really curious to see the Ancient. Ancient's a very good map for this Astralis team. They could do some incredible things on it, but I almost thought the nuke would just come through just because it did look extremely vulnerable for Complexity yesterday, but it makes a lot of sense to take it here.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it looks vulnerable for Complexity, that doesn't make sense they remove it as well. In that last round, they're like, yeah, let's just get that bad boy out of it. But I think the Vertigo one is really interesting, maybe trying to just throw a little bit of a curveball at Astralis and just say, screw it, let's take it to a map they wouldn't expect. Well, we might not have a strength that we want to go to in the current situation. Why not at least throw a curveball at them and say, you probably haven't prepared for our Vertigo? Why would you?
Let's look at the other side of things, right? We've got Astralis up on our screen right now. They're a team that I think had much higher expectations coming into this event. They haven't necessarily had the events, even just attending them, to show us what we would normally expect from this brand, but it's looked a little better in Dallas. It did not look at all good yesterday.
A lot of excitement for Astralis just coming into this North American tour between Dallas and here in general, and obviously that was kind of like answered, if not in like team results, and the level of Device's play in Dallas was absolutely mental. I think he finished as the top-rated player for the whole event, averaging close to 30 kills per map. Yesterday, however, was extremely rough for him. A flat start in Washington. I think it was his worst overpass in his entire career. Like that kind of a drop-off from a player like Device is really, really rough, obviously, and I wouldn't expect it to happen 2 days in a row. Yeah, this is ugly. I don't like these numbers.
That's horrible. He got knifed twice. One on each map in that series, which is just, I mean, considering Device is a player where you think about like the awareness, you think about the positioning, you think about his read on the map as being sort of hallmarks of his gameplay, getting knifed is not exactly a great indication for those
I'll take it another step further as well. Like, this is also a guy that you wouldn't have seen it yesterday. Is, you have to keep inserted in the conversation as one of the greatest CSGO players of all time. You could make a real argument for Device to be able to contend even with Simple, even with his Zywoo, not like as flashy, not as crazy, not as many like pure highlight clips, but in terms of his accomplishments, in terms of the kind of impact he's had for his teams, he can very much be an argument for the greatest player CSGO ever had. And that kind of a performance yesterday is just really rough and is just so uncharacteristic of a player of that caliber.
It's really not what we expect. And the other thing that we have to consider is their opponent yesterday was FaZe. That was a step up from anyone they faced in their previous NA event, Dallas.
Yeah.
It was just a caliber shift, and they weren't ready for it.
FaZe that looks like they're a new team from what we saw in Dallas as well. They looked really comfortable, really confident, and showing like that from FaZe makes you feel really good about their run at this tournament, which we'll be getting to later tonight when they take on Heroic. But yeah, I think they ran into a couple of things. Obviously, a little bit of a flat game from Astralis, and also just a really, really strong FaZe.
And I mean, you talked about complexity with their eyes on maybe getting towards the break. Astralis obviously have their eyes towards the future as well, and their future could be one of these two young guns, but we know the Stair signing's on the horizon. Both these guys have talked about it. They've given interviews about it where they know their position's not secure. And I mean, their performance since joining Astralis, it's been acceptable, but there's that next level. We've seen some flashes from Altex. We've seen bits and pieces from Buzz. We need to see that development continue here.
Yeah, and I think too, like, it'll obviously, the conversation is different from us on the outside as to what will be going on within the team in terms of how they all gel, in terms of how they enjoy playing, you know, with either one of the players or who they think has the most potential. But yeah, certainly there's like a longer term vision right now for Astralis on how this team is going to look when Stair eventually comes in. And it's one of those two guys are the only ones that make sense to be the ones removed. So yeah, contract games and tournaments for both of these guys in their future.
It's really interesting as well, right? Because it's not just this event. You're going to have presumably the next season, but it's going to be a weird season where we don't have a major to base the calendar around. And so for them, every event becomes this audition where you need to prove that you're better than the other guy, or, I mean, possible that they prove they're better than one of the veterans and they really make Astralis reevaluate.
It's also like a really cool test of their mental, right? Like to have that kind of a pressure of like playing for Astralis, which has got to be to a certain extent a dream come true, you know, for Danish players, and then all of a sudden be sat here and be like, oh, there's someone new coming in. Like this spot is going to be decided in like the next month. This spot is going to be decided based off my performance and how I play in these tournaments. That's a ton of like weird pressure to be put on you, right? Like we always talk about the pressure of big tournaments, of big stages, of big crowds, but even just, you know, the pressure of just having your spot on a team compromised has got to be a very weird feeling every time they step into it. So it's interesting watching them play under those conditions.
Flipping the script as well, heading over towards the other side, I don't think Complexity's been as explicit about it in their commentary, but you have to imagine based on the season that they've had, based on the expectations at the beginning and where it kind of wound up by the end, there's the consideration that changes could be on the horizon. It seems like we're going to get a bit of a shuffle in NA, and I think Complexity could be part of it.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I mean, I felt that way. I felt that way for a while, that this Complexity team had like kind of hit a ceiling that they're not breaking through. I think there's been plenty of time for this team. So yeah, they got to find something that allows them to just kind of break through it and find a next level, and it feels like it's got to be a roster change at this point.
Well, I know two guys who keep breaking ceilings, keep busting through like they're Mario punching blocks, and that's Scrawny and Launders ready to take you away with this game.
Yeah, thank you, Darth. That's right. Waluigi and Wario checking in. Here we are on the brink of another couple best of threes this evening. Mohan, we kick this off with Astralis versus Complexity, NA versus the Danes. We want to see a step up out of Device and Astralis, absolutely, because of the, you know, the mood they set with their run in Dallas. But they are the favorites in this one versus Complexity. I think the stand-in situation also works against Cole. Feels like we're going to lose our NA representative tonight.
It does feel like that to me as well, I gotta say. I think like the odds make sense to me. I think I don't see what happened yesterday to Device happen again. There's no stats to even back that up, right? The thought that he could have back-to-back repeat, you know, even subpar performances. If you look back on the bad maps he's had in the last few months, they're all by themselves. It's never 2 maps in a row, even though he has had some maps with less than 10 kills. So looking for a much better day here versus Astralis, and I think unlucky for Complexity, they're going to have an Astralis that have been scared early.
But like Moses said, we don't get much of Complexity's vertigo, so let's sit back and see what they have in store for us. An intriguing pick where BlameF and Device, the two names you want to see at the top of the board for Astralis, chew through the initial 3 players on the pistol. A complete and total stuff inside the bomb site. Support's already right there with it, and we're going to have to see something spectacular out of JT and Floppy. Darth, Mike, the NA supporter numero uno, calling for Complexity to be a part of the NA shuffle. You know, that is a conversation that I almost forgot we're going to have just because of how quiet the last roster shuffle was. It was so boring, you know, no big moves, and now it feels like there's so much pent-up change coming that this season's could be huge. Floppy, 1 kill, teammates offer nothing else. He's going to give this one the old college try. He's got the time to get this together.
Not much to look at when it comes to Complexity on this map right now, so they might have to make it up as they go. Whereas Astralis, even though it's not their most beautiful map in their map pool, they have lots of reps. They've played it. They've won some good games. They beat teams on par with Complexity here. So this is the kind of game where you get an interview afterwards and said, we just played our own game. And that's going to be because there's not much for your analyst and coach to do in this situation. Complexity are going to try to bust out sort of a refreshed, renewed game plan on the map. And we know at one point in history, of course, you know, JT liked calling on this map. He's had some cool execs. I think he was one of the first most innovative IGLs in North America to bring some very strong B-site hits. So, but with this lineup, it's a new story.
Altex ready to grind Complexity into the ground with this MP9. Dodges the flash. Still can't manage a second. Glaive's not far off. You know, despite Device's shortcomings last night, Glaive was in there, doing what he had to across the series, trying to keep himself afloat, doesn't want to fall down into the underperformances that we got towards the tail end of Dallas next to Buzz and Altex. There's a lot to prove here for Astralis with the momentum of that first NA event.
Yeah, the only weird thing for me is sometimes I do like that, you know, video series, unlucky or bad, where I look at someone's really bad performance and try to recuse them of some blame if it actually was just unlucky. But since we casted the game and had such a close look at Device, I think it was very clearly bad. There was a lot of, and Mike talking about him getting knifed, I mean, that actually is relevant because a lot of situations ended in moments where Device positionally had no idea what was coming, which is so unlike him.
Usually when we talk about Device, it's all about positioning, right? That is the bread and butter of his op style. So a weird one, but he's not the only opper in the server. Sonic with the AK has returned the favor on ramp. Sonic obviously last second stand-in. Has not played competitively for quite some time. But heard the call and took his chance. Thought we saw some cool synergy between him and Fang throughout a couple of those Dallas maps, particularly on Ancient.
So here is the setup for the B-side hit. Now, we got to watch for the flashbangs. Of course, if a kill comes early, then you're just running. But, oh, like it's such a beautiful hit already. Buzz just sort of out in the open. Not ready for a boost up like that.
Altex tries to kick it up a notch. Floppy ready for that between the smokes. And so Floppy single-handedly just dismantling that initial B setup. Great grenade damage, but it's just not the numbers to really go for this.
That looked like a real demo kill right there because it was such a blind spot for Buzz in his position. And if they can continue to exploit him. Yeah, another thing for Astralis was it was bad yesterday because their star players weren't there, but when you saw Altex and Buzz play, you can see some immaturity sometimes when it comes to how they're trading, when they're scaling and stuff like that. And so I think that's fine because you have veteran players, strong, consistent stars, but they can't do much unless those things are there and Device takes over and Blame F is right behind him. So we just sort of saw the worst all the way around from everybody. But yeah, the roster season in June, after this event ends, should be interesting. The weird part is that you're making finalized roster moves when the new game hasn't been released.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Big question around how long those contracts will be for.
Yeah.
You know?
If I'm running a team or an org, I mean, I'm really thinking about who's the player who has just enough experience in CSGO to be malleable and ready to take on a new game, but not too much.
Ooh, quick. Floppy flies.
Oh, yeah.
Back-to-back rounds where he busts down Buzz's door. Altex is here, but, you know, there's no overcommitment. Floppy's going to stick around. His teammates double back. Floppy looking like the star of the show towards that B site. 6-2 start for Ricky. The rest of his team, 1 kill combined. It's Floppy's night. You know, Floppy, I think, is somebody who did kind of take a bit more of a back seat when Grim came back to the roster. Became a part of it all. A real team player, that Floppy. Or as he would put it, JT just hates him. Nice little flirt here from Glaive, though. This is really the drawback of the round, especially if Understandably, he looks towards B ramp, but Glaive, hearing the footsteps behind him, looks to activate by running into Floppy, who's just on high alert, and there was no coupling of B-site aggression from Glaive's teammates.
That's true.
That's like he's just left out to dry.
That's true. There were no moves to help him out, whereas Complexity were like, hold his fall back, and we're approaching.
They were getting closer, no doubt. Altek's tucking in behind wood, but there was no pounce.
It's that smoke again.
Yeah, that bun smoke.
That's so hard to throw.
Now, of course, all this time, Grim had just gone on his own expedition to the A site, finds that one clear for the taking. Weird round. You know, we're talking about a run boost around the side of the building for the 5v4. Glaive top mid to T-spawn lurk to B, and then a late play into the A site to get Complexity tied at 2.
When we talk about how good players like Shush are at anchoring B site of Vertigo, it's to talk about how hard it is to do, especially when you're by yourself, which you are so often. And with such massive gaps in the choke points, you have to be creative about the way you take control of things. And if Astralis don't support Buzz enough, for example, or Buzz plays too static beside double on the back of the site, goes for standard pushes, plays like Complexity made in these last 2 rounds, will continue to win. There's actually no reason for it to stop. So that might be what they saw coming into this match to get ready for Vertigo. But this is seamless because they're putting B pressure on at the exact same time. So we see attention drawn to
the opening.
Yeah, exactly. It's a regular choke point here at the bottom of the steps.
And it would have taken a real deep push for anybody to try and drop Floppy there with Glaive. And I thought once Glaive heard those footsteps behind him in the little Z connector that maybe he'd stop and turn for that instead, but all it did is rushed him into Floppy's crosshair. And I think that's what creates the disjointedness between Glaive and his B-site teammates who were gearing up for a fight, but still just steps behind. Alas, it leaves Astralis still with some weapons. MP9, Famas in the mix. Floppy yet again here in the spotlight, and he's caught him 3 rounds in a row. Buzz dies at the hands of Floppy and puts Astralis man down round after round. Altex tries to get aggressive, and Grim's got his head taken right back. Man advantage maintained, little B presence held on to. Open B site as well for the time being, but no rush so far from JT.
Yeah, one thing that's made Complexity take some big wins is not rushing into situations where they're advantaged. So slowing it down, very natural to do with the amount of time left on the clock, and neither side is bad. It's just about doing it together. So 3 will congregate at the bottom of the ramp here. Glaive spots now.
One rotator.
Not going to be the most convincing smoke. Of course, they can walk up yellow behind him. And yeah, I'm not loving the setup right now, but
nobody watching this.
Oh.
Nah, finds Sonic with the bomb out. Now down on the ground, 30 seconds to the clock. Device kills Floppy on that B lurk, so this is getting real desperate for Complexity. And Fang's gonna try to draw it all back. Next duel's his for the taking. Double headshot comes through from the Canadian. And Device will be left alone. Grim, hands busy. Fang by his side holds this angle on the side of the smoke, but they're both starting to walk back. And Device now revealing himself. Fang goes deep post plant. Grim turns himself. And now we're down to the 1v1. Device with the tap, Fang with a little jiggle. 3 critical headshots coming out of Fang. All 3 kills from him in what was that 2v3.
Yeah, big moves from Fang. Now, my worry though is like, how does Glaive even get a kill in that spot? He's in a very risky position. He throws a smoke you don't even normally do anymore, and then he plays around the sandbag with no one holding short. So when Complexity get Fang all the way up short into this spot, it's sort of like, if Glaive's there, he's going to die, so he probably shouldn't be. What are they doing next? And instead, Glaive gets a kill, gets the bomb into an awkward spot. But I don't really like the setup from Astralis. It's very individualistic, and it's very slow on rotations.
Ooh, Molly's for the pistol setup. It's going to force him out, but many players ready. BlameF stops the 1. And all looks good here for Complexity. I think there's been multiple instances here where Complexity are pulling off the perfect counterplay to these Astralis B setups. We saw the boost up on Buzz. We see these Molotovs that look destined for this eco setup. And we saw the floppy run boost with the flashes out too. So that's 3 particular rounds where I think B didn't even stand a chance.
You could see a happy coach today behind Complexity, and I think that's why.
I'm so right.
You know, if you call it, especially first rifle, we try this. First eco, we try this. and then you just come up correct in both situations, then everyone believes in you.
So trouble at the B sites.
Yeah, and now they've already shown that they're willing to attack the stairs early in the round, later on in the round, and Astralis haven't shown us anyone even getting comfortable with stairs control. Buzz is having a nightmare so far in these last few rounds, so they've got to come through with a new look. Nothing fast is happening towards A. Mid has been completely unplayed so far from Complexity on the attack. So I like this start from Astralis first of all. Nothing fast towards A. There's nothing to worry about. Let's make sure it's not B early. Cover everything. Get Buzz into a good position.
Device.
Oh my.
Look at that. Blame F just left Crane. Blame was on Crane while Device was on that peak, and Blame just ran. Device felt like he was still stuck on yellow tarp because he was. Left out to die. Got Glaive and Altex here with Blame F now. Utility going both ways. Little scramble up the ramp from Sonic. Tucked along the yellow wall. Fang's gonna find Glaive. Nothing offered up, and Blame F runs again.
Dude, I mean, great hit from Complexity, but I really want to watch that back because...
Almost from a top-down view.
You know, sometimes when it's like, oh, Blame left, we don't know if Blame said I'm leaving, right? So it could be the case that Device decided to stay because he felt like he could for a little longer. And with the smoke, the art smoke down on short, he can get through the smoke and get to safety. You know, so it might have been of his own volition that he decided to wait. But when we see it play out like that, it's like, no way he should have. And no way Blame should have left. So I don't know how that situation even surmised, but like in that spot, Fang doesn't even come up and clear Device right away. He's just on the ramp with nothing else to look at for a while. So if he did, Device would have only died even sooner.
Blame hangs on to the gun at least, but that is 5 straight for Complexity. So let's see it here. Fang comes through. Catches Device.
Yeah, sees the whole ramp, one talking in the yellow, thinking there's another person to kill. And did you see it was Blame? Because I don't even see him on A.
Blame front Crane, yeah.
Somehow 3 guys die before Blame even gets there.
Ooh, run boost again? No. A man can dream.
Sonic's just looking for something to do because...
Floppy's having all the fun.
Yeah, full anti-eco right now.
Those 2 saved M4s split between bomb sites, but already they're leaving A. Makes sense. 0 presence shown by Complexity to that half of the map. So right now, Astralis getting into the right position with the right timings. Blade's gonna catch him off. Little labored, but he gets there. Next pistol down here beneath construction, M4 and CT. That's Blame F's chance to shine, but he turns his attention away. JT trades it. Altex could reach for that gun if needed, but we have Complexity just peeling themselves off that initial mid setup. Now 2 rifles can be picked up, and everybody for the Danes is going to have a gun.
And there's no lead here for Complexity to hit a site in the interim, so they'll have to wait, go back, and take map control all over again.
With no smokes, just flashes and a Molotov.
But they will simplify and just keep it towards B and not worry about clearing out anything towards the bottom of A ramp.
Yeah, surely this is just Molotov back quad. Follow through 2 players, 1 flash.
A nice litmus test for Buzz because this is going to be the situation he needs to survive as a B player. And in a 3v3, you can't always have support.
But he's being left to watch middle as well, so the utility rumblings holds it off, confirms bomb drop. Doesn't get his second, but stays alive, calling for Altex to come support him. Sonic fake plant. Oh! Draws Altex into the peak. Both of them with a kill apiece. And now Device's fast flank not fast enough. Had a chance at the headshot. Both T's disengage, one of which on boxes ready to pop up. Device will be caught in the open for sure the moment he makes contact. Nice trade system there between Sonic and Floppy, ensuring that even though that was versus majority pistols,
heads up play,
they at least get through with 1.
Heads up play from Sonic. With about 8 seconds left on the clock, you know, it's actually very hard to just come in and retake. So Sonic going for a fake plant gives them one opportunity for Astralis to make a mistake and try to rush the situation. If they had waited that out, it would have got scary because Sonic would have been forced to plant. And then if they kill the one guy covering him, they could lose. But he had the right read and he trusted it. And he knew how much time he had left to make sure he got the bomb down too. So now the thing is that generator where Buzz plays from, that's like your best spot to stay alive and a decent spot to get damage in or get a kill. So it's not a bad place to be. You just can't start there every round, but 3v3, that's a good example of like, all right, you don't sacrifice the whole round and you put your team in a good position to win with you still alive, telling your team they haven't taken back Jenny control, they aren't going into CT right now. It makes the rotations a little easier. So that was like kind of just good enough. And definitely a good start for Buzz to start showing some strength over on this side of the map. And the only reason I'm even saying his name so often is because Complexity are clearly game planning towards this site over and over again.
And game plan was going to be everything for Complexity coming into this with such little shown on Vertigo. So far, so good for the North Americans. Of course, I think it's the whole stand-in situation that really led us to write off Complexity as much as many have. If you think about their showings from the start of the year until now, not everything they would have wanted, but still competitive. You know, more so than Astralis, if we're being honest. But it was just that Dallas performance out of Device that had everybody up in arms. You know, that piqued everyone's interest.
Yeah, well, they weren't angry. They were excited.
Yeah.
But you know, if we compare the individuals on Astralis, there's not a single player on Complexity that can stand to blame F or Device. But if you compare wins for Complexity, they have more than Astralis do this year. Yep. You know, it's just that Complexity just seem to have such enormous fluctuations in how good they are event to event that it's hard to believe in them. And then with the loss of Halzerk, who is one of the pieces that has made so much progress for this team,
yes,
to not be here obviously also makes things harder. But it doesn't feel like they're worried about that right now. They're playing to win each of these rounds, and it doesn't feel like their new offer is making them change that game plan too much, which is solid. I think that's going to be one of the ways they can pull out a win.
There's a lot of experience between JT and Sonic in the past. Bringing back one of the boys. Early post from Device, though. You want to go game plan versus Buzz? Well, now he's got support.
Yeah, those are bad flashes.
Op gets first blood here in round 9. Glaive toying a little forward short control. Fangs making a bunch of sound, all heard by Glaive on the fallback. Device is looking for next contact, this time in mid. Timing for JT's peak, though. Oh, okay. If JT was just half a second faster. Device could sense it.
There's still 3 stacked up towards A. No plans to retake ramp control, so they're going to be playing blind with too many players on the wrong side of the map. It's going to be that same pressure on Buzz as we saw last round. He's got a new position above the smoke.
Eats the flash, though. Full white. Fang gets ever closer. Bomb now joining him. All 3 players for Complexity trying to get over into the site. And Buzz does a good job of shaving off Grim. Can really feel like that took the little bit of momentum that Complexity were trying to build up.
That was excellent, you know. One way there, new position. And just enough time to get his kill in.
Deeper angle now. Fang, though, still alive and kicking. Catches the next player. And then Buzz has to switch out to the sidearm. So hell of a round for Buzz. All 3 players up, and he drops them all.
Yeah, did Buzz pick up the op? It looks like he was looking for it. I don't know if he grabbed it for Device, but should be fine. Nice and mobile round here from Device. Now, again, bad flash, gotta say it. Honestly, it's not even a hard flash to throw, right? Just on your default to get B control, so that's something that helped them get that kill. Also, the previous round where Buzz is holding B, they throw a flash that doesn't go far enough to blind him. But all right, Yakinder's smoke here on A ramp. New look from Astralis.
Fang's going through. He's looking confident this evening.
Oh, this is scary for Device.
Yeah, he's wary of it.
Fang has to keep moving.
Fang's got the better fade, though. Device not able to get far enough back. Glaive ahead of the smoke grenade, could try to recall this, but he gets tagged up by the fire. No problem, still finds Fang. Good return, but he has to retreat through flames. Down to 4 HP, a single tick of damage more, he's done.
That's a game of who you would rather be, and I think that honestly,
complexity. Yeah, open B bomb site.
Open B bomb site, and because there's no ramp control, they need to go for these reaggressions faster, man. Astralis need to try to get information. They're playing blind versus a pack of 4Ts.
Who are taking their own time, but also gearing up faster than Astralis come over.
I mean, they're in a position where there's no one left side site, and they have a full exec coming. So Altex, new challenger.
Let's see it. Buzz was able to put up 3. Frag and a flash for Altex. Point blank is Grim, gets the fight in the back. JT kills Glaive. And Altex is hanging on, but on the reload, Grim just rounds green. And even then, there's still no additional players for Astralis. You know, we saw JT kill the first rotator, left Altex stranded behind green. Blame F's in T-spawn. You know, if things had gone a bit better, then maybe he gears up for the late lurk. Instead, it's looking like complexity. Straight to 7.
We could freeze frame the round at the moment that Astralis are on the A site. After kills go down both ways, Glaive gets one and falls back. And complexity already thinking about where's the next site to go to. And let's compare them to a team who's playing like, you know, ultra modern CS like Heroic. They would already be checking on the ramp again, you know? They wouldn't have gone for an aggression at the beginning of the round and then stopped. They would have come back and made sure they would have had a plan to come through with a double peak on the ramp, and I think that's what's missing right now for Astralis. You don't want to see that timidness. Right, again, especially if it's a situation where unequivocally, if we measure up the players, Astralis should have this game in spades. Why are they playing as if complexity have them, you know, 1-for-1 on individual players? Why are they playing without information? In a lot of ways, the game is speeding up for the CT side. And the best teams are the ones who play with info for the most amount of time in each round. The least fog of war over and over again. It's no surprise that even if Altex is there and he stays alive and gets a kill, it's still a really hard round for Astralis to win. They lose the site. It'll inevitably be a retake. And there's not even anyone there to protect Altex. He's the one guy who rotates over. That's just called splitting the difference. That's just like clocking in and saying, we're going to get someone to B because it might be B, but that's not knowing, you know?
Yeah, certainty is powerful. Right now it's all complexity. There were definitely a couple moments in that last one that could have been Astralis' opening. We saw Device using the Akinder smoke, looking for the contact. Fang gets timing, slides into it. Gets the better end, nice boost towards mid. Could have been the kill versus Grim. He chucks a nade back at them for 3 damage. And Complexity's loss yesterday, I'll say as well. Grim was very absent.
Grim was not there, yeah. When it came to the nuke upper holds, it's pretty much all Fang, to be honest, so.
And with the uptick of complexity at the start of this year, it was Grim, right? Trying to be the best in the US.
Well, Buzz has to be careful about going too far. Oh, he has a good spot, but it's not rocking back and forth.
Pistols, though, 2 of them here. I don't think there's a chance to grab that gun. Device will be just relegated behind Tetris. Glaive's coming over.
No mollies means this becomes a whole lot harder.
They're not going to move. JT better clear close. Oh, takes damage. Gonna try to press his luck versus Device. Floppy coming up close. 2 CTs still here, point blank. It's gonna get weird. They've lost Device. He's dropped the bomb. There's 15 seconds. He's got the op, misses the no-scope. JT gets that one back. Blame F on the flank. But at what point does he run? And that smoke's gonna deny him his vision. Still a very winnable clutch with JT on such little bits of health. Device has done enough to set this up. Floppy just waits back on quad, and Blame plays time. Waits, and sees nothing as it fades.
And now they know he's here.
He's thinking about quad, checks the close wall, spotted out by JT, anticipates the peek. A little bit of shave damage first, falls back, bomb's ticking, and he doesn't even play it out. No kit.
Yeah, no kit, no nades. And what he feels like is his one chance to win is
Can't
gone.
get the exit. All falls apart.
Flash to escape, and that's it. Complexity will walk away with a win. It was a nice play from Device to try to get something going. But that's just about it. I think Buzz felt like, at first I looked at Buzz and I thought everyone had guns. So I was looking at his position. I'm like, he's overextending a bit here, obviously. If he has a spot here where he needs to be worried and responsible, you maybe don't want to go all the way out. But with all the pistols behind him, I think he had just a bit more vigor to try to bring it. And unfortunately, it was him dying. No trades behind it. And then everyone one at a time giving it their best shot. Another boost from Floppy.
He's got him pinned. They're stuck behind the wall. Teammates spamming, but Buzz comes up with a very important kill. Gets them both back. Glaive, dangerous game. He's got support from Blame F. Oh, perfect.
Hit him.
Glaive knows exactly what's up. Can't capitalize just yet. Altex extends to the 5 versus 3. And this is Complexity trying to go for the run boost at B, the boost behind the ramp smoke on A, so plays on both sides of the map, but Astralis looking like they're going to take away a 4th.
Buzz was in a hard spot right there. He knew he had to take care of Device, who's on wood wall. Could have got spammed. Device was full blind. And Buzz was crouching so that he had a headshot angle in that fight on stairs. But what was important was that he hit the shot. Totally changed the tides.
Every Dane's dream, but every Dane's nightmare. You have to save Device. Yeah. No pressure.
Yeah,
right?
Seriously.
Well done, though. Not falling victim to another floppy flyby. Glaive's still here. Good trade from Fang, but it's little health for the 2 that are left. And they're going to get caught off by Blame F's position. He'll close this one with the double kill, keeping 4 alive for Astralis as they also take that 4th round win.
I think my favorite thing about Buzz is just the review that Device has left for him, where he was actually the guy that Device just spent a lot of time playing Face It with, during his time off. And he said that we just haven't seen what Buzz can do yet. And of course, that makes sense. Altex played a lot in the Academy League, and we see the Academy League regularly take wins versus, other Tier 1 teams. Astralis Talent just beat Big, in a best of 3.
Mavs NXT beat 9.
Yeah, exactly. And Buzz doesn't have the experience that Altex has at that level, so he's getting thrown into the ringer. But for me, if Device is one of the few players that if he gives a review of somebody we haven't heard of, I'm going to take his word for it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm going to see that one through. And of course, there's going to be a special onus on him to personally help Buzz get better. And you can see it in some games where Buzz has big maps. He does. Just very, very inconsistent, of course, as is natural.
All right. Waning moments of this first 15. I don't feel like we've seen too many ops on Sonic. Happy to be playing the AK for this half. But he's got one here in the 13th. So does his counterpart. Device over towards A ramp looking for something, but it's going to be Sonic in mid first and foremost. Ooh, Glaive steps out. Can't snap it down, but the boost behind the op catches Altex as he joins Glaive on construction. Weird there. 2 layers of engagement from both teams, and it's only Complexity that come out with the kill. Glaive still floating around. Would have known there were 3 players here just moments ago. How many remain behind that smoke? Device has been postured and waiting patiently with no pressure out of the start of this round. 35 seconds. We burned a lot of time off with nothing but that slight mid-engagement.
This rotation is so key, because if Heaven's about to be attacked with the B-side hit, it comes down to JT, and it comes down to Blame F, and now a timing, the spot will come out, but there's 2 players still in this site.
Perfect. Glaive, Blame F. They get both, but there's still this all-in from the B ramp. They've got 5 seconds to spare. This one just fell flat. They were chasing the player deep into CT, but with the 2 inside of the site, that's a set of eyes on ramp and 1 to help construction. Astralis with the right pieces in the right place, with just the right amount of time left to get at least 1 more.
Yes, that's one where, you know, it looks scary for BlameF, but it's sort of a big bait, you know, because they're thinking if they're going to split B, it's not versus 3 players like this. So a 5v4 answered back with this setup as they start to get tunnel vision on making sure they can trade blame.
Yeah, both players just chasing deep CT, didn't even think about the site. Were no concern.
Yeah. Even that guy wasn't alone.
All right. Real chance to recover the tail end of this half. 2 straight, 2 to go. Tech9 on Grim. Limitations for Complexity to round out what has been an otherwise successful T half. They got one stuck behind sandbags. Blame goes for the peek. JT caught device and a second.
That's massive.
Nice turn.
And now
out of the South African. Flash goes deep with 1 along the yellow wall. That wall player on short could serve up a very real issue. Yes, sir. Catches JT. Altec swings off the jump up. And now we're going to get the answer back for Complexity. It's a back and forth affair with a minute on the clock and options open.
Total reset of the situation. Complexity have to weigh their options, but I think one thing's for sure is that these retakes on A have been very slow, so it's actually a good idea to try to punish it. Now, heads up from Buzz to say, all right, let's find out now. I think Altec should already be rotating in this spot, and he'll start moving.
This is one of those ones where you've got both the newcomers of Astralis.
Yeah.
You know, how much backseat gaming are the other 3 doing for Astralis right now?
You got to let him play. You got to let him play. Maybe talk about it after, but...
So let's see what the kids can muster up. Meanwhile, Complexity crossed quietly. Altec.
Oh no, his gun really showed.
Barrel got spotted. Oh, he got the dink as well.
Yeah.
But the AK bests him, puts Buzz to the 1v2. He's got the full set of nades. Catches Floppy point blank. Grim also behind the wall. That spam just off the mark.
Oh my God.
He seems to know it.
Yeah, he's reading it right.
He's locking it in, but then... the last couple shots.
That's well done.
Buzz didn't let off the possibility that Grim had stayed tucked.
Yeah, he saw the person coming close to the steps and said, hey, any smart team's going to do this with both players. Let me believe in this. Almost Grim got away with it, but no, Buzz was too careful. Really well done. And it was Buzz's speed in the first place to retake A, which got him to be in time to get the first kill for free. So the round win starts early in that regard.
GT. Ooh, damn. Flashes. Finding both sides blind. Buzz opens up. Him and Altex again. Oh, wall bang. Here we go.
Yeah.
Buzz getting it going as Grim comes in from mid. Device is that 3rd layer of the B-hold. And so Astralis have certainly put up something to be proud of towards the tail end of this one. They finish with convincing fashion. Shut down on that B site. Buzz got some revenge.
Let's read the assignment we have for today.
Welcome to the Esports Audio Challenge. You'll be given top secret audio mysteries to solve.
Only by listening to the audio from a play, you will have to solve the task.
Let's see if your brain can adapt. Good luck, detectives.
How many were killed? Where did they plant the bomb? Amount of orbs in play?
How many AKs were reloaded and how many AWP kills?
Let's listen to this once and see how it goes. Ancient? Yes.
Overpass are ancient.
Isn't it Overpass? It's the only map with water.
Ancient as well.
1 reload. 2 kill? Yeah.
That's an AWP kill. Yeah.
1 wait. So like 3 kills? That's 4? 3. Oh, 4, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think they planted the bomb B. Because you're here like on the ground. Yeah, I think he planted here and went back straight here.
But he double zooms as well. You don't double zoom on B as well. We'll start over.
But I don't even think he died there or what.
but there's a zoom afterwards.
Yeah.
How is it only 5 kills though?
I feel like it's a clutch at the end of the round.
Yeah, but it's a T clutch, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah, if it's
it must be 5.
Yeah, at least.
That's a kill.
An AWP kill.
Yeah.
And there's definitely 2 AWPs.
Yeah, at least 2.
Yeah.
So let's say 2.
There's definitely 2 AWPs in play. We know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're missing something.
Yeah, we're missing a lot of things. Yeah, 9.
Say 9, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think this might have been Banana.
This has to be B.
Yeah, they boost him, he shoots, they shoot a little bit, they flash clear Banana, something like that.
Yeah.
We only hear like 1 AK reload.
I would say 3.
Okay,
2 or 3.
We go with 3. And AWP kills 3 or 4.
I would say 3.
Okay, and then AWP kills. It's
You get 3 at the end? Because it's a 1v3? Then we said you got leg
But
shot.
okay, then in the beginning we also hear AWP shot on the other side.
Yeah, but...
if there's 9 kills, then
There has
there's
to be
definitely
more.
like more.
Well, at least
kills.
1 more, yeah. But
You want to
can
say
I know?
4? You want to say 4?
just like for fun. Yeah, maybe I'd say 4.
How many were killed? It has to be all 9 people. Like, if it makes sense with the clutch, it has to be 9 people, even though we can't hear it. You guys spot on?
Yeah, I think so.
You guys spot on?
Who was the player? Rocky? Okay, makes sense. He's jumping a lot.
Yeah, just jumping around in clutch.
It was a clutch.
It was a clutch?
Yeah, anything right.
So Complexity's game plan of bombarding the B site versus Buzz out of the gate was working well until the young guns stepped up. Astralis closing the CT half with 4 rounds straight. On a map where we didn't know what to expect per se, Complexity came in prepared. Now they're going to play the defense versus Astralis, who may be more comfortable. Time will tell. But Buzz ends that half after getting dominated by Floppy 3 rounds straight at the very start. 13-6, top of the scoreboard for Astralis. Device is finding his op impact. BlameF was there with some late lurks. You know, the win conditions for Astralis are in place. And with a second half pistol to start it off, well, now we're talking comeback. To tie at 8, all you need is 3 more pistol round frags. Device looking sharp with 2 already. They flash JT off his angle, minimal amount of util. Floppy's gonna get pressured from both sides once Buzz joins him up ramp, but no need. This is flawless from Astralis.
Those are awesome flashes to assist and great kills from Device to open things up. And yeah, man, after the beginning of that half, Buzz going positive is pretty much a miracle for a B-side player. So the fact that he had so many shining moments towards the end, I mean, that does speak to his abilities. And I think one thing I really appreciated was when things were going wrong, we didn't see the same plays over again. I mean, he did pick new spots to play most of those rounds. Only a couple of repeats. So Astralis have set themselves up really well here.
I'd say individually, not only did he change up his game, but also Glaive very quick to give him the assistance he needed. We saw him start tethering with Altex. We saw Device come through with a couple opening op picks. It's like there were protocols in place to stop Complexity's success. It hinged nicely on Buzz also having an uptick in performance. But it was never like they lost total control of it. You know, the solutions came through.
Yeah, and it's like if a problem gets solved at B, that sometimes means that an issue was resolved at A. When some of the early rounds, they weren't taking map control on both sides of the map. So yeah, of course your B-side's going to be weaker if you don't even know if it's going to be a B-side hit. And while there were still some issues there, I think that's why they didn't win most of the rounds, but they definitely did a good job of recovering.
Now Glaive's looking to farm up some money. 2
money for Glaive here.
Yes, sir. A couple silver shillings. 2 golden doubloons.
Had those in Neopets.
Did they?
Because there were pirates.
Oh. What do the pirates steal in Neopets? What is there to steal? I feel like Neopets would be a world with no crime.
There's a treasure cove. Oh, no. There is definitely crime. I mean, it gets murderous in Neopets.
Yeah, the underground black market of Neo
giant
world.
snake up in the mountains that you can only come to when it's sleeping.
Okay, bro. Man.
Someone's never been to Jelly World.
Can't say I have. Yeah, yeah. I thought RuneScape was lame.
Okay. Make everyone mad.
Yeah, right. Someone's childhood's getting attacked. Send you back to Lumbridge.
Is that in the UK?
Yeah, somewhere like that. Quick trade on the B contact. Classic. B clash out of the gate. 3 players, both teams. But they'll cut their losses. It's Grim and Buzz dead. Ooh, Fang gets aggressive. Now, we were saying his name a lot, I think, when the T-side success of Complexity was hinging on that A ramp.
Yeah, he did some good stuff.
But then I feel like the game kind of became less about Fang, more about Floppy. Device erected over behind the smoke. Floppy gonna get burned into the peak. Takes one with him. Felt like he was gonna die there no matter what, so fought tooth and nail for it. Support and numbers advantage for Complexity, but an audio as he drops down. Clave chance to clutch, shut out by JT, who's honestly been offering up quite a few kills in these mid-round moments.
They kept looking for these moments where they were sure Astralis were about to throw utility or were throwing it. And for those split seconds, knowing that one of those last players were compromised, I like how fast they move in that regard. They set it up with all these double pushes.
Still, first round win in a while. That was 6 straight from Astralis. Ooh, Fang wants more. Oh, blame F. Fires a couple shots, gets some damage in return. Don't worry about that, it's just a trigonometry flash. Reserved for mathematicians and other scientists. Fang lucky to be alive, 85.
They keep making sure. And right now, they're feeling pretty confident, so see the double push onto short. I really like the CT setup more, but the HP low on Fang will help out Astralis a little bit. T start to encroach up the ramp. Are they going to be ready for this?
Ooh, JT peeks over.
Well, the flash is so good. Buzz can't trade.
All right.
He was totally blind.
So he gets stuck in the corner with his entire team alongside him.
These are the moves I was looking for Astralis in that first half.
30 on the clock, wallbang's a possibility. Bunch of kills over on the other side of Crane, but it's Fang, Sonic, and Grim to lay it all down. And Complexity to double digits first.
Yeah, that was demolition. And look, Fang took 85 damage, but what did they get in return? They got 4 players on the A site. For a time there, they were feeling very sure that Astralis were probably going to try to hit A. And if nothing happened for another bout of time, they could have gone back to the B site, but that's the information Astralis weren't getting to give them overstacked rotation. So look at this attack. It's not just 2 players on A, it's 4. One of them flashing on the ramp, 2 pushing off of short. There's too much to worry about for Astralis. Now they have no money to work with. Astralis will be the first, Complexity will be the first ones to double digits.
Leaving Astralis on just pistols too, so clawing back and getting the game tied up, only to have Cole pull ahead. You know, unfortunately, yesterday was a showcase of what happens without Device getting an average of 30 kills, and we saw the Astralis that got smoked. This evening, it's not even just the all-in Device. Astralis as a team looking better. Slow start has been made up for. Now you just got to solve this T side once guns are back in hand. Grim deep on construction. Floppy just safe on quad. No reason to show any skin, to die to a deagle. None of that business. Gonna force them to come at him. Grim looking for some stats as Floppy takes one to the forehead. This one's gonna fizzle out though, unluckily for Astralis. All is good to Complexity's favor. 11-9.
That's solid. That's solid. I mean, there's no money coming into this one, but The fact there's no kills here for Astralis is what's really relevant. So money starts to pile up now for the defenders. And we haven't even had to have many Grim rounds. This one's a stat patter, though.
Quick one, Buzz on the front. Ooh, blinded though. Yeah, sitting duck for Grim to pick up.
He was really careful about that. And again, it's off the back of good utility. They're just high efficacy flashbangs, and on that T side, Complexity missed a couple.
Yeah, that's true.
They said, what about today?
How about now? Glaive sees nothing, though. Very, very far back A defense. You know, for a team that we were praising in terms of knowing information on the defense, just a couple rounds ago with 4 players stacked up, this one was free for the taking.
Well, they do have good utility, and they still have a player advantage, so you know, one of the situations where you can argue for a retake.
Ooh, gap.
And it's their own bad smoke that allows Grim to get a kill.
Now this feels, you know, that little slight uptick in confidence that comes with a 5v3 and 2 belts of utility.
Just have to set up their smoke onto the site.
Yeah, you've practiced this retake 100 times. Let's see it. Spray from Device, just good for 1. Altex gonna have a lot of players to shoot at as Floppy sticks the defuse throughout all this carnage. Floppy, cool as ice. Sonic gives the cover off the top rope, and well, he was the one sat back alongside Fang, just waiting for the retake to come through. So Complexity, no sweat.
Yeah, just a big difference. You know, if they 5v5 retaked in that spot, that's what people did when the map came out. But you don't do that anymore. But after you get a kill like this, then yeah, you have to know how to play a retake. And if you have the utility to, you have every right to. They were not super sure about where Astralis wanted to be, but they also weren't the team that needed to get information in that spot.
Sure. But now they take a quick glance, see some early aggression, and Fang's frag takes Glaive. Pistols shredded to pieces. Blame F though, caught up with the AK. Ooh, there's a little life on this. You know, you get a bit rambunctious when the kills start coming your way easily. JT sliding out, taking that extra bit of risk. Altex, Deagle damage at a chat as that rap peak comes through. But it is indeed Complexity on fire yet again.
Yeah, now it's Complexity ball is rolling. The star is spinning.
Both teams with stars in their logos.
One's symmetrical. It can't roll that Astralis star.
Yeah, but we're in America, so it's the Texas star that's going to win. Yeah. The Lone Star. Astralis have 4 stars.
Yes, they do.
Ooh,
oh, Bang, did he hear that? No, he didn't.
But Blame F also didn't hear it, so they go tit for tat on the ramp. And where does that leave us? With Fang wanting more. Glaive gets close on the util usage. Second player's also got a nade out, so you know, with Fang's timing on the fallback, they thought they still had a bit of extra space. Man advantage for Astralis. Fang's still kind of left out on this aisle, but it's Sonic concerned with mid.
Device is only smoke now, which will leave a gap for Fang to be able to fight.
Okay. And if Sonic blocks off short side for Fang, yeah, just buys him a little bit more time to assist the op who's looking to go over top, but at what moment? Right there, tries to serve up a distraction. Fang dies. Smoke spam's not gonna find the bomb plant. There's an opera covering as well, so Sonic dies if he climbs up again. And Floppy, despite going on this expedition, pushing B, simply doesn't have the timing. So Complexity, good on Fang to draw back what was originally the Astralis 5v4, but then we see 2 get caught with nades out, thinking that Glaive hadn't actually pushed up.
I think they were between 2 minds a little bit. If Sonic and Fang pushed off short together, they could have fought together as well and took advantage of the fact that Astralis were a little bit low on utility, but Instead, Sonic mollies off short, which means Fang can't push, and then Fang has to sit there and inevitably get split. And then the play that Sonic makes is to go for the jump up, you know? That cute little jump up that you do when you're super desperate. It's really dangerous, of course, if they've gotten to sandbag, if they're coming up the ramp. You just don't want to try that too often. So if he hit the crazy shot, that would have been one thing. But instead, it was just Fang slow down a lot and then no real ability to counterplay. Now, this play from Glaive is what wins him the round, though.
Yes, sir. Ooh, and even then...
Wow, they have a good flash there, too.
I love those moments when players just look around like, Grim, you seeing this shit? Like, 6 bullets into the chest of Buzz, but Wild Blind gets the headshot. Sometimes c'est la vie. So Complexity's momentum put on ice for a moment.
That one's rambunctious, like you said. So I don't know if you want to like hyper-analyze it if you're Complexity. For the most part, I like what Fang's doing on the ramp. I like the setup so far on A ramp, and yeah, someone pushes through a smoke, kill a teammate first. That can happen, but what's important, what more important is you win the majority of the plays you're doing that with. And oh, right now Glaive doesn't know about anyone tucked up close, and he and Grim heard Glaive leave.
Grim's piecing together the picture for the ramp players.
Yeah, this is smart from Grim. Like, no reason they should just come back up this ladder for... Oh, okay, well. Maybe some util getting picked up there from Glaive, I'm not sure, but...
There's still a chance they just hit this B site fast. Floppy's worried. He's going to repeat. Ooh, loses the wallbang fight.
Nice kill.
But it's not like they go full throttle and fly out on that. Just creates a question mark for Complexity to try to deal with. And yeah, I like this. Put Device up next. You know somebody's going to be coming over to this B site. How far forward do they try to extend? And do they put themselves in that ops crosshair? He's got one pinned behind orange boxes. He knows it.
That's going to be hard to get a second chance. And now Molly comes up and
JT gets away.
Okay, but Blame. He's on to different tactics.
He's on his own page. Doing his own thing.
A really good lurk here could mean the world, but...
Fang didn't clear that close.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. They haven't heard anything on B, so they're starting to naturally get nervous. Fang's current option covers everything. But
will Fang clear this close again? You know, in his mind, he's already done enough.
Yeah, honestly,
so the first player's going to run in. For sure, Blame F gets this. Yeah, he's trying to line up a nade. Fang knows about it now, but he doesn't decide to pull the trigger on the jump up. He's going to wait for the retake instead. They know they've got Buzz locked in. And of course, Blame F, he also doesn't know about Fang, so Fang plays the patience game long enough that he catches one of Blame's teammates off guard. Down goes Blame F point blank. Device wasn't able to kill JT behind those orange boxes, but he can sure as hell close out this 1v2. He has got what it takes, and the first one's easy. JT steps right up. Grim, having recovered that score line, is on top.
Oh, yeah.
But it's Device who's even higher. 1v2 made easy. Blame F giving them an evacuation plan to that A site, and Fang having cleared along the left side of the bomb site, but just not deep enough.
I'm going to say that's Sonic's responsibility to clear that. He has an op to walk into this as well. So as much info as Fang had, he could have.
Sure.
But Blame gave them an option on A. There wouldn't have been one without his lurk. So this is well done, and a massive 1v2 from Device. That first shot was so fast. So the game becomes real again, and it doesn't look like JT's contributing much to the conversation.
Nah.
It's going to be a TC pause.
Yes, sir. That's the doctor in the office. Because Coach TC has a doctorate, you know.
No, he doesn't have a doctorate. Does he?
I thought so. Thought he was a doctor.
Oh, okay. I don't remember. I remember asking about this, and it wasn't exactly what I expected. But yeah, okay.
You better not be practicing without the right papers, man.
Better to assume he was a doctor. So yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go with it. As will Blame F, going with it into A, fast as possible, met by JT's deagle.
Uh-oh.
One of the best in all of NA.
Don't forget about Sandbag.
They have. Because Grim hasn't made any sound until now. Damage on the player towards short. Device gets away with 26 HP. And now Buzz is going to have to do what Blaine did last round and open up the other side of this map. We've got Floppy on his own, just hidden back on quad. He's been here pretty regularly. Wouldn't be surprised that they expect this position. They found him. He's going to lay down the smoke and just hold on for dear life. There's time to leave. They don't have to go all in, but then sure enough, JT drops bomb and things are gonna start to go south. Little bits of HP for the remnants of Astralis, and that nade almost kills Buzz on its own. Device peeks up, Sonic bests him, and there it is for Cole. The response straight back. They're coveted 14th.
Yeah, 14th, knocking on the door. And what I'd love to see about this is how fast it's JT as the first rotation in to come and help. Like, Floppy has a good spot that where if you molly it and you can't kill the quad guy, he's so hard to dislodge, and then you can't even think about killing the generator player, the heaven player rotating in, and look at the rotation is just flooded from the left side of the site. If Floppy's playing behind generator, JT can't come and make that peak. So that's the key. Even if Floppy can't get a kill, if he can't be killed, they can win off of that delay. It's a great spot to play when it's low numbers or late on the round, because there's less likelihood of a Molotov or enough utility coming out. So a final timeout will be called from Astralis this time. And that was JT getting the Deagle kill in the beginning of the round over on A too.
I unironically say it, that JT has a sick Deagle.
Well, you unironically say JT is the best Deagle in North America.
Yes.
Because one of those statements is a little bit more brave than the other.
That is... that is true. I stand by said statements. Ooh, Buzz, though.
There's some revenge for Buzz.
Yeah, right. He just wants a piece of Floppy. And he'll get one here in round 26. Ooh, missed op shot out of Sonic, too.
Oh, he hit him.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Device.
Floor bang.
On a quarter. But Grim about to give him a buck. Blame F doing what he does. Creepy crawly play up ramp.
Nades now, though, and then Grim, surely he peeks when this molly gets thrown.
Oh, look, they all have nades out. Nobody's ready. Grim, great chance. What? 6 snap to Blame F. Oh.
Is there a short player? No.
Okay.
I was like,
how did JT get there? Like, we were just talking about how fast he is, but that's impossible. So JT on the fast flank.
What the hell?
Slides a couple rounds over the box, catching Altex in the head. Glaive gonna get the plant off.
And the flank is in.
Already in the forklift room. Buzz didn't see the knees.
Yeah.
But now he's locked in and waiting for the possibility. JT is the player with all the health here for Complexity. And the other 2 CTs just kind of crawling out from elevator and back shelf. Buzz right there. And he drops JT in a heartbeat. Smoke over towards short makes it awkward, but Complexity don't want to run this risk. All the money on the line. An AWP and an M4 to be saved. They will allow Astralis to take 12.
Nice spray transfer out of Grim. Back there on Henny. He's always good for a moment like that, but yeah, of course, no way that he can fall back in too many Astralis players coming up close. So overall, this one's like the same way Complexity won in the beginning of the game, which was killing Buzz with Floppy out, be fast. Now it's Buzz, giving him a little taste of that play as well.
That's a there's 5 people on my screen moment.
Yeah.
And the brain is processing who to snap.
That's a great job, though. Yeah, that target selection in that moment. So, oh, what a move.
Let's go.
It's the chaos drop. It lives forever.
Yeah, hit him. Hit him when they least expect it. Sonic straight into the fire. And now Fang right back where Grim was, but yeah, nice.
Oh my God.
Device. That's so sick. So sick.
Sacked him.
I was going to say sexy, but it's Device, so that's implied.
He's going to hear the B plays, but there's no CTs here to stop B at all from coming in. So that's nice. good, clean round here out of Astralis. And this is no small one as well. We saw an Antique already kind of lost. So to get to 13, to keep things interesting.
Of course, the 2 weapons they come through with also saved. And you started it all off with a 5 versus 4. You took your chance. Shoot that shot. Floppy wants to bait one over so that he can also grab a gun.
Astralis could absolutely, of course, win Ancient. It's a good map for them to pick, but Complexity winning Vertigo is already very impressive. Again, I think before the game started, it felt like Astralis were going to be much better than yesterday. But what we didn't anticipate was how much better Complexity were going to be compared to yesterday as well. So here it is, the Chaos drop in HD.
One man from South Africa takes it upon himself to save NA. Poor Buzz. Poor Buzz.
And that's kind of what Device started doing there for a bit too. Say, hey, why take a rifle duel straight up with a T attacking? Let me put an op in his face.
Yep.
Okay,
Sonic
so this
taken elsewhere this round.
This is the round that could very much dictate the outcome, the winner of this game. Dare I say the winner of the series. Lots of money on the line here for the CT side.
Oh. Back-to-back rounds, they just spam away a Complexity player on the A setup. That's going to keep Sonic fixated on the ramp, but Astralis wasting no time moving elsewhere. They've already got enough pieces in place to hit this site. We're starting to watch Complexity shuffle away. They think this smoke may be respected, and it might be.
No, but they're about to clear the A ramp, and yeah, the CT's got to think, well, it's time to get back into place. They're not going to see anything for the time being.
But how far forward can you go? You've already got T's right around that corner.
Yeah.
In fact, the construction player almost just got caught. Floppy kind of on his own here. 2 instant kills come through from Astralis, and we are staring a 14th round win for Astralis in the face.
And this save is so key. I mean, it's actually the difference between being able to have anything next round. No one's touched match point just yet, but Sonic's got to be very careful. Okay, Flick comes in, and you don't want to do too much in this spot. It's about staying alive. They're going to be hunting.
Yeah, this is no guarantee. You're getting pinched from both ends. Double T's in the corner. That'll catch him off. Blame F. Oh, yikes.
Oh my God.
Can't actually clear the Opera. Sonic's got a real chance to get away.
Now, they don't know where everybody else is. Sonic, he's going to make the move to get out.
Run for the hills.
This sets up a pretty interesting situation for round 29. Now, again, they wouldn't have been able to afford an op in this situation.
Oh my God.
Whoa. How much health did he have?
He had 12, and then it took 1.
All right, Sonic, you're the op that wouldn't exist if you didn't survive in the save. It's round 29. The buy is going to be very poor behind Astralis. We've seen some proactivity at the beginning of rounds out of him. They're going to need him now more than ever. He's got to guarantee this opening kill. Otherwise, Complexity could throw away a map that they picked and a map that they really showed a lot of good stuff on already. Couple of good opening moments here from Astralis, so to get back into this, where they're spamming down Complexity in the spots that they're staying comfortable in. On top of Crane with the smoke, behind Yellow, sitting Henny to start things off. Astralis have had no friction with those 2 frags, and there's been no trades back in those moments. So no surprise they closed the 5v4, but very smart about how they go for those opening attacks.
Yeah, I think both halves have just been evidence of Astralis' adaptability. Complexity's game plan in each starts strong, but yeah, you're right, dude. That op is everything, huh? It really is everything in this round. Deagle and util for JT, MP9 on Fang. The Opper has revealed his position already.
Yeah, that flash popped too perfectly. He didn't see anything, and he shot. And that's information for Blame to speed up.
Yeah, he sees this as an invitation. Fang point blank on the MP9. Oh, wins the duel.
Oh, it's a good angle.
But careful now. Careful. Device gets smoked out.
Oh, they hit him.
Grim reaches for the MP9. A curious opening here for Complexity.
Oh, the boost.
Perfect timing out of Cole as well. Fighting for this 15th. Glaive rounds the top of Crane. Now it's still not armored players for everyone. And with Glaive getting an additional frag, there is still just more pressure on Fang. He's gotten all 3 so far. And now he's just locked in behind the box. Buzz to peek on short. That's his 4th. Fang going above and beyond, but it's not all there just yet. Altex, the one player of the 10 who has struggled all map long, who didn't get the recovery like Grim, now has an incredible clutch queued up. 1v2 denied, and it is Fang's 4K that sets Cole up.
That was disgusting. That was disgusting. He did everything. And the last time he died, and the last couple of times they've lost on A site, he hadn't really had a chance to play back. Spam down into smoke, killed his teammates first, and here's a situation where he shows off a good angle to start and then uses their guns against him. But them assembling a boost at this timing. Even me with X-Ray, I didn't see it happening. It took place so quickly. So they used their smoke against him, they used a boost with the AK against him, and then they got so much out of it. And the fact that Fang plays that angle on the back of default so confidently speaks to the game he's playing right now. Fantastic output.
And Floppy versus Buzz. It's where this all started here on Vertigo. Poor Buzz, blinded. Double kill comes out of Complexity. And even though both times they had momentum, both times they were on fire in this map, that extinguished so quickly. Astralis picked up both pistols, converted for 2-0 starts each half. And when we get down to the nitty-gritty, that 30th round looks like it belongs to NA, but we've seen BlameF crack open this A site on his own previously, and he's gonna get one more chance. One final attempt, no reason to run. A map on the line, and a line of CTs already in position. Now the retake utility is not that good. We've got a single smoke on Sonic, double frag if they try to go for the plant. You can deny it with just that. And now you've got the op into Vice, shielded by the smoke, scouring this site for any kind of contact. A single point where he could unravel it all. 20 seconds to spare, they're gonna go for the plant, there's frags in play. They throw them, but it's not enough. And now you've got BlameF and Device in a post plant. A 2 versus 5 with the stars of Astralis ready to rock Complexity and push this OT. BlameF takes up position. The last bit of util comes through from Cole, and now the flood of counter-terrorists forward. It's Device with 1 and Blame a single kill as well. Missed snapshot up top, but he nails his second chance. And then point blank, it is Grim that gets what they need. A 30th round victory for Complexity for 16. Vertigo their map pick with a near non-existent past on this map. And they'll pull it out at the end. Fang's 4K, folks. From MP9 to AK into Boost, locks this in for NA.
Yep.
I have nades to retake.
I have full nades as well.
Holding
a gap. Can we throw the retake smoke?
Be under heaven.
Be
Be under heaven.
Waiting.
Nice.
Wait,
They
can
need
we
default.
take smoke?
Cross?
We can Moe default.
One could be a
lead technically.
You might sandbag after Aaron as well.
Yeah, I will.
I'm mulling
Come out
Ivy
with
when
me.
we go.
Ricky, you can bait me.
Retake. Okay, well.
Moe Ivy now.
Can you peek mine? Molly sandbag?
I did. Going out.
Going out with us.
Ivy.
Ivy. Dead. Smoking bomb.
Peeking ground.
I'll sticking.
Nice. Good shit. Easy. I was just running and shooting the smoke. That's really Ricky.
Nice.
Nice.
We stand here in the nation's capital where many a monument exists to some of the greatest victories in American history, and, well, we might need to get started on another one. Complexity have taken the first step here towards magic, towards madness, towards the playoffs.
Sure, towards the playoffs. I don't think we're quite ready for a monument just yet, but it does show the state of North American Counter-Strike. They're already talking about it after a map 1 victory in an elimination series. Yeah, this was an awesome game. Nice and close the whole way through. A lot of change-ups as well in it. I like the way Glaive kind of called like a change of pace towards the end of the map as well to like get Astralis knocking on the door, but bro, we called out a couple of the Complexity players to start this series, and they delivered. All 3 of them actually did. Floppy had his moments, Fang and Grim especially.
Especially, yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of what you need for this map to work, right? Because they sort of represent the bastions of different parts of the map. Yeah. And especially on the defensive side, if you have a weak link, it's going to be exploited. And talking about what they didn't exploit, what did work out for them, we've got Mahone standing behind us in the Mahone zone. Ready.
That's right. So we didn't exactly know what to expect from Complexity on this T side, but what they did show was some explosive play as well as some nice utility. So I want to break down this round right here. So round 7, 5v4 situation. The people to pay attention to here are Sonic and JT. They're going to hit the A bomb site. Now take a look at this utility they throw. So first, it's going to be a Molotov as well as a flash. Now with these 2 pieces of utility combined, they basically flush out anyone who's going to play towards this headshot position. BlameF right here, he's forced away from this spot. And what that does is it creates an opening for these players to come up towards ramp without having to worry about that player. You'll see that from Sonic's point of view, as he comes up, he doesn't have to worry about BlameF or anyone here. And what that does is it allows him to take this fight on this left side onto Altex. But another thing to pay attention to here is actually the timing. If you look at this right at this moment right here, the push comes in even before the smokes even pop. They're actually pushing in even before the smokes pop, and that's because by doing this, they're hoping to catch a CT off guard. And the reason why that is because typically, whenever these smokes come in, CTs will try to reposition. They'll try to reposition in front of the smokes, and by going before the smokes even pop, they're able to catch that reaction. That's why they push in before that time comes in. That's what allows Sonic to find this kill onto Altex. And as soon as the utility does get deployed, you'll see that BlameF here, he's pushed back by this utility here. At the same time, JT, he's scaling up along the right wall because with the smoke pop now, he doesn't have to worry about elevator. That puts Glaive in a very tough position here where he's getting sandwiched from both Ivy and the ramp side at the same time. And from there, Fang just finds a very easy kill, and Complexity are able to convert the round. As BlameF, he's forced to save. So really nice utility here from Complexity, but it's not just the utility, it's also the timing and the explosive play they have behind it that just caught Astralis off guard in the first half.
Thank you for the insight there, Mahone. You know, I'm thinking about starting his fan group. We're going to be the Zone Zebras. What do you think?
Zone Zebras. You guys going to have like striped varsity jackets?
Yeah, get it trending. Get it trending, folks. Zone Zebras. Let's make it happen. But let's talk about how Complexity made it happen in this map, because it was really just quite impressive. There were a lot of adjustments. There were a lot of Astralis catching up to what they were trying to do, and then the tempo shift maybe comes.
Yeah, let's start from the beginning, because I think that the start of this game, the first 8 rounds or so, Astralis wins the pistol, wins the second round as well. But from there on, it was the Fang show. I mean, like again, it wasn't like a huge volume of kills, but they were all high impact. Entry frags coming up, ramping, really dynamic, being aggressive, hiding in a smoke, waiting for his moment, finding so many opening kills at the A ramp that just allow Complexity. This is the round as well that Mahone just highlighted. Fang even gets the entry kill on that one before finding this one onto Glaive. So this really set the tone and got Complexity started on a really nice run when those entries are provided. Now a little bit later in the half, that kind of shuffled away. It was sort of floppy coming back into things. It was sort of floppy towards the later stages of the first half, who kind of carried it on from there. But Fang set the tone, and then the other guy that we kind of called out is Grim. But I mean, we even saw the towards the end, Fang with that quad quad kill as well.
Yeah.
And the run of the one saved off was absolutely massive.
That's the impact round, right? That saves this map for them. It almost certainly would have gone the other way. You're right, Grim as well, really showing up after a quiet day yesterday.
Yeah, quiet day yesterday, and actually a relatively quiet first half as well. Like when he was kind of starting into the slow, but the CT half was all Grim. He was so dominant. He did such a wonderful job. So you had those 3-star players. And we even heard during like on the listen and coming back in from the break, Grim being very vocal in the retake, kind of leading the retake, saying someone's going to be here. He gets the first kill. He's calling for utility to be used, telling his teammates they can bait him. He's being very vocal on retaking the bomb site as well. So a very good game for him put together, you know, pretty sneakily coming into the second half and just blowing up.
And my little insight on that is they were actually the first 2 players in on the stage, setting up their PCs, getting ready for everyone else. Grim and Fang sitting next to each other, bantering, having a good time with it. And I think they were both fired up after yesterday. I don't think they wanted to go out like that.
No, I mean, obviously you never do. We've touched on, I mean, Complexity, as we said, kind of probably looking really towards the end, like towards this break, like really excited for the end of this kind of half of the year. A couple other teams I know are exhausted, but I mean, the sentiment is always like, you know, it sucks going into a break, disappointing finish, right? You want to have something that you can be happy about, something you can be positive about. So attempting to find that here is Complexity at least got the first step forward, right? Map 1.
Now, looking at the other side of things, looking at Astralis, we did have a strong performance out from Device. He was looking newly renewed into this one, but it wasn't quite the domination maybe we got in Dallas. Still looking a lot sharper on that scope.
Yeah, much sharper. I mean, this was a really good game out of him, and I mean, he had some help too. Buzz had a good game. We kind of highlighted the 2 like younger players, Buzz and Altex, as people we wanted to keep our eye on, see how they're performing. Buzz did great here on Vertigo. I think Blame F even did really good on this map as well. Like his kind of lurks in towards the B bomb site, found great timings to give Astralis escape routes. But you got to say, Buzz had the 1v2 clutch.
Yeah.
He had a couple of big moments holding on a bomb site. So yeah, shout out to the young guy.
I think it was very clear that some of the game plan was to pressure Buzz, and he held up to it nicely. So now we're headed in towards Ancient. This is a map that Astralis has really been liking lately. What do you expect?
I expect Device to have another good game, obviously. I think Blame F as well. This should be another map where I could see him having a huge impact with all the different lurk positions across the map and able to kind of really punish rotations. You think moving up towards Red Room, you think like lurking over towards Donut, towards the 8 bomb site, being away from the action. And yeah, I have a much comfortable feeling about Astralis, but remember, Complexity, I mean, it's not like this is an unbeatable team, Astralis. I mentioned this was like a ripe for an upset with Complexity, even with a stand-in. And I mean, it's showing when you have those individual performances out of guys like Fang, like, you know, just those 6 rounds of where he's getting those hugely impactful entry kills, sometimes it's all you need. And I'll even shout out one more guy from Complexity as well, Sonic, who has been, you know, I've kind of termed it, he's been playing admirably. He's not the liability. But one thing that he's been great at is just having the balls to go and make plays and go and find kills with the AWP.
We'll see if they have the balls that are big enough to close things here.
They are.
It's back into the game for map number 2 after the break.
Welcome back. I'm Blame F. And Astralis are still the favorites for Unicorn, even though they're down a map, Mohan, even though Ancient is up next, even though Sonic dropped 30 kills versus Cloud9 in Dallas, the most impressive map that Complexity have put forth with this Sonic stand-in. And now we're going up against Astralis. I say we as if I'm part of the team. I'm not.
Blood thinks he's on the team.
I'm not. But we're waffling because Astralis, man, tight game, 16-14. Felt like it could have been theirs, but that 4K out of Fang, baby.
The fact is they can afford to lose that map because their Ancient is really, really strong. I think that result showed it was a good pick for Complexity, even though it was sort of a strange place to go. They didn't have many options. So despite the advantages Astralis have in this veto, Complexity are up a map, and now Complexity will just kind of have to see if Lightning will strike twice. Sonic 32 kills versus Cloud9, they won 16-13. Grim also had a great game, which might be a more predictable situation, but it's nice to know that your stand-in loves the map.
Yeah, for sure. We got dual Berettas on Grim with a whole pack of Astralis players coming at him from main. Oh no, body block. Altex wanted out. Blame F just shoved him forward, said go. JT kills Glaive on the fallback. That's the bomb drop for a moment. Blame, I mean, he feels that he's getting chased. That's correct. Oh, but a shot curved around the side as simultaneous kills come out of Blame F and Device. This one suddenly feels doable.
Oh, now it's really good for the T side. I mean, they don't know how far Device has gotten, and the CTs have to figure out if they're going to come back to him. So
Blame's never moved this fast.
That's a huge comeback into this round. That was 2v4 for a moment.
Man sprints all the way over, Device having cracked open this bomb site. Now the question, of course, will be, do they ever anticipate that Complexity have gone for a double long T-spawn flank?
Oh.
Blame F sees it. That shot right there, all he needs to know. At least one.
Without dying.
Maybe he saw both, I don't know, but there's a crossfire being set, and Blame F's just going to tuck into the corner, let Device serve up the distraction. Floppy's got the trade frag back. It's pretty even. There's no kit. And Device is crossed to the left side. You can see Floppy doesn't expect this. That peek from left side CT, he still thinks he's behind the big brick.
Yeah, now he knows, but...
No time. No kit, no time, no pistol for Complexity. What a bounce back. Simultaneous kills out of Device and Blame F from a 2 versus 4 to pick up pistol. That's 3 out of 3 as well so far this series, all the way of Astralis.
And the T-side pistol is so important on Ancient because of everyone having struggles on this half of the map. So, you know, what a start here to get it into the 2v4, but these 2 frags, that's everything. And it's not that they did anything wrong in particular, except for not double swinging on Blame F with the 2 players pushing. But they... Whoa, Chucky doll?
Dude, I hate clowns. Felt like it was in the house. We all float down here.
I didn't like that at all.
Hey, Georgie.
Ban clowns.
Yeah, ban clowns. And you know who else hates clowns?
Moses.
Yeah, Moses hates clowns, which is funny.
Funny to hate yourself.
Ah, dude. So my punchline.
Oh, oops.
Yeah. Device? Yeah. Smoke makes him wary, so he shoots through it. And they extend outwards. It's actually a perfect pairing on the desk right now, you know, because Moses is a clown and Darth Mike used to be a mascot. Look at that. Synergy.
I thought I was laughing with them, but it was actually just at them.
Device. Holding off for the floppy peek. Ooh, Famas bests him.
Uh-oh.
Interesting.
And they can get
gun
and go away. Get away.
Get and go gone.
Starsky and Hutch, they're out of there. And the flank into mid?
Okay.
Oh, it'll be spotted both ways. Smart of JT to look back so the gun actually gets dropped maybe a little closer to them, but they can't get it. Oh, what a shot from Sonic.
Sonic, and then Floppy with the Famas, a second on the round. Buzz just wants to leave with bomb. He's down to just 15 health. A second round where there's an evacuation plan put forth.
No, he can't plant. There's no time for him to get over to the other side of the map. So
Wonders, they've lost.
They've lost. Complexity pull it back on the second round.
No way.
Look at that shot from Sonic, though. The composure on the Deagle.
With the cannon, with the hand cannon.
That was the kill.
Slammed him with the hand cannon. Well, bam. Damn.
Big frags all around. T rounds so key, but no conversions. This is going to be one of your easier opportunities to get a head start.
Also, Device was sat in that corner waiting for any point of contact, you know, and it's Floppy to peek it with a FAMAS. Yeah, straight up bests him.
He was waiting for Floppy, and Floppy said, "What? You shouldn't be waiting for me, son. I'm coming."
Ooh, that's not good.
Oh. Well.
That's not ideal anyways. Grim is the only player with a kit. Buzz kind of sussing out this A site. And who's home? The half-health Grim because of that
HE
bounce back nade. Ooh, this could come back to haunt them. Grim throws out the Molotov, but we've already got Blame F beyond it. Yes, it cuts off 2 players, but this position on boost could definitely catch Grim off. He's going to think he can cross the box safely.
Oh, and he can.
He does. Blame F doesn't hold the angle. That's going to put the MP9 of JT forward. He clears it. They get man advantage, but now that's 2 CTs wounded. Buzz takes a bit of damage, manages to finish off the little left of JT. Grim still trying to fight tooth and nail. The Donut players come over. Man, there's so many people holding on by a thread. There they go.
On the molly.
And the bomb's now stuck top green.
What's going on, boys?
What is this, bro?
Everything's just like, whoa. And the kid.
Speaking of clowns, dude.
And the push.
42 people just climbed out of a car inside of the A site.
And they all died.
Yeah. Tragic.
Too soon.
Oh. Okay.
Wow. That definitely could have been worse for Complexity.
Definitely could have been worse.
The
objectively,
that boost is very common and somehow, honestly, isn't that strong. There's a lot of situations where it doesn't net you anything. You rely on people not clearing you. And JT was aware of Blame F being up there, and Blame F from that position has so many more things to watch. So that's the only thing about it. Of course, if, like you mentioned, he was holding for someone to come out of Donut, then they have a play. And so you could call that one too passive. The only thing I can think is that he thought, if there's someone behind default right now and I'm holding for Donut, then I'm compromised. So let me just chill. But clearly, what he needed to do there was punish Grim for throwing his nade from his molly from Donut.
Which I think, because of the Molotov having been thrown out, he knew he was ahead of whatever Grim had pictured in his mind. And I think with that piece of information, he should have been just slightly more aggressive.
I think that's very fair.
That's where I draw the line.
It's a good line to draw.
Very straight.
So now they just have this AK for Device to use. That's about it.
So the birds chirp. A flash pops and a quick glance down ramp sees nothing. How could this go wrong for Complexity? It won't. Ooh, yeah. Grim's going to topple them both. But that wasn't really the kingpin of all this. It's that Device AK, which also gets nothing. Floppy double kill. That's a fantastic round for Complexity CT side to start to boon.
That's a money maker right there. It's a feel-good start here for Complexity after losing the pistol, for sure. And the thing is, actually, it would have been better to put this out there earlier, but even though Astralis have a lot of great wins on an Ancient, I have seen some absolute tragedies within rounds, even in those wins, on their T sides. But everyone's looking a little bit rougher on T sides, so Complexity are going to have to put up a very, very strong half here. Astralis have honestly made a name for themselves on this map.
Opening kill looks good. Deagle out of Device. At least that one gets traded for the defense. Still leaves them worse for wear. B suddenly feeling understaffed. JT is about to have 2 coming up from ramp. More concerned with Cave and Glaive. Oh, dude, it was... Wow. That looked like Glaive could have got caught looking the wrong way, but JT was just a little too tucked. So 4 up for Astralis, all on Sonic. And as Buzz plants bomb, that's going to be Astralis' second. This one unfolded very quickly with that aggression inside of the A main push, and I think that just kind of snowballed it.
Seemed like there was a nice deagle shot in there somewhere.
Yeah, Device sitting over by green.
And Glaive was smart to molly into cave, but not peek with the molly. And then as soon as he saw that they pushed past the molly, that's where the punishment came in. But Sonic save is something. Complexity still have a lot of money to work with. Maybe it's time to bust out that op.
Yes, sir. Oh,
that was good.
Little jump spot out of Glaive. I want to see the deagle shots. We got that? Nah. Okay. I forgive you. This time. But as mentioned, money in abundance for Complexity. Let's see if it's a one-off out of Astralis. Utility doesn't backfire for Complexity out of the start of this round. Same jump spot. Same problem for the CTs. Pinned against the wall, but Floppy will be okay. JT starts to extend down ramp. Oof, just gets back around the corner. Glaive could have gone for the peak.
Wow, they stopped both bouts of aggression there for Complexity.
So a little bit of posturing here as Floppy gets a refreshing amount of utility.
I thought that was like a regret last round, the way that, oh, very dangerous. I thought it was a, oh, Sonic, where did he get that shot?
From top mid
Through
in
the boxes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, in the default, man.
JT saw the shadow. Doesn't want to force the issue. Doesn't need to take the fight, but Glaive will offer it to him. Wallbang not that far off.
Just so far away.
But it just welcomes the push out of JT. He's going to get a dink against Device. Trade frag out of Floppy with bomb down. Not only do they survive the 2 bouts of aggression, both inside of Jaguar and up ramp, but then they throw a bit of their own into the mix,
they
right?
Keep coming back, which is really
a little spice on that one.
It's admirable. You got to appreciate that gusto out of Complexity, even when their tactics go wrong.
Wonder if Sonic saw a glimpse of Buzz diving behind the boxes.
I want to know if that AK was sticking out, honestly. But I don't know why he would have been holding elbow in that position, so.
Altex can't get through that one. Blame F was trying to make mid-space so that the rotate could open up, but 2 players holding. This one's toast. No avocado.
No cayenne.
Not even margarine.
Margin.
But a migraine early for the Danes.
People don't even use margarine anymore, do they?
I use margarine.
Oh, you do? Okay, sorry.
Oh, we saw the top of his head. Okay. Very, very visible. Dude, you looked at me.
I thought we all agreed to use butter.
I was gonna say,
through the 2010s.
when I said I ate margarine, Mohan looks at me like I'm a cannibal or something,
Yeah,
bro. What was that look?
That's I just haven't even heard that. You know, that I can't believe it's not butter from so long. I thought they actually went bankrupt because of the lack of margarine users out there. But okay, no shade thrown. Okay, listen, it's healthier. But honestly, I can believe it's not butter.
Butter's better. And a buttery smooth start for Complexity after getting past that one upset round, including Device's deagle. So, what comes next? You know, I'd like to say I'm glad this series hasn't had like too many upset rounds where half buys end up working. I can really just remember Fang's 4K, which went from MP9 into AK. That was like the one on Vertigo that pops off the page for me. And
like to say that both teams have been doing well, like playing well, yeah, for sure.
Good CS. We got 30 rounds of clean CS out of these two, which after their struggles yesterday, I was concerned we might not get the best from either. Obviously, Complexity have a bit more of an excuse.
Jet lag?
Yeah. Hey there. They don't have the weapons for the job, but they do have the positioning. Gonna try to swarm this site. Main players just shoot him in the back of the head. Grim, he's pinched. No way. Why'd I say it? All of a sudden, pistols looking like they could work out. A little bit left for JT. Gets away from the engagement.
Big flank. There's a big flank.
Yeah. All right, this is still going to get hectic. Altec's back turn. Second player against the wall. Floppy's going to end it.
Was never a problem.
Nah, not even close, dude.
No anti-ecos are going to be up for debate.
Does Floppy look concerned?
Not even in the slightest. Even though his teammate only had 12 HP coming in from Donut, it was a done deal.
All is good. Buzz, look at that. Obviously, Sonic so distracted with all the players CT.
We do see some uncomfortable positioning out of Sonic, right? You know, you can't blame his teammates for being in the spots they're in, but he has to be worried if they're coming in from that position. His teammate up on the boost can't cover a main for him in the way that he wanted to. Maybe if he was holding a little deeper, maybe he should have been.
Could have been. But it's guns back in for the T's. Device has got an op. Another rough start for Altex. But we really no longer are in the realm of, I was going to say the Device 30 bombs.
That was really risky from JT knowing the op was there in general, but you live and you learn.
Floppy cuts off the cave push. Makes it a bit harder. Oh, nice kill.
Uh-oh.
Scott Sonic stuck on short, and he peeks into Device, so Device not going to give any room for Complexity to breathe inside B. And step by step, piece by piece, this one goes wonderfully for the offense.
Tiny bit of grief there between Sonic and JT on this round. Floppy, he showed up for an honest day's work. He had a good angle, he just lost the duel.
Yeah.
Full credit to Altex on the clear.
Brought his lunchbox, his hard hat.
JT crossing back and forth. Long B with the op, you know, use a flash.
Yeah. He was begging to get plucked by Device.
It wouldn't be NA if it was perfect. Neither of those two players are from NA, but
well, maybe that's the problem.
Yeah, we do have an off-season coming up.
Okay, bro. Hint, hint, Jason Lake. I still remember Katowice at the start of the year.
Replacing JT would be the most ridiculous.
The most ridiculous
place to start. So
I remember the start of the
put that out there.
After Kato, when you know Complexity were mere rounds away from getting on a stage, top 6 at Katowice, one of the premier lands of the year. I was at the hotel afterwards. I was like, "Listen, guys, tough break, you know, JT, but still, man, you gave us something to cheer for. I appreciate that." And he said, "Yeah, we do better if they'd give me more than NA players to work with." Like, damn. But he's got a point, because 2 NA players just got shredded in mid. Fast play out of Blame F. Instantly into the engagement. Astralis are starting to pick up this pace, and they will reap the rewards. There is nothing inside of this B site. Now they can go back to what worked last round. Slow squeeze, looking at contacts. With nothing here, no rush. It's straight up Blame F to win a round with an instant 2K entry out mid.
I mean, let's let this position speak for itself. With no context clues here for Astralis, they'll have to pick a site relatively blind, but which one do they feel like it's going to be? Bomb still outside of B, however. No real reason to just run away from this.
Concerned, but for no good reason. All is good here. 5 surviving. This is excellent for Astralis. Now the T side starts. But it all comes off of the Blame F aggression.
Yeah, using that config spawn basically to get out of mid quickly with a flash, that'll work. Sort of like Cash in the same way that if you play the A site, you know, you've got someone coming out highway, and they don't go around from truck back to highway. They go out mid with you. So if there's a fast mid play, they can fight with you, and then they go towards A. And here, you don't start going out to donut the slow way in these setups.
I've heard people saying that the Ancient is the new Cash. Do you co-sign such a statement?
Not really, no. I just don't really see it the same way. Maybe it's just the angles that don't feel anything like it, but the slight elevation, it's got the green. Give it that. There's comparisons between every map for some of the similar reasons. But maybe in that way, at least. So make no mistake, a small lead on CT side is not enough for Complexity to feel good. You could say at least they're in the lead, considering this is such a strong map from Astralis. They should be able to put up a good T side versus Complexity. But with the starts we've seen, some of the CT rounds so far, Complexity have shown that they're ready to go here. They could have assumed Astralis would pick it. They seem adequately prepared.
They're running into a problem, and that is Device and BlameF off to hot starts. They have met the win conditions of Astralis. Round 10, and Grim's looking to get fast. Kind of got caught up on the peg outside of ramp, and that'll give BlameF a good chance to claw it back, but it's still an opening kill. It's an MP9 for a frag versus Altex. Deep control already here for Blame.
It's an interesting spot because for the moment, A is completely unwatched, and now the runaway with a second player coming in. This is a good bait to try to get Blame to lurk. They're looking for this, and Sonic can't hit his shot. That's a beautiful kill here from BlameF, but trade back once again. There will be no further players from the T side coming in, so sort of a reset of the situation.
Floppy's still sitting back on B site. He hasn't moved a muscle. It's an easy upgrade for Fang as well, from an ump to an op. Now, usually they're finding Floppy inside cave, so to see this all clear for the taking, it's going to have them on high alert. Astralis going to need to check these corners, but in reality, they're all smoked off. Spam damage, catching Buzz on his crossover. Retake will have to feature Floppy on the only defuse kit. JT and Fang to have to offer something, and what do you know? Buzz gets finished off now. Glaive hears it coming. Quick kill to Floppy, second on JT. And poor Fang just has no way to post this op up.
Ooh, gun's just too expensive, isn't it?
Gonna go for the save.
Two players ready to trade, so Astralis will win that. Now that's a pretty back and forth situation here for both Complexity and Astralis, where there are good moves both ways. I'm going to say that the bait setup for Complexity was nice because it showed us that they knew where BlameF was. But the fact that BlameF gets to kill on Sonic with the op in that position, that's a bridge too far. Fang could have obviously swung right there, but there was no reason to. It was a good play for Sonic to try to move in, but it had to be the first bullet for Blame, and it was.
I feel like without this kill on Sonic either, then Blame's going to clear corners. See, I'd already heard somebody leave CT, so third layer in Fang.
This Glaive was actually
great second kill, right?
To be honest, that actually makes
trade.
the round as well.
Yep.
And look at that, no money here. Great round for Astralis to win.
Problematic situation for Complexity.
Oh.
Hey there. Was that Moses?
And Fang knows that he's still here because he killed someone way far in the back.
Saved op though, Mohan. One saved op.
Yeah, that's true.
To make a world of difference. But it's already repositioned over to the B site where they did lose their first. And then Fang, catches the trade. So
bit of a hybrid out of Fang.
Doing what he can with the op. 5-7 denied point blank. Device is going to pick that up. Thank you. JT versus 2, and Buzz already prepared for it. Fang would love to pick up a third one, but BlameF's already crossed over this exact angle, so he won't be given anything.
And where the hell is Floppy gone? He's at Burning Man over in Spawn right now by himself.
Yeah. In a Mad Max costume.
On LSD.
Riding one of those big-wheeled French bicycles.
Or so he thinks. Scared.
So that's 6. Astralis on the lead. In the lead.
Good
on
example
the
of
T
the
side.
op doing the most that it can, pretty much, and then the T's avoiding it really well as well.
Yeah, they were very aware that it was really all that was saved, and probably all that existed in terms of Complexity's defense. Nice attempt by Fang, but too little.
Four straight for Astralis.
Back in the lead for the first time since winning Pistol. Feels like this mid-aggression from Blame F has really opened things up. Grim's gonna catch him on the jump through smoke though.
Oh, the flash setup was so good.
And a second. Grim's gonna end Glaive. Now it's just gonna bank on somebody getting something from the A exit. But Utility pressures them back in. Looks like they've done enough to stave off the hit for now. Altex versus Floppy. This could get interesting. Oh, it's gonna come up Complexity though. So looking like a tied game right back. Grim can afford a risk or two if he chooses to, but instead they're gonna walk right into him. He'll catch the dink to Buzz to really minimize their chances. Ooh. Beautiful quick shots, and he drops off outside map. See what else you can grab. They're so separated that there is the slimmest possibility. But I feel like we're getting into the realm of fighting fire with fire. Complexity have tried just holding off behind the smoke. Top mid, getting, of course, Blame closer and closer, and then trying to deal with it then. This round we get Grim and Blame kind of crossing paths outside of the donut smoke. Blame could have stopped to fight, but with the flash it felt awkward. So he just decides to try and get away, and Grim's able to capture him before he gets into donut. Had he got to donut, had that kill not finished off through smoke, then maybe problems for Complexity. But this one they'll pick up. Yeah. Feels like a second away from escape.
Yeah, with the smoke down in front of Donut, he had to set up that flash very quickly before it bloomed. And it worked out beautifully for him.
Fast B.
Looks like they might move into it in a second at least, but...
Whoa, whoa!
He's bringing it down the ramp too.
That's what I'm talking about, fire with fire. Last round in mid, this time back out from Donut. We saw them do it on the Eco with just the MP9. Well...
Now you can see some of the early rounds where they tried to scare Floppy out of making plays like this, but Complexity have been pretty relentless. They want to do this, and they're going to.
Flash attempts good. Glaive's got a lot of slack to pick up now. Bomb thrown down, Blame on the other side of the map. And so Complexity, by the looks of things, back in the lead. Floppy, multi-kill, 13 frags now to his name, only 4 deaths. So it feels like, you know, they tried to scare him out of the gate, and it's not like they ever started bullying him or just straight up out-dueling him.
They just caught him once with that molly kill.
And another time just straight up point-blank aim duel from Altex in Cave.
But he's kept the same energy regardless. That's worked out well. But to be honest, even at this point for Complexity, if it's not 9, it's probably not enough. So they got their eyes on the prize right now. Even if they've inspired some confidence with these couple of rounds. And unlike Buzz last round, Blame F will get out of danger. And Sonic's not having that life game, of course, that he had versus Cloud9. You can't expect anyone to do that, you know, back to back. That was already a miracle, even though it was really impressive. It's not even just having a game that good, because that would have been impressive for any player, even if they were active. But the fact that Sonic had had so few games, no officials for so long, and then was able to do that versus a top-tier Ancient team like Cloud9.
Yeah, with
that was
Shiro
special.
on the other side.
Seriously, that was special.
Yeah. Sonic's officials on Ancient have been versus Shiro and Device. Like, welcome back to competitive play.
Undefeated so far.
Yeah, right? Well, that could very well change. Will it happen in this round with a single AK Mac-10 Tech 9s? Maybe not, but B is
They're going to be far away from B right now. Yeah, lots comes down to these two players right here.
Let's see it. Floppy's been good. He's tucked in the corner, lets him come out. Only the one, though. Labored effort out of Fang, double kill in the end. So they've done enough. But what they've left is BlameF and Device alive and kicking. Now, there's no Kevlar for Device. Blame saved his. Molotov, of course, for them to play with. If he puts that on ramp behind them, now that they've taken forward positions on short and long, this could really screw with Complexity.
They must know now,
They do have smokes, though.
They know exactly where they can be. They have the cave cleared out.
So they smoke off long, they smoke off short, they deny all vision here for Astralis. They'll have to either light that bomb on fire, which could work, because the two smokes that the CTs had, but now JT can just stick it all the way unless spam damage comes out. Oh! He got it. Just before he dies.
Wow, using the second smoke could have cost them.
Mm-hmm.
That was very close, but they had every right to play that setup. They got the 3 kills they needed to. Even the rotations, even though the rotations were quite far away, they had more than enough utility, which was totally untested in the beginning of the round. So they have to trust that they can win a round like this. And Complexity picked 2 spots that made sense to play from. If they played from cave, they would have just got killed there or smoked out. So they gave it a try, but all right, you know. And even if Complexity get 9 rounds here, I'll still take Astralis to win this map. So let's see if Complexity can at least do that. But another great kill from Blame in the default in mid. This messes up your game plan for your B player, and it looks like Astralis will want to take advantage of this early. There is only a donut player, got very standard positions on A, so slow round is one thing, but you can't have a repeat of what we just saw with better guns here for Astralis, with a man advantage. And JT's rotations, they've been really good. Here's him joining the correct site. He'll call Fang over too. Oh, they're reading it correctly.
Just outnumbered, that's all.
Yeah. No map control taken here from Astralis. Just time burned off the clock, but now 3 CTs ready to fight.
We're going to end the half with the all-in B hit. Wallbang's off the mark, but there is indeed somebody tucked close. It's JT.
I feel like Astralis do want to leave this situation now, but go through mid if they want to.
Option's not open, and Floppy goes into the cave play, just cutting off Altex. Now he's going to try to go for the wall bang to distract them, sets up JT for the single kill. Bomb site clear, flanks good out of Glaive. An extra layer added to the cave play. Man advantage held on to as Glaive goes ahead and body bags another. Sonic's under pressure. Missed shots means a 7th for Astralis at the tail end of this T-side on Ancient. BlameF yet again at the top, as he has been on Ancient for the last 3 months. It doesn't feel like enough, but Complexity will give it a try.
North America, we had a thing called the do not peek bat. You know, it's a baseball bat. It was written do not peek because that was our biggest problem in North America, was over peeking, re-peeking. And then that guy would walk up and down the aisles of the land behind their team to make sure that no one would peek and re-peek again. Did you guys have anything theatrical like that at the Danish local lands?
We have a thing called Cocky or Crash chocolate milk.
Oh, yes. I love that stuff. I get it at the Netto all the time.
Pretty good, yeah. It's a competition. You have to drink it as fast as possible.
Did the handball players do that too?
I don't think so. It's a CSGO thing.
CSGO thing.
And then you see all those guys at the LAN events. I didn't compete in that, but a lot of people did in Denmark for those LANs. That's a pretty big thing, I think. Then you go through, and if you're gonna win the competition, you have probably drinked, I don't know, 6, 7 cocktails.
Okay.
So
you drink that as fast as you can, and then you try to win the match? So hopefully you're not lactose intolerant.
No.
Oh, must have been some smelly lands. Oh, 2 competitions going on at once. It explains how come Denmark got so good at competing.
Yeah, cock your crash.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's your time playing. You played, how many local lands did you say? 50?
Yeah, I think so.
50? Wow. How many did you win?
5 or 6. all in CSGO.
Yeah, pretty good.
Small lanes.
So you're like a Kerrigan then. You're a star player, and then you started to move into
Yeah.
IGLing afterwards.
Yeah.
So then when you watch your guys play now, I mean, now you're coaching for a tier 1 team. You got some good insights. You kind of know how to like operate in these organizations. Obviously, you've had a lot of time to play as a player, but is there a part of you that still wants to continue to play? Do you still have that itch?
Yeah, I love to play still.
Okay.
When we dry run attacks, then I'm ready to beat them, and we're warming up on those retake servers.
Yeah.
Then
nice.
I'm the one shouting most.
I want to use this as sort of leverage to talk about some other things, but before we do that, I realized I've just been sipping on my drink, and I didn't offer you anything, so would you like a glass of water?
Yeah, yes, please.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses, if you don't mind, for the rest of this conversation.
Pretty good.
You're on to new pastures, so I figure, you know, why not a new look?
What do you think?
You look
That's
awesome, yes. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands wearing those glasses.
Yeah. Thank you.
How's that? Refreshing?
Pretty good.
Beautiful.
And so we jump back to the second half of the second map between Complexity and Astralis, where BlameF has definitely kicked it up a notch, had a few rounds of dominance inside middle, and kept options open for Astralis' T side. They definitely have enough rounds to close out this second map, to extend us to a third, to keep their lives here in Washington, the nation's capital, where Complexity, that one round edge. Will it be enough on a T side? Complexity are the Unicorn favorites for the first time in this series. Even at the start of this map, Astralis still had the edge. Let's see what JT's got in store for us. Dual Berettas cleared out of the bomb site. So the only player within sight gets nothing. You know, we were sat here expecting maybe a repeat performance out of Sonic.
Yep, that's a big find, and they get out of it. Oh, Sonic ends up dying.
Dual Beretta's also flanking through T-spawn, now revealed. That's going to be the internal clock ticking, but a missed smoke.
Oh, it's bad. It's
yeah,
so
bad smoke, and that would have blocked off everybody.
That's a T-sided smoke now. Look at that.
All three players for Complexity would have been smoked off inside of the cave, and now Fang's found BlameF. Buzz has to stick this. They got to dive him. He gets covered. He comes off. And Complexity pick up pistol thanks to Astralis' smoke.
And if that smoke didn't exist, it would have been better for the CT side. So that was a really, really unfortunate miss. And Complexity will be thanking him for it. So the game suddenly becomes real once again. You know, 9-6, and you've kind of done enough on CT in most cases. In Complexity's case, you know, it's even more unlikely. They might have needed 11 rounds. Like, that's how much Astralis can do on the CT side. But with a pistol, they're going to be feeling good. But let's see if it gets ripped from their hands like it did from Astralis in the second round.
MP9 good in the corner. Ooh, BlameF can't get one done.
That's good damage, though.
Yep, device. Oh, swinging. Hits Fang as well. Still a chance. Glaive could just, ooh, talking about bad smokes. But this one gets covered. And Floppy makes sure that Complexity will at the very least find a bomb plant. Glaive 1v3, we've seen him in the past.
You know what?
Deep angles being held.
Okay.
Gonna clear Floppy. Now he's got the smoke grenade as well. That could definitely block off the donut play. Then he just has to find Fang. There's a Molotov on the play for Complexity. There's no kit here for Glaive either, so time could become critical. And Glaive's moving forward. Screw the smoke spam. Glaive, oh, there was a chance, but Fang's gonna lock it in. Double digits to Complexity. They laugh it off, but they did just lose 3.
Yeah, I think they wanted to keep it fast just so that if they, you know, they slowed it down, maybe they lose a complicated round, but seems like it was the right idea. Good defense put up by Astralis. I think that's why they're actually just going to be quite happy to win. I would say still the pressure remains on Astralis now. It's going to be a rough one. Complexity have a chance to make up for the lost players of last round. No investment here from Astralis outside of a deagle or two. Well, just Buzz, actually. And so far, 1 death. You know, if JT wants to call this half-fast, I think it's the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. They'll be rewarded for it. Single death, so be it.
Mid through Donut and A plays in general are the simpler routes to winning rounds on T side. Full A walkouts are always possible. Putting as much pressure on device to rotate to the right spot is everything. The B side is where it gets a bit more complicated with cave control and execs entirely. But nothing's free on T side, nothing.
Gets back. Still pretty tenacious pace for Complexity's opening mid-play. Ooh, that's a very welcoming gap on the smoke for Fang. Problem is he can't get an angle on the close left, so he's just got to play the gap to its strength, and it still works. Buzz steps forward, gives up the opening kill.
Set their own one-way, though, in the window. That set them up. And, oh, a shot missed from Device. That's the op-down. That's the entire site taken over.
Ooh, Floppy just goes big with the double kill.
Dude, this is 12. This is 12 for Complexity. And that was a solid round. A default overall. A tactic to get the one-way kill. All trades won. On top of 4 alive from that last round. So now Astralis have to win round after round just to elicit a save. And they're talking about saves. There are going to be maybe none on this round as Blame F is last alive and spotted.
Oof, but reacts to Grim. So holding on for dear life. Still surrounded. Yeah, I thought the fact that that smoke grenade didn't give him a vision to the corner was going to be why it didn't get them anything.
Oh,
but
boy.
Buzz actually drawn forward into it, and it worked out perfectly. Complexity had a plan, and it goes off to a T. Definitely, of course, helps that we've got Floppy's double kill deep B. The fact Device misses the op shot.
Yep.
You know, definitely moments there that could have gone Astralis' way, but instead, it's all Cole. This is all off the back of the first pistol they have won in this series.
So would be a pretty significant win, just this series for Complexity. You know, narrowly winning Vertigo is to be expected. I mean, it's an advantageous veto for Astralis. Really good plays out of Complexity, and it's just not the stand-in conversation. You know, I'm not really having that conversation. Yesterday, I could feel it. I could see where Sonic was a little uncomfortable. I saw one round in the first half of Ancient where I saw Sonic maybe wasn't aware of the best spot where he could play, where it was the eco round where they split A. Outside of that, it's just been not looking or feeling like that at all. And I don't think if Astralis did lose, that would be like, oh, we lost to a stand-in, you know? It's really feeling like Sonic's back in the groove of when he was playing with these guys.
Oof, but okay, well, there's that. Just blind fire through smoke. Missed util doesn't help. You got a 5-round lead, you got momentum, you've got gun advantage, and this one, sketchy start. Still definitely be recovered. You've only got Altex, Desert Eagle on cave, Device, same. Now one of them's dead already. Fire on Altex's feet, he's done.
That's a perfect tactic.
Burnt out, unraveled. MP9 from Buzz will be held in by JT. If he thinks he can clamber up the boxes, well, rude awakening awaits. Smoke on short side. An additional one to go down to block off anything that's left of Astralis, unless they get another smoke spray. Or a cheeky peek over. But nah, poor Glaive just can't get enough. That is 13.
Yep.
Folks, we have got the rumblings of an upset.
Yeah, we do. A pretty big one, man.
3 rounds away.
This especially big because of the veto, you know. So
it's especially big because Sonic's a stand-in too.
Yeah, Sonic, you know, not having Halzerk and but again, I don't, you know, I'm not feeling the negatives of Sonic being on the team now at this point. I think they're clearly working hard to make sure it doesn't feel like there's any issue.
Floppy's going huge. 21 kills, 7 deaths.
Yeah, he's such a great first half and just continuing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is a conversation. Like, all right, we're in the flow.
Yep.
So,
change nothing.
Change nothing.
Ride the momentum. Blame. Good internal timing.
Good tactics here from Complexity. Good executions. Oh, they're run out A already.
Dude.
Yeah, they had some pressure back on the mid site. Now, Device is going to hear this. So, okay, Grim will go down. How far does Device go, however? That's the question here. He's taking matters into his own hands.
Deep enough for a double. Complexity tried to skip a couple steps. Device able to lock it in, but what about a recovery?
He's been the X factor.
What if Floppy serves as an entry into the B site? He's at least drawn a rotator over, and Device, he's put himself in a forward-facing spot from Donut. He's going to catch one jumping up. 3 kills on a Device. That's what they needed.
Bomb not spotted in the situation, so Sonic will come up here with the op. And Device, he's putting up a highlight so far. Let's see if Sonic finds him.
He peels away from the top ledge peak.
Floppy has done so damn much this game, and it will end now in this round at least.
Sonic missed chance. There we go. Astralis, first CT round win. Take a bow, Device.
Yeah.
Because stopping that deep aggression out of Grim, deciding to extend just far enough to then nab the second.
Yeah, Grim got so far, but he just kept going farther. And it's like, after this, I mean, Device knows his itinerary has no layovers. He decides to come through, punish the next person out, realizing, like, it's not a full exec with Grim behind it. He just caught a lurk in the same way that Blame would have. Nothing to get too upset about if you're Sonic, honestly, at the end of the round. Oh.
And chance to get right back into the action. Buzz just caught Grim, though.
Oh, from through the smoke.
Twice. Complexity have lost a player to that. Floppy ends up dying to Glaive, who's somehow stranded back on ramp. Did they decide to go again? Got Device to worry about, but he's not in position this time. He's not inside of the temple. And they just drew Buzz off the play. But JT gets caught with bomb down on the ground. And unfortunately for Complexity, Fang is still so far removed, back in mid. Smoke towards temple indicates Altex's presence. No support for that bomb to go down, and Device soon to scour this site.
This is interesting, though. I mean, they're still setting up a pretty good situation, and Altex's smoke means he can't see.
Trying to take an angle while the smoke is still up. Once the temple smoke fades, Sonic's problems, well, I was going to say double, but now it's halved again.
He really wants to do something.
But he's got the bomb as well. If he dies, then Fang's got to go grab it. This goes from bad to worse for Complexity.
Oh.
Yeah, Sonic decides to jump in.
What?
I don't know.
Did he?
Bomb fell that way.
Yeah, that's a little weird for sure. Especially with the bomb on his back, but okay.
Fang really has no options, and this one fizzles out. Astralis, that's 9.
Yeah, that smoke down CT spawn as well. That would have been a guaranteed plant to work with.
Yeah, unless Altex decides to go for some like crazy run out temple and Fang is too preoccupied with, but I mean, that's not going to happen. Yeah. So
he wanted to win the round, so he wanted to make it a 2v2.
Yeah, look, he jumped in.
Yeah, that's just a bit too far, of course.
We'll label that ambitious.
Yeah.
And call it Astralis's. So 2 in a row bodes well for the Danes. No economic reset. Majority alive in this one.
The only faux pas for me there is just he does so much to get to this spot. If he if they don't have Donut, like Fang walked all the way through mid into Donut. If they didn't have that covered, then there's no real plant. But they came out of A main and out of Donut. So there is a timing here, and the smoke and CTs, they have everything they have. They have every choke point they need to get the bomb down. And at a certain point, you absolutely can do too much. So he was right. Someone was there, but that player was in a perfectly fine angle to sit and wait.
Lester Astralis that Buzz was able to get that smoke spam like Blame F did a few rounds ago. That would have just been another body inside of the A site with the pressure on. Now pressure falls to Complexity, trying to hold on to this 4-round lead with the 1 AK of Fang. Could always keep it simple. We didn't get to see how it went down either, but Glaive also threw himself, I think, either down
on Floppy, yeah.
Was it ramp or temple?
Had to be.
Or cave, excuse me. He just flew out somewhere, just took it to them. They'll go for the double nade out into B site. Device sees that as a beckoning call to post-op. Hit his shot, but Grim still stands. It's gonna offset Glaive's crosshair. Pistol's coming at him from all angles.
Uh-oh.
And Grim's just suddenly grabbed a gun. Bomb plant not guaranteed. Fire on the feet of JT. Smoke is temporary, so he goes for an unideal bomb plant, but still it's down. It's in the open, and he's barely standing as that nade takes him to 2 HP. The weapon is on Grim and on Fang, saved from the last one. Grim has offered up yet another.
They have to fight.
They've got to claw them back. They cannot let these CTs get their retake rolling. And already now a smoke properly put on Cave. They're going to boost. Fang, line of sight towards short. Nothing. It's a double kill towards ramp. Pistol comes through. Chaotic. And still enough. A 10-second stick that gives Astralis double digits.
Taking a glimpse at the utility. Massive advantage for Astralis coming out of retake. Even with the kill that came down, they had more than enough to work with. So absolutely. Grim coming back up the ramp to take a duel. That's what he had to do. The boost going well, of course. That's what had to happen. But the odds were still stacked against Complexity up until that final moment. So even though it gets a little awkward from Glaive, him getting one is enough. The amount of other advantages they have.
Nice try indeed. That was all just the AK of Fang, which wasn't even really needed in that, or really didn't do much. Grim from Tech 9 to A1S.
Now, this round could be key for Complexity because we can see already, you know, it's going to be hard to close on T side, but with the money in the position that it is, Astralis have not been winning dominantly. They have to be very careful. And, oh, what a shot out of Device.
That's deep. He was all the way on the other side of doors.
And Fang takes speed, knowing the opposite here. There's also no pressure in mid for once from Astralis side. Been Device or sorry, Buzz or Blame F in this spot, peppering shots through smoke.
Haven't really seen Red Room extensions out of Complexity.
Here's an interesting way to play this here from Device.
Catches JT off.
Love that.
Clean shot. Recovery attempt from Red Room, but while clearing corner, Glaive queuing up a second. Fang's got 2 players flanking him from Donut, and Glaive needs no support. 4 kills for Astralis, no response from Complexity, and that lead is vanishing.
It's a massive round out of Device. His kill on Sonic, and I like just the atypical position inside of Cave. With a rifle, you get like 20 damage, and then you're stuck there. Well, you also could die with an op. It's guaranteed, but you have to hit your shot. Otherwise, you're stuck in the corner, and Device believes in himself, but that's how you do it. To get impact, got to take risks like that. And with this round, Astralis, you know, build up a lot of money finally here on CT after the hard start.
Counter-terrorists win.
Floppy might be the one gun here in this next round, as the game maybe gets one step closer. Whoa. Oh my God.
Oh, poor Sonic. It's like, guys, I said I'd stand in, but I didn't sign up for that. Double boost behind the V. 4 straight from Astralis, looking to get on fire. Still guns for Complexity, though.
Oh, they did invest.
And Altex has been a weak point for the Danes. 8 kills on the map. Solo play in Cave.
Dude, they come in with such low utility. They can't default on this round, so we're going to have an idea executed upon very soon. Right now, 3 players are towards A, not towards B. Altex needs this.
Only one. Sonic instant trade out. Frag comes from middle. Bit of chip damage, so be it. Glaive smokes off ramp. He's got support here. Buzz instantly coming over and dropping his utility belt so that he can be freed up to go take the slack that Altex has left. 2 players here for Complexity residing in the next room. Shuffling the few pieces of utility that are left. Enough smoke grenades to block off the deep lane. That would leave Buzz entirely on his own here. And if they could just get a lucky spam, the Astralis look out of this one. A retake looking likely, but with them smoking off ramp themselves, suddenly Complexity have met the same problem that they served up to Astralis. And as time ticks, vision gets regained from Astralis. Their rotator now in position. They go for the cave smoke. That also perfectly timed. Another volley comes out of Complexity. Kills come up for the Danes. And now Floppy looking for the trade frag, but there's nothing. It is all Astralis.
Wow, so well done there from Glaive and Buzz. So 2 guys on beat. They had enough info to be calm in that situation. And the trade on Altex meant, I think, Complexity put up a good situation, like getting to a 4v4 before the exact. Putting a seed of doubt in their mind. But the hold is more than solid. And now it's essentially a tie game. There's not going to be an investment here for Complexity outside of a few upgraded pistols.
Different tempo, though. Last round felt like such a chess match of utility. Unfortunately for Complexity, this half buy, or light buy's only got a smoke. GT already almost dead. 2 prongs to the mid plate out of NA. And it's only Floppy to pick up something. Fang awaits them. JT falls back. Fang tries to get the trade, but a bit too late. Altex gets himself a double. 6 in a row for Astralis, and a CT side that looks to push us to map 3.
Yeah, they've got what they needed to, and now they can pretty much buy, you know, as many rounds as Complexity win versus them. They're going to need masterful calls, executions, and honestly, a little luck to be able to pull out the victory at this point. It's TC time, as they call attack. I think they strike a nice balance between, you know, JT calling and the attack pauses actually going to TC.
Yeah, the 2 brains of the Complexity project. Working together for years now. Tied game. Looking at this A site again, device posted. Can be a dangerous angle.
It's good to dodge flashes, but yes. Can't fall back if you miss.
His support is Blame F, closer towards Donut, and that's the only thing holding them back in middle. We see Buzz deep CT just allowing them to get to Red Room, assuming Blame doesn't get a glimpse of the cross.
Oh, the shot is missed, though.
Yep.
Ooh, that's a setup revealed.
And he falls back.
Yeah, now they're trying to put tons of pressure and take all the space the snipers aren't in once again.
Oh, and then Complexity did slip through mid. Altex falling away. That's going to get heard. And then he gets caught by Fang. Sure enough, a smoke on CT means Glaive's going to have a world of pressure put on him from both ends of this bomb site. Complexity have slipped through with that perfect bit of timing. What can Glaive do to stop this? To at least slow it down, to pull off the pieces. They've lost track. Hands busy, double out of Glaive. They needed something like that to get this back into an even keel. And still Complexity will be in the post plant, but that was looking dire. And Glaive delivered.
But this is suddenly a winnable retake.
Device is going to have to push through Cave as he loses teammates on the other side of site. The gun's going to give it away. Fang, instant headshot. And BlameF will not take his chance.
Whoa.
With the missed shot out of Device, with BlameF pulled off Donut, and with Buzz going to help that A site because of the flash of pressure, we see Altex crumble with that audible rotate back towards B.
Off the TC pause into the round 1 as they set up to find out where Device is. Carefully, they do it without dying. They get the op shot off. They have 2 players ready to take space when that information is gained, and then they smoke out all the rotation. So the only thing good about that round was Glaive in a spot that he got the most he could out of it. But besides that, the punishment game is all complexity. Now they're on a 14. That was pretty much their last chance to get a good buy-in. And they capitalized on it, so you got a 5-round start. A bunch of rounds back from Astralis, but because of that good start, because of the good enough first half, we're 1 round away from getting it to match point.
But mid-fights go the way of Astralis. That's how it's gone. They try to just throw one through smoke, and it's an instant 5 versus 4. Trying to tie this up again. Buzz just lingering around this box. He's going to have 2 more targets, but they're going to split the difference, and still Grim comes out on top of the first one.
It's risky, man.
Blame doesn't stay for the trade.
I think they threw the flash a little bit too late. They needed that right as the smoke phased. It didn't blind Grim before he could see Buzz, and now Buzz is dead.
JT cannot afford to throw himself into the scope of Device. The only player outside of that B site.
And they've changed up some spots right here. So 2 inside of Donut. One of them is going to be Altex.
Open A.
Yeah.
T's have a smoke as well on Sonic, but that means that there's nobody to smoke off Donut from the actual A play, and they've got him pinned in. This is serving up a distraction, but now Glaive, oh, he doesn't see it. Deep peek, jumped off green. Altex catches Grim. Jumping off of the boost, he thought he could catch him inside Donut. Instead, it throws away more kills, and Sonic closed back on mid. Floppy with everything to do, bomb on his back. But just not enough util to deny these lines of sight, and that means this one, it just seems so easily like Astralis. Man, it felt frantic, Launders.
Yeah, it's tough to keep it organized. And even though they get that opener back, it's still a 4v4 situation. It was still Astralis to technically win inside of middle for a second. So one slightly mistimed flash gave Complexity a chance to get back into the round, but didn't break their composure. And now the question is, how much money is there for Complexity? They're certainly going to try to put together a buy to guarantee an overtime if possible. But otherwise, it's Astralis' game to lose. They're going to have much more to go into this. They were coming into 10K before they lost that last round on multiple players. So one last time out. Off the last TC pause, they won. That's 2 in this half.
I just much preferred the game plan after that previous TC pause.
Well, he had the honor of calling a rifle round with lots of utility and everything. This one, it's actually not going to be too bad, you know? Almost 3 full kits here. But just cut down the amount of options that you can have.
Yeah, going back for the mid play, though. With the MAC-10, this spam has gotten them 3 separate times. And if I'm not mistaken, it's always on Grim.
Oh, but Blame dies.
Yeah, but we've still got Altex deep inside sight. We've still got Buzz rotating over. Complexity are going to try to take their chances. They're already on the exit of Donut. Molotov will keep anybody from main exiting, so now it's only one avenue, and that gets stopped. Buzz and Altex right back. Can Fang bring it back? What? Last time when they needed him, it was a 4K that set them up for a map 1 win. And with only 14 health left, he's gotten his 2. Device takes his teammate down. There's a ton of time for Fang, and he's just gonna run.
Yeah, he knows that they're both here, but doesn't he have time to get to the bomb plant? Let's see if he overthinks the situation. No, he doesn't. He's keeping it simple. Low health here for Fang. We've seen him pull off a clutch or 2. Astralis are going to play this one together knowing they have advantages. What can Fang get out of it?
No way he pulls off critical 4Ks late game in back-to-back maps.
Wait, they're still working on A. There's some time burned off the clock. The flash for him to rotate back. Is Fang setting up a spam?
But he's only got 14 health and a frag grenade. They've got another smoke as well. Retake already coming out. Both of them just outside of the cave. Fang is allowed for that cross to happen. They could smoke him off. They're concerned about Cave. If he gets device off bomb right here, but he misses his chance. And take it, Astralis, 15.
Yeah, that one's too hard to figure out. And Astralis, they get their capstone round. They get to guarantee overtime. That's a lot of stress relief after fighting back, I think, against 13-7, something like that. Even though Cole got close, they knew it was going to be hard. And these kills through smoke inside of middle so many times out of Astralis. It's been them winning the openers so consistently.
And they've really got that lineup down to a T. Grim gonna try his chances again. Blame F already looking for something. And even with that gap, Grim gets caught out. Back-to-back 30-round affairs. And this one looking like it belongs to Astralis. Smoked out of the ramp play, zero presence on the other side of the map. The only thing they have to work with, B. Currently held on to by Device. And that op has found its mark time and time again, but this time, Sonic stuffs it. Altex, there we go. A double kill. And Glaive spam through smokes, takes all the life out of this one. Poor Floppy, after 25 kills on this map, will get burnt into Blame. It is Astralis to push us the distance. Map 3 needed, and it's Overpass. What has been the bane of Complexity throughout 2023. This is where they couldn't beat FaZe last year. This is where they couldn't beat Navi to qualify themselves for Washington. And playing as their stand-in, they will have to try and take it yet again. That's what's after the break. We'll see you guys there.
And we are back on the desk because we're back for a third map. They didn't make it easy on us. They didn't make it easy on themselves. They didn't make it easy on the fans, certainly, but Astralis have done it. They've rallied here on Ancient, and as a result, we're getting a little overpass.
Yeah, and they really had to. They had to go on like quite a streak at the end to make a comeback happen. That was actually, that looked like it was going to be all complexity towards the end of that map. And then Astralis just took complete control. Look at this round timeline. A 9-1 run to close out the map, which is absolutely insane to have that be the way the complexity ended. They couldn't find anything to do on the T side towards the end of the second half.
They really couldn't. And I mean, I think if you told someone ahead of time that this is how this map was going to play out, I don't know that they would have believed you. I mean, it's a hell of an effort from Complexity. We really did have this one sort of pinned as a big Astralis advantage map, but
yeah.
Again, it's a pulse pounder. It's a nail biter.
Yeah, I mean, it was, and I mean, especially towards the end, it felt like so many situations, Complexity was just on the verge of getting themselves a really good advantage at the end of the T side, and a retake came in. Like some like Astralis gets just a critical kill at the huge moment. I'll say this too, it felt like Buzz and Altex both relatively a little bit quiet on this map in terms of the numbers, but down the stretch, like both of them had some pretty big double kills inside of the B bomb site to stop a hit. A good step from Altex to find like a really nice double kill to make sure a hit goes nowhere. So I mean, they stepped up in pressure moments, not complete games out of them, but obviously Blame F was wonderful.
Yeah, to me, I take it almost as they were the turning point, right? Where we had this 9-1 round run, and a huge part of it, yeah, Blame F, he was incredible, but it was that turnaround.
And this is where you feel like Blame F is going to be his most impactful with his kind of style of lurking. His work in middle was fantastic, but just like sliding in towards Red Room, sliding into positions and waiting. On the T side, he was so good at punishing rotations, you know, up the mid stairs. I mean, he put together just a fantastic game.
It is interesting as well to see, you know, especially on Ancient, I think it's the place where we see it the most apparently, but he stepped up into a lot of those positions that Config once upon a time played in this roster, taking that space in towards mid, dominating it, making sure that any time Complexity really wanted to do anything in either half towards mid, they're gonna have to deal with him.
And at certain points in mid, you get a bait, you get to be a baiter, so very natural for him. But to get to that point where you're allowed to be able to bait is you have to go through the grimy work, right? You have to take some duels, you have to turn that corner inside of a smoke and a Molotov and a flashbang and actually find a fight. So Blame F having to do a couple different styles there in this game.
He certainly did. And I mean, over on the other side, right, Complexity, you had Floppy having a great game, but it just ultimately wasn't quite enough to get them over the line. We had some big moments. We almost thought we were getting another one of those Fang big impact rounds, but didn't quite come through.
No, I mean, that would have been really great to see some kind of that's kind of what it feels like they were missing from Vertigo, is like those Fang headshot entries, right? But Floppy himself was spectacular, and he looked like for a part of this, like it was his turn to kind of carry the team to the top. Grim and Fang were there for a lot, but I think everyone just kind of fell flat during that final run, that final sprint from Astralis. Like Fang and Grim kind of got a little like tired on the scoreboard, weren't climbing up anymore. Floppy was struggling to find some kills. Just in general, production for Complexity just stopped. Whatever Astralis was able to put together, I mean, they found the perfect solution.
They really did. They really did indeed. And there was one round in particular that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I just thought this was a cool round. I thought this was one of the great opportunities for Complexity to actually like really kind of seal this map. 13-9 at this point, and I mean only with pistols and coming into the bomb site. I think what really kind of fell apart, these are great kills to get as they come in. This is about as clean as you're going to get with this kind of a buy. And then all of Astralis is back. Grim's going to get one more frag as they re-enter, but I think they made like one critical mistake, because you could see the bombs planted in the open at the top of the ramp. And here, Floppy can sit in the smoke, and you guys can spam the smoke on this retake. This boost up just gives away so much information that two players are there, doesn't it? It just gives away all the information, and Floppy has nothing to do, but it felt like that was a round. There was a real chance in the round for Complexity to just win that and just steamroll to the finish.
It feels like maybe a situation where they felt like it wasn't enough, like they needed some sort of an edge, an even situation. Yeah. You had two players who are unarmored, so you can understand it, but still maybe a little bit of the nerves there as they're getting towards the
Well, and also those ideas always play out so much better in your head when you ask for them, right? Like, let me get a boost up, I'm going to pick one more off, and then we'll back away, and then we can play the spam the smoke game. And 3-on-3, it's not like they have any kind of crazy advantage. So I mean, it was a risk. It's just unfortunately they got the bad end of that risk.
Now let's think about the future, because we've got one more map here. We've had two 16-14s. We've had two banger maps, full distance, real close right up until the finish. We get Overpass to decide it. How are you feeling about that one, Jason?
You know, for some reason, I feel like not good, but like I have no logical reason for it. I just like this is just where I always get that like internal horror story of like the North American team just collapsing in the third map. But we have to remember too, Complexity's played very good overpasses. They've had some very close affairs in this map. They've been able to compete on it as well. Win percentage obviously isn't great, but we've seen them actually put up a challenge in a fight. And I think this of all the maps that we've had, I mentioned this. I mean, I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna sound crazy based off yesterday, but Device, man, like your Opera, you put Device on overpass. This is where you expect to have impact, and I say that knowing that yesterday was his career worst overpass game.
It was crazy.
We still haven't seen that explosive Device yet in the series, but this is where his influence on the map can really, really shine.
This is where we remind people about sample sizes, though. That was one time. He's done a lot of great work on this map.
10-year career, yeah.
He's so much work on this map, and as an Opera, you just expect him. And it just felt like maybe FaZe had his number yesterday. There were a lot of moments where he just kind of gets outmaneuvered and has no read on where the players actually are, and you don't expect that to carry forward.
I think one thing too in this series that I've noticed is like towards obviously the 9-1 run at the end of Ancient is like an easy way to point it out, but even towards the end of Vertigo, that Complexity won, it felt like Glaive was actually out-calling Complexity, you know, a little bit on the T side. Like he's finding solutions. His in-game leader prowess is really kind of shining towards the end where he can like dip into the playbook a little bit, tweak a couple things, find some solutions for the squad. The changes of paces are great. Here on the CT side, obviously on Ancient had the complete lockdown. So I mean, there's a lot of advantages. I think Blame F lurking on this map as well. I think I've seen Altex perform very well on this map a couple of times also. Like there's a lot of reasons to think that to feel like Astralis is going to win this.
It did actually feel like that was the story almost on Vertigo as well, where, you know, JT was throwing through a game plan, Glaive was maybe solving it a little bit, and then they were finding that next dimension, that next step, and maybe we didn't get the next step in time here on Ancient, but it is, to me, Overpass is one of those classic chess game maps where it's all about the control, it's all about showing, it's all about that rotation, it's all about making them believe you're one place and you're not in the other. So to me, I think the highlight here is going to be that battle between the IGLs.
It's all about like the mid-round decisions, right? Based off of what you see initially when you take those first steps of map control towards like the front of bathrooms, towards Picnic, towards Blue Door. Like what do you see at that point, and what picks do you get? And that's where, yeah, I would expect. I mean, JT I think is a solid in-game leader, and I think he's done great work with his Complexity team. But Glaive, one of the best of all time. Like I think he's going to be able to work this.
Yeah, if you think about possible tests for an IGL, there really is no greater high
we need
watermark.
Fang, we need Grim, we need Floppy again.
We'll see if they can do it when we come back from this break.
Welcome back, folks. We've got Overpass up next between Complexity and Astralis. Launder's the only thing I ask for, other than the Unicorn odds, which are still now in the favor of Astralis yet again. The only thing I ask for is a marked improvement, a significant improvement, a massive uptick in Device's performance from yesterday's worst career Overpass to tonight, because he is so far above and beyond the rest of his team on this map specifically. In the last 3 months for Astralis, Device is posting a 1.44 rating on this map alone. And yesterday, he got a 0.4 something. The worst thing we've ever seen out of Device on this map, when the hype was just returning to an all-time high since his return. Now all he's got to do is smack back Sonic, a stand-in for Complexity, who hasn't had official competition in his life for years. If Astralis cannot take this map off the back of a star-studded Device performance, then their NA run should end.
It's an interesting one. I think that we know how good Astralis can be on this map and how good Device is usually, but you know, the way that he got killed, hey, I mean, it was Twist and Rops who were going crazy as well for FaZe to make that as hard as possible. But Complexity are also a very good team on Overpass, so we'll see. Even if Device plays well, that might not be good enough. If he plays amazing, then of course we're thinking there's no chance for Complexity, but we'll see what version we get.
They waste no time, that much is for sure. Already getting up into the bank. Grim kills Glaive. Dual Berettas in the corner, though. Blame F, man. He'll always catch you not looking. Now he's going to try to move it forward up the bank. Fang ends him. Floppy. And Floppy yet again. All is looking good here for Complexity's second pistol in the series. Device trying to get back into the action. Had waited outside of the bathrooms, but everything went south for Astralis deep on A.
Yeah, and you know, Floppy continues to play well. He was having a great game on Ancient. Win or lose, those were 2 matches that went the distance. And Fang played very well on Vertigo. And Floppy's performance won't be forgotten if he continues it here on Overpass. So, you know, I've been known to curse teams here and there, but I think Complexity will win Overpass.
What are you, a warlock?
I didn't choose this life. I just like the wardrobe.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Fang wanted a little something to start off this second round, but Astralis camping out in the sewers like rats. Or turtles.
There are turtles in sewers?
Mm-hmm. Mutant ones, so I've heard.
Oh, teenage ones.
Glaive with a couple jump spots. That's going to be heard by Floppy, so Fang's on high alert now. And no real show of force from Astralis up onto A either, so let's play the waiting game, shall we? Or, never mind. They do decide to go back to the boost, and as mentioned, Fang on high alert, ready for that one. 5v4 already. That's going to get Complexity looking at this B site like it's prime for the taking. They wouldn't be wrong. Quick scramble from the other 2 counter-terrorists. It's going to fall on Glaive. Gets a bit of dink damage. Will kill Floppy, and that nade was fantastic. So much damage on the short push. JT barely alive, but even then, Device's scout can't get the job done, and Blame F, I don't even know if he shot a bullet.
Tell me who you think is going to win the game, because Ryan's watching right now, and he's desperate for an NA victory. So what do you think? I mean, be honest here.
Well, to be honest, I think he's just desperate. And then, secondly, I think Complexity take this, dude.
Okay.
I think Complexity are going to take it.
The ball is in your court, Ryan. Do you think that this is a gift or a curse that both of the NA commentators sitting here watching a game with Complexity playing have decided to root for Complexity instead of saying Astralis were going to win and maybe cursing them?
First of all, I'm not a warlock. I'm a...
Yeah, but you do Fantasyland.
It's true.
And make all kinds of...
Available exclusively on YouTube.
Wizardous comparisons.
I just think Complexity, because this is a map that they take it to the upper echelon of competition.
And they have good experience and very close losses. So
And I would almost argue, and I could be wrong, so I'm just going to state it as if it's a fact. I don't think, you know, they bank on crazy Halzerk performances in order to pull that off. I like Grim particularly on like T-side overpass for Complexity. Halzerk known to lock down the A site on defense, but you know, Fang's already given us a bit of a headshot parade as the sewer player, and you know, again, Sonic hasn't looked clueless.
Headshot Parade sounds like one of those $1 Steam games that's really fun.
Okay, sure, yeah.
I played this game called Goats of Duty.
Goats of Duty?
Which was just like Call of Duty with goats as if it was a Quake game.
All right.
Very fun.
For $1.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Headshot Parade on sale on Steam now.
Short player with the AK. Excuse me, Galil. Blamef, you're running again, huh? Ooh. Timing was almost there. Yeah, he's got Grim at least. Can't get the second one though. Sonic makes the difference. Altex is going to die. So if we're talking about great Steam games for $1, I'm going to mention Paint the Town Red.
Oh, okay.
Imagine Minecraft.
Hold on, okay. Okay, go ahead. I was going to say, let me guess, but I really have no idea.
Paint the Town Red. It's like Minecraft, except for instead of building anything, you just get into massive bar fights.
Just like with people's blood.
Yeah, Minecraft graphics, you know, very blocky, very... That's the...
You gotta see the
I guess no one can see
there.
me, but you know, that was my walking impression. Point being, gets chaotic. Steam sales got to be around the corner too.
It's always a good game to grab.
Luckily, CS2 is free. Oh wait,
but mental health isn't.
Not everybody has it. Unleash the beast, please. CS2 for all. It's a human right. Double nades? So close. Already having punished the jump up, the jump peaks, the spots, the boosts. They go for the nades, and they're not far off. But it's to the left of it instead. With eyes on connector.
Oh.
Another deep nade. That one, a bit better, but still not perfect.
I'd like to see that again because it
looked like it was on the
he was
point.
really deep, so that must have gone over the wall or something, or a little too high. But I love the idea there because, a second one as well. Man, these are some good attacks out of Complexity. I was going to say, you know, we're seeing triple grenades to the boost, but it's kind of everything or nothing. If no one's standing there, you lose that opportunity. But now spacing them out to different parts of the site, I mean, that makes it even more terrifying if it wasn't already so terrifying to play B.
Walk peek, Buzz takes it to JT, 5 versus 4. Ooh, and the device that whole time was posted up on the connector peak. So nicely done here from Astralis in order to puppeteer a 5v3. Fang working ahead of the pack. He's gonna hear that.
Oh my god.
Surely, right? Yeah, Floppy's ready for the Blame F run out smoke. Device has moved up to the A site. He's got Glaive to work behind him. The other two young guns scrambling up to help. We've got 20 seconds on the clock. We've got Emphasis out bathroom. No long play included for Complexity. You've got now 5 seconds to spare. Is this a save or a commit? In the final seconds, they go for it. Device is down. Glaive, he could stop it, but no! It all works out! With fire on the feet of Altex, Complexity piece it together.
What a hit!
With mere seconds left.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, they had to take that time to set up for their attack, but when Device got a kill over on short B, that's the last place you expect him in. But the flash is so good. And then he misses a small flick, which is the one mistake right there. But outside of that, the utility to truck, plus the players coming in, and then them watching everything else is what covered it. Great play from the team, but Fang's kills are everything. And from a 3v5, they make it look like they have 4 players at least on that site hit. No time left over, 3v5, and they still manage that. They're keeping the spirits up.
Good grenades out of the gate as well to soften up Device. Blame F's only weapon. It's good damage, but Fang's still kicking. A 7-0 start for him. 6-0 is Sonic.
They haven't been skipping their due diligence when it comes to utility. There's never been a time where I feel like they're just taking massive mistakes. I mean, they are playing pretty cleanly. I'm sort of constantly surprised today just because we have seen some, you know, really rough moments recently from Complexity. But
who threw that? Fang. Almost sent Sonic blind into his death. Which wouldn't have been ideal because then Fang's on 3 HP. It's an AK given over. Device is starting to press up behind Bathrooms. There's a bit of timing here that could end up working for Astralis. They're not shying away and hiding. 5-7 kill from Glaive is big. There's the Bathrooms play. We're down to 20 seconds. Buzz, he'll get caught on the fallback. Fang, that was with 3 HP that he clips Buzz on the retreat. Shadow advantage for Glaive. More. But is it enough to give Altex a chance? This has to be covered. Fang's dead, and Sonic right there when they need him. 2 alive for Complexity as they nail 5 straight.
it's a little scary in those final moments, but some great kills from everybody involved, honestly.
It's nice to see Astralis getting away with pistol impact.
It is.
Give me a fight.
And Device makes a good play, retaking Bathrooms. They make the call out to give themselves a chance. But it's a matter of rounds at this point because Complexity already 11 away from taking this map and Overpass. When we talk about CT-sided maps, it's a very strong start for the attack. Maybe these pistols, you know, the fact that Astralis, I think, won 2 pistols and had both conversions stolen from them. So, you know, that's the kind of stat that catches up to you in a long series, especially one that has already gone. I could potentially go 90 rounds. That's already gone 60.
65, to be precise.
65?
5 rounds in.
Oh, true, right. I was like, whoa. I was like, it has an overtime?
I'm scrambled, man. Sorry, curveball. This gun round could also change things in favor of Astralis. Let's see it. We've got the boost up already. This is the one that went unnaded, but also unspotted. They only ended up getting their impact when they went for the double peek out short instead. A defense also moving forward off of the site, wanting to play within the Bathrooms. We saw Blame F have to give up his corner, burned out of the position, died to the hands of Floppy. Short water here for Complexity. Sonic's gonna post that op up. Remember, Device was holding a similar, Glaive. Whoa. That's fantastic. What an easy way to kick off in the 5v4. Of course, Sonic wanted contact, but now he probably feels a bit stranded behind those sandbags, especially with fire on his feet. He'll hold in the corner.
Ooh, doesn't have to waste a smoke and doesn't have to give up his spot. Rescopes up.
But Grim on a B entry, man.
Yeah, there's so many good players and good spots here from the CT side, but he gets the first one.
Altex position given over. That monster player has actually joined him inside water. That was JT who disengaged. And as they look to head back up towards A, Blame F presses out through smoke, so he'll get himself a second. Sonic dead. Blame F not gonna die coming through that smoke twice. No, sir. Clean headshots and a clean first round for the Danes.
And finally, the clean moves pay off here for Astralis. They've already set up a good, situation with their 5v3 previously. About time it worked out, so great spam. Oh, I mean, just perfect read on the movement from Glaive as they were going to set up the boost.
Ooh. Yeah, I didn't think Grim really went that far out for Altex to get him, but just shooting him through the wood paneling on the corner, perfect. Grim tried to play that without risk. Still got spammed. Oh, Sonic, though, dude. Blame F dead.
That was sharp.
Deep angle from Device, missed shot.
Shot, and they're quickly setting up on short as well. I mean,
looking for the same setup.
Yeah.
But this time with the site on fire, already Fang with prying eyes, but
that was a little awkward.
Fire blocks his vision. Dodge flash, they're right there.
Oh.
Right there.
Buzz could swing into this. Oh. Yeah, okay, he was ready, he was ready.
And the fallback.
No way, Grim doesn't hit a single bullet.
Buzz just gets away with all 3 kills, but Sonic has reopened the conversation on A.
But how fast will he move? CTs are scrambling, but he thinks they might be close by. Device is the one who's scared, however.
They're going to give him front side sight.
Yeah, so 2v3, but it looks like a bomb could be planted. Device.
Dumpster smoke.
Wants to get it in the mix. Late molly's great.
Altec starting to think about that connector flank, but they've got to get bomb in.
Wait a second,
Buzz.
and a nade kill.
Naded off of the dumpster as Device misses his chance. Fast flank connects. They know that JT went deep, but JT loves a clutch. And knowing both these players' positions.
What a crazy position to play from. Is he going to take some space back?
Making sound, crosses over. Device about to peek. JT takes the head off. And Altec, JT with the double clutch.
Damn, that was nuts.
And just like that, from Astralis' winning ways, back to the complexity pullback.
I like how JT plays in these situations, but right there I was like, that's not a good spot. I mean, if they swing out of bathrooms, he's got an off angle, that's nice, but the trade might be too easy for someone coming up CT steps. Then he starts looking around, and he makes a fast step. So Device thinks, here's my opportunity to strike. And he's able to secure himself one player peeking at a time. That's hard to do when Device is one of the players you're trying to bait. That's well done.
Ooh, big moment here. Astralis can afford the rebuy, but this is everything. This is a 7-1, 8-1 run on the line, and they're just going to try to pounce out into B. Fast monster explosion, Altex to be tested. Yes! It's a bunch of damage. Just enough to set up Buzz with the double. For the connector player, though, to go down, reopens the conversation. So much damage, though, and Device gives them no room to work back into Con. In fact, he presses his luck. Maybe a bit too much. Fang tries to chase.
Oh, he takes a risk.
Device gets away, and Glaive holds the line inside the B site. Complexity tried to test it, and they get a taste of their own medicine.
That was a good situation to get out of Monster. They used their spawns to make sure no one had crossed, and because it was a low buy, there was no smoke on Monster. So the call was actually great. The execution, that could have been a bit better. Good on Astralis for holding it together, and for Device to be down the steps that fast with the op as well. When he's caught a whiff of it, he knows which site it's going to be hit, but there were a lot of outs here for Complexity, so things go right for Astralis. The MP9 gets a kill and some damage. They see a lot of players. But right here, there's no site smoke to help them scale, so they're honestly very low on utility on the whole attack. Some of these farther back positions are usually a stalemate where if you have a site smoke, you can't really fight from pit. You can shoot blindly through the smoke, but it really comes down to making sure they don't cross headshot. But sometimes you've got to let the plant go. But for some reason, Complexity didn't throw any utility as they were coming out of Monster. Your head just gets a little too heavy.
Yeah. Pack full of brains.
That's a round that sucks to lose because it's actually a great call. It's a money-breaking round. You have a lead, but
yeah,
it's going to happen sometimes.
Now it's game on. All right, emphasis towards long. We've seen Blame over here with an MP9. We've seen Device go for the op peak, but right now, that is clear. And we were critical at times of Astralis on Vertigo CT half with maybe not making plays fast enough. In this case, Device does go back sooner rather than later, leaving Blame F on his own. They're making a ton of sound now. That flash scrambled them. Let's see what Blame can do from the corner. First one's easy, but JT's well equipped. AK for the trade. Potential threat here for the B site. You know that's going to add a bit of pressure. It's Buzz and Altex.
I know Device wants to help out in this situation, but they got to still worry about A for a second. So there's a timing for Complexity to hit B site.
Yeah, and that timing's even better now that Buzz has removed himself. Altex tried to press out Monster, and that is a door wide open.
Doesn't clear it properly.
Nobody can stop the flank, and with fire in front of Graffiti, they can't even get back in. I mean,
you know what? I think Astralis have to save right now.
Right here.
The money is just not good enough. They really were close to being able to win this, but at this point, it's too expensive.
Ooh, okay, back and forth we'll go. I'm curious as to why they thought that would be more of an A hit.
I don't think they did, but I think they weren't brave enough to make that read like they had a few times before. They just didn't have anybody in bathrooms. They didn't know. They didn't know.
What about the Monster push? Fan of that?
Oh, honestly, I'm pretty surprised to see Fang left side Monster holding like that, where sometimes when it feels like you haven't set it up properly ahead of time, you're coming out a short pipe into Monster, and that's where Altex kills you. You know, if you come in and mess up the setup. If Altex does get that flank off and he doesn't see Fang, they're probably going to win the round. You know, I'm not a fan of phasing the smoke in general, but it's true that Altex wouldn't have had any support from his teammate in the site, so I'll say it's dubious for me. I don't think that was necessarily a bad play. I think it was pretty cool to see Fang in that spot. I just think that Complexity literally just looked like one full step ahead.
Yeah. We just indicated, right, there was that like timing for Complexity, and they found it to a T. But it's at least still a buyback for Astralis. It's an op on Device, and it's a forward-facing setup as well. We haven't seen BlameF this far out. He's got Glaive on Party, leaves Device's opping connector. Complexity have been afforded so much more space for free so regularly throughout this half that this one could definitely catch him off guard. Sure enough, both BlameF and Glaive instantly shutting down the Complexity trickle out from Playground. And BlameF's gonna stick around, why not? We're gonna go back and forth by the looks of things unless the 3v5 comes through. 3 rounds, non-consecutive. But there is still a world where they slip by BlameF and things get weird.
Yeah, I think this works out for Astralis, even if his teammate dies. The fact that they don't think he's here means...
Device isn't looking. We're talking about a guy who got knifed twice.
Hold up. This has to be perfectly silent from Floppy.
And it is.
And it is. Whoa, hold on. They're not going to see BlameF in this position. Device is coming back to check because it's weird. No one's hitting B right now, but they know there's a huge gap on the outside. Well, they could plan for bank, honestly. They don't see anything in this spot.
Oh,
they're mulling up BT. Bomb's getting planted. This is kind of risky from JT, but...
What is about to happen
now
here?
They just have to be worried about everything.
Yeah, I feel like Astralis could come through with like the cleanest retake ever. They've got bathrooms, they've got long, they've got 3 up between bank and dumpster. T's are out of utility, essentially. JT's dropped to 48 health, but still Complexity.
What?
Oh!
Through the bathrooms!
No way! Off the audio! I said they'd come through cleanly, and that is just immense. If JT's able to cut off the op, then suddenly they can turn around. Bomb planted for him, but that there nails it. And even though things get weird, it still comes up Astralis. JT made sound, dude. Device just nails it.
It's still crazy to shoot. You know, what if he made sound and was ready to swing into bathrooms? You shoot your op, you're dead. Holy smokes.
Oh, welcome back.
That's disgusting.
In all the right ways. First timeout for TC to get involved. Complexity still with the makings of a great T side and a chance to smash the money out of Astralis' hands, but...
Yeah, it's crazy how close even that round became.
Tight game.
To the bomb plant, 3v5, no.
Yeah, I thought for a second they were going to peek into connector and just shoot Device in the back of the head.
I think the one thing was they were just so surprised at how much space they took. But if we, looking at the map from our perspective, they should have just taken bank control, played from CT. but they were like, man, we don't want to push our luck. This is already such a beautiful situation.
Yeah. How have we gotten this far?
But then they didn't. They had like 3 different ideas about how to play the post plant.
Buzz v JT.
Oh, that's a full kit of utility down on JT.
Not ideal. Wall bangs from Glaive. But it already looks like Astralis have the makings of a firm defense. Nothing can get weird this round. It's just going to have to be the pure B hit with some mechanics out of complexity. I'm looking at you, Grim. Multi-kill entry. Cue it up. Ooh, nade, though. Not going to make this easy. Another smoke as well. That's the end of Sonic. They're going to be desperate for it now, and Grim's still going to take his chance. There it is.
Oh.
Second kill on Buzz. They've known that there's one inside connector. It's Glaive up in heaven that could just end this right here, right now.
There's no smoke in this position. Grim, does he just swing?
They throw it. That's JT's smoked pickup, but an incendiary on site makes it kind of weird. Fang can still get away with this. And so we've got the 3v3 post plant. Blame F on the kit, but also on the op. Device with a couple flashbangs. Frag from Blame could easily kill Floppy. He's over towards short side. They're going to send it deep and soften up Fang instead. And so now it's just going to have to be the press out. A chance into the heaven play, off the mark. Another tap, not quite there. Device takes it to the shoulder. Glaive, working up from water, gets that much closer, but time is of the essence. And it has to be Blame F with this kit. He comes through with the kill to Grim, but down just beneath that monster is where Fang connects.
Wow, and he crouches. That's the only reason he can't be seen right here. Blame dies too.
Owned. Grim comes through after losing Sonic on the side of the smoke. The double AK entry when they need it.
Dude, it's about time we got a Grim entry round on Overpass, because that's honestly what he's been known to do. That was crazy. The pre-aim to the pillar was just spot on. You know, yeah, it's a map where it's actually hard to tell who has the better players, because Complexity are just every bit as comfortable. Win or lose, they have put up some really, you know, incredible rounds across the last 6 months versus all the top teams. So it's an excellent map for the series to end on. But it's crazy how, you know, even though they've lost a couple of these rounds in the half, in every situation where they had like 4 players or 3 players, they still almost won. Oh, this would be a backbreaker for Astralis. Complexity set up a fast attack. There's no monster setup. Astralis been very good at taking A control here early, but all right, no monster setup.
Toxic play. Altex goes unspotted. He's going to pop up. Perfect! It's a team kill in the middle, but they'll take what they can get, and that just primes Buzz. But Grim doesn't preoccupy himself with plant. His 3rd in this round.
Smoke is so deep, they might expose themselves to heaven here.
You've still got Device and Blame F alive and kicking.
Yeah, that's never how you want to throw that one. They'll cover it with extra utility and get out.
The fallback's there. Blame F, though. He will find Grim, so it's going to be JT and Sonic to have to try and close this. And with the flank going down, the Heaven player popped. Sonic just knocks him with the AK.
You're not supposed to just peek that when the op is up in heaven. That's where he always is in the retake. Well done from both Sonic and JT.
Yeah, and even better to Scrim.
Yeah.
Holding off that Buzz short play.
Oh, man.
3 kills.
He saw that smoke was weird.
Mm-hmm. From 2 in the last round to a triple in this.
He canceled his own plan without seeing anything, just to make sure. And Buzz was very close. I mean, even if Buzz saw a leg, he would have just got the rest of the damage in through the spam. So narrowly avoiding disaster.
Was just looking for confirmation.
And backbreaking round, as I talked about right before that, a hit came in. It's a brave call to make, but the execution is perfect. And now Astralis, they're broke. I wonder if they invest in this situation. Nothing.
Damn. Playing for 5 rounds at best.
Insane calling here from JT, honestly. I like just looking at this with full perspective. I'm liking every single idea, even the ones that haven't worked.
Also, I feel like I kind of highlighted like that need for Grim's impact, right? The classic tale of his multi-kills on B. As much as I prefaced it by saying that Complexity don't necessarily need the strong presence of Halzerk, yo, Sonic's 13-5. We felt it. Ops AK is not a problem. Contribution's real. Now, they're going to have to clear this on Buzz. CZ gets nothing done. Smoke for heaven. But Altec still just playing on the pillar. If Glaive can distract or even serve up a frag. Ooh, this is not done yet. Glaive kills Sonic, bombs drop, Floppy on the chase. Has to make sure that Glaive doesn't get an angle. And sure enough, he's given a chance, but left or right. And is the USP there to stop this? Glaive tag. Floppy playing a dangerous game. 20 seconds, has to be the B site. Commits to the plant, doesn't get run down. And now he's got a huge... Oh, what the?
Is that a pre-fire? No way, Glaive.
Huge advantage is what I wanted to say, but that USP is clean.
They were broke. They were broke. They didn't invest into this round.
USP.
Dude, Floppy had that one. What a shot out of Glaive. I was going to say, they knew it was 3v2 and it was 2 pistols. They just happened to be here. Yeah, Floppy knows. He got off the short. I mean, it's over. There's no nades for Glaive to get him out of that spot. He's going to get toyed with, but lets the pistol do the talking. Oh my God, and its Complexity broke. What?
All right. Interesting turn of events.
That one USP shot at Complexity have no money.
Nothing can take away their 9-round T side. Oh my God.
That's the second time Sonic's just peaked device how he wants to.
His 14th.
He's made the table. It's device sitting at it here on overpass.
Big pack of players in the smoke, though, just enough for Floppy to get his. Altec's there to trade it back.
There's an op to pick up, actually, right?
The Blame F's nearby, so I feel like this all gets covered.
But is the op divider side? Where was the op? There, he got it now.
No. No.
You should be scared. You should be scared.
Blame F comes back from bathrooms. Bomb's still further back. There we go. Glaive gets the angle. And with that, Astralis will take what they earned with the Glaive USP on B.
Seriously. And, you know, he wasn't excited about it because this game's already gotten away from them.
For sure.
We talk about how Ancient, you got to win 9 rounds. On your CT, Overpass even more CT-sided, and this is just not a good quota here for Astralis. It's just barely enough to get through this half, but they already know that they've failed. So they're going to have to do a hell of a lot in half number 2. Just whether or not they win this next round, if they win this game, we'll go back to that Glaive USP kill because that one was worth 2 for either team that won, as we saw. But even with that, it still might not be enough.
We already saw a team lose today in Imperial with that weird, like, hooksy back B plant. You know, weird moments like that. You just can't help but remember them if games do end up getting upended.
Yeah. Anything you categorize as free is going to stand out in your mind.
A potential turning point.
They don't Molly blame. They've walked into this before.
They'll walk into it again.
Yeah, there's no smoke here in mid, so they think he couldn't have gotten here.
Oof, easy double out of Blame F. He's starting to power up. 3 with the 1 magazine. Little shoulder check on connector. Gets the shot out of Grim, who then dies to Device, and this one ends clean. Astralis gonna close it out with 3 rounds, and one of which they had no business winning.
I feel like it's all of them. I think it's all of them as well. 2 CT, 1 heaven probably. Flash?
Playing Twist.
I'll let you guys play first.
CT? How do you play, Justin? I think
Heaven, crossing side. Out spawn. Can we bridge? And pit. Mini one.
Pit. I'm behind.
Op CT. Pillar, done. Op bridge.
Bridge up. Benya.
And headshot. Bridge up.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, you one-tap him. Damn.
Yeah, damn indeed. Nice little crouch out of Fang to keep himself out of BlameF's scope. But still, a resurgence from Astralis that we can't ignore. You know, the half of their rounds originally, those first 3, all by way of back and forth affair where the economy's playing against them, and yet still they're picking up these rounds. It's 13, 14, and 15, all off of the back of the Altex Glaive unarmored pistol crossfire down on that B site.
2v3.
Never should have happened, but it did. And still Complexity have 9 rounds on a T side of Overpass. That should always be enough. Should, of course. With elimination on the line, final half between Astralis and Complexity. One team to the quarterfinals, the other going home. Their season comes to an end. He's going to come up from Connector with the single kill. Glaive, quick trade frag. But there's more where that one came from. 2 more CTs down there. Oh, floppy. What is this? Nasty little snap. Glaive is still back there, and therefore this is a live wire.
The bomb, as Grim sees it. Device gets pushed back. They know one's inside bathrooms. I think it's full information. JT looking for engagement. It's all a distraction.
Yeah,
they think that Grim is coming up the stairs later, but Grim's already here. He's moved in.
Steps ahead. Glaive comes out. Grim's gonna kill him and get the last one. Grim with the dual Berettas at a double frag gives Complexity 10 real quick.
Would have got really annoying, I think, for Floppy after those 2 kills if he didn't win this pistol. And the end of the last half, it would have been just a series of tragedies. This new Complexity feels very composed, though. I don't really feel them just like falling apart because of bad things going wrong. And
I'm gonna say it, man. One of the things I've always thought about Halzerk, and even though he's a crazy player on the op, is he's hot-headed. He gets mad. He's always slamming desks. He's always getting ragey.
Do you know that Sonic doesn't?
From what we can see, I don't think so.
I saw him get a little tilted, so I'm not sure.
Well, I never seen him punch a desk like Halzerk does. You know, I feel like Floppy is like an energy sponge in that regard. So Halzerk also hits harder. That's the trade-off. Hot-headed, hot-handed.
Everyone's happy on a honeymoon, okay?
How do you know? You've never been married?
You don't know me that well.
Father of 5. This one goes down nice and smooth for Complexity. Clean and easy. As long as JT and Floppy stay up, it's going to be 5 alive. And so be it. 5-round lead for Complexity. It's all smiles. We'll see how long that lasts, whether Astralis can do something about it.
But yeah, they and Sonic, he does play with confidence that you shouldn't have for somebody who's been inactive for so long. That's also very nice to see. Because, of course, we see mistakes here and there. Who wouldn't make them? But for them to not become you is massive. And I think he sticks to his game. We've seen him 1 deep device in this half. In the first half. All right, so history would tell you this game is over. And Astralis, a lot of people saw them make them come back on Ancient, but that was different circumstances. This one will be harder for sure, way harder.
Ooh, Buzz, nice adjustment there to Sonic. They've got short water control Complexity, but they've got nothing up on A. These measly MP9s. Even if they get this kill on Altex outside of Monster, we're going to watch Astralis just flood that A site, which is still open for the taking. I feel like Complexity already prepared to just cut their losses and try to keep these 2 rifles up. Start to see that bomb double back. I was curious how deep Device is going to get, whether he wanted to go maybe unravel something on B site.
Man, what is happening right now to the CT side? There is a collapse within the site that they're about to succumb to, as Astralis have everything going for them and a really great ability to punish exits. It's an aggressive angle for Device to take. It pays off for the 1 kill, but there will be an upgrade now, and I think a comfortable save for the CT side.
Should be, unless Altex has something to say about it. Yeah, he's going to catch one outside heaven. Water player should finish him off. Fang can grab the AK as an upgrade, and that's 2 rifles to be saved here for Complexity with tons of money still. And I feel like they were always writing off that A site the moment their first went down. Of course, you have to finish the save for it to pay off. Seems like Astralis will let them have it. Complexity are no strangers to heartbreak on overpass. How many times can this map come back to haunt them? They're left all right. Sonic on the op. Curious to see if he can keep his success up. Ooh, Fang blinded.
Whoa,
Blame F gets that little gap on the smoke. It's an instant 5v4 for Astralis. And this time, Complexity have to play for it.
Yeah, that's a big hunt. I mean, I think that was pretty much just like a pre-fire spray down into that corner, just expecting him to be there. So I like the position from Sonic, though. This is something you walk into for sure.
And it's Device to go down. Bomb drop.
Bomb is going to get spotted in a second.
They smoke the other side, and
they want it back so bad. That would make your life a lot easier if they could just grab it, but they can't now.
Just go ahead, grab it, take it, reach.
They got it, okay.
Oh, no, they didn't.
Thought.
Sonic just sends one back through smoke. Glaive thought he got away. That's such a heartbreak for Astralis.
They gave it their best shot.
But it is still doable if Blame F gets crazy. There's time for Buzz to come join him, and it's just this one defender. And this one defender is only JT.
Yeah, this part about the lurks, though, I think, you know, you can expect it with Blame. Now, this is the position that Device got knifed in recently. And actually, JT's not pushed up, so maybe there will be a flank taking place if he doesn't deal with this. A rotator's going to come in. He's out in the open right here, so I mean, I really don't like the way JT's playing it personally.
Now his
even if
teammates
Blame F didn't exist. But can he hit his shot? Yes,
yep.
he can.
Bomb drop. Blame's got to go run and grab it. He's going to get back to the site with like maybe 5 seconds. Maybe at best.
Running a save now.
And I feel like you give Blame an exit, he'll take it.
So important duel there, one from JT at the very least. I guess I was thinking it's pretty crazy for JT to be out here, but now looking back at how much time is left on the clock, it's even just as crazy for Astralis to go for that long play.
Right.
It looks good with Blame F lurked into the spot that he was. It was actually great of them to try to do that. But it also is probably it's actually the only reason that JT can even win. And that started out 5v4 with Blame F getting the first kill. And then it looked very easy.
Pressure on Astralis.
Massive pressure.
Especially after the expectations they set in Dallas. Now we're going to be thinking back to this like, wow, that was a great event for Device, but nobody else really offered too much. They didn't capitalize on what looked like his best event in ages, and now with just lesser weapons, they've got an open B site.
Yeah, Grim got out fast. They're actually setting him a boost.
Blame F and Altec's already almost dead.
Hold on. Blame is running into a CT. Someone just ran back. That's a weird spot, but Fang, I think, takes the best route. It goes up through stairs. They're trying to catch Blame.
Yeah, he's already almost dead.
Bomb's not crossed. Leave this to Sonic, you know? I mean, the riflers can get involved, but the Astralis can also make it feel like it goes towards A, I think.
Device holding for the boost, but it's just with the MP9. So your fully HP'd player with the lesser weaponry. They stop holding in Blame F. And that's okay. He's not going to get into this mix. Device point blank. Instant headshot. Blame F now crosses over, looking to come join him from the side of Monster, and he gets one. They've done it! Oh, they've done it again. Ooh. With barely any weaponry, the Danes do it again.
That's a pretty big oof. That's a oof. Yeah, that's a huge oof. Now, I think that was their own smoke, the CT smoke, which means it missed the sidewalk, and Device had an easy play to just re-aggress after reloading, and they don't chase him down. Well, a few things go sour here. That's got to feel good if you're Astralis. They had very little to hold with.
Also, 3 players through short as opposed to maybe trying to go get Blame F out of Monster.
Oh.
He couldn't have been too far away.
Well, the thing is, I don't think you chase Blame because he could have left. I think you just waste time, honestly. But they don't just start getting into the site while Blame F is out of the picture. I think that's the key thing, because Blame F could have gone back towards stairs.
Right.
Blame F could have done anything.
But surely that would have been crazy for him to go back to T-spawn with bomb planted on B and his teammates on 10 health.
He was already at the back of stairs. You know, he was 5 seconds away from that. And think about it like this. If they think he's there, they have to both keep the option open that he could still be there like he was, or he went back to stairs and is flanking them on short. It's the retake that means that they can't just run in. So now Complexity are the ones with no investment. Then the game becomes interesting because this is, you know, a pretty big flub.
It's going to be another one to remember. Round 13 when Glaive gets the USP headshot.
Oh my God, the Sonic! Oh my God, Sonic!
Again!
2 Deagle kills. Device again on the op.
Now, listen, they can still recover. Bomb's been grabbed. You got 30 seconds. They're going to try to hit this. 5-7 comes out of Grim, and Sonic has done it again. How many times is he going to take Device's head clean off?
With an op.
CT's getting aggressive.
Yo.
What goes around comes around, and Ultex has no chance. Dare I say it, Complexity needed that.
He was, yeah.
They needed something like that. The double deagle out of Sonic.
What the hell? He just won that round. And he just, that's 2 times in one game. He's got a 1 Deag on Device, while Device has an op. Gotta go fast.
That's why they call him Sonic. Dude. Oh my. I just want to replay
Your 2
that
most expensive players dead.
Sorry,
2
Grim.
bullets.
Sorry, Grim. I want that double deagle over and over. And he knows it.
That was nasty.
Oh.
4 FaZe games before Dallas into that.
Yeah, and lost to Cooper.
What's wrong with that?
I'm just saying. Oh, baby. Bask in the glory of the moment, Sonic. Couple years with no officials. Now he's slamming Device like a noob. Device is going to get revenge inside Connector at the very least, but gun round goes man advantage to Complexity. They are 3 frags away from that 14th. Now Altex got caught pushing Monster once on his own. This time, it'll get traded.
God, I hate that push so much.
Do you hate that more than the Vertigo Cram push?
Retake?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're honestly...
Which one's worse?
Sides of the same coin for me. The same energy is how I feel about that with the CT side. But, yeah, listen, I've watched too many demos, okay? So, well, 2 players left. They're pretty good. I mean, they both got owned by Sonic last round with a Deagle. So I don't know how good they are right now. Sonic's got Device's op here as well, I think.
Yeah.
And here he comes.
Floppy's got the short side.
Oh, he lives.
Floppy doesn't have to show himself.
That op is coming up, and that op is going down.
BlameF's going to return it. Oh, but Grim, not too far away. Doesn't give the timing to Blame to get that 1v3 finished off. 2 kills clean. But Complexity, 2 away.
Yeah.
2 away from eliminating Astralis.
They
we have to remember
their hands clean of any tragic incidents that's happened. Ancient, you know, with that big lead and everything. They are about to zip this body bag up.
Complexity aren't even supposed to be here. They lost their chance in the group stage and an excellent opportunity as well to put away Na'Vi. But just shy of it.
Yeah.
On map 3, Na'Vi took their place in Washington on home soil. The first time that Blast comes to NA in years. And they lost that chance. They go to the showdown with high hopes. They lose it there to Imperial. But last-second visa issues means Complexity get to show up. They've got to do it with a stand-in, losing one of their stars. And that stand-in has Astralis seeing stars with that deadly Deagle. Now 2 rounds away from keeping themselves alive, from getting into quarterfinals, to have a chance to get in front of a local crowd. Grim and Dallas got to play in the show match.
They're watching right now. They're going to be over the moon to see a result like this.
Grim and Dallas during the show match just said, I'm just happy I got to even play on the stage. Well, brother, win this. You've got a best of 3 between you and a home crowd. But it's a nice walk up from Astralis unannounced. Still gets spotted out by Sonic. Buzz with the Desert Eagle turns this one around. That happened down towards Connector. But we've already got Floppy deep through Monster. So he'll double back. And if Astralis think that short to B is going to be clear for the taking, they are wrong. JT is looking for the kill. Floppy lends him a helping hand. BlameF's still going to keep this one open. But all the while, Glaive has gotten aggressive up on A.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and Floppy gets finished off by the frag, and that push is perfect. Glaive goes deep, and just like that, Astralis back with another chance. No way in hell Sonic can piece this together, right? I mean, Buzz and Blame are low, but they've got the bomb down. He has no kit. He has no nades.
Honestly, he might have been able to hear about the damage. Why not just give it a shot? Whoa, that tuck is crazy. Can he not see him at all in that position?
Not looking. Now, oh, didn't still? Oh, you can hear his teammates call it, dude.
Definitely a weird spot.
All right, well.
Yeah, that, you know.
Fight left in them.
You guys thought the game was over. I didn't. It was always going to be difficult.
Good. Best things in life always are. Oh, pistols too, man. Do complexity. 14 rounds, complexity on overpass.
On overpass.
Do you know how many times
it was
I have
overpass versus Na'Vi, which was the reason that they weren't supposed to be here.
14 rounds to FaZe before that.
It's their favorite number. It's just not high enough. So, okay, tragedy for Astralis, tragedy for complexity.
This is nightmare fuel territory for complexity. This round nigh impossible.
Call is great from Glaive. Gonna have almost no casualties here.
Blame F will get the best of it. But now he's really taken over. You know, as much as Device is again absent on a map of Overpass, despite being clearly Astralis' highest rated player on this map specifically.
He's never played against Sonic before.
That's fair. That is fair. Luckily for Astralis, Blame F has picked up that slack. 26 and 16.
Can Fang do something interesting? You know, he's not going to win the round without a kit, but like,
something interesting.
What's the craziest thing that could happen right now?
He could start juggling. That's not too much. Glaive there to make sure nothing gets crazy.
They take nothing back. It's going to have to be a Device improvement. Blame F staying consistent. Glaive masterclass calling, and everybody else having some more X factor. Because as far as I'm concerned, Complexity are still clearly the better team in this game.
But they still don't have money.
They still have money. They've got a 4-round lead.
Which also lets Astralis grow their margin of error.
And you know, when it was Complexity, when they lost to Na'Vi, it was like 4 crazy things happened in a row. You remember that? Like that off collateral from Electronic.
Touches an off for the first time in years.
And for some, it does feel like that happens to Complexity a lot, you know?
Yeah, it was like a simple
makes you wonder if they create these situations themselves or...
Oh yeah, victim blame, bro.
They're unlucky, yeah. No, because I know, I'm with that. I feel like they're unlucky.
Your fault. It's your fault. Oh, man. Well, this one is a write-off, all right? This is Astralis getting an 11th. Go ahead.
What's the craziest thing that
Fang could do?
Yeah.
Kill Blame F, grab the gun and turn, but Buzz is on top of him. Good tethering coming out of Astralis these last couple rounds, even when the pistol pulls off one. It's iced out real quick.
Qualifying to Washington was also crazy for Astralis. You know, it was kind of a first really good result.
Start of the year, out of nowhere.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, over Heroic. Taking the top spot of that group.
I think that's, yeah.
I'll double check.
I believe you.
I don't want to lie. I mean, I will if I have to, but I don't want to.
A good memory for these things. But I remember the magnitude. I don't remember a single match. I just remember how impressive it was.
No, they lost to Heroic.
Oh, okay.
I did lie. But their run was losing to Heroic, going on to beating Ninjas and OG, which at the time, 2 teams definitely rated higher.
Yeah, yeah. No, Astralis were, underdogs.
That was also Buzz's debut.
And I remember thinking like, wow, this is awesome. It's going to be so long until we get to see them play.
Yeah.
But now that they're here, and in that time have actually made the progress to make them worthy opponents versus some of the teams that were here. It's interesting, but Complexity are, you know, among the lower ranked of those teams, if not the lowest. Imperial, I guess.
That could have been an easy 5v4. Yeah, I don't blame Fang for not wanting to stick around on that one. He knew that his position was very well known. JT playing dangerous games too. This has been a rough series for Altex. Bottom fragger for Astralis across all 3 maps now.
Yeah, his recent games have not been too pretty, honestly.
And his start in Dallas was looking good.
Yeah.
You know, there was concern with watching Buzz struggle from going successfully online into the LAN environment with this team. I was just hoping for Altex that he wouldn't be another case of that. Critical series here to keep their North American run alive. Leave it to the big guys like Blame to do the heavy lifting. Flash outside the bathrooms, presence heard, but then Blame falls silent, and Sonic sees that as a chance to take a further angle.
Yeah, that's a good angle. That gets walked into sometimes, okay? So I think they're leaving Blame here to go forward with a lurk. It's all being heard in this setup.
Oof, perfect frag placement, excellently done. They're gonna go down connector. It's gonna be a 5-man hit into B. JT also half his health gone to a single frag, 20 seconds to spare. And these CTs inside sight. JT able to just get the one. Talk about him at Altex delivers. A double kill when it's needed to trade out to clear sight to give Astralis 12